Angry Thunder Sun God. Yi Feng worked hard in the meditation space for 2 full months. But only 2 hours passed outside. During this time, Yi Feng successfully condensed the young god. Yuechan. How is the quality of this thunder god? Yi Feng turned his face to the side and glanced at the side beside him. The sun god shining with thunder light was exactly the same as himself. He asked Yuechan with a smile. Excellent. Yuechan was stunned. Some didn't know how to describe the shock in her heart. This is the first time she has seen a Yangshan of this quality. Heaven and Earth xuanhuan. The 5 grades of space power are also applicable to the quality of Yangshan. Human-level Yangshan can double the cultivation speed of immortal cultivators. Huang-level Yangshan can increase it by about 1.5 times. Mysterious level increased by about 2 times. Earth-level sun gods can increase their training speed by about 2.5 times. Heaven-level sun gods can even increase their training speed by 3 times. Ancient. It has a great effect on immortal cultivators. It has reached an irreplaceable position. It has become the eyes of every immortal cultivator. Without Ancient, there will be no consciousness. Such immortal cultivators are like blind the same. And the Yangshan is equivalent to the legs of the immortal cultivator. With the Yangshan, the immortal cultivator's cultivation speed will suddenly run wildly. Yuechan. The young god condensed in the past is of yellow-level quality. This is almost the limit that the immortal cultivators can achieve. Even the head of the Luoha immortal sect, Xiaoyao, worked for a long time back then. Finally, he was able to produce a slightly higher quality yellow-level Yangshan. And the young god that Yi Feng condensed now is actually of mysterious quality. Angry Thunder Sun God. Yi Feng could clearly feel that what this young god brought to him was a qualitative leap in his cultivation speed. After cultivating the furious thunder young god, his speed of widening his meridians suddenly doubled. The current him, if he returns to Peach Blossom Island to practice in closed doors, his cultivation speed will be 13 times faster than that of ordinary people. As soon as the young god came out, Yi Feng's cultivation speed was tripled. In this way, 1 month of practice can increase 1 year's cultivation. It's too easy to reach 200 to 300 years of cultivation. It's just that after 200 to 300 years of cultivation, the speed of expanding the meridians and improving the upper limit of cultivation must have slowed down. Yi Feng thought in his heart. Now he finally understands why the people around Luoha Xianzong can have 300 or 400 years of cultivation at such a young age. The advantages of cultivators are accumulated one by one. When there are advantages in all aspects, the improvement of the cultivator's cultivation base is like riding a rocket. There is no way to make people improve quickly by only relying on the cultivation of immortality, or only relying on the blessings of the cave, and only relying on the god of the sun. However, all of these together can make people grow rapidly. It's only a matter of time before you reach 1,000 years of cultivation. But, at least 100 years. Yi Feng thought of what Kuei-shui Shenlong said to him when he came out, and he was relieved. Even Kuei-shui Shenlong didn't expect Yi Feng to be able to condense a Xian-level young god in 1 breath. After all, the 4 materials he gave can only be trained to a slightly better Huang-level young god if given to ordinary people. Yi Feng's cultivation speed has reached a level that other cultivators can't match. Even Luoha Xianzong's Xiaoyao, all the conditions combined, can't reach half of Yi Feng's. However, if compared with the youth of the Tsangqiang clan, Yi Feng may still be insufficient. The Sky clan can produce materials to make that boy condense a higher quality young god. Prefecture level. Day level. Kuei-shui Shenlong doesn't know. Yi Feng doesn't know either. But what is certain is that the opponent's cultivation speed will definitely be faster than Yi Feng. As for the dragon sword inheritance experience progress of the Tsangqiang clan youth, Yi Feng didn't know. Kuei Shenlong didn't tell him. But what is certain is that the opponent is still far from completing the entire Juzhou experience. Yuechan. Your Yangshan is condensed. You also need to be more cautious. Yi Feng smiled and urged his true energy, and took the angry Thunder Yang God into his body. Yuechan was in a daze for a moment. She raised her head and saw Yi Feng's smiling face. She felt warm in her heart. She thought for a while and asked, "You have entered that meditation space again?" Yi Feng nodded. "Look at your beard. It's so long again in a blink of an eye." Yuechan smiled and raised her jade hand. Dragon Sword Ju's true energy was activated and condensed into a blade at once, shaving off Yi Feng's chin beard. "Look at it this way. It's much more handsome." Yuechan covered her mouth and smiled. "Thank you, Miss Yuechan." Yi Feng touched his chin and smiled. When the other party was really angry just now, he didn't even move. It was obvious that he had enough trust in Yuechan. "I'm your maid. Isn't it right to do this?" Yuechan smiled briskly. If these words were heard by people who don't know the truth, they would definitely think wrong all of a sudden. Yi Feng didn't stay with her for too long. He just met and explained the situation before turning around and entering the passage. He is going to find the next dragon soul, to carry out the second experience of the dragon sword inheritance. Bloody Dragon Soul. It is the name of the next dragon soul. Yi Feng quickly passed the hall where the Kuei Shenlong was. When he left, he bowed to the hall and saluted. After a long time, he got up and took a deep look inside the hall. Sunflower Dragon didn't appear. But Yi Feng could feel the other party's breath. Although Kuei Shenlong is not a human being, it is still Yi Feng's senior. Its influence on Yi Feng's strength is really too great. Yi Feng left the Sunflower Water Hall, and soon followed the passage all the way to the Blood Hall. "You came." A majestic and heavy voice came into Yi Feng's ears. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying heat surrounded Yi Feng. "For your experience. Slay a giant dragon." Swish. Yi Feng felt that the space energy attached to the dragon sword token had changed. It was because the bloody dragon's soul added enough space power to it. First of all, you can go to the place where the experience is carried out, and then you can directly transfer back to the tomb of the dragon sword. Slay the dragon. When Yi Feng heard about this experience, he couldn't help being stunned. Where do we need to find a giant dragon to kill? Where to? Whatever you want. However, there is only one chance to teleport. The blood dragon's temper is not very good. His tone is already a little irritable. Very good. Believe that the day when I slay the dragon will not be too far away. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Where is the dragon? Certainly not in the world of cultivating immortals. And Yi Feng knew a place where there was a giant dragon. That was Monghuang realm. Just right. He still wants to go to the wilderness world to find his master Su Feiying. Now going to the wilderness world will kill two birds with one stone. However, Yi Feng's words attracted the blood dragon soul to laugh. Boy, do you think it's easy and fun to kill a dragon? In the voice of the blood dragon, there is a bit of disdain. So far, 8 dragon sword inheritors have come here. Only 2 of them can pass the experience. It will take you do not know how many years just to find the dragon. I think I'm pretty sure about that. Yi Feng smiled, but didn't say much. He saluted and said, in that case, this junior will leave first. After killing the giant dragon, I will meet senior again. Others may not be able to find where there are giant dragons. But Yi Feng is very clear. There are a large number of giant dragons in the wild world. It depends on whether you have the strength to kill them. Regarding this point, Blood Dragon's soul naturally doesn't know. But he doesn't need to know either. No matter where Yi Feng can slay the giant dragon, the experience of the blood dragon can pass smoothly. In that case, I will wait for you to bring back the dragon's body. Blood Dragon's soul left this last sentence without making a sound. It seems that he didn't want to say anything more to Yi Feng. Compared with Sunflower Dragon, Blood Dragon is more arrogant and not so kind. But it doesn't matter. Now Yi Feng is secretly happy because of the coincidence of this experience mission. What a coincidence. Looking for Su Feiying and completing the experience can go to the same place. It seems that after going back this time, we can set off with a little preparation. In fact, if it wasn't for Yuechan's sudden crisis, Yi Feng would probably be in the wild world by now. In this way, he would have missed the opportunity to complete the second experience. Fate will. It is really unpredictable. Soon. Yi Feng returned to the Hall of Dragon Sword Tomb. Yuechan, what are your plans now? Yi Feng thought for a while and asked. I don't have any plans. What about you? Yuechan shook her head, and then said, if it's convenient, I'll just follow you. Well, of course there is no inconvenience. Yi Feng smiled. Now Yuechan is his first dragon sword made, and her cultivation base has reached 90 years. Being by Yi Feng's side is also a good helper. Most importantly, compared with Long Wanner and the others, Yuechan's biggest advantage is it's not about cultivation. It's about combat experience. As a senior immortal cultivator with more than 300 years of cultivation base, Yuechan has rich combat experience. She is definitely the one who can beat Long Wanner and other women on the same street. Going to the wild world this time, Yi Feng doesn't need to bring other people with him, just bring Yuechan to help. In addition, those who practice the Star Alchemy canon can take it with them for a trip. Just try to comprehend those star maps in the ancient temple. The feeling of looking at the original picture and watching Yi Feng's burnt version is naturally completely different. Lin Shiqing may be able to break through the comprehension and start to practice the second star map. Although the star refining immortal canon is still not as good as the Dragon Sword Ju, but for ordinary people, it is already an extremely advanced cultivation method. It is even at the same level as the Luoha Immortal Sex cultivation method. This shows its preciousness. Then let's go. Yi Feng didn't explain to Yuechan some things about him on the earth. He just waited for the past. Let Yuechan meet with everyone. It won't be too late to explain to her in detail. Yi Feng took out the Dragon Sword token, activated the true energy of the Dragon Sword art, and immediately condensed the space power in the Dragon Sword token. In an instant, a pitch-black space tunnel entrance was formed in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng and Yuechan were no strangers to the entrance of such a space tunnel. They were not shocked by the deep and chaotic aura inside. Instead, they walked into the space tunnel at the same time. Swish. The familiar feeling of space transformation enveloped Yi Feng's whole body again. He looked back and saw Yuechan following him closely. At the same time, the space transformation started, so he let go of his heart. According to Yi Feng's experience, it only takes about 5 or 6 minutes to teleport back to Earth from the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. However, just as he was about to close his eyes and meditate, he suddenly felt a vibration in the entire space tunnel. What happened? Yi Feng immediately opened his eyes. Some doubts. This space tunnel was formed by the Dragon Sword Order. The level of space power used is at the Earth level. This is already a level that Yi Feng can't understand. The power of space at this level, what power can shake it? However, before Yi Feng could think carefully, suddenly a light flashed from behind him, like a bright silver long knife, cutting the entire space tunnel into 2 sections at once. Yi Feng became vigilant. He could feel that the power of space in the entire space tunnel became unstable because of this cut. And the worst thing is that Yuachan, who was following behind him, was just cut off by this bright silver long knife and separated from him. What's this? Yi Feng gritted his teeth. He wanted to try to break through the white light, but his whole body was shocked by it. Then he quickly followed the direction of the space tunnel and went out. It was like being on a high-speed train. Yi Feng was in the front car, and Yuachan was in the back car. Suddenly, the front and rear cars were cut off. Yi Feng continued to follow the front of the car and moved forward quickly. But Yuachan stayed behind. There were even more terrible accidents due to other factors. For example, being caught in the turbulent flow of space. Faced with this situation, although Yi Feng was anxious, he didn't have any suspicious solutions at all. Whether it is the power of Earth-level space, or the tyrannical force that cut off the space tunnel, it is not suspicious of the existence of Yi Feng's level. Swish. Yi Feng's figure appeared above Peach Blossom Island. However, Yuachan's figure did not follow him to the earth. This cast a shadow over Yi Feng's heart. Yuachan. There should be no accidents. He immediately flew with the sword, took out the dragon sword token, and tried to sense the breath of Yuachan's maid, Pei. Swish. With a flash of light, a well-made and elegant jade pendant appeared in front of Yi Feng. This is maid Pei. Yi Feng's expression changed. He wanted to sense the maid Pei's breath, and sent the maid Pei and Yuachan back together. But now, he only brought the maid Pei over. Yuachan is still missing. A cross-boundary teleportation actually caused the two to be separated. Yi Feng's face darkened. This matter, those dragon souls in the Tomb of Dragon Sword, should know what's going on. It's a pity that the current Yi Feng can only be sent back to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword after beheading the giant dragon. Hateful. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly. Once again, he felt his own powerlessness. Watching Yuachan being separated, he was powerless. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Cultivation. Higher. There was unparalleled determination in Yi Feng's eyes. Desolate realm. It is imperative. Yi Feng gradually landed on Peach Blossom Island with his sword. He swept his consciousness around and found that there were still only those people on the island. Long Wanner and the others had not returned. After thinking about it for a while, he flew out of Qianxiang Illusion again. He called Long Wanner, Su Menghan, and Xiaoyu respectively. He was relieved when he found out that they were all fine. About cultivation matters. Yi Feng is going to Yanjing to have a face-to-face talk with them. Now go down to Peach Blossom Island. It is more important to find Tang Qingling. Swish. Yi Feng landed on Peach Blossom Island and came directly to the courtyard where Tang Qingling lived. Yi Feng, you're back. A surprised voice came from the side. It wasn't Tang Qingling, but two girls walking together. Zhang Yang. Mu Qingqing. These two girls followed Yi Feng to Peach Blossom Island. They have been working hard to practice. Now they have achieved a little success in Star 2 Mart. The two girls each have a goal. Zhang Yang wants to kill those fellows of the exorcism sect, to avenge his father. Mu Qingqing wants to deal with the practitioners from the other 4 courtyards of the 5th courtyard, to avenge his master and his fellow disciples. The cultivation of the two women did not stop for a moment. At this time, the two girls each have 20 years of cultivation, which is equivalent to 40 years of internal qi cultivation. If they are raised to another level, they can go to take revenge in person. Get used to it on the island. Yi Feng smiled slightly and greeted the two girls. A habit is a habit. I just can't see you. Zhang Yang has lived on the island for nearly a year, and his personality has become a lot more cheerful. However, he is still a bit reserved when facing Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng is too strong. She is the idol in her heart. Moreover, she really hasn't seen Yi Feng much in the past year. So seeing Yi Feng now feels a little strange. What's the use of seeing me? Yi Feng laughed. For you, your own cultivation is the most important thing. If you don't understand anything, you can ask other people on the island. Don't be restrained. We're not bound. Mu Qingqing stared at Yi Feng intently, smiling all over her face. There are only 100 people on this island. Everyone has been familiar with each other for a long time. That's good. Yi Feng nodded. By the way, my aunt is not at home now. I just went to the old man's. I went to make tea for them. Zhang Yang thought of seeing Tang Qingling just now, so he reminded Yi Feng. Because it was about his own mother. Yi Feng didn't use his spiritual sense to investigate. Hearing the words at this time, he smiled in surprise. Thank you very much. After bidding farewell to the two, Yi Feng went to the residence of the elders in the northern part of Peach Blossom Island while thinking about Yuechan. What is the power that caused the space tunnel to be cut off? Where is Yuechan now? Is she still left in the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, or is she in another place? Yi Feng was anxious in his heart. But he had nothing to do now. Soon, he arrived at the residence of Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. From a distance, he saw the two elders playing chess in a water pavilion. Tang Qingling was standing by the side, making tea for them. The two elders are all dressed in white robes. Because the inner energy of the whole body has been transformed into true energy, it looks like a fairy. In addition to the three of them, there is Yi Wuming, the eldest elder of the Yi family. He is also standing beside the two elders at this time. From his face, he seems quite depressed. It seems that he feels that he can't beat Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng now. The elder feels very puzzled. I was in a hurry before. I didn't have time to open up the pill core for everyone. Why don't we do it now? Yi Feng thought for a while, then walked towards the waterside pavilion. Fenger. Tang Qingling's eyes were sharp. He was the first to see Yi Feng's figure. He couldn't help but look overjoyed, and hurried to greet him. Mother, I have cultivated it for 50 years. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Tang Qingling's cultivation has advanced a little bit beyond his expectation. Although her cultivation is not worrying, her upper limit of cultivation has increased a little faster. Well, Huer helps me broaden my meridians every day. So the speed is a bit fast. While talking, Tang Qingling walked forward and looked Yi Feng up and down, with joy in her bright eyes. Fire. Yi Feng was strange. That's him. Tang Qingling pursed her lips and smiled, turned her face to the side for a glance, and saw a young lady in fiery red clothes timidly coming out from behind Tang Qingling. Fire of eternal night. Yi Feng was surprised. This little guy is really shy. So shy. Well. He said that in the past, his companions often bullied him. It's better now. Tang Qingling fondled Huer's head. Obviously, she and Yongye Jihua were already very close. That's good. Thanks to my mother and him being able to get along. Yi Feng couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief when he thought about it. If it wasn't for this, he might not be able to escape from the Luoha Immortal sect altar with Yuechan. It's just that now, Yuechan's situation seems to be worse than before. She was separated from Yi Feng while passing through the space tunnel. Yi Feng shook his head. He didn't think much about it. Instead, he raised his hand. Mother, this time I'll open up the pill core for the elders and the others when I come back. There are still important things to do soon. Well. You are busy with your work. We have a good life on the island. Yuechan pursed her lips and smiled. Yi Feng nodded heavily. Soon he came to the waterside pavilion. When he saw the three elders, he didn't have too many greetings. Instead, he asked Yi Wuming to bring the other Yi family children here. Yi Wuming's heart trembled. He knew that Yi Feng was going to transform his dantian for them. Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng's changes. They all understand it. It is because of this that they can defeat Yi Wuming with 150 years of cultivation. But if after 2 years, Yi Wuming has transformed all his qi cultivation within 150 years into true qi, then his strength will be stronger than Yi Wendian and the others. Thinking of this, Yi Wuming is still quite proud. The eyes looking at Yi Feng are also full of admiration. It's very lucky that the Yi family can produce such a genius as Yi Feng. Although there is no ancient dragon sword ring, the Dragon Sword Order can also help people condense the core. Yi Feng knows very well that the Dragon Sword Order is just a more advanced ancient dragon sword ring. The only disadvantage is that it cannot condense true energy sword. However, he has the legendary dragon sword in his hand, so he doesn't need the true qi sword anymore. Soon, he helped Yi Wuming and other Yi family disciples condense the cores. Then Yu Jian flew up, ready to go to Yanjing. All the girls are in Yanjing now. And, it seems that they have made a breakthrough in the cultivation of dragon sword art. Yi Feng must go there, to know the specific situation of the girls practicing dragon sword art. If it is suitable, he can immediately use the dragon control art on them to condense into the soul of the dragon. And, if you want to go to Menghuang realm, you must bring Lin Shiqing with you. Otherwise, if she finds out, you will definitely blame Yi Feng for death. A flash of primitive simplicity. Under the concealment of phantom swordsmanship, it cut through the sky quietly to the north. Not long after, it has already reached the sky above Yanjing. Around Yi Feng, there are quite a few people who practice the star alchemy code. Of course, Lin Shiqing was the first to practice the star refining code. Now she is stuck in 30 years of cultivation. She needs to go to the wild world to break through and comprehend the second star map. Apart from Lin Shiqing, an important person who also practiced the alchemy of the stars is Shu Shu. Yi Feng is going to take her to the wilderness realm together. Yi Feng didn't visit Shu Shu when he came back this time. He felt a little bit sorry, but it didn't matter. Anyway, after meeting Lin Shiqing, he must have brought him back to Peach Blossom Island before he could go to Menghuang realm. In addition to the two girls, there is also Li Zhibua's alchemy of stars. The situation is average. Although this kid is blind, his understanding is still good. Even Nanfang and Scar are full of praise for him. As for the specific cultivation matters, Yi Feng has no time to give him advice. If you have any questions, it is the same to ask other people on Peach Blossom Island. Now, I still lack a strong enough helper on Earth. It would be great if Yuachan came. Yi Feng thought so, and slowly shook his head. He left the Earth. Whether he was going to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword or the Wild World, the only thing he worried about was the safety of the women on the Earth. It seems I have to pick someone. Help her improve her cultivation first. Yi Feng made a decision. After going to the Wild World, he searched for a relatively weak dragon at the fastest speed, and then killed it. Then when you come back, see who has the fastest progress in practicing Dragon Sword Ju. Take her to the Tomb of Dragon Sword and see if you can get any benefits for her. For example, like Yuachan, directly promoted to 90 years of cultivation, that would be even better. After all, she is the maid of the Dragon Sword. She is also in existence who can comprehend the Dragon Sword art. The Dragon Sword should not be too stingy. Yi Feng landed in Qingfeng Garden and walked into his own villa. It was evening. The girls were having dinner at home. When Yi Feng came back, they stood up one by one. Long Wan'er, Su Menghan, Xiao Yu, Xiao Qi, and Zhang Xinyun are 5 daughters. In addition, Lin Shiqing is also there. Sister Lin, you are here too. Yifeng was a little surprised. What's the matter? I'm not welcome. Lin Shiqing blinked her eyes. She smiled gracefully and said, I heard that you went out again these 2 days. You haven't encountered any troubles, have you? I'm sorry to trouble Miss Lin. There's no problem for now. While Yifeng was talking, he couldn't help thinking of Yue-chan. His trip. Where is no problem? Apparently it's a big problem. But the topic of Yue-chan's disappearance, Yifeng can't tell Lin Shiqing, because she won't know who Yue-chan is. Regarding the inheritance of Dragon Sword, Yifeng is only planning to let the people around him know, for the time being. Although he and Lin Shiqing have a good relationship, they can't be regarded as their own after all. Unless. Yifeng took a glance at the alluring figure of this top-ranking sister, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Such a beauty, any man would want to have a romantic relationship with her. It's a pity. Yifeng also knows Lin Shiqing's character very well. Although Lin Shiqing has a good relationship with him now, it is just a friendship. Although Lin Shiqing is a woman, she is very determined. She absolutely refuses to work with other women. Of course, this matter, Yifeng was just thinking about it. I believe that as long as it is a man, in front of a top sister like Lin Shiqing, he can't help jumping out similar thoughts. It's just that some people put it into practice and want to soak up Lin Shiqing. Some people are really just thinking about it, that's all. For example, Yifeng. He just thought about it casually. He didn't have any real thoughts. I came back this time. I mainly want to take Sister Lin. Go on a trip together. Sister Lin. What do you think? Yifeng asked jokingly. Travel. Where to travel? Lin Shiqing was a little strange at first. You don't find as many women as yourself when you travel. Why come to me? But she quickly realized what kind of travel. It was clearly going to the wilderness realm. I see. Go. But you won't take your wives with you. Lin Shiqing didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she smiled and asked back. She is a smart person. She immediately understood the meaning of Yifeng's words. It depends on whether they want to go or not. Yifeng smiled, glanced at the surrounding girls, and nodded their heads as a greeting. What are we going to do? Don't disturb the world of the two of you. Xiaoyu was the first to laugh out loud. She ran over and put her arms around Yifeng's shoulders. Then she leaned close to his ear and asked, by the way, is there anything interesting over there in the wilderness realm? It's not fun. It's dangerous. Yifeng boldly touched her buttocks, he smiled. Then I'm not going. Xiaoyu was a bit disappointed. She also knew that with her current cultivation base, following her would only be a burden to Yifeng. Not only would it be useless, but it would also drag Yifeng's hind legs. Anyway, the star refining immortal code she practiced before has been abolished. She started to practice Dragon Sword Ju instead. It is useless to go to the wilderness realm to look at the authentic star map. What a world of two people. This kid must not only take me there alone. Lin Shiqing glanced at Yifeng rather resentfully. I'm right, Xiaoya. Yeah, and Shu. Yifeng laughed. Wow. Two beauties. Long Wanner shouted exaggeratedly. Come on. No one is as beautiful as you. Yifeng stretched out his hand, scratched Long Wanner's nose, and said with a smile, apart from them, there are Obi and Long Baxin. By the way, I also need to bring Li Jibua. You are all practicing Star Immortal Code. Go and look at the original star map. It will be beneficial. For the Dragon 8 Immortal who has a special premonition, Yifeng decided to let him practice the Star Immortal Code. From Yifeng's point of view, the talent of the 8 immortals is definitely a level higher than that of the girls present. Although it is not up to Yifeng's level, it is not far behind. But what exactly? We still have to wait for the 8 immortals to arrive in the wild world. Try to comprehend those genuine star maps. That's it. It seems that nothing will happen between you and Sister Lin. Long Wanner felt a little regretful. Damn girl. What else do you want to happen? Lin Shiqing was at the side. She gave Long Wanner a bitter look. Why don't you come with us? I think you and Xiaoya are together. Something will definitely happen. Cough cough. Long Wanner coughed and turned her face away. I'll forget it. I just started practicing dragon sword art. It's not suitable for long-distance travel. Go, go. A girl knows how to make trouble. Lin Shiqing smiled helplessly. It can be seen that the girls and Lin Shiqing are very familiar with each other now. After all, they have lived and studied together in Yanjing for a long time. Compared with the number of times Yifeng and Lin Shiqing met, the number of times the girls and Lin Shiqing met was much more. The candidate has been preliminarily determined. Yifeng turned his head and glanced at Long Wanner and the others. Now tell me all about your understanding of dragon sword art. I'll see if you are suitable for practicing dragon sword art. The difficulty of comprehending the dragon sword art is more than several times that of the first star map in the Alchemy of Stars. However, compared to the second star map in the Alchemy of the Stars, it is still not as good. The main difficulty of the dragon sword Ju lies in the cultivation of its derived fairy arts, fighting swordsmanship and phantom swordsmanship. No matter which one of these tricks, it is not something that Long Wanner and the others can practice successfully in a short period of time. What Yifeng wanted to observe was just the women's comprehension of the true qi movement route of the dragon sword Ju. The difference between the dragon sword Ju and other methods of cultivating immortals is that there are several hidden places in the true qi movement route. Ordinary practitioners cannot feel these acupoints. Even if they feel it, it is difficult to let the true energy flow through these acupoints, so that they can practice dragon sword art smoothly. However, when Yifeng checked Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun, Xiaoyu, and Xiaoqi sisters one by one, he found that all 5 girls had penetrated these acupoints in their bodies. Obviously, the 5 of them are not bad at perceiving talent, and because they can discuss with each other whenever they have doubts, their understanding of the dragon sword art is no less than that of Yuechan. Regarding cultivation talent, Yifeng didn't know if there was a specific level. Anyway, when he followed Su Feiying in the world of cultivating immortals, he had never heard of such a saying. However, according to Yifeng's current understanding, if cultivation talents are also divided into levels, then he himself is the highest level of talent, and the 2 girls Yuechan and Su Feiying are slightly inferior, and Long Chen is about the same as the 2 girls. Wanner, Zijianlin. The rest of Yifeng's people are a little bit inferior, and now there may be a Dragon 8 immortal who can compete with Yuechan and the others. Although Yifeng checked and found that the 8 immortals did not have any special physique, judging from the boy's performance, his talent and comprehension were top-notch. In this way, Su Menghan and the other 4 girls must rely on Long Wanner's help to practice the dragon sword Ju. Long Wanner has a jade body with fairy veins, and her innate comprehension is really not covered. But no matter how talented you are, as long as you can get the threshold, that's enough. In this way, now I have 6 dragon sword maids, but I don't know where Yuechan is now. Yifeng thought in his heart, then smiled, not letting the girls see his worry. When we come back from the wild world, we can take one of you to the tomb of the dragon sword. This inheritance is aimed at the maid of the dragon sword. There should be some experience, such as the one with Yuechan before. Hearing Yifeng's words, Long Wanner and the girls nodded at the same time. By the way, my mother is very compatible with the flame of eternal night now. You probably haven't absorbed it yet. You can go back to Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng suddenly remembered something, and said, absorbing the spiritual energy of the eternal night fire heaven and earth can also give you 10 years of cultivation. First, you will develop the Yin spirit and spiritual consciousness, and then you have some self-protection ability. In addition, if you continue to act outside, it's best to let grandpa or grandpa protect it. Good. Long Wanner nodded in agreement, and Dai Mei frowned slightly. The great Guanyin master of Yin Shaolin came again before, saying that he had already negotiated with the two great Yins, and they will not trouble us again, but just want you call back quickly and see if your master is willing to help resist the disaster from the sky. Yifeng listened, nodded, and said, that's good. As for the matter of the disaster star from the sky, I'll come up with a solution. This time when he went to Menghuang realm, Yifeng still wanted to see that golden giant leg again. It would be great if he could communicate with the other party. He could try to get the other party to help deal with the disaster star or something. Now that he has the dragon sword token, he should be closer to the successor of the dragon sword than the ancient dragon sword ring at that time, and he will have a better relationship with the remnants of the ancient gods. No, I still have to think carefully. Yifeng thought for a while, although the golden giant legs are friends, but he is not sure whether all the ancient gods' remnants are friends of the heirs of the dragon sword. If an enemy is summoned, it's game over. Therefore, it is impossible to simply try this move at that time. Sister Lin, come with me. After Yifeng explained this, he smiled at Lin Shiqing and extended an invitation. Lin Shiqing's beautiful eyes flashed with anticipation. She had been waiting for a long time to go to the wild world, and she had already made arrangements for her family and Yanqing University. In fact, the current Lin Shiqing has resigned from the position of the chairman of the student union at Yanqing University, and does not participate in those tedious management tasks, but devotes most of her energy to cultivation. She has a strong personality, so she is naturally unwilling to be mediocre in the world. With the path of cultivation, she will definitely go all the way along this path. On this road, Yifeng is her most important guide, and also a friend, or a confidant. Wait, dead ghost, come here first, I have something to tell you. Seeing that Yifeng wanted to leave, Xiaoyu suddenly made a sound and waved to Yifeng. Yifeng followed her to the corner of the hall, a little apologetic. Xiaoya, I'm sorry, I have to leave again. You go your way, I have my sisters to accompany me, and I won't be lonely, but I often think of you when I lie on the bed. Xiaoyu's winking eyes were like silk. She slightly raised her head, looked into Yifeng's eyes, full of provocative meaning. Don't tease me now. Yifeng smiled helplessly, put his arms around the willow waist that the little red goblin was grasping, and gently stroked it a few times. Say, what do you need to talk to me about alone? About poetry. Xiaoyu said, but she didn't turn her face to look at Lin Shiqing. She was still afraid of attracting the other party's attention. Everyone else calls her Sister Lin, and Xiaoyu is a year or two older than Lin Shiqing, so of course she doesn't need to call her that, but directly calls her Shiqing. Sister Lin, what's wrong with her? Yifeng was a little strange. Xiaoyu had something to say to herself. Tell the truth, are you interested in her? Xiaoyu asked without any scruples. She knew that Yifeng must have used his tyrannical cultivation to shield other people's spiritual sense detection. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Yifeng was a little embarrassed. When a woman asks herself if she is interested in another beautiful woman, a man will always be a little embarrassed, whether it is really interesting or not. Seeing his embarrassment, Xiaoyu couldn't help covering her mouth and smiling. Then let me put it another way, if Shiqing finds another man in the future, would you feel it a pity? When Xiaoyu said this, Yifeng couldn't help thinking about what she said. When Lin Shiqing found another man. Yifeng quietly turned his face to the side, looked at the beautiful Lin Shiqing, his heart trembled slightly. Okay, I've got it. Xiaoyu stretched out her slender hand, pinched Yifeng's waist, and at the same time leaned closer to his ear, cursing in a low voice, Big pervert, I know you have something in mind, but I have to remind you about this matter. Yifeng was a little puzzled. Xiaoyu saw Yifeng's doubts. There was a slight pause. It seems to have considered it. Then he said, in this regard, no matter what you plan to do, I hope you can consult our opinions. Yifeng heard it. I probably understand. If you want another woman, it must be approved by Xiaoyu and their 3 daughters. But there is something in this statement. They did not object to Yifeng having a few more women. It seems that he also knows what Yifeng will do if he keeps going all the way like now. There must be more and more women around. Then don't worry. Yifeng smiled and touched Xiaoyu's delicate and smooth waist. This is a one-vote veto system. No matter who among you objects, I will listen to the objection. Yo. Xiaoyu smiled, you're saying that now. I'm afraid you won't be willing to pay attention to us. How come? Yifeng smiled and patted her on the shoulder, don't worry. No matter what happens, I will never forget you. And what I said just now must count. If you don't agree, I will definitely not mess around. For the current Yifeng woman. Not his current pursuit. Even Yuechan beside her. He can't even protect it. Why would he want to find another woman? It is undeniable. A lady like Lin Shiqing with all kinds of charms is really very attractive to men. But the biggest difference between Yifeng and ordinary men is that. Don't just think with your lower body. Then I will remember. I will pass this on to Wan'er and Menghan. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Go. I'll go first. The time for this trip. I'm afraid it will be quite long. You should be mentally prepared. But if it takes too long, I will find a chance to come back to see you. Yifeng hugged her. Said softly. Xiaoyu's strength outside. In front of Yifeng, they all transformed into gentleness and consideration. This is the envy of countless dignitaries in Yanjing. Usually, Xiaoyu is not practicing. I will still assist OB manage blade technologies together. Therefore, there are many people who show their faces in public. This time. On the contrary, many boss tycoons have come forward. Wants to keep Xiaoyu as Xiaomi. It's a pity to see such a guy. Xiaoyu not only rejected the other party directly. It is even more difficult to get along with the other party in the business field afterwards. So come and go. Blade Technologies has made quite a few enemies in the business world. But for Xiaoyu, this is nothing. Lu Yingying was worried. But Xiaoyu and Obi didn't take this seriously at all. They run Blade Technologies. In addition to making money, it also serves 2 purposes. One is to collect natural materials and earth treasures from all over the world. The second provides research authority for foreign destroyers. It's on the 2 destroyers on Peach Blossom Island. There are already many scientific and technical personnel from the National Security Bureau. Research on 2 destroyers. And all this. Of course there is a fee. And the fee is not low. Blade technology fell into the hands of a profiteer. OB nature will not bury its role. Now the financial strength of Blade technology. Already very solid. Although it is not as rich as an enemy country. But the general type of natural treasures. Acquisition has been stress-free. Blade Technologies Incorporated. No fear of retaliation by any means. Nor fear any form of conspiracy. Because Xiaoyu and Obi both know invisibility. Possess consciousness. Lots of business intelligence. They'll know just by sniffing around. And get evidence. If the other party comes to Yin, go straight to court. As soon as the evidence comes out. It is basically the rhythm of losing money to Blade technology. when there are several big businessmen making moves against Daofeng technology. Instead, he was imprisoned and fined a large amount of compensation. No one would dare to do anything wrong with blade technology. The whisper is over. I saw Yifeng and Xiaoyu coming back from the corner. Lin Shiqing smiled lightly. It's over. Sister Lin, let's go. Yifeng greeted him. Dragon 8 Immortals. Just now Yifeng had sent a voice transmission and he was waiting outside the house. Europe B, someone has also been notified by phone. Soon you will be at King Fengyuan. Wait for the two to arrive. Yifeng can set off now. Now that I have cultivated Yangshan, I can bring more people at once. Yifeng thought about it. While waiting. While talking with Long Wainer and his daughters. Laughter burst out from time to time. But in these laughs, still mixed with some feelings of reluctance. We have to part again. And Yifeng came back this time. It hasn't been long. Long Wainer, Su Menghan and Xiaoyu, 3 daughters. There will be more or less complaints in my heart. They all put down their figure and face. Decided to serve Yifeng around together. But Yifeng still ran around outside all day. As a woman. And a beautiful woman. They are naturally a little unbalanced. But they can also understand Yifeng. So these complaints and dissatisfaction. They didn't say it. But buried in the heart. Su Feiying has been in Menghuang realm for nearly a year. No news so far. Don't mention Yifeng. It was Long Wainer who had been with Su Feiying for a while. I was a little worried about Su Feiying. They don't know the situation of Yuechan. Otherwise, he didn't even have any resentment towards Yifeng. Human life safety. Undoubtedly the most important. Yifeng headed to Menghuang realm in such a hurry. It's all about finding someone. Just try to protect everyone around you. Angry Thunder Young God. Soon. When Ob and the 8 Immortals gathered outside the villa, Yifeng summoned the Thunder God of Fury. A flashing Yifeng appeared in front of everyone. It looks like. This furious Thunder Young God looks exactly like Yifeng. This was the result of Yifeng's lack of control. If he will, it can make the Thunder God of Fury change into any shape. For example, in the East China Sea, Su Feiying turned Yangshan into a hand. From the air, I fetched the 1,000-year-old black ice from Long Moran's hand, and then changed into Jackie Long Moran. Confused everyone in the martial arts. Swish. Yifeng transformed the Thunder God of Fury into the appearance of a big eagle. His whole body exuded a biting aura. Up carving. Yifeng raised his leg. He was the first to step on the big eagle's back. Everyone watched Yifeng's anger at Lei Yangshan's change. Especially the Dragon 8 Immortals. I was dumbfounded all of a sudden. There was a strong anticipation in his eyes. Sun God. There is such a miraculous change. They feel that they have a goal in their cultivation. Xiao Xian. It really is different from practicing martial arts. Soon. Lin Shiqing, Obi, and Long Baxian. They stood on the back of the big eagle together. Followed by Yifeng's dragon sword Ju's true energy. The big eagle that Yangshan transformed into immediately flapped its wings and flew away. Wow! Obi immediately yelled. Almost fell down. He is so tall that he has never seen a real big eagle. Unexpectedly, it was riding on a transformed eagle. When the big eagle fluttered its wings, at the gate of King Fengyuan Villa, Long Wainer and the other women watched the figure of the big eagle hovering upwards, and gradually became a little crazy. Yifeng is gone, and the next time we meet, I don't know when it will be. I really hope that I can have enough cultivation strength, no matter where Yifeng goes, I can follow Yifeng and help him when he encounters dangers and difficulties. This is probably the thought in the hearts of many women present. Cultivation, I want to go back to Peach Blossom Island now, who will come with me? When the shadow of the big eagle could not be seen, Su Menghan came back to her senses, and was eager to go back to Peach Blossom Island to find Tang Qingling. Flame of Eternal Night, improving cultivation for 10 years, is very important to them now. After all, they who have abolished the Star Tumard are not strong enough to protect themselves now. If they encounter any danger, they will die. Although there is a guarantee from the Yin Shaolin monk, but the other party is not one of us after all, it is inevitable that there will be no accidents. Let's go together. After we go back, I'm going to practice on Peach Blossom Island. Long Weiner then said. She is different from women like Su Menghan, she doesn't need to study at Yenching University, and she doesn't like that kind of campus life. Compared to that, she prefers to practice. I won't go back now. Zhang Xingyun then said that she was a little entangled now. On the one hand, she also wanted to quickly reach the 50-year cultivation level again, and once again control the 4 innate ghost marks on her body. On the other hand, she didn't want to affect her studies. After all, she had an obsession. It is to get a graduation certificate from Yen University, and then let my father and mother know that she is their pride. Regarding cultivation, Zhang Xingyun actually didn't think too much about it. In this respect, as long as you follow Yifeng, don't you? Then I will stay with Xinqin. Zi Jianlan also expressed her opinion. Sister Xiaoyu, how about you? I'll go back first, Xiaoqi doesn't seem to have been to Peach Blossom Island yet. Xiaoyu said with a smile, took her younger sister, Xiaoqi's hand, but was a little worried in her heart. Just now when Yifeng came over, he didn't pay much attention to Xiaoqi, which obviously made Xiaoqi not in a good mood. This undoubtedly requires Xiaoyu to enlighten her a little bit more. To put it bluntly, the current Xiaoqi is just a student. Although she is a college student and comes from the Xiao family, she is still too simple and doesn't consider many things properly. Xiaoqi, Peach Blossom Island is very beautiful, haven't you always wanted to go there? Xiaoyu turned her head and said to Xiaoqi with a smile. Well, let's go together. Xiaoqi's mood is obviously not very good. Seeing it in Xiaoyu's eyes, she felt helpless in her heart. It seemed that when she arrived on Peach Blossom Island, she had to let that guy from the south accompany Xiaoqi well. I forgot who said it, and the reason why I can't forget a person is not all affectionate, it's just that I haven't met the next person, that's all. Xiaoyu wanted to try, let Xiaoqi get in touch with Nanfeng more. Emotionally, Xiaoyu is also reluctant to see Xiaoqi eventually become Yifeng's woman. But in fact, Yifeng completely regarded Xiaoqi as a little sister, and didn't have any other evil intentions. If they wanted to go back to Peach Blossom Island, they could only take a car or a plane. They all knew that when they returned to Peach Blossom Island, Yifeng had already left with the others and headed for Menghuang Realm. Eagle soars. Yifeng's furious Liang god turned into a big eagle, carrying him, Lin Shiqing, Obi, and Long Baxian, all the way to the top of the clouds, and then flew towards the southeast direction of Peach Blossom Island. The big eagle glides past in the air, leaving behind a majestic lightning mark, but this is something that Yifeng cannot cover up with the phantom sword technique. For a while, many meteorological and satellite centers detected this phenomenon, but they couldn't detect what it was at all. They only knew that it was a unique energy body. This unique energy body, all the way from the sky above Yanjing to the vicinity of the East China Sea, then suddenly disappeared. It's that kid Yifeng again. Yanjing, the Lin family, and Lin Dedian felt dizzy when they heard the news from the observatory. He hadn't seen Yifeng for a long time. When Yifeng was away, he really lived a stable life. However, Lin Dedian also missed this kid who performed miracles many times. It's a pity that Yifeng didn't visit him when he came back this time, which made Lin Dedian quite upset. Anyway, my daughter has been with him for so long. I invited him to come, but he still hasn't come. Lin Dedian was a little unbalanced, and wanted to call Lin Shiqing, but found that a text message just happened to be sent to him, and it was Lin Shiqing who sent it to him. It doesn't mean anything else, just to say that I will stay with Yifeng on Peach Blossom Island for a while, and then I will come back with Yifeng to see him. It's really, oh. Lin Dedian wondered and closed the text message. However, this kid, will he do something to my daughter? No, I have to let someone go and see. After much deliberation, Lin Dedian couldn't think of a suitable candidate. In the end, he could only target one person. His father, Lin Hongchuan. It is said that two old men, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, are both on Peach Blossom Island. If Lin Hongchuan wants to visit his old friends, the people of Peach Blossom Island will definitely not stop him. Lin Dedian didn't make any preparations, so he immediately got up and went to find his father. Your granddaughter has been abducted, you can't just sit by and watch. Lin Dedian thought in his heart that Lin Hongchuan would definitely agree to go. After all, the old man kept talking about it every day. After Yi Wendian was not with him, he really lost a companion. Just when Lin Dedian was looking for his father, Yifeng's furious Liang god turned into a giant eagle that had soared to the East China Sea and gradually landed. On the back of the big eagle, the dragon and the 8 immortals stand on one side of the wings. Before overlooking the high-altitude sea of clouds, now they are looking at the boundless ocean. Their eyes are full of yearning. One day, he will be able to soar freely in the sky like Yifeng. Obi ran back and forth restlessly, touching and sitting on the big eagle's back. If Yifeng hadn't had the true energy to protect his surroundings, this guy might have fallen from the sky. Remarkably brave. Ordinary people sitting on such a big eagle and flying thousands of meters above the sky would definitely be scared to pee, but Obi can still run around to watch it, which is really admirable. As for Lin Shiqing, who was standing with Yifeng, there would be a burst of exclamation from time to time. It was because the big eagle encountered a relatively violent air current, which caused her to tremble, making her stand unsteadily. Every time at this time, Yifeng would have the opportunity to support this top-ranking Yujia who makes people dream of. Lin Shiqing was attracted by Yifeng, the big eagle, and didn't notice for a while that Yifeng had taken up all her advantages. When the big eagle swooped down from the sky, the two of them got even closer, until they landed on Peach Blossom Island. Lin Shiqing breathed a sigh of relief. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had completely collapsed into Yifeng's arms, and he couldn't help but blushed all over his face. Even she couldn't help feeling a little shy in this situation. When the big eagle transformed into an angry thunder sun god landed on Peach Blossom Island, Yifeng took Lin Shiqing with him. Together with Obi and Long Baxian, they walked to the square in the middle of the island. Immediately, members of the War Soul Army greeted him. Those were two young soul cultivators who were competing in the arena. Brother Yi. Welcome back. Welcome back. The two roared at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the next person asked, Brother Yi. Do you need to call Commander Yang? What they called Yang Shunning in the past. They are all Lieutenant General Yang. But now, after they formed the Battle Soul Army, Yang Shunning was of course called Commander Yang. Call. Yifeng nodded. Then he took Lin Shiqing, Obi and Long Baxian with them. Head towards the southern courtyard cluster on the island. Obi and Long Baxian came to the island. Immediately shocked by the rich aura of heaven and earth on the island. And this is a beauty that is completely out of proportion to the world. It made them feel like they were in a fairyland. As for Lin Shiqing, there is still a delicate red color on the pure face. Obviously, he still hasn't recovered from the excitement of the eagle's rapid fall just now. Now she only knows to follow Yifeng forward. When she came back to herself, Yi Feng has brought them to his yard on the island. Everyone just sit down for a while. I'll ask my mother to entertain me. There are also some things I need to tell the people on the island. Yi Feng said with a smile to the three of them. He invited them to sit down on the stone tables and benches in the yard. The two members of the Battle Soul Army. The news has been released respectively. Everyone on Peach Blossom Island already knows about it. Yi Feng is back. Soon. Yang Shuning led Zhao Yi and Ling Chen, two deputy commanders of the War Soul Army, came outside Yi Feng's courtyard. Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng also came at the same time. When the two elders saw Lin Shiqing in the yard, can't help but shine in front of my eyes. Another granddaughter-in-law. In the eyes of the elders, Lin Shiqing seemed to have become Yi Feng's wife. No one else can take it away. About this, the second elder really wanted to have a good discussion with Lin Hongchuan, the old man of the Lin family. In their consideration, the Yi family and the Tang family want to spread their branches and leaves. Carry forward. Yi Feng must marry enough wives. Give birth to enough dolls to become. Tang Qingling followed behind the elders. He was obviously overjoyed when he saw Yi Feng. Come up to him, Fenger. This is him. Talking. She wandered her eyes on Long Baxian for a while. His name is Dragon 8 Immortal. He is from Wanner's family. He is very talented. This time I am going to take him with me to the Menghuang realm. Yi Feng said. Then he smiled, from now on, the 8 immortals will be our companions. The juniors have seen you all. The 8 immortals heard the words. Stand up quickly. Bow to everyone. After all, among the people present, the Dragon 8 immortals have the lowest seniority. The youngest. And the most important thing is that there is no cultivation base. Except for him. Everyone else present is already a cultivator. Peach Blossom Island now. Undoubtedly, it has become the only gathering place for immortal cultivators on Earth. From now on. To what extent will Peach Blossom Island develop? Even Yi Feng couldn't predict it at this time. Come, come. Fenger's friend is everyone's friend. Let alone Wanner's family. Tang Qingling stepped forward. With a gentle smile, you are welcome, young man. Sit down. I will make you some tea. Needless to say, Tang Qingling's tea art. Yi Feng greeted her and the second elder. Then walked out of the yard. He was going to tell Yang Shuning some things. And the second elder waited for Yi Feng to leave. Without thinking, he ran into the yard. Standing next to Lin Shiqing on one left and one on the right. Ahem, girl of the Lin family. Where are you planning to go with Xiaoya this time? The second elder began to extract confessions in a wretched way. Yi Feng came outside the courtyard. In front of Yang Shuning, Zhao Yi and Ling Chen. Uncle Yang. Cup. Xiaochen. We are all on our own. I'll just say something straight. Yi Feng said with a solemn expression, now Wanner and Menghan have switched to practicing Dragon Sword Ju. They will abolish their own cultivation base first. So there may be some danger. Xiaoya. You mean? Let us send people to protect them. Yang Shuning immediately understood what Yi Feng meant. He smiled and said, don't worry. There are plenty of soldiers in the battle spirit. It is absolutely possible to equip each of them with 5 members. Protect them. Uncle Yang is really smart. Yi Feng smiled. Yang Shuning really deserved to be a former vice admiral. He saw clearly what Yi Feng was thinking about. It's a trivial matter. And in the past, Ms. Long and the others also protected us. Now they switch to other methods. We protect them. It is our duty. Yang Shuning also said solemnly. What's more, Brother Yi, your divine soul cauldron has also given us a lot of help to the battle soul army. Zhao Beibei laughed. Well, this time everyone will put in a little more effort. Yi Feng then nodded and said, I'll see if there's a chance. I'll do a more advanced soul cultivation method for everyone. Soul control formula. After all, it's too low level. You can still see it on the earth. If it comes to cultivation, a place like Immortal Realm or Monghuang Realm. I'm afraid. Speaking of this, Yang Shuning looked a little sad. When in the wild world, their battle soul army lost 2 members. This is where Yang Shuning has always blamed himself. Xiaoya. Then I'll leave it to you. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Shuning said cautiously. For him, life has long since come to an end. Although he has become a soul cultivator now. But he has been doing things for Yi Feng. Strictly speaking, life no longer belongs to me. And now he. The most important thing is the other members of the battle soul army. He has to work hard to cultivate. Become stronger. It's good to be a shelter for other members of the war soul army. As their umbrella. Although Yang Shuning understood. Strong people definitely don't grow up from umbrellas. But Yang Shuning didn't want to see it even more. Before his players grew up, they fell due to lack of strength. This matter is settled. As for the specific candidates, to protect Long Wanner and the others, Yi Feng didn't want to intervene and take care of it. After explaining, Yang Shuning, Zhao Bei, and Ling Chen immediately went down to select candidates. And Yi Feng returned to his own yard. Take a look. But Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng were standing next to Lin Shiqing. Alternately ask some words. It made Lin Shiqing a little restless. Especially when Yi Feng re-entered the courtyard. Lin Shiqing's face instantly turned 2 reds. These 2 old men. It's really shameless. When you see a beautiful girl, you go up to her and try to turn her into a granddaughter-in-law. Lin Shiqing probably understood. Why are there so many beauties gathered around Yi Feng? Also almost saw it. Under the hard work of these 2 elders. From now on, these beauties will all become Yi Feng's wives. Thoughts on Lao. Yi Feng was also helpless. He had already told Lao about it. Don't do this to other girls. But only with Yi Feng's mouth. I really can't say enough about the 2 old men. These 2 guys are really talking. And rely on the old to sell the old. Even a sociable girl like Lin Shiqing. They can't help these 2 old men at all. Ahem. Grandpa. Grandpa. Stop making noises here. Now you have 3 daughters-in-law. Isn't that enough? Yi Feng entered the yard. Said with some embarrassment. Enough. Enough is enough. Yi Wendian stood up first. He glared at Yi Feng. Righteousness said, don't young people pay attention to love nowadays. As long as there is love between 2 people, there is nothing that is unacceptable. That's what I said. Everyone around was sweating profusely. Obi, Tang Qingling, Long Baxian, and others. All of them were a little embarrassed. Such remarks. This old man really dares to say that. But there is also a saying. Love is selfish. Lin Shiqing is neither slow nor slow. He said something lightly. Finished. This top-grade Yujie glanced at Yi Feng. There is still a little rosiness on the face. These words were compared to Yi Wendian's words. Undoubtedly a shocking blow. He directly refuted Yi Wendian back. But Yi Wendian had a thick skin. seriously said, selfish love is just small love. True love is all selfless. National love. Family love. This is the big love. If the love between a man and a woman wants to last, it must also become a big love. A group of people are all speechless. Okay, Grandpa. You and Grandpa sit down for a while. Have some tea. Yifeng was also puzzled by these two old men. You can only stabilize the opponent first. Tell the other party to stop talking nonsense. As for the theory with the second elder, never mind. Even if Yifeng has 10 mouths, it is impossible to win in theory. Sister Lin. Don't worry about it. Yifeng turned his head sideways. She smiled puzzledly at Lin Shiqing. Then the sound transmission passed. Lin Shiqing winked at him. Didn't say anything. But it can be seen. She wasn't mad about it. Probably also no. Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng are two old fellows. It's exactly the same character as her own grandfather. When she faced Lin Hongchuan. It's the same situation. It has long made her treat such remarks as floating clouds. Under the mind. It's a pity for Lin Shiqing. If it was Yifeng. Be really dedicated. Not so many women's words. She might really want to get together with Yifeng. Soon. Received a notification from members of the War Soul Army. Shu Shu and Li Zong. They came to the outside of Yifeng's courtyard together. Then came. There are also Dao Scar and Nanfeng, Li Jibua and others. Yifeng raised his head again. Then I saw that everyone was already standing outside the yard. Come in. I have something to tell everyone. Yifeng said to everyone. Nod and say hello one by one. When the eyes fell on Shu Shu. But he found that this beautiful young woman full of maturity was also staring at him intently. Auntie, come in and sit down. Yifeng greeted him. Then I looked around. Said, this time I will go to Menghuang realm again. Bring Sister Lin, Auntie, and Xiaozi. 8 immortals and Li Jibua, 5 of them. The rest want to go. You can explain to me now. I'm going. A crisp and lively voice sounded. Everyone looked at it. But I saw that it was the girl priest Ai Xuan who had come from the Menghuang realm. After Ai Xuan came to Peach Blossom Island. With the help of Yang Shunning and others. Finally learned simple Chinese. It's just that the tone of voice is still a bit weird. But anyway, I was able to have a pleasant exchange with everyone. For Chinese, which is not in the same language family as Ai Xuan's tribal language. Ai Xuan was able to achieve communication barriers so quickly. It can be seen that he is clever and clever. Its performance in cultivation is also second to none. Yifeng looked at Ai Xuan's lively voice. I glanced over. There was a slight movement in my heart. This little girl. Cultivation talent seems to be good too. Should she also turn to practice Dragon Sword Ju? This idea popped up in Yifeng's mind. It became one of the directions of his thinking. However, it has not been brought up yet. Then Xiaoai is also together. Yifeng nodded. Agreed to Ai Xuan's parallelism. Yeah. Ai Xuan also learned to cheer in Chinese. He ran over and hugged Yifeng with a smile. This little girl is really sensible. Yi Wendian said happily from the side. He could see it. Ai Xuan admires Yifeng very much. And worships such emotions. It is easy to sublimate into liking. Then it turns into love. Yifeng could not think about Yi Wendian anymore. Simply ignore his remarks. Ai Xuan brought the earth. Only 50 dragon blood warriors among them. Another 50. Still staying in the thrall tribe in the wild world. Guard the tribe. So this time, she doesn't need to take the dragon blood warrior back. As long as you follow Yifeng to go. Soon. Yifeng arranged everything. He brought Lin Shiqing, Shu Shu, Obi, Long Baxian, and Li Jibua. There is also an AI xuanhuan. Together, we came to Taohua Island where the cross-boundary teleportation array was placed. In addition, there are also Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. Following Yifeng to the edge of the giant teleportation array. Little bastard. You have to be careful when you go there. You know. It's time to say goodbye. Yi Wendian finally put away those flamboyant things. He warned Yifeng earnestly, no matter what the situation is, you must not take it lightly. I understand, Grandpa. Yifeng nodded solemnly. Old Man Yi has said everything that needs to be said. I won't say anything more. It's just. Tang Xiefeng said. Suddenly he smiled again. I went to Menghuang realm. I have to bring your beautiful master back. That's natural. Yifeng smiled, however. Whether master will come back with me is a problem. I'm going here. I just want to find master. See if she's okay. The current Yifeng. Her strength is already stronger than that of Su Feiying, who had cultivated for 100 years. Therefore, the reason for looking for Su Feiying is not to let her be a helper. The most important is. He missed Su Feiying. This master, who played an enlightening role in his cultivation of immortality. He didn't want to see any accidents happen to Su Feiying. Now. He is slightly stronger. There is also the inheritance of the dragon sword by his side. Whenever possible. He hoped to be able to protect Su Feiying. Su Feiying. The ice fairy in the world of cultivating immortals. She is one of the most important women in Yifeng's life. Hope. I can find master in this trip to Menghuang realm. Fortunately, I have cultivated for 100 years now. And I have condensed into the god of wrathful thunder. I can lure and fly in the air. The chances of finding master are much greater. As long as I find her related clues. Yifeng thought. And this time. If you meet the little Charmander before. Yifeng will no longer run away in embarrassment. Sword fighting. It is enough to kill such a small Charmander. In Yifeng's mind. Able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Feiying. There are only 3 girls, Long Wanner, Su Menghan, and Xiaoyu. After all. The 3 women are now Yifeng's women. If the earth is about to be destroyed. Then Yifeng should consider first. It is definitely the safety of their 3 daughters. Even Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng, and Tang Qingling. Essentially. They are not Yifeng's relatives either. It's just Yifeng's relatives who were reborn in this body. Certainly. As long as there is enough ability. Yifeng will not allow anyone around him to be hurt. No matter who. Will not work. After bidding farewell to Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. Yifeng was the first to mobilize his true energy. True Qi was sent into the giant cross-boundary teleportation array. The second elder followed closely behind. Condensed the true energy in the body. They were continuously sent into the cross-boundary teleportation array. Swish. Transmission array surface. Soon it emitted a dazzling white light. Gradually condensed into a white beam of light. Straight into the sky. 3 immortal cultivators who had cultivated for more than 100 years sent their true energy at the same time. Finally able to activate this cross-boundary teleportation array. Let this cross-boundary teleportation array start to absorb the free space power in the surrounding air. Only the power of space above the Xian level. To be able to cross to another world. Obviously. The technical level of this cross-boundary teleportation array is quite high. Gather the power of mysterious space. It was done in just a moment. This is not the first time Lin Shiqing and AI Xuanhuan have seen the cross-boundary teleportation array open. But see you again this time. Feel the aura of vast power all around. Still a little startled. Especially Lin Shiqing. Before that, there was no cultivation. I don't feel deeply. Now she has 30 years of cultivation. It is even more clearly noticeable. A tyrannical aura emanates from this cross-boundary teleportation array. AI Xuan's eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. It's been so long. Finally, I can go back to the tribe to have a look. I don't know for such a long time. How is Thrall now? There are 50 dragon blood warriors in the tribe. With their strength, guarding the horde shouldn't be a problem. Certainly. The premise is that you don't encounter creatures that are difficult to contend with like adult fire dragons. Or the more terrifying remnants of the ancient gods. If not. Even if AI Xuan is present. There is no hope of saving the tribe. In addition to 2 women. Several other people have never seen the activation of the cross-boundary teleportation array. This cross-boundary teleportation array was placed here by Yi Feng for a long time. But this is the first time it has been turned on. Obi, Long Baxian, and Li Jibua didn't blink. He stared at the beam of teleportation light condensed on the teleportation array. And exudes a tyrannical power of space. It's incredible. Obi couldn't help expressing emotion. Before a year. He never thought that there would be such a mysterious existence in this world. Him at that time. Still a high school graduate. Although already aware of Yi Feng's extraordinary. But I hadn't imagined it at all. There will be another world in this world. There are also immortal cultivators with great supernatural powers. Able to fly through the sky and escape the earth across time and space. Long Baxian is a boy with amazing talent. Did not say anything. But from his fiery eyes, it can be seen that he is eager to cultivate immortals. Regarding Yi Feng's star refining immortal code, he was determined to comprehend it fully. Dragon 8 immortals know. This is the most precious opportunity in his life. Li Jibua has cultivated for 30 years now. Although both eyes are already blind. But the divine sense can easily detect the tyrannical momentum emanating from the direction of the teleportation array. The face of this resolute young man. Also showing an incredible look. Such a powerful energy. He has never seen it. There was also Shushu standing beside Yi Feng. He was not attracted by the sight in front of him. In Shushu's eyes, it was Yi Feng's figure that existed more. It's been a long time since I saw him. Shushu recalled these days. The number of times I met Yi Feng was really very few. But she remembered every detail of Yi Feng's face in her heart. It is also the separation of these days. It made Shushu feel more certain about her certain emotions. That made her feel ashamed. Yet irrepressible emotion. However, she didn't show it. She knows. If something happened between her and Yi Feng, how to face Long Wanner is a big problem. Not to mention there are other women. Shushu sighed slightly. Seeing Yi Feng and the others step up and enter the range of the teleportation light beam. Then he followed up. Pharmacist Li Zong. Standing not far behind Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. Staring at the people gradually disappearing in the teleportation beam. There was a look of helplessness in his eyes. These days, he has been discussing medical skills and pharmacology with Shushu. Behavior and conversation. He also saw what Shushu was thinking. however this matter. But it is too troublesome. Wait until little friend Yi Feng comes back next time. I want to ask him what he thinks. Li Zong thought in his heart. At this time, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng had already stopped. He stared blankly at the empty teleportation array for a while. Let's go. Let's go back too. Tang Xiefeng waved his hand. Turn around and leave. Wait a minute. Old Tang. Yi Wendian stretched out his hand. Stopping Tang Xiefeng, you really don't have to worry about what will happen to that little bastard over there. I have been to that place. It's not as peaceful as this side of the earth. Worried. What can I do? Tang Xiefeng said. Combine the strength of the two of us. It's enough to open the teleportation array. If the little bastard doesn't come back in a month, we two old men will also go there. How about it? Yi Wendian thought for a moment. Suggestions are made. As you say. Tang Xiefeng nodded in agreement. Of course he was worried about Yi Feng going to the wild world. But he also knew that he couldn't stop Yi Feng. The two elders and Li Zong left the teleportation formation together. And not long after, Longwater and his daughters returned to Peach Blossom Island. Come with me. And Lin Shiqing's grandfather, Lin Hongchuan. The three old men got together. That's even worse. Swish. Yi Feng was really angry. The phantom sword technique was displayed. The quaint sword light flickered. All of a sudden, the entire underground altar is illuminated. Still the altar of that ancient temple. One wall was destroyed, leading to the quaint corridor engraved with several star maps from the star refining Immortal code. Come to the wilderness again. Smell the familiar smell of this place. Yi Feng was deeply touched. He could feel the smell of Su Feiying here. Then I saw Su Feiying's figure. You're all right. Come with me. Go to the corridor first. Yi Feng didn't think much about it. Su Feiying's figure was of course his imagination. Finally home. AI Xuanhuan was a little emotional. Look around. There is a kind of comfort that the fish has returned to the water. As for the others, whether it has been here or not, all of them were curiously looking at the scene around them that was completely different from that on Earth just now. The altar where the cross-boundary teleportation array of the ancient temple is located is still as dark and damp as ever. Lin Shiqing revisited her old place with deep feelings, and came to Yi Feng's side with light steps. Yi Feng, what plan do you have now? Go back to the Thrall tribe and take a rest. Yi Feng smiled. He had already thought about the plan after coming to Menghuang realm. Then you stay here to study the star map of the star refining Immortal code. I will go to the surrounding area to check the situation first. Whether it's killing the giant dragon or looking for Su Feiying, it's not something that can be done in a short while. Yi Feng must first find out the surrounding situation completely. With his 100-year-old cultivation base and the anger of the Thunder God, he will be able to defeat the other party in one fell swoop. What Yi Feng is worried about now is the other fierce and cruel creatures in the ancient jungle world of Menghuang realm. Just like giant dragons, these creatures have a deep concept of territory, and once someone invades, they must be killed. Even with Yi Feng's current cultivation level, he would not dare to wander around in this ancient jungle in the wild world. Well, let's go then. Lin Shiqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with some anticipation. She has no impression of the original star map of the Star Alchemy Immortal code. But looking at the original star map and the burnt star map, the comprehension is completely different. Obi, Shu Shu, and Long Baxin came to this place for the first time. At this time, with the brilliance condensed by Yi Feng's true energy, they carefully looked around and found that this is a very ordinary dark and damp room. Senior Yi, please. The 8 immortals came back to their senses and immediately stretched out their hand to hand over the dragon sword token that Yi Feng gave him. Well, it's okay. Yi Feng accepted the dragon sword order with a smile. The 8 immortals of the dragon have not yet started to cultivate. When they pass through the cross-boundary teleportation array, they must have something to protect them. To put it simply, the Dragon Sword token is an advanced version of the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring. Except for the sword that cannot condense true energy, other things that the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring can handle, can be easily handled by this Dragon Sword token. Therefore, the Dragon Sword Order can of course also protect the Dragon Bashian from being injured and killed during the cross-boundary transmission. Fine. Long Bashian shook his head. This place. Well, what's wrong? Yi Feng wondered, did the boy Long Bashian have some ominous premonition? It's nothing, it's just that I'm feeling a little depressed in this place. Long Bashian frowned slightly. I used to be very clear about everything around me, and even had a vague premonition, but now, I don't even have any premonition at all. Maybe it's because of the shielding of this ancient temple. Yi Feng thought about it and turned to say, you might as well come with us first, to have a look at the star map of the star refining immortal code before we talk about it. The premonition of the 8 immortals, Yi Feng can't tell what it is, but it is definitely not an ordinary thing. If you can figure it out, it will definitely help Yi Feng a lot. It's a pity that now he can't reach that level, to know what the premonition of the Dragon 8 Immortals is. Xiaoya, does your angry thunder god have fighting power? While walking, Shu Shu came to Yi Feng's side and asked softly. A little bit, but not as strong as myself. Yi Feng said, of course, compared to the fake body condensed by ancient fake body technique, it is naturally much stronger. Although the current wrathful thunder god is not as strong as Yi Feng's own fighting power, if compared with Lin Shiqing, Shu Shu, and the others, of course they can easily defeat each other. As for the 80-year-old girl priest Ai Xuanhuan, the god of thunder and thunder is not afraid of his curse, and it couldn't be easier to defeat him. However, the greatest function of Yangshan is not for fighting, but for assisting in cultivation and bringing some conveniences in daily cultivation life. Lin Shiqing, Shu Shu, Obi, and Li Jibua are all practitioners of the star refining code, and the 8 immortals are about to practice the star refining code, so of course everyone first went to the front corridor to take a look at the genuine star map. I believe you will have a good feeling. Soon, everyone followed Yi Feng all the way from the altar of the ancient temple to the corridor engraved with the star map of the Alchemy Immortal Code. Lin Shiqing is familiar with the road, condenses the true energy of the star refining Immortal Code, and closes the flame circle. Everyone came to stand under the star map of the Alchemy of Stars one after another, raised their heads one by one, and looked at the star map of the Star of Alchemy in the sky. Although the corridor was hazy and dark, the star map suddenly became brighter when they looked up, and the star map lines were clearly visible. Lin Shiqing glanced at it, and there was a strange look in her beautiful eyes. Just a glance, the bottleneck that has troubled her for a long time finally broke through. The star refining code, the second star map, was finally comprehended by Lin Shiqing, and her cultivation level finally started to grow again at the level of 30 years. This second star map actually completes the fairy art 9 stars palace mentioned in the first star map. Lin Shiqing immediately realized something. Dai Mei frowned, and began to think. From the previous exchange, Yi Feng knew that there are a total of 8 fairy arts recorded in the first star map of the star refining immortal code, including the 3 very practical fairy arts, the star refining back to heaven art, star tracking step, and star alchemy palm. The other 5 items are 5 of the 9 star palaces. 9 stars palace is an array fairy art in the alchemy of the stars. It can be cast empty-handed without using materials. It is easy to cast phantom arrays and attack arrays. The 9 star palace is of course divided into 9 types, 5 of which are recorded in the first star map, and the remaining 4 seem to be recorded in the second star map. Lin Shiqing understood it when she saw it, but if she wants to truly display the 9 stars palace, she must master all the 9 stars. Canopy, Tianrui, Tianchong, Tianfu, Tianqin, Tianqing, Tianzhu, Tianren, Tianying, a total of 9 stars, different combinations of formations that can produce different effects, unpredictable. According to the introduction on the star map of the Star Refining Code, if you master the 9-star palace formation, you will be able to easily trap enemies 5 times higher than yourself. But it is conceivable that the comprehension of Jiuxing Palace must be extremely difficult. Seeing that Lin Shiqing had finally made a breakthrough so soon, Yifeng felt happy for her. He condensed his spiritual consciousness, scanned Lin Shiqing's body, and found that the 2nd star map can allow immortal cultivators to practice for another 70 years, that is to say, they can cultivate up to 100 years at most. No matter how widened the meridians are, if you can't comprehend the 3rd star map, then your cultivation will stop for 100 years. In contrast, the golden dragon spinning sword diagram of Dragon Sword Ju can make people cultivate to 200 years in one fell swoop, which is much stronger than Star Refining Immortal Code. Yifeng didn't think too much, and turned his attention to other people. Apart from Lin Shiqing, there are Shu Shu, Obi, and Long Baxian, who are observing the star map of the Star Refining Immortal Code with all their strength. Like Lin Shiqing, Shu Shu's cultivation was stuck in 30 years, and she couldn't make any progress. Until then, like Lin Shiqing, she finally comprehended the 2nd star map and started to improve her cultivation again. Ob's cultivation was a little weaker, but now he looks up at those star maps, and he has gained a lot of insights. They are going to stay in this place for a while, so there is no rush to comprehend all the star maps now, just take it slow. Long Baxian stared at those star maps, constantly thinking about something in his mind, flashing a burst of enlightenment from time to time, letting people know what he has been comprehending. For cultivation, as a child of the Long family, the 8 immortals of the dragon certainly have a theoretical basis, so at this time, they suddenly comprehended the 1st star map and began to practice. Wait, Dan Core. Yifeng didn't expect this boy to be so fast. He was puzzled for a while, and quickly pulled Long Baxian to the side, using the dragon sword order to condense a pill core in his dantian. Only in this way can the Dragon 8 Immortal start to cultivate true Qi, otherwise, even with the Star Refining Immortal Code, what he can cultivate can only be internal Qi, and may even encounter accidents. After finishing it, the 8 Immortals continued to comprehend the Star Refining Immortal Code, and Yifeng set his sights on the blind boy Li Jibua. Li Jibua has been practicing with Nanfeng and Dao Scar, and has also absorbed the aura of heaven and earth treasures such as Qianzai Xianbing. At this time, he also has 30 years of cultivation. Immediately after Lin Shiqing, Li Jibua comprehended the 2nd star map at once and started the cultivation of the 2nd layer of Star Alchemy Code. Although he is blind in both eyes, perhaps because of this, his perception of the power of refining stars is much deeper than others. 9 Stars Palace. Li Jibua let out a low cry, raised his vigorous arm, and the power of star refining sprang out, instantly condensing an area containing special energy in front of him. 9-star palace formation. Li Jibua was the first to display it. Although the area of the 9 stars palace formed by Li Jibua is very small, it is estimated that it can only trap one person, but it does indeed play the role of the 9 stars palace. Come try it on me. Yifeng's eyes shined, and he said to Li Jibua. All right, brother Yi, be careful. Li Jibua was full of confidence, raised his arms, and burst out with great energy. Yifeng felt a burst of special energy surrounding him. It was the power of star refinement. The formation of the 9-star palace was incomparably mysterious and profound. Fortunately, Li Jibua only has 30 years of cultivation. If he has 50 years of cultivation, he might be able to trap me in it. Yifeng thought in his heart. Dragon Sword Ju's true energy was shaken, and the 9-star palace formation was forcibly scattered. Li Jibua's true energy dissipated immediately, and he could no longer continue the Jiuxing Palace. Brother Yi is too strong. Li Jibo lowered his head and said with emotion. You're not too bad. You've comprehended the 9-star palace formation so quickly. Look, Sister Lin hasn't displayed it yet. Yi Feng smiled. Don't laugh at me. Lin Shiqing heard it from the side and scolded with a smile. This 9-star palace immortal art seems to be good. Xiao Yezi will often fight with you after my sister understands it. Welcome any time. Yi Feng spread his hands, looked at Lin Shiqing's beautiful face and said with a smile, this 9-star palace formation is very mysterious. I'm so familiar with it, I won't be afraid of similar things in the future. Okay, everyone, have you finished watching? AI Xuanhuan jumped out from the side. Go to our tribe first as a guest. Brother Yi will be here for a long time anyway. Everyone has plenty of time. How about taking a rest first? Alright. Lin Shiqing glanced at the star map on the ceiling above the corridor and nodded. And there are other places in this ancient temple that have similar star maps. It should be a complete set. Then I will let the tribal warriors take you there. AI Xuanhuan said proudly. Let's go back first, Sister Lin, Auntie, Brother O, 8 immortals, Shaoli, let's go. Yi Feng greeted and walked out towards the exits on the upper floors of the ancient temple. Everyone kept up one after another, but Long Baxian and Obi were still reluctant to leave. For Obi, he finally saw the original star map of the star refining immortal code that he had cultivated for so long, and the excitement in his heart was naturally different. But Long Baxian just started practicing for the first time, which is the most important moment in his life. Of course, this moment must be firmly remembered. Shu Shu, Lin Shiqing, and Li Jibo didn't miss it very much. After all, the three of them had directly comprehended the second star chart just now. The next step is the accumulation of quantity rather than the change of quality. Of course, if you often observe these original star maps, it will definitely be beneficial to their cultivation. Everyone moved forward and soon followed Yi Feng's footsteps to the top floor of the ancient temple and came to a passage leading to the gate. At this time, Yi Feng suddenly said, Wait, there is someone in front. Thunder God. Yi Feng released Yangshan without any hesitation, let him display the phantom sword technique, and flew forward all the way. The current wrathful Thunder Yang God is almost equivalent to Yi Feng, who has been cultivated for 60 or 70 years. What is more powerful than Yin God's fake body technique is that this young god can perform any fairy art that Yi Feng knows. The wrathful Thunder Yangshan's figure flashing with lightning suddenly dissipated in the phantom sword technique, became invisible and swept forward all the way. People from other tribes. Yi Feng said in a deep voice, and the cultivation base of the dozen or so people in front is not low. How could people from other tribes appear here? AI Xuanhuan was the first to be surprised. This ancient temple was discovered by their thrall tribe. With the current strength of their thrall tribe, they should be able to easily protect this temple. Now, how come people from other tribes came into the temple? They are searching everywhere. Fortunately, the mechanism here seems to have been tampered with by your thrall tribe. It has not been discovered by the other party. Otherwise, I am afraid that the entire ancient temple is full of people from the other party. Yi Feng frowned and said, You guys are waiting here, I will take care of them first. I will go with you. Lin Shiqing and Shu Shu spoke at the same time, and as soon as the words fell, the two women looked at each other, and they both saw something in each other's eyes. Let's go then, be careful. Yi Feng nodded, if there is any accident, go back to the bottom floor as quickly as possible. Clear. Everyone nods. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he held the xuanhuan sword in his hand, opened the mechanism as soon as he moved his feet, and rushed outside. Quack quack. In the outer hall are a dozen or so strange tribal cultivators in long-sleeved robes, all of whom are priests. Seeing someone rushing out from inside, more than a dozen people who were searching everywhere reacted at the same time, and immediately someone started yelling. Quack quack. It's a pity that Yi Feng couldn't understand the other party's words. Fencing. Yi Feng started directly. Puff. Yi Feng drew out his sword. A man in blue long sleeves and braids was directly pierced through his heart by his sword. Fresh blood splashed out, and then the man opened his eyes wide, and lay down on the ground with no regrets. Although the cultivation of this group of people is not low, they are only at the level of 70 or 80 years. If they fight alone, none of them are Yi Feng's opponents. I'm afraid that the other party will join hands and use some means that Yi Feng doesn't know. Therefore, Yi Feng is the first to act first. It is not ambiguous at all. Fencing. Yi Feng non-stop. Xuanhuan and Jianfeng turned sideways and slashed towards the other person next to him. Die. Yi Feng gave a light drink. The tip of the sword was already approaching the opponent's neck. There was a crisp sound of metal intersecting. Yi Feng found that the Xuanhuan sword was chopped on a giant long knife, and the sword cut the long knife into 2 pieces. Quack quack. A lot of incomprehensible words continued to spread out. Yi Feng took a closer look, but saw a guy next to him who looked like a guard. He threw out a long knife to protect Yi Feng's second target. Although the long knife was cut off easily, it saved the man's life. This guy seems to have a high status. Yi Feng glanced over, but saw that his second target was a young man wearing a red long-sleeved robe, whose face was quite delicate compared to the others, and who was panicked at this moment. Quack. Someone ran up immediately, grabbed the young man in the red long-sleeved robe, and took him away from the ancient temple. Obviously, this red-robed youth has an extraordinary status and is the key protection target of the other party. I knew that he would be the first target to kill. Yi Feng is a bit pity. After all, this group of more than 10 people are all strong men with 70 or 80 years of cultivation. Although they couldn't react to Yi Feng's first sword, they had time to react when he swung the second sword. The clothes on this group of people are all bright and colorful. Yi Feng really can't tell who is more important to the other party. Now it seems that red is more important among this group of people. Quack quack. One of them fled with the red-robed youth, while the other long-sleeved fellows roared at the same time and rushed towards Yi Feng. It seems that this group of people wanted to stop Yi Feng from chasing and killing the red-robed youth. It's a pity they couldn't do it at all. Phantom sword art. Yi Feng was really angry. His figure in a black shirt flickered, and he went to the place near the entrance of the ancient temple in an instant. The power of space is not something everyone can comprehend. Although Yi Feng has only comprehended the power of space at the yellow level, compared to these guys who don't even understand the power of space, the advantage is already very big. The power of human-level space can already teleport people in a short distance, but under the same cultivation conditions, the distance of teleportation of the power of yellow-level space is much farther than that of human-level space power. For example, Su Feiying, who has been cultivated for 100 years, can use her full strength to teleport tens of kilometers. This is because the teleportation is a special teleportation technique that has a lot of distance bonuses. And now Yi Feng has also cultivated for 100 years, and if he really consumes his whole body's true energy, if he uses the illusion sword technique to teleport, he will teleport thousands of miles away at once. However, Yi Feng would not dare to use the teleportation that is too far away, as his true energy would be exhausted, and in case of any danger, he would not even be able to drink Luotian water in time. However, Yi Feng was able to easily catch up to the fleeing red-robed youth just by teleporting for a short distance. Where to go sword fighting? Yi Feng laughed, his figure flashed out from the void, and the simple sword light swept towards the red-robed youth. Fresh blood splattered out, but the red-robed youth hadn't reacted yet. But this time it wasn't the red-robed youth who died, but the guard who dragged him to escape. At the critical moment, the guard desperately stood in front of the red-robed youth, saving the life of the red-robed youth. Shaoli, come and trap this guy. Yi Feng didn't hesitate. For the red-robed youth, if possible, he could try to come up with some words. And others, of course, want to kill the weeds. After Yi Feng's words, Li Jibua detoured from the side and ran to the place near the entrance of the main hall of the temple. Immortal Art 9-star Palace. The red-robed youth was instantly trapped by the misty and mysterious formation. With his 70 years of cultivation, he really couldn't break free from the 9-star palace formation performed by Li Jibua. It can be seen that the tyranny of the fairy art derived from the star alchemy code. Seeing the red-robed youth trapped, the dozen or so guards that Yi Feng teleported past just now ran towards Yi Feng and Li Jibua with hideous faces. Madness. Seeing this, Yi Feng sneered. This group of guys almost lost their minds when they saw the red-robed youth trapped, as if the red-robed youth was the most important person to them. This state gave Yi Feng an excellent opportunity to defeat them one by one. Originally, if they had used their brains to separate out a group of people to deal with Li Jibua, it would have caused some trouble to Yi Feng, but now this group of people rushed towards Yi Feng in a swarm. Yi Feng had no scruples at all. Puff. One sword after another, Yi Feng easily took off the heads of several guys like cutting tofu. And that group of people had 70 or 80 years of cultivation, but they couldn't do anything about it. Yi Feng was played to death one by one like this. Fresh blood spilled all over the temple hall. Immortal Extreme Flame Fireball. Yi Feng casually shot out a few fireballs to burn all the blood and corpses in the field, filling the air with a bloody smell. In less than 5 minutes, there were more than a dozen masters, but now only the young man in red is left. If the remaining people had some brains, they wouldn't be killed by me so easily. It's a pity that the IQ of this group of people is really too low. Yi Feng thought in his heart, put away the xuanhuan sword, and then walked to Li Jibua's side. The young man in the red robe had panicked a long time ago. After being trapped in the 9-star palace formation, he couldn't even see what was going on outside. He could only hear the screams of his subordinates, which made him deeply understand that the situation is very bad now. Soon, Li Jibua lifted the 9-star palace formation, and Yi Feng's figure appeared in front of the red-robed youth. Who are you? Yi Feng's spiritual communication technique was transmitted directly to the ears of the red-robed youth. The young man in the red robe was taken aback when he heard the words, raised his head in a daze, and then kept saying Guala Guala. Yi Feng wondered what to do now. This red-robed young man doesn't know how to communicate with spiritual thoughts. These are what people have never seen before. Ai Xuan walked over with everyone, her eyebrows were tightly frowned, she looked at the young man in red robe and long sleeves, her beautiful eyes were full of doubts. Of course, Yi Feng doesn't know who these guys are. The most important thing is that the two sides can't communicate at all. I knew I wouldn't have killed them all. Yi Feng was a little puzzled. If the remaining few people don't kill, maybe there will be someone who knows the spirit communication technique, so that he can smoothly know the identity of the other party. It shouldn't matter. Lin Shiqing frowned slightly at the side. Since someone has entered this temple, there should be many of them nearby. It is very likely that the thrall tribe has been given by this group. No, hurry back. Ai Xuan also said with some worry on the side, her face changed from joy at the beginning to nervousness and fear. If the thrall tribe really fell into the hands of this group of guys, no one knows what the current situation will be like. After all, for this group of people in front of them, neither Yi Feng nor Ai Xuan have ever seen them before. Walk. Yi Feng didn't hesitate. The dragon sword Ju was activated with true energy, making the thunder god of fury turn into a big eagle again, and then let everyone step on its back, and then flew away with wings. The location of the ancient temple is not far from the thrall tribe. The angry thunder god fluttered his wings and flew to a place 2 or 3 kilometers away from the thrall tribe in a short while. Then Yi Feng let the big eagle transformed from the sun god come down, let everyone wait here, and he headed towards the Sar tribe by himself, and sent the dragon sword to fly over. Although the thunder god of fury can be used in battle, Yi Feng doesn't want it to suffer any harm. After all, the god of thunder and thunder is the same as the cultivator himself, with only one life. Once the thunder god of fury is defeated, then Yi Feng will lose the god of yang. If he wants to have the god of yang, he can only gather again. Yangshan is not fixed, each cultivator can condense more than one yangshan, but only one yangshan can be possessed at a time, and the later it is, the more difficult it is to condense high-quality yangshan. On the contrary, it is the easiest time to condense the yangshan for the first time. So if it is not necessary, no one will recklessly use yangshan to fight. Unless he is like Yi Feng, if he lets the young god stay on the earth, he can let him protect Long Wainer and the others. After all, there are only a handful of people who can defeat him on the earth. Except those who hide in Shaolin. Yi Feng thought of those old monks. Although the relationship with them is friendly now, it is only temporary. After all, the other party is not his own. Only by increasing one's own strength is the most reassuring thing for Yi Feng. Let the thunder god and everyone stand together, hiding in a dense jungle outside the thrall tribe. Yi Feng flew towards the thrall tribe with his sword. Ai xuanhuan is very familiar with the landforms around here. Of course she knows which places are the most hidden and which places are more likely to be discovered by others. Whether hiding or escaping, with Ai xuanhuan around, everyone's safety is guaranteed. What's more, Yi Feng Yangshan is here. Even if something happens, it will take a while for Yujian to rush back. Everyone has another responsibility, and that is to watch over the young man in the red robe and long sleeves. That young man was captured alive by Yi Feng. He was almost scared out of his wits. Now he was watched by Ai xuanhuan and the others. He didn't even dare to fart. Yi Feng walked alone with his sword, and soon came to the sky above the thrall tribe. His spiritual sense moved downward to detect the past. The situation in the thrall tribe made him frown all of a sudden. In the entire tribe, there are only a few scattered dragon blood warriors, and the others are all missing. These scattered dragon blood warriors were also tied up and locked in a sealed room. In the thrall tribe at this moment, all the people walking around have become those people in colorful long-sleeved clothes who were eliminated by Yi Feng in the ancient temple. Who are these people? Yi Feng frowned slightly, feeling that this matter is a bit tricky, because the people below are all well cultivated, although they are not as good as those elites who entered the ancient temple, but the key lies in the large number of people. In the entire tribe, there are about 40 or 50 guys like this, searching for something in the tribe, still interrogating the 3 captured dragon blood warriors. Something must be done. Yi Feng knows that it is not too late, the matter in front of him must be understood. He did not hesitate to mobilize the true energy of the dragon sword technique and the illusory sword technique. The confusing effect of phantom sword technique is undoubtedly the top among all illusion techniques. Relying on phantom sword technique for invisibility, Yi Feng is sure that even a cultivator whose cultivation base is twice as high as his is difficult to detect his existence with spiritual sense. There are so many inexplicable guys in the tribe right now. Yi Feng uses his ass to know that there must be a boss nearby or in the tribe. People must be rescued first. Yi Feng made up his mind, inspired by true energy, phantom swordsmanship. His figure in a black shirt suddenly disappeared from the sky and came to the place where the 3 dragon blood warriors in the tribe were trapped. What puzzled him was that the group of people who attacked the thrall tribe had pretty good IQs and didn't lock up the 3 dragon blood warriors in one room. Yi Feng wants to take all 3 of them away. It will take a lot of trouble. And in the several rooms of this tent, there are 3 scarred dragon blood warriors and a dozen long-sleeved men who guard them and torture them. These 10 people are all 40 or 50 years old. Yi Feng broke into them like he was in a deserted place. Fencing. Without any hesitation, Yifeng mobilized his Jinqi with all his strength, and with a sword from top to bottom, he slashed at the top of the entire tent. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the entire tent collapsed. In the chaos, those long-sleeved men panicked, and didn't even bother to check what happened to the 3 captured dragon blood warriors. The IQ of these people really doesn't seem to be very good. The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, his figure flashed, he threw up a dragon blood warrior, threw it on his flying sword, then grabbed the 3rd dragon blood warrior with one hand, and flew up immediately. Carrying 3 people at a time is already Yifeng's limit, and he not only needs to hold a dragon blood warrior with one hand, but also activates his true energy to condense into a true energy shield to protect the 2 dragon blood warriors behind him. Yifeng's sudden appearance made the eyes of the 3 dragon blood warriors light up. It's the strange black-clothed young man who was related to the remnants of the ancient gods. Of course the dragon blood warriors remember who turned them into warriors capable of cultivation. If it wasn't for Yifeng, they were just weak hunters who knew how to hold swords, guns, swords, and sticks. He appeared, so the chief priest who left the tribe a long time ago should have returned. Regardless of the scars on their bodies, the 3 dragon blood warriors became excited one by one. However, just as Yifeng Yujian was leaving quickly, a graceful figure suddenly flew up from the tribe and stopped in front of Yifeng. A strong breath came. Yifeng's heart was awe-inspiring. When the powerful aura came to his face, he quickly raised his head and glanced at the other party. It was a woman wearing tight lavender clothes and a lavender veil. From the outside, all she could see was her long hair, a pair of beautiful eyes, and her perfectly outlined figure. 125 years of cultivation. Yifeng probed with his spiritual sense and immediately understood the opponent's cultivation level. Stronger than yourself. But it's not that strong. For immortal cultivators, cultivation is the foundation, but more importantly, immortality. If you master powerful immortality, even if your cultivation level is lower than the opponent, you can defeat it. Of course, Yifeng has never underestimated the enemy, the same is true now. After all, the opponent is a force he has never seen before. What kind of magic he possesses, he has no idea. Judging from the breath of the purple-veiled woman in front of him, Yifeng would never think that the other party has the same IQ as those silly long-sleeved men below. Where do you want to go? A beam of divine thoughts suddenly came from the purple-veiled woman, and at the same time, Yifeng could see a strange brilliance in the other's beautiful eyes. He seemed to be curious about who Yifeng was, but he didn't ask directly. Want to go where you don't want to go? Yifeng also sent back a bunch of spiritual thoughts. His expression didn't change at all, he was secretly on guard. And his answer obviously didn't satisfy the other party. Wherever you want to go, I'm afraid you won't be able to go. The faint spiritual thoughts of the purple-veiled woman came over, and then raised her delicate arms that were also wrapped in purple tights. Seeing her raising her hand, Yifeng immediately moved with anger. Fencing. The sword light flickered, Yifeng's figure flickered, and he came to the purple-veiled woman in an instant, and swung his sword. The sharpness of the sword light surprised the purple-veiled woman. However, she didn't panic, raised her jade hand and hooked it, and a gust of true energy condensed out, forming a beam of light, and bombarded heavily on the tip of Yifeng's sword, which was already close at hand. Bang! The airflow generated by the collision of the two sides' true qi exploded instantly. Fortunately, Yifeng had already prepared for it. Magic sword. Yifeng teleported back and used both hands to catch the 3 dragon blood warriors from mid-air, then sent them to the top of a tent to stand still. He raised his head and looked into the sky. The purple-veiled woman stood firmly in the blast air, without being affected in any way, calmly watching Yifeng save the 3 falling dragon blood warriors. The royal family invites you, please don't resist. The purple-veiled woman's divine sense came again, and she raised her hand again, and the storm-like true energy condensed in the palm of her hand again. Royal. Yifeng is a bit unfamiliar with this name, but he still doesn't know what kind of existence the other party is. It seems that if you want to know more about the opponent, you can only go deep behind the enemy lines, but now he can't follow the opponent to the opponent's territory. You are actually from the royal family. Yifeng was surprised. It seems that I really can't do it if I don't go with you. As long as you know. The purple-veiled woman nodded, a smile appeared in her eyes, but the moment the smile came out, it was immediately replaced by surprise and anger. Because after Yifeng just said that sentence, he instantly mobilized his true energy, used his phantom sword technique, and took the 3 dragon blood warriors to teleport away. Yifeng used words to distract the other party's attention, and fled decisively. Now it is not suitable for him to fight the purple-veiled woman. On the one hand, he cannot win in a short time. On the other hand, even if he wins, it is useless. The ghost knows how many strong men of the so-called royal family are around the Thrall tribe. Yifeng and the 3 dragon blood warriors instantly appeared in the flickering sword light at the place where Ai Xuanhuan and the others were hiding 2 kilometers away. I rescued the 3 of them, Xiao Ai, you have to ask them, where are the rest of the tribe? Yifeng brought the 3 dragon blood warriors to Ai Xuanhuan, and immediately ordered. When Ai Xuanhuan saw the appearance of the 3 people covered with scars, she was startled immediately, knowing that there must be an accident in the Thrall tribe, otherwise it would not be the scene in front of her. With just a few words, Ai Xuanhuan has already communicated with the 3 of them, got a general understanding of what happened, and passed it on to Yifeng to know. It turned out that not long ago, about 100 people who called themselves royal clan swept away all the tribes around here, and several major tribes that were originally attached to the Thrall tribe directly took refuge in each other. The purpose of the other party seems to be looking for someone, but in the Thrall tribe, the other party seems to have found some clues, stopped some people, and wanted to catch them and torture them. Fortunately, the second priest of the Sar tribe, the former big disciple of Ai Xuanhuan, led most of the tribe to escape from the tribe in advance, and hid in the ancient temple first, and closed the entry mechanism to keep the royal family out. The whole thing happened just 2 days ago. If Yifeng and the others arrive a little later, the development of the matter may be unimaginable. Royal family, who are they? Yifeng frowned and thought about it. There is no doubt that the other party is not from the earth, and it is impossible to come from the world of cultivating immortals. He touched the woman with the purple veil, and felt that the other party's true energy was a bit strange. Compared with the true energy of immortal cultivators in the world of cultivators, he had a special aura. And this special atmosphere is shared by all royal family people. The only difference is that the aura of the purple-veiled woman is stronger. It seems to provide her with a lot of strength, and it is precisely because of this aura that she can resist Yifeng's sword fighting skills. Find someone else before talking. Yifeng immediately made a decision to return to the ancient temple first and make some preparations. Facing the menacing royal family, Yifeng is alone and weak. It is impossible to achieve anything, and the ancient temple is a bridge to the earth. He can't let the other party search the ancient temple. Otherwise, it would be no fun if the people of the royal family found a way to the earth. Xiaoya, since their people are all together, I think it can be done like this. Lin Shiqing was listening and had an idea. Don't you want to kill some kind of dragon? Why don't you go to other places to lure one over and let the dragon deal with the royal family? Good idea. Yifeng immediately clapped his hands and nodded. Now Yifeng can fly with the sword. Hundreds of kilometers can be reached in a short time, even if it is an adult fire dragon like before. The flying speed is about the same as the current Yifeng. It's a good idea to lure a dragon and let the dragon fight with the royal family. Although Lin Shiqing thought of luring the giant dragon to fight against the royal family, how to implement it is still very problematic. First question, where did the royal family come from? You must know that the ancient jungle is dense here. no matter which direction you approach the area of the Thrall tribe, you will encounter many wild beasts, and the dragon is one of them. They can travel a long distance to come here. Doesn't it mean that they have a way to deal with wild beasts like giant dragons? This is something Yifeng must consider. 8 Immortals, how do you feel now? Yifeng turned his head sideways and glanced at Long Baxian. No premonition, but it's different from the ancient temple. Long Baxian shook his head. It shouldn't be a problem to lure the giant dragon, Senior Yi, just be careful. After leaving the ancient temple, his premonition recovered, but whether it is accurate or not remains to be verified. Yifeng nodded. The premonition of the 8 Immortals, Yifeng still doesn't know what it is, so he just used it as a reference. Soon, Yifeng led the crowd back to the ancient temple and closed the passage mechanism leading to the second floor from the hall. Led by the 3 dragon blood warriors, everyone walked towards the ancient temple in another direction. It is said that they found several hidden places in the ancient temple, similar to the teleportation altar that Yifeng and others came to. The second priest of the Thrall tribe took other dragon blood warriors and people from the Thrall tribe to hide in several places. It's only temporarily safe here. Does the second sacrificial priest have any follow-up plans? Yifeng frowned slightly and asked again. Ai Xuanhuan conveyed this to the 3 dragon blood warriors, and soon there was an answer. It is said that other helpers have been contacted, but the specifics are not known yet. As they said so, they quickly led Yifeng and others to the passageway on the lower floor of the ancient temple. After twists and turns, they finally came to the entrance of an underground hall. This door is also guarded by a mechanism. If someone else comes over, it may take a while to crack the mechanism. However, as a warrior of the Thrall tribe, he is already very familiar with this mechanism. The 3 dragon blood warriors quickly opened the mechanism, and the stone door of the underground hall opened suddenly. It's a pity that in the ancient temple, Yifeng's consciousness was completely shielded, otherwise he would be able to detect the situation in the hall from a distance. Until now, he looked into the hall and saw a bunch of dimly lit candles. Beside the candles were some slightly familiar faces. It is the other dragon blood warriors of the Thrall tribe. It's a great sacrifice. Immediately someone cheered in the hall. Although Yifeng doesn't understand their language, he is already very familiar with the pronunciation of the word sacrifice, so he still understands it. However, he could also hear that the cheers of the dragon blood warriors in the hall contained some dissatisfaction as well as surprise. Apparently, these dragon blood warriors were very dissatisfied with the fact that Ai Xuanhuan was not in the tribe at the critical moment of the Thrall tribe. Teacher, you are back. A calm voice came from inside the hall. How's the situation here in Tux? Ai Xuanhuan didn't talk nonsense. She raised her footsteps and wanted to enter the hall after asking a question. Stop. A calm male voice came, and then a slender man in a sacrificial robe came out from the hall by the light of the candle. There should be people from the royal family outside searching how you got in here. Ai Xuanhuan's first disciple, the slender man, Tux asked calmly. The royal family was killed by us, and I also broke into the Thrall tribe and rescued the 3 brothers. Yifeng lightly passed on his divine thoughts, and at the same time glanced at the 3 dragon blood warriors beside him. Now Yifeng can of course see that the slender man in front of him, Tux, doesn't have any respect and gratitude towards Ai Xuanhuan. On the contrary, he seems to reject her. Perhaps during the nearly 1 year that Ai Xuanhuan stayed on Earth's Peach Blossom Island, this Tux has already enjoyed the benefits of being a tribal leader. Yifeng knew that his guess was roughly correct. This point could be seen from the look in Tux's eyes. You killed the royal family. As soon as Tux heard Yifeng's divine thoughts, he was startled, and Ai Xuanhuan acted as a translator, and translated his words to Yifeng. You are joking. The royal family sent to search the temple. At least, there are also 10 elites who have been cultivated for nearly 100 years, even you. Could it be that you have invited the remnants of the ancient gods? As he spoke, Tux's face became surprised. If Yifeng is really like before, he can call the relics of the ancient gods as friends at will, then Yifeng is really against the sky. In this case, Tux doesn't have to think about continuing to be the boss of the Thrall tribe, and he will definitely have to give way to AI Xuan again. Damn, I finally did so many things. Tux is a bit reconciled. The remnants of the ancient gods are not there. It seems that there is no need to deal with the mob of the royal family. Yifeng glanced at Tux and said with a faint smile. You mean you can kill so many masters of the royal family by yourself? Tux turned his head and looked at Yifeng with some disbelief. Except for Tux, the other dragon blood warriors behind the slender man also looked at Yifeng suspiciously, as if wondering if Yifeng could really kill so many royal masters with his own power alone. Although Yifeng's strength is very strong and he has an affair with the remnants of the ancient gods, they don't quite believe that Yifeng has improved so much in a short period of time. You must know that nearly a year ago, Yifeng could only barely defeat the great priest of the neighboring tribe. And compared with the current group of royal masters, the great priest at that time was not even a fart. Any royal master could defeat the great priest. And now, there are at least a dozen royal masters who have entered the ancient temple to search. Whether you believe it or not, this matter has nothing to do with you. Yifeng naturally didn't have the same knowledge as the other party, shook his head and said, You just need to tell us. It is said that you have already contacted other helpers, who will help us? It's a mysterious figure. Tux hesitated, and finally said out loud, I don't know his identity, but he should be able to deal with those masters of the royal family. You didn't even know his identity, yet you agreed to ask him to help you. Yifeng frowned slightly. For such a mysterious person, Yifeng will not believe it, but maybe that guy is the only hope for Tux and others. After all, in the wild world, it is impossible for Tux to lead other people to run around to other regions, and if he stays here, he will definitely be caught by the royal masters. Seeing Yifeng's expression, Tux snorted coldly, Then do you think there is any other way out for us? There are many ways out, it depends on whether you dare to think about it or not. Yifeng smiled lightly, Then let me ask you how that mysterious man told you. The communication between the two, Yifeng used the spirit communication technique. Tux's words could only be understood by AI Xuan's translation. Sorry, no comment on this matter. Tux glanced at Yifeng and then looked at AI Xuan. Even if there is a teacher, I can't tell you, otherwise our agreement with the mysterious man will be invalid, and the entire Thrall tribe will fall into the hands of the royal family. After hearing this sentence, AI Xuan obviously frowned. She also saw that the Tux in front of her was no longer the Tux who listened to her very well. Since AI Xuan has arrived on the earth, the affairs here are handed over to Tux. This slender man has been used to being a leader for such a long time. Besides, I'm afraid Tux won't be willing to be the disciple of this woman AI Xuan forever. The only way he wants to climb is to increase his strength. This is probably one of the reasons why he dared to confront Yifeng. What kind of promise did the mysterious man give him so that he wouldn't even be afraid of the remnants of the ancient gods? Yifeng thought in his heart, didn't say much, just transmitted the sound to the people behind him, Everyone get ready, we won't be with Tux, we have to find another place, and the plan to lure the dragon can also be implemented as soon as possible. It's not too late to act quickly. Lin Shiqing opened her mouth, with worry in her beautiful eyes. Tux refuses to say anything about the mysterious man. There must be other intentions. Otherwise, the mysterious man is really suspicious. His purpose is not just to help Tux. Good. AI Xuan nodded immediately, and she didn't hesitate, since she saw Tux's intentions, of course she wouldn't stand by Tux's side. Of course, it is impossible for them to do anything to the group of Tux, after all, they are all insiders of the Sar tribe. Now, do you still believe in the great priest? AI Xuan turned her head and looked at the many dragon blood warriors and thrall tribe people in the hall. Those who are willing to believe in me can leave here with me first. We will find another way to take back the tribe. Hearing what AI Xuan said, Tux looked indifferent, with a smile that was not a smile, and glanced at the people behind him. Originally, AI Xuan thought that when she said this, there would always be many people willing to follow her, but soon she found that no one in the crowd stood up to respond to her. Seeing this, Yifeng frowned slightly. He doesn't want to bring more people from the thrall tribe to become a burden, but for those dragon blood warriors, he still doesn't want to give up. But the other party refuses to go with him, and it is impossible for him to force the other party. What's more, if he wants to use the furious Leiyang deity to transform into a big eagle to fly fast, he can't bring too many people with him. No, let's go. Yifeng made a decisive decision. Wait, I'll persuade them. The dragon blood warrior who was rescued from the purple-veiled woman by Yifeng from the tribe at the side couldn't help but feel a little anxious when he saw that everyone in the hall didn't respond. Everyone listen to me, Yifeng is very powerful and will definitely lead us to take back the tribe. He has seen Yifeng fight against the leader of the royal family masters. Now Yifeng can easily rescue the three of them under the hands of the royal family master leader. Obviously, his cultivation is very deep. They are willing to follow Yifeng to witness miracles, just like the remnants of the ancient gods summoned by Yifeng. But everyone in the hall didn't think so. Mujia Erkuku, if you want to follow outsiders, then follow outsiders, don't pull us in. Someone in the hall immediately stood up and said in a bad tone, the priest Tux is now the chief priest of our tribe, and we believe in his ability. Xiaoyi can't waste time now. Lin Shiqing watched the quarrel between the two sides, quietly came to Yifeng's side, and whispered in his ear. Good. Yifeng nodded his head in agreement. Now not only the people from the royal family are opponents, even the mysterious person who has never met is also the opponent of Yifeng and everyone, and in Yifeng's opinion, the mysterious person is even more difficult to deal with than the people from the royal family. After all, no matter how powerful the royal family is, they are in the open, but the mysterious man is in the dark, and it is impossible to guard against it. Dustlet Cuckoo, let's go quickly. AI Xuan also feels that time should not be wasted now, since the other party refuses to listen to her, there is no need to stalk her. Now, AI Xuan also thinks that Tux is a bit disgusting. She actually called herself the High Priest when she was not around. You must know that the title of High Priest is not self-appointed, it was appointed by the High Priest of the previous generation. Tux proclaimed himself a High Priest. It can be seen that this slender man has a lot of ambitions. The dragon blood warrior named Majir Cuckoo was still a little bit reluctant after hearing AI Xuan's words, but he still nodded. Guys, take care of yourself. Majir Cuckoo finished speaking, looked at the other two dragon blood warriors, and nodded, then looked at Yifeng, expressing that he completely obeyed Yifeng's orders. Walk. Without further ado, Yifeng didn't hesitate, and with a wave of his hand, he led everyone to turn around and leave. The voices of Tux and others came faintly from behind. Majir Cuckoo and the others followed that outsider. They really thought that guy would save our tribe. Humph, my teacher left the tribe and left, and took 50 brothers with him. I don't know where they are. I, Tux, will definitely not let everyone fall into the hands of a boy with unknown origin like Yifeng. The great priest is mighty and majestic. Yifeng led everyone away from the ancient temple and came to the entrance of the ancient temple. I think they are really stupid and naive. Oh, be cursed and cursed all the way, what kind of shit, fart, the mysterious man believes what the mysterious man says, damn it. Try to say it again. AI Xuan was a little upset. After all, those were all from her thrall tribe. Even if she didn't like their choices, she couldn't just watch them all die. Okay, it's okay, let's lure a giant dragon and take the tribe back. Lin Shiqing smoothed things over. Although Ai Xuan shook her head and left, she didn't want to implicate Yifeng at that time, but she still wanted to save the entire thrall tribe in her heart. And at this time, she has come after her. Yifeng felt the breath coming from the sky not far away. It was the purple-veiled woman chasing after him. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Brother Yi, you go first, leave that person to me. Li Zhibo lowered his head and quickly walked in front of Yifeng. Hearing Li Zhibo's words, Yifeng was slightly taken aback. This young man, under such circumstances, he even took the initiative to stand up and buy time for Yifeng. That purple-veiled woman from the royal family, needless to say, she is so strong that even Yifeng is not sure about defeating her opponent. If Li Zhibo stands up, wouldn't it be a doomed rhythm? Brother Yi, we don't have time. If not, we will all be stopped here. Li Zhibo categorically shouted with his head down, there is more than one person in the royal family. If she stops us here, none of us will be able to leave. The breath of the purple-veiled woman quickly approached from the air, making everyone have no time to think about it. Can you? Yifeng couldn't bear it. The most important thing is that even if Li Zhibo stayed and sacrificed, would he be able to stop the purple-veiled woman in her footsteps? Should be no problem. Li Zhibo finally raised his head. Although he closed his blind eyes tightly, he could still feel the deep determination in his heart. Yangshan turns into a big eagle. Yifeng urged with genuine energy. Without hesitation, he transformed the god of wrathful thunder Yang into a big eagle. You guys go up first. Yifeng mobilized his true energy, sent everyone except himself and Li Zhibo onto the big eagle's back, and let the big eagle spread its wings. Little leaf. Standing on the big eagle's back, Lin Shiqing shouted anxiously. Sister Lin, you go first. Yifeng said resolutely, and with a wave of his hand, the thunder god of fury flew out in one direction at a faster speed. It is impossible for everyone to jump off the big eagle, formed by the angry thunder sun god. With everyone's current strength, jumping from such a high height will definitely lead to death. Brother Yi. Helplessly, after shouting out, Ai Xuan could only watch helplessly as the distance between Yifeng and herself grew farther and farther. I'll be fine and catch up with you soon. Yifeng passed the sound transmission calmly, then turned around and glanced at Li Zhibo in front of him. Shaoli, then I'll go and attract her, you can prepare for the 9-star palace. Yifeng solemnly said. Go, I can feel your breath with my spiritual sense. Li Zhibo nodded heavily. Although his cultivation level is not high, he can't detect how much cultivation level Yifeng and the purple-veiled woman have, but when Yifeng and the purple-veiled woman can't hide their aura, Li Zhibo can still sense their positions. Yifeng Yujian flew up and instantly came to the top of the high jungle-dense forest, and saw the purple-veiled woman of the royal family coming from the sky. Fly out of thin air. Yifeng gave the members of the royal family a higher look. Just like Su Feiying's flying horse, there must be a similar flying fairy art in the royal family. This is much more high-end atmosphere than Yifeng, who still needs a sword to be able to fly. Stop running. The purple-veiled woman approached every now and then. A pair of eyes exposed outside the veil stared at Yifeng. A faint spiritual thought came. To deal with you, why run away? Yifeng asked the other party in a more indifferent tone. Then let's fight. The purple-veiled woman didn't say much. Her eyes flashed fiercely. She raised her plain hand, and a gust of Jinqi swayed violently towards Yifeng. Magic sword. Without hesitation, Yifeng activated the true energy of the dragon sword art and used the illusion in the illusory sword art to immediately trap the purple-veiled woman inside, while Yifeng teleported directly above her to avoid the other party's attack. The power of space is well comprehended. Even if it wasn't that person who caught you, I would still have merit. The purple-veiled woman's divine thoughts spread out, and then a burst of terrifying power erupted from Yifeng's phantom formation, instantly shattering his phantom formation to pieces. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two sides is still too big. When confronted head-on, Yifeng is not the opponent. In 125 years, light and light are more powerful than Yifeng, and the purple-veiled woman is 5 times stronger than Yifeng. This gap is difficult to make up for when the purple-veiled woman herself also has powerful fairy arts. Even the derived fairy art of Dragon Sword Ju can hardly make up such a big gap. That depends on whether you can catch me or not. Yifeng laughed, passed on his spiritual thoughts, and at the same time his true energy continued to mobilize. Fencing. Yifeng waved the dragon sword in his hand, and the figure instantly appeared beside the purple-veiled woman, stabbing out with the sword. This sword is really strong. Even the purple-veiled woman has seen Yifeng's sword before, but she is still amazed when she encounters it again at this time. With just 100 years of cultivation, being able to display such a powerful swordsmanship made the purple-veiled woman even more certain that Yifeng is extraordinary. Royal Secret Technique Tianshui Smokescreen. The purple-veiled woman seemed to be showing off her fairy art on purpose, and passed the name of the fairy art to Yifeng to know. As soon as the voice of her spiritual thoughts disappeared, a burst of sky-blue smoke suddenly spread, surrounded her whole body, and blocked Yifeng's sword-fighting skills all at once. A burst of strong ripples spread out from the smokescreen, but in the end Yifeng still failed to break through the smokescreen. And as the water smoke spread that day, Yifeng felt that his spiritual perception seemed to be hindered, and it quickly weakened to a level that was not even half as good as before. This smokescreen has the effect of hindering consciousness. Yifeng noticed it immediately and kept it in his heart. It seems that this should be a very practical fairy art among the royal family's fairy arts. In the future, when dealing with such royal people, you must pay attention to this day's water smokescreen. At this time, Yifeng didn't pay much attention to these smokescreens. 9 Stars Palace. At the bottom, Li Jibua finally prepared the 9 Stars Palace, a derivative of the immortal art of alchemy, at this very moment. Burning. Li Jibua roared, although he is blind in both eyes, but his cultivation talent is still very high. When he was in Chongbai Mountain, this young man watched his girlfriend being bullied by Long Xian, the little white face of the Long family, jumping off a building to death, but at that time he was unable to protect his girlfriend. From then on, he vowed to have the strength to protect those around him. It seems that the endless power of refining stars emerged from Li Jibua's body and condensed into an extremely solid 9-star palace, trapping the purple-veiled woman in midair. What is this, you ambushing me? The girl with the purple veil had some anger in her divine sense, but she had just cast the sky water smoke screen, and she really couldn't break through the 9-star palace for a while. And the 9-star palace condensed by Li Jibua absorbs the power of the stars in the sky in a short period of time and condenses it to become more and more indestructible. Even Yifeng was shocked by this scene. Li Jibua, who has cultivated for 30 years, is able to do such a thing, trapping all the purple-veiled women in it. No. This kid is actually burning his own life. When Yifeng discovered that Li Jibua was actually burning his own life, he couldn't help being a little stunned. This method of burning life is not something everyone can learn. Why did this blind boy learn such a method? You must know that even Yifeng does not know how to burn life. And this boy actually used it on this occasion. Once it starts to burn life, it is impossible to stop the fairy art performed by Li Jibua, only to use life to burn to keep it going. Although he has only cultivated for 30 years, the power generated by burning life is really unimaginable. The purple-veiled woman was suddenly trapped by the 9-star palace and couldn't get out of it. At the same time, she felt that her true energy was constantly being lost. This is the dominance of Jiuxing Palace. Once trapped in the Jiuxing Palace, its true energy will be absorbed by the Jiuxing Palace and refined into the power of star refining, which in turn will become the nutrient of the Jiuxing Palace, making the Jiuxing Palace stronger. Although the purple-veiled woman's face is not exposed to the outside, it can still be seen that her face turned pale all of a sudden. The fairy art of Jiuxing Palace is too scary. Yi Feng looked at the purple-veiled woman's reaction, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The things recorded in the ancient temple are really extraordinary. What kind of master of the royal family is nothing in front of the power of the ancient temple? Since Shaoli is burning his life, I can't do nothing. Yi Feng glanced at the dense jungle below. Li Jibua burned his own life in that direction, trapped the purple-veiled woman, and gradually absorbed all the true energy in her body with the 9-star palace immortal technique. And at this moment, Li Jibua's life is gradually coming to an end. Soul Ding. Without even thinking about it, Yi Feng summoned the soul cauldron and threw it into the dense jungle below. Shaoli couldn't hold on anymore, so he ran in, and I'll catch this woman. Yi Feng passed the voice transmission, so he could only put Li Jibua's matter behind his head, raised his head, and focused on the purple-veiled woman who was trapped in midair by the 9-star palace. As the restraint of the 9-star palace gradually weakened, the purple-veiled woman's true energy has long been absorbed, so she is still unable to move at all. Yi Feng walks with the sword fighting swordsmanship. A sword easily pierced through the chest of the purple-veiled woman, and fresh blood seeped out. There was a look of pain between the eyebrows of the purple-veiled woman, her eyes were fixed on Yi Feng, but she couldn't make any move. You are captured. Yi Feng's faint spiritual thoughts passed on. He could feel that there was no pill on this purple-veiled woman that could restore her true energy, and her inner body was indeed completely empty of true energy. At this moment, the purple-veiled woman is no threat to Yi Feng at all. Lay on hands. Yi Feng casually raised his hand to stop the bleeding of the purple-veiled woman, but the pain of being pierced in the chest by a sword still made her faint from the pain. Now is not the time to feel pity. The light of the 9 stars palace gradually faded. Yi Feng grabbed the purple-veiled woman, stepped on the xuanhuan sword, and flew under the dense jungle with the woman's yujian. The divine soul cauldron is standing quietly in the forest. Li Jibua's soul has already entered the divine soul cauldron. The price of burning life is that the life is withered, only the soul exists. Fortunately, Yi Feng has the soul tripod, otherwise Li Jibua will die if he dies. And he is willing to burn his life, probably because he knows that Yi Feng has a soul cauldron. The effect of the soul tripod is very good for the soul. First, it can repair the trauma of the soul. Second, it can purify the quality of the soul. Even those who have practiced martial arts before their lives, their souls can stay in the soul cauldron for a while, and they can practice soul-cultivating mental methods. But Yi Feng is a little confused. He has never tested whether the souls of people who have practiced the cultivation of immortality can be purified by the soul cauldron after death. If the soul cauldron really has this function, then Yi Feng will be rich. It is conceivable that if in the world of cultivating immortals, those cultivators can continue to practice soul cultivation and become soul cultivators after they die. What a deadly temptation this is for cultivators. However, whether the soul cauldron has this function remains to be studied. At least Yi Feng feels that this is not very reliable. Let's talk about everything after Li Jibua wakes up. Li Jibua, who just died maybe because of burning his life, now his soul has entered the soul cauldron and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Feng could only put away the soul cauldron in one hand and the purple-veiled woman who had fainted in the other hand. Yu Jian flew up, and flew towards the direction where the thunder god of fury was now. Although he captured a woman with a purple veil, Yi Feng knew that there must be more than one master of the royal family. With Yi Feng's current strength, he still can't fight against the masters of the royal family. The only way is to find a giant dragon as planned before, and lure the dragon to fight fiercely with the masters of the royal family. If you don't leave now, the people from the royal family will definitely catch up soon. The ancient sword light draws a stream of light, quickly travels through the air, and chases after the big eagle transformed by the angry thunder sun god. When Yi Feng, Li Jibua, and the purple-veiled woman were fighting fiercely just now, the big eagle transformed by the thunder god has already flown several kilometers away. Fortunately, this distance is nothing to Yifeng. Soon, he stopped the angry thunder sun god, and then chased after him with his own sword. From a distance, he saw a big eagle shining with thunder. It was he who was transformed by the god of wrath and thunder. Sister Lin, Xiaoai, are you all right? Yifeng's voice transmission from afar got a quick response from Ai Xuanhuan. Everyone was fine, but they were all worried about Yifeng. I'm fine. Yifeng sent a voice transmission to appease the anxious people. It's just that Shaoli burnt his life and is now in the soul cauldron. What? Burning life. Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. Does anyone know how he learned this trick? Yifeng flew back with the purple-veiled woman and the soul tripod. After thinking about it, it is really inconvenient to hold the soul tripod like this now. So he summoned Li Jibua's sleeping soul, sealed it into the dragon sword token, and let him enter the soul cauldron when he is free in the future. Anyway, if it is sealed into the dragon sword order, not only will it not damage his soul, but it will also be beneficial. Before burning life, I seem to have heard Scar and the South say. Shushu took the lead in answering Yifeng's question. It turns out that they actually figured out such a way by themselves really. Yifeng shook his head, a little puzzled. This method can greatly improve the strength of the cultivator, and even Li Jibua has only 30 years of cultivation, and he has trapped the powerhouse at the level of the purple veil woman. But performing this trick is fatal. There are countless ways to burn life, and the effects achieved by various methods are not the same. In the world of cultivating immortals, some sects focus on burning life, which can make their disciples explode tens or even hundreds of times in combat power in an instant, but after the explosion, there is only one result of death. However, this sect is full of people who fight desperately, so they are well known in the world of cultivating immortals. And even those big sects dare not provoke this sect at will, because they are afraid of these desperate people. Li Jibua's burning life is undoubtedly beyond Yifeng's expectations. However, this method was realized by Scar and the South together. It is considered normal. After all, there are many people with great power. If you concentrate on thinking, the efficiency will definitely be much faster than one person. But none of them are strong enough. Of course, the most important problem to solve is to improve their combat effectiveness. Studying in the direction of burning life can be regarded as a normal method, but the method they comprehended is obviously not very efficient. Compared with the sects that focus on burning life in the world of cultivating immortals, Li Jibua's method is quite inferior. Burning life can't achieve their effect of increasing hundreds of times. Forget it, it's not the time to think about it yet. Yifeng temporarily let go of Li Jibua's affairs. After all, Li Jibua's soul will never encounter any danger in the dragon sword token. When things with the royal family are settled here, it's time to deal with Li Jibua's soul and see if the soul cauldron can help him. You caught her up. Lin Shiqing glanced at the purple-veiled woman in Yifeng's hand and couldn't help but asked, why don't you see what she looks like? Yifeng was right after thinking about it, so he nodded and stretched out his hand to tear off the purple veil on the woman's face. What appeared in front of everyone was an exquisite face with a snow-white complexion, beautiful black eyebrows, and a straight nose, which turned out to be a typical face of an oriental beauty. The people of the royal family don't know what their identity is. Yifeng thought in his heart, shook his head, and said, let's go. Let's find a giant dragon first. Seducing the dragon not only can use its power to deal with the royal family, but also allows Yifeng to take the opportunity to complete the experience of inheriting the dragon sword, killing two birds with one stone. The big eagle transformed into the god of wrathful thunder took everyone to fly forward. If the sun also rises from the east in the wild world, then everyone is flying towards the west at high speed under the sun. In order to avoid being tracked, Yifeng flew above the clouds when he led the crowd, so they couldn't see what was going on underneath. Even Yifeng's spiritual sense, which can perceive a range of 1 kilometer, cannot detect the situation on the ground. But everyone knows that the endless forest on the ground is completely ancient, and there is no limit at all, because green and green are constantly appearing in everyone's sight from the gaps in the clouds. How vast is this ancient jungle? Could it be that the royal family searched in from outside the ancient forest, or could it be said that they were also other races that crossed over from other worlds like Yifeng and the others? These questions are unknown to everyone. During the flight, Xu performed the star-returning technique and used powerful healing methods to heal the chest injury of the purple-veiled woman. The cause of the woman's coma was not the sword wound, but the true energy in her body was absorbed by the Jiaoxing Palace. Maybe it's because the 9-star palace and star refining technique come from the same source. Xushu's star refining technique easily woke up the purple-veiled woman from a coma. You've been captured. Now, whatever I ask you, you just answer. Do you know? Yifeng's faint spiritual thoughts were passed on immediately. The royal family is unyielding, you don't have to try to get anything out of my mouth. As soon as the purple-veiled woman woke up, she looked around and immediately understood that she was in a bad situation. She didn't try to resist, just sat up quietly, closed her eyes, and meditated. I won't ask you any secrets. Yifeng lightly passed on his divine thoughts. What's your name? The purple-veiled woman didn't say a word, as if she didn't receive Yifeng's spiritual thoughts. You are not afraid of death. Yifeng didn't pursue the question, but changed the question. The royal family is unyielding, what is so terrible about death? The woman with the purple veil didn't change her face and said without hesitation. It is true that death is not terrible, but there are many things in this world that are more terrible than death. Obi on the side said it as a matter of course, his eyes swept to several sensitive parts on the woman's chest and thighs. His gaze was suddenly noticed by the purple-veiled woman, who immediately opened her eyes. What do you want to do to me? What do you think? Ob looked at her chest, licked his lips, and glanced at the 3 dragon blood warriors beside him. The dragon blood warriors have not seen many women so far. Ai Xuan is their high priest. They dare not blaspheme. Lin Shiqing and other women are Yifeng's friends. Of course they don't dare to make any plans. But the purple-veiled woman in front of her is their captive. The eyes of the 3 dragon blood warriors suddenly became hot, as if they wanted to swallow the purple-veiled woman. The woman immediately understood what Obi meant. This white-haired boy is too shameless to use this method to threaten her. My name is Tianhong Rui. If you have any questions, just ask. The purple-veiled woman said her name and closed her eyes again. For Ob's aggressive eyes, she chooses to keep out of sight. Tianhong Rui. Yifeng murmured the name, thinking about it. He never had any impression. As for the surname Tianhong, he had never heard of it before. Brother Oh, I'll leave it to you, no matter what you ask, tell me later. Yifeng saw that Obi seemed to have a good idea for this woman, so he handed Tianhong Rui to Obi. Hey okay. Obi accepted the task at once, grabbed Tianhong Rui's tender arm, pulled her aside, and sat with the 3 dragon blood warriors. Tianhong Rui's complexion suddenly changed. Yifeng didn't think about this side anymore, because he noticed that there seemed to be some huge monster in the clouds and mist in front of him, which was approaching rapidly. The sun god descends. With Yifeng's true energy, the big eagle transformed into the god of thunder, and thunder quickly fell towards the bottom of the clouds. Soon, everyone saw the dense ancient forest under the sky again, stretching into mountains. To avoid the behemoths flying overhead, they have to land in the jungle. But this ancient jungle is not so easy to invade. Almost everywhere there will be a beast guarding the territory of a certain beast. Yifeng led the crowd hovering above the ancient forest, and occasionally heard the roar of tigers and beasts coming from below. Even Yifeng, who had 100 years of cultivation, felt a little shudder when he heard it. None of these beasts are easy to deal with. While circling, Yifeng suddenly locked on to one of the sunken jungles, and immediately flew down there with everyone. Flutter. Everyone penetrated the top of the jungle and landed in the damp and cold ancient jungle with large leaves. You wait here, I will come as I go. With a mysterious smile on Yifeng's face, he flew away alone with his sword. You said brother you wouldn't be in any danger, right? AI Xuan is a little anxious. Probably not. Shu smiled softly at the side. He has always been very measured in doing things, and just looking at his expression, he seems to have found something good. Lin Shiqing stood next to Shu, didn't speak, just glanced at Shu. Yifeng's little aunt, why does she know Yifeng so well? Go don't talk nonsense. Obi also learned the spirit communication technique when he condensed his consciousness. Now, as soon as he landed, he pulled Tianhong Rui and twisted her to a small bush beside him. When everyone saw this, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. This white-haired boy really did it well. Anyway, Yifeng handed Tianhong Rui to Obi. As for how he handles it, it's none of other people's business. And Lin Shiqing, who has spent a lot of time with Obi, knows that this white-haired boy will have different ideas in everything he does. In front of him, it was probably Obi's tricks to get out the woman's words. Yifeng flew alone with his sword in the direction of the jungle. The reason why he chose to land at this place is because the beast boss in this area is currently in a state of serious injury. In the ancient forest, any beast leader is extremely powerful, at least not inferior to the little Charmander that Yifeng personally killed before. 100 years of cultivation is the minimum bottom line, otherwise you will not be able to gain a foothold in this jungle. And now Yifeng's position is surrounded by ferocious beasts with 200 or 300 years of cultivation. It is extremely difficult to deal with. We have to find such a seriously injured guy to fight. Swish. After a few ups and downs, Yifeng put away the dragon's sword, walked through the dense jungle, and soon came to the entrance of a cave. Not only was the beast seriously injured, but there was also a burst of strong heaven and earth aura coming from this cave. I'm afraid there are rare treasures of heaven and earth in it. Yifeng stood at the entrance of the cave, pondered for a while, and decided to break open the cave violently. But just before he made up his mind to do it, the already dark dense jungle suddenly became pitch black. The originally sparse sunlight was completely blocked by unknown creatures from the sky, and a huge shadow was cast in the jungle, turning the entire jungle into darkness. If it wasn't for Yifeng's spiritual consciousness, he would immediately become blind at this moment, unable to detect anything around him. That's the giant. Yifeng's heart was shocked. He knew that the one flying in the sky was the gigantic monster he had noticed from afar just now. That colossal monster may not have a radius of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, because it is so big that Yifeng can't even tell what kind of existence it is. It is the remnant of the ancient gods. The icy wind hangs down from the sky, and the entire ancient forest is a mess. At this time, Yifeng and the others have been flying for several hours, thousands of kilometers away from the Thrall tribe and the ancient temple. I am afraid that this huge monster cannot be seen from the Thrall tribe, and its flight direction is not the direction of the Thrall tribe. There are so many incredible existences in the whole wild world. Yifeng couldn't calm down for a long time. It wasn't until the gust of wind swept away countless tall trees in the jungle that he finally came to his senses and quickly mobilized his true energy. Magic sword. Yifeng disappeared and teleported to the cave in front of him instantly. Inside the cave, the injured minotaur was trembling, as if shocked by the majestic aura of the colossus. Although it originally had more than 200 years of cultivation, at this moment, the minotaur has no fighting power at all. Fencing. Sword light flashes from the void, fresh blood appears. After being hit in the neck by Yifeng's sword, the minotaur fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Yifeng appeared on the side, and beside the minotaur, you can see that there is a plant of Tian Katibo that is about to be taken. Maybe the Minotaur wanted to use it for healing, but it is a pity that Yi Feng killed him before he could enjoy it. It's wild grass. Yi Feng was overjoyed. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing when he came down. Could it be that the Minotaur was almost fatally injured when it was fighting for this wild grass? This is a mature xuanhuan grass. Absorbing its heaven and earth aura can improve one's cultivation for 5 years. For Yi Feng now, every 10 years of cultivation can double his total amount of true energy, and 5 years of cultivation can increase his total amount by as much as 40 to 50%. Don't look at 5 years of cultivation seems to be very little compared to 100 years of cultivation, but in fact, the improvement of his actual combat effectiveness is quite obvious. Coming out of the Tomb of Dragon Sword for the first time, Yi Feng has been cultivated for 100 years, the upper limit of 100 years. But now, the upper limit of his cultivation has reached 110 years, which is more than enough to absorb this wild grass. Without hesitation, Yi Feng directly held Tian Wanko in his hand, and the core of the core was running, and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in it. The Tianhuang grass and the Tianhuang stone beads have always existed together. Since the Tianhuang grass appeared, the Tianhuang stone beads should also be nearby. Yi Feng thought for a moment, but shook his head. To be able to kill this Minotaur and snatch Tianhuang grass, it is due to the right time and place. If the Tianhuang stone beads were in the hands of other beast leaders, Yi Feng would not be sure to snatch them, and he would even die because of it. The most important thing now is to lure a giant dragon back to the Thrall tribe to get the royal family and the dragon sword inheritance experience done. Soon, Yi Feng absorbed the aura of heaven and earth contained in the wild grass, and his cultivation base was raised to 105 years. He glanced at the body of the Minotaur next to him, waved his hand, and put it into the storage space of the Dragon Sword Order. This Minotaur also has a lot of good refining materials. Yi Feng took care of everything, scanned the place with his spiritual sense, saw nothing suspicious, decided to go back first. The huge monster has already flown away. Yi Feng can continue on the road to find a giant dragon to lure. But when Yi Feng got out of the cave and flew towards where Lin Shiqing and the others were, he found a strange phenomenon from afar. That boyob seems to be very close to that day Hong Rui. What's happening here? When Yi Feng returned to where the people were, he found that they had just recovered from the shock. Nobody knows what that giant monster just flew through the sky. Is it a creature? Or an extremely large machine? Because it was covered by the dense ancient jungle, no one could see what was flying above. Although everyone wanted to know, they didn't dare to take action, and they didn't climb to the top of the tree to watch. Because even at the bottom of the jungle, they felt the extremely strong wind blowing in. If they reached the top of the tree, they might be swept away by the hurricane. Compared with satisfying thirst for knowledge, saving one's life is obviously more important. What surprised Yi Feng was that Tianhong Rui, who was originally a purple-veiled woman, now stood quietly with Obi, looking very calm. "Little bee, come here." Obi waved his hand at Yi Feng from afar. Yi Feng didn't hesitate, walked forward quickly, returned to the crowd, and looked at Obi with doubts in his expression. "Little bee, here's the thing." Obi coughed, pulled Yi Feng over, and said softly, "Alone, Tianhong Rui and the royal family came to this wild world from another world. The royal family is very powerful, and there are many thousand-year-olds in the entire royal family. General, if we fight against it, there will be absolutely no good fruit to eat." Thousand-year cultivation? Yi Feng's heart trembled. The royal family, a force that also came from another world, actually had such a powerful existence. If such a force can reach the world of cultivating immortals, it may be able to overwhelm the top-ranked sects in the world of cultivating immortals. Obviously, Tianhong Rui is just a small role in the royal family. Tianhong Rui is the lowest-ranking officer in the royal family. The ordinary soldiers below her are puppets, with only 70 or 80 years of cultivation, so they are not very intelligent. Above her, there are many commanding officers. In a short period of time, Obi has found out the general situation of the royal family. This made Yi Feng very surprised. Xiaozi, how did you talk to her? Yi Feng glanced at Tianhong Rui, who was standing quietly beside him, feeling a little strange. This girl just now looked like she would rather die than surrender, and she explained everything to Obi in a blink of an eye. Could it be that Obi is full of charm? Hey, it's nothing. Obi scratched his head and smiled. The women of the royal family are just like our ancient Chinese people, they are very loyal. Yi Feng opened his eyes wide when he heard that. You mean what did you give her to? That's not. Obi said embarrassingly, it's just that when I dragged her to the grove, I touched a place that shouldn't be touched, and in the end she was addicted to it. Yi Feng's head was covered with cold sweat. This kid is really slutty enough, this kind of thing can be done like this. So now, I not only know the general power of the royal family, but also the purpose of their coming here. As Ob spoke, his expression gradually became serious. Little B, I suspect that they are here to look for you in the wilderness realm. Find me? Yi Feng was full of doubts. Is this impossible? What relationship do I have with this royal family? In the past, Yi Feng had never seen the power of this royal family, or even heard of it. If it is said that the other party came here specially to find him, then there are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that the royal family is related to the inheritance of the dragon sword, either friendly or hostile. The second possibility is that the royal family has contacts with Su Feiying, so the people from the royal family came to Yi Feng because of Su Feiying. Soon Yi Feng's second guess was confirmed. You have nothing to do with the royal family, but a deadly enemy of the royal family has something to do with you. Obi was serious, and quickly explained the whole thing. The royal family has a deadly enemy, Xingning, who came to the Menghuang realm by accident when they were chased by the royal family. The royal family immediately chased and killed them. Xingning was seriously injured, and he was able to catch him easily, but he didn't expect that Xingning was rescued by a woman in the Menghuang realm. Woman? Su Feiying? Is it my master? Yi Feng's expression changed. I'm not sure. This is a high-level secret in the royal family, so Tianhong Rui doesn't know the details. Obi shook his head. That's why their royal family members began to search everywhere in the wild world. There are still many teams like Tianhong Rui who lead teams of hundreds of people through the ancient jungle. Then why do you say that people from the royal family came to look for me again? Yi Feng had a strange expression on his face. Because Tianhong Rui discovered the dragon blood warriors of the Thrall tribe. Obi said, those dragon blood warriors originally did not have pill cores, but they were artificially transformed into immortal cultivators. This attracted Luo Ye's attention. In the world of the royal family, there are also many people without pill cores who cannot cultivate. Many of them are direct descendants of those great figures, so Rui wanted to find out the reason why they became dragon blood warriors. Of course, little B, I didn't tell Luo Yi about that woman might be your master, and that the dragon blood warrior became an immortal cultivator because of you. After Obi finished speaking, he specifically explained. Yi Feng nodded. After all, Tianhong Rui is a member of the royal family. Although Obi said that the other party has become very considerate and docile, who knows if the other party is cheating? Who is that guy? Yi Feng glanced at the young man in red long sleeves in the crowd. This guy was knocked out all the way, and he just woke up after the huge thing flew by, and when he saw Tianhong Rui, he started yelling non-stop. Who knew what he was talking about? I don't know yet. I didn't have time to ask. Go back and ask now. Obi chuckled, turned around and returned to the crowd. Yi Feng stepped to keep up. Luo Yi, who is this guy? Obi glanced at the woman in lavender clothes Tianhong Rui carelessly, and asked. He is the son of our army commander and has a high status in the royal family. Tianhong Rui glanced at the red-sleeved young man. I have always been my suitor, so I stayed in our army. I didn't expect to be caught by you when I was exploring the temple. Exploring the temple is a great contribution to the royal army. There are ancient temples everywhere in the ancient forests of the Menghuang realm, and the royal family also emerged from an ancient temple. The ancient temples all over the wild world lead to different worlds. Different worlds mean rich resources. The royal family followed Xingyin to the Menghuang realm by accident, and immediately knew that they had found a place of treasure. Therefore, investigating the temples has become the top priority of the royal family now. As long as they figure out where these temples lead, they will be able to have more cultivation resources and forge more powerful men. Of course, exploring the temple is also very risky for them. In case the existence of a certain world is much stronger than them, it would be to lure wolves into the house, so the royal family had to be cautious. Because exploring the temple is so important, if you can find something, it will be a great military exploit. Tianhong Rui's superior leader sent his son to follow Tianhong Rui, waiting for the opportunity to make meritorious service, and by the way, try to harvest a beautiful wife for their family. It's a pity that Tianhong Rui doesn't have any affection for the red-sleeved young man, so naturally he won't give in. In the royal family, women in the army are absolutely not allowed to tease and force them. That would violate the laws of the entire royal family. Even Tianhong Rui's boss could not keep his son. So, of course that kid can't be strong against Tianhong Rui. It's a pity that Yi Feng ruined all the opponent's plans now, not only arresting the red-sleeve youth, but also making Obi so frivolous to Tianhong Rui. Yi Feng looked at Tianhong Rui's eyes from the side, and saw that although this beauty was somewhat resentful towards Obi, she was more helpless. Obviously, the culture of the royal family is the same as that of Huagua in ancient times, even more conservative. There is no need to act too much. Even if someone touches the sensitive parts, the woman will recognize him as a man. For such a result, Yi Feng naturally did not expect it, but it is of course a good thing for him. Good boy, I came to Menghuang realm and found such a beauty for you. Yi Feng patted Obi's shoulder and smiled. CIAO, I'm afraid I won't be able to support her, and once she regains her strength, won't I just be bullied? Obi had a mournful face. As a member of the royal family, Tianhong Rui naturally has enough cultivation resources, but if it is handed over to Obi, he may not be able to hold those treasures. Even on the earth, the natural materials and earth treasures that blade technology can buy now may not be able to meet the needs of Tianhong Rui alone. What's more, blade technology is not owned by Obi, but by Yi Feng. Let's take her back first. Maybe she won't want to cultivate so much after arriving on Earth. Yi Feng scratched his head. He could only say this first. Besides, if I get enough natural materials and earthly treasures, I will definitely not lose you, kid. For the time being, that's all we can do. But let's help you solve the matter here first. Ob nodded. Obi is not ugly, on the contrary, he is a little handsome, but his white hair makes him not popular with pretty girls in Yenqing University. Especially, in the eyes of others, Obi and Lin Shiqing are very close, and they think this kid is pursuing Lin Shiqing. The other girls, out of jealousy, naturally wouldn't have any good looks towards Obi. As a result, this kid originally wanted to have a relationship in college, but he never had a partner. It's all right now, I picked up a Tianhong Rui in the wild world. Tianhong Rui is very beautiful, and even if she is admitted to Yenqing University, she can definitely become a schoolgirl, no less than Lin Shiqing, Su Menghan and other girls. Moreover, Tianhong Rui still has 125 years of cultivation base. If he is really obedient, it is definitely Obi who picked up the treasure. It's just that it's still not sure whether this beauty is really obedient, and whether the things about the royal family are true. On this point, Obi and Yifeng must be more conservative. The dragon and the master. Yifeng thought in his heart, frowning slightly. The current matter is not only about slaying the giant dragon, but also finding Su Feiying. If the royal family is really looking for ancient temples in the wild world, then sooner or later, the cross-boundary teleportation array leading to the earth will be found. The royal family, but there are strong people who have achieved the Tao for thousands of years. This is definitely not good news for the planet. Could it be that this is what the old monks of Yin Shaolin said about the cursed star from heaven? They must not be allowed to reach Earth. Yifeng made a decision in his mind. In any case, the people of the royal family must be blocked from the Earth, and there are only two ways to achieve this. The first is to destroy the cross-boundary teleportation array leading to the Earth. This is not the option Yifeng wants. After all, after destroying the teleportation array, Yifeng has no other way to come to the wild world, unless he comprehends the power of mysterious space. But is the power of mysterious space so easy to comprehend? Yifeng has only scratched the surface of the yellow-level space power, and from Tianhong Rui's mouth, even the peak powerhouse with a millennium cultivation base of the royal family has never discovered another world. It can be seen that even 1,000 years of cultivation may not necessarily comprehend the power of mysterious space, let alone Yifeng. It is obviously very inconvenient for Yifeng not to be able to go back and forth between the Earth and the wild world. There is another option, and that is to drive all the members of the royal family back to their own world, and then destroy the cross-boundary teleportation array of the royal family leading to the wild world. This choice is much more difficult, but if Yifeng still wants to come to Menghuang realm in the future, he can only bite the bullet and think of a way. Tell me about that criminal shadow. Yifeng turned his head sideways and asked Tianhong Rui. What follows is a tough fight. Yifeng can't be careless. Obi, Lin Shiqing, Shu Shu and the others must be sent back to Earth first, otherwise no matter what happens to any of them, Yifeng cannot accept it. As for the situation of the royal family, we can only learn about it from Tianhong Rui for the time being. Tianhong Rui glanced at Obi, as if asking for his opinion. Yifeng is my close buddy, his words are mine, whatever he asks you, just answer truthfully. All bordered. Tianhong Rui didn't hesitate at this moment, and a faint spiritual thought reached Yifeng's mind. Xingyin is a wandering swordsman, a wanted criminal of the royal family, with a cultivation base of 800 years. 800 years. Xingyin's strength was beyond Yifeng's expectations. This wandering swordsman actually has 800 years of cultivation. He offended the royal family? Immediately afterwards, Yifeng sent his spiritual thoughts over and asked. Snort. As soon as Xingyin was mentioned, Tianhong Rui immediately showed contempt on his face. Xingyin tried to do something wrong with the goddess general of the royal family, and was seriously injured by the imperial guards on the spot, so he escaped, entered a dilapidated temple, and came to this place. In the wild world. Do something wrong. When Yifeng heard this, his expression became strange immediately. This wandering swordsman, Xingyin, is actually such a person? The goddess general has a high status in the royal family? Yifeng asked again. The fact that the imperial guards were able to seriously injure the 800-year-old Xingyin on the spot showed that the status of the female general was extraordinary. In the royal family, there are only 7 people who can be called generals, and each of them is a strong practitioner with heaven-defying talents. Speaking of this, Tianhong Rui looked revered. Among the 7 people, only the goddess general is a woman. Tell me, is her status respected? Goddess General Lu Feng, with Lu Feng's spear technique in one hand, defeated the royal general with 900 years of cultivation with 700 years of cultivation, and his name spread throughout the entire royal family. It is General Lu Feng who led the action in the wilderness realm this time. As Tianhong Rui's divine thoughts continued to spread, Yifeng became more and more nervous. Why does it sound like the cultivation base of this group of people is higher than the other? At this moment, after hearing Tianhong Rui's words, what Yifeng was most worried about was not anything else, but Su Feiying's safety. From the divine thoughts conveyed by Tianhong Rui, Yifeng knew that wandering swordsman, Xing Ying, was probably a lustful person, but this guy's cultivation level was so high that even the imperial guards couldn't catch him on the spot. After escaping to Menghuang realm, Xing Ying was rescued by a woman. Tianhong Rui didn't know who it was, because no one in the entire royal family knew the identity of that woman. Tianhong Rui only said that the woman was wearing a strange black dress. Wasn't that exactly what Su Feiying was wearing when Yifeng left? The modern costumes on the earth are very different from those worn by the inhabitants of the Menghuang realm, as well as the costumes of the royal family. The residents of Menghuang realm wore rough clothes, and the royal costumes had very long sleeves. Whether it was a small officer like Tianhong Rui, an important figure like the red-sleeved youth, or those low-level puppets in the army, they all had long sleeves. From Tianhong Rui's description, Yifeng was sure that the woman who saved the wandering swordsman Xing Ying must be his master Su Feiying. Now, the royal family has not found Su Feiying and the wandering swordsman Xing Ying, but it is obvious that Su Feiying is facing a double crisis now. The wandering swordsman Xing Ying, the royal family. No matter what aspect, they can't let Yifeng feel at ease. Su Feiying and that Xing Ying are together. Will that guy with deep cultivation do something to him? After all, that guy was severely injured and wanted by the royal family just because he wanted to rape the goddess general of the royal family. And that Lufeng general of the royal family went to the battle in person, obviously to wash away this shame. You go back to Earth first, I will stay here and observe the situation at any time. Yifeng said in a low voice, and ordered Lin Shiqing and the others to go on. How can you stay alone without a caretaker? I will stay with you. Shushu immediately spoke resolutely, and raised her head to look at Yifeng. Her originally gentle and considerate eyes were now full of determination. Auntie, you. Yifeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Shushu to have such a firm tone at this time. I practiced the star refining immortal code, and comprehended the art of star refining and returning to heaven. Shushu's tone slowed down. The royal family's opponents are very strong. If you are injured, I can treat you as soon as possible. If no one is around, wouldn't things get worse? So, I have to stay too. Lin Shiqing smiled gracefully, and patted Yifeng on the shoulder. I have already gained some understanding of the 9-star palace. Give me some time, and I can trap stronger opponents like Shaoli, and buy time for you at critical moments. Sister Lin, you? Yifeng was even more surprised, and immediately objected firmly. No, the next one we have to face is an opponent who is many times stronger than Tianhong Rui. Even if you comprehend the 9-star palace, your cultivation is still only 30 years. Stop talking, it's settled. Lin Shiqing interrupted Yifeng, and then looked at the other people at the side. You all go back first, and Shaozi, take the beautiful woman you picked up together. Anyway, Tianhong Rui couldn't understand Chinese, so Yifeng didn't have to worry about communicating with them. The only thing Tianhong Rui could understand was divine thoughts. Obi listened, a little embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and said, "This beauty, can you really take it back?" "Why not? You don't want any beauties you picked up for nothing?" Lin Shiqing smiled and knocked Obi on the head. "Didn't you complain about not having a girlfriend every day at school?" But, this. Obi still had some scruples. After all, Tianhong Rui is not from the earth. If he is brought back like this, whether his father will accept it is a big question. Furthermore, whether Tianhong Rui is really as obedient as she said this day is still unknown. If this girl is just pretending to submit, and revealing her true nature after arriving on the earth, then it will not be fun. Don't worry, it's fine, don't underestimate those monks in Yin Shaolin. As Lin Shiqing said, she glanced at Yifeng, as if asking for his opinion. Well, by the way, explain the matter here to the seniors of Yin Shaolin. Yifeng thought about it, and agreed with what Lin Shiqing said. Also, put away the 2 sets of 5-element phantom formation stones that set up the illusion of thousands of images around Peach Blossom Island. Lin Shiqing then turned her head to the side, looked at Yifeng, and said solemnly, "These 2 sets of 5-element phantom array stones are hard-won, their power is too strong, and it would be too wasteful to put them on the earth, especially now that Peach Blossom Island there's no danger." "You mean?" Yifeng looked at her suspiciously. "Bring the mirage of 1,000 images over here, and set it up in the ancient temple?" Lin Shiqing raised her head and looked at Yifeng as if asking for advice. "If not, what method are you going to use to stop the people from the royal family from searching and then invade the earth?" Yifeng was taken aback when he heard the words, and then pondered for a moment. "It seems that there is only this way." "That's right. As for the earth, there are monks from the hidden Shaolin, so we don't have to worry about anyone doing harm to Peach Blossom Island." Lin Shiqing nodded. From the previous point of view, the old monks of Yin Shaolin are still very reliable. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have taken you down long ago, don't you think so? Right. Yifeng nodded. The fact is indeed so. Although you can't completely trust the monks in Yin Shaolin, you should still have 99% trust. Moreover, Yifeng must have a base for his actions in the wilderness realm. If he doesn't move the Qianxiang illusion realm over, there is really no way to stop the members of the royal family. Then it's settled, my aunt and I will act with you here, and the others will go back to Earth. Lin Shiqing smiled and blinked at Yifeng. Sister Lin, I think it's better for you to go back. Yifeng was a little puzzled. What are you afraid of? Lin Shiqing waved her hand lightly, and interrupted Yifeng again. This is my own choice. I know that if the situation here is not handled properly, the whole earth will suffer. In order to prevent you from choose to keep myself and give up the earth, I must stay here. Yifeng was speechless. Indeed, Yifeng knew that what Lin Shiqing was talking about was the actual situation. If it really reached the point of no return, Yifeng would probably choose to save his own people and give up the whole earth. After all, he is not a saint, he does not want to be a shit hero who protects the earth but sacrifices himself and the people around him. Now that Lin Shiqing stayed, she undoubtedly became the representative of the earth. It's just and rightly so. Puff. A sword. Yifeng beheaded the red-sleeve youth in the wild jungle, then threw the body and burned it, destroying the body and obliterating any traces. The red-sleeve youth didn't even react, his head was already in a different place, and was sent to the underworld by Yifeng's sword. Tianheng Rui watched the young man in red sleeves being beheaded by Yifeng. His face didn't change at all, he just frowned, and looked at Obi with white hair from time to time, as if he was thinking about something. Obviously, Tianheng Rui was very upset that he was taken advantage of by a white-haired boy. The most important thing is that this guy has only been cultivated for less than 30 years, so he is really too weak. One must know that in the royal army, among the soldiers who pursued her, none of them had a cultivation base of more than 100 years, but now. However, this is all fate. Tianheng Rui sighed slightly. Royal. Being in the royal family doesn't actually make Tianheng Rui feel happy or honored. There are only endless battles and military regulations. Simply put, although they are a level higher than puppets, in fact, they are still just pawns of the royal family, that's all. Forced by life, Tianheng Rui had no choice but to be the only goddess general in the army, Lu Feng, who was the idol worshipped by all the women in the army. Let's go, as for luring the dragon, let's put it aside for now. After Yifeng dealt with the young man with red sleeves, he turned around lightly, mobilized his true energy, and flew up with his sword. Swish! In an instant, he flew above the ancient jungle and looked around, only to find that the behemoth before had disappeared without a trace. It seems that the flying speed of that thing is amazing. Yifeng pondered for a moment. Without hesitation, the dragon sword Ju's true energy continued to be activated, and the thunder god of fury turned into a big eagle in an instant, carrying everyone into flight. Lin Shiqing and Shu Shu stood together, seeming to discuss how to act later. AI Xuanhuan and the 3 dragon blood warriors are planning to bring the entire Thrall tribe to live on the earth, but it is a pity that it is difficult for people who have not practiced to pass through the cross-boundary teleportation array alive. This idea is not easy. Obi and Tianhong stood on the edge of the big eagle together, exchanging something with each other. Under Obi's non-stop instructions, Tianhong nodded repeatedly. Before following Obi to the earth, Tianhong had to do one thing for Yifeng, and that was to hand over all the puppets of the royal family she led to Yifeng's command. These puppets completely obey the orders of the chief, but the prerequisite is not to confront the royal family. So after Yifeng got these puppets with 70 or 80 years of cultivation, he could let them go out to investigate, fight against wild beasts, etc., but he couldn't rely on them to stop the powerful members of the royal family. The other royal troops closest to the Sar tribe should be thousands of kilometers away. This distance is enough for Yifeng to prepare. After all, the task of the royal family is to search, and of course it is impossible to fly in a straight line in the air like Yifeng did. Fortunately, the aura of heaven and earth in the wild world is quite sufficient, and the speed of cultivation has also been improved to a certain extent. Yifeng thought in his heart. Practicing in Monghuang realm is not much slower than cultivating in Peach Blossom Island. The most important thing is that now that he has the god of wrathful thunder, his cultivation speed is even more astonishing. It is more than 10 times faster than ordinary cultivators. This is the speed at which Yifeng's cultivation is growing. Every month, 1 year of cultivation can be naturally increased, and the upper limit of cultivation can be increased by 1 year every 4 or 5 days. Long Baxian was alone, standing on the back of the big eagle, frowning and thinking about something. He had just seen the star map of the Alchemy of Stars, and he was studying it painstakingly. Regarding the series of troubles Yifeng encountered at present, he knew there is only so much I can do to help. Even if it was the vague premonition, he was not sure, maybe nothing big would happen, so he never had a strong premonition. After several hours, the large eagle transformed by the god of thunder and thunder stopped at the entrance of the ancient temple near the Sar tribe. Everyone stepped down one by one and stepped on the ground again, feeling a sense of ecstasy. Flying on a big eagle is really cool. You and Luo Yi go to the Sar tribe and bring all the puppets of the royal family. Yifeng began to assign tasks. Xiao Ai, you and I should enter the temple first, and go talk to Tux. I don't know if he is still in the temple. As soon as Ai Xuan heard Tux's name, she felt a little annoyed. That guy actually made himself the high priest of the Sar tribe and the leader of the Feng Yin tribe when she left. Now, dare to openly run counter to her, it is too hateful. However, Ai Xuan did have some self-blame in her heart. After all, in order to get close to Yifeng, she actually left her hometown for nearly a year. When Obi and Tianhong turned and left, walking towards the Thrall tribe, Yifeng was about to lead everyone into the temple, but at this moment, he felt something was wrong. Careful! Yifeng's complexion changed immediately. He turned his head quickly and mobilized his true energy. Illusory sword technique. With a flash of his figure, he came to Obi and Tianhong who hadn't gone far in an instant. Sword fighting. The Chuanlong sword was held tightly in Yifeng's hand, and the sword swept towards the inappropriate place he sensed. There was a loud bang. The torrent of true energy exploded. Yifeng didn't have time to protect Obi, he was directly pushed back by the airflow. Fortunately, now Obi has Tianhong protection. When the sound of Xunqi colliding, Tianhong immediately reacted, and immediately hugged Obi by the waist. The purple long sleeves fluttered up, and fell lightly to a safe place aside. Wonderful! An unrestrained and elegant divine thought spread from the place where the true chi collided to the surroundings, causing Yi Feng and everyone else to hear such a laugh. Who is it? Yi Feng looked extremely solemn, staring at the flying dust that exploded. In the dust, a slender figure gradually appeared. After just a brief contact, Yi Feng realized that the visitor was not kind, and this guy was definitely not something he could deal with. He slashed with all his strength, and the opponent just waved his hand casually, and he dispelled his strongest slash, which shows the high level of cultivation of this person. Gradually, the figure in the dust gradually appeared. Punishment. When Tianhong Rui saw it, she immediately turned pale, with fright. The dust gradually dissipated, and at this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the entrance of the temple. Ha 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 ha. Yi Feng. My teacher. The master I am waiting for is him. He can lead us to defeat the royal family, kill the royal family back. The man who laughed wildly was Tux, who led many dragon blood warriors out of the ancient temple. Tux looked at the figure gradually emerging from the dust, with worship and longing gradually appearing in his eyes. Xingying, is he the mysterious man Tux mentioned? Yi Feng was a little puzzled. He looked into the flying dust that was gradually dissipating, and his mood became a little excited. Although I don't understand why the wandering swordsman Xingying got involved with Tux, since Xingying appeared here, doesn't it mean that Su Feiying is also very likely to be nearby? When the slender figure gradually appeared from the flying dust, everyone's eyes were all focused on him alone. Handsome, unrestrained, uninhibited. Xingying, the Lulang swordsman, interpreted these words to the extreme. Just from his appearance, one can probably tell what kind of person he is. No wonder you can do such a thing as forcing the royal goddess general. However, the wandering swordsman Xingying's aura is not strong, and even if he walks in the crowd, no one will notice him on purpose. Obviously, the other party used some kind of immortal technique to hide the aura of cultivation, so that no one else could notice it. With the cultivation base of Lulang swordsman Xingying, after hiding his aura, none of the people present could find him. Luoyi, is he Xingying? Obi was on the side, and couldn't feel the other party's breath, so he didn't feel any sense of oppression. It's him, but... Tianhong Rui looked a little weird. This should be just his young god. It's just Yangshen. Yi Feng received Tianhong Rui's divine thoughts, squinted his eyes, and glanced at Xingying Yangshen. Indeed, that is Yangshen. But even the young god is much stronger than all the people present together. Even if Yi Feng and the others try their best, they cannot defeat Xingying's young god. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two sides is really too big. Ha ha ha. Teacher, now you know how wise I, Tux, are. Tux led many dragon blood warriors and thrall tribe people, and they filed out from the ancient temple. With Xingying as a helper and backer, Tux and the others are not afraid of the royal family members at all. After all, they have seen with their own eyes that Xingying easily killed many masters of the royal family. It turns out that the people I sent out in the first wave were killed by you. Tianhong Rui's faint spiritual thoughts spread throughout the audience. Good. Xingying Yangshen's eyes were slightly closed, and he just stood in the middle of the jungle without seeing him make any movements. The weeds and flying insects under his feet were swept away by an invisible air current, and they couldn't get close to him at all. Around Xingying Yangshen, an open area that is incompatible with the surrounding environment is formed. Ai Xuanhuan stood beside Yi Feng, staring at Tux in front of him, as well as the many dragon blood warriors and people of the Sar tribe. Originally, they were all her leaders, but now, Tux has fought for the leadership and gained the trust of everyone in the Thrall tribe. It can be seen that this guy Tux is still very resourceful. However, now Ai Xuanhuan doesn't really care if she is the great priest of the Sar tribe, but she can't just watch her people being cheated by Tux. Xingying, a wandering swordsman, is a wanted criminal of the royal family. It is said that he has done such a contemptuous thing against the goddess general, which shows that his character is not good. Under such circumstances, would such a strong man be so kind as to help Tux and rescue the thrall tribe from the hands of the royal family? Xingying, right? What are you going to do now? Yifeng stared at Xingying Yangshan carefully, and after observing for a long time, he finally felt relieved and asked aloud. A person's Yangshan is always inferior to his main body in combat power, and even much weaker. Moreover, Xingying was seriously injured not long ago, so the strength of his Yangshan is even more worthy of scrutiny. Although the skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and this Xingying Yangshan is definitely stronger than everyone present, but don't forget, Yifeng still has a magic puppet pill in his hand. Moreover, the raw material of this magic puppet pill is in existence with a higher level of cultivation than Tianheng. Tianheng Shuiying has been around for 380 years, and the puppet that can be summoned by this magic puppet pill has a cultivation base of 420 years. It should not be a big problem to deal with the Xingying Yangshan in front of him. After all, the opponent is seriously injured. Because of this, Yifeng immediately calmed down after a brief panic. Now, he has to insinuate what kind of plans this guy has in the wild world, and most importantly, where is Su Feiying now? I have no plans. Xingying Yangshan's eyes were still closed. You know what to do, all of you follow me, anyway, none of you can escape. Where are you going with me? Yifeng asked again. What are you talking about so much? Xingying Yangshan refused forcefully. He was too lazy to say anything to these ants in front of him. Okay then, let's go. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders, glanced around, and gave everyone a look. As for whether everyone can understand it, I don't know. Yifeng raised his foot and strode towards Xingying Yangshan. Etc. Tianhong Rui sent a spiritual thought from behind. The opponent is too strong, and this guy is simply a hungry ghost. If we follow up, we will not be spared. Hungry ghost? Yifeng was slightly surprised. He raised his head and glanced at the Xingying Yangshan. Chic, uninhibited, calm and breezy. It seems that there is no such lustful feeling? Yifeng glanced at the side with consciousness. Lin Shiqing, Xu Shu, Ai Xuanhuan and Tianhong Rui, four beauties, all looked at Xingying Yangshan in front of them, looking very vigilant. Brother Yi, I don't want to go with him. Ai Xuan came over quietly via voice transmission. Yifeng was a little puzzled. He didn't intend to go with the other party. It seems that they didn't understand the look he gave to everyone just now. However, if Xingying really did what Tianhong Rui said, wouldn't Su Feiying be very dangerous? Yifeng knew that he couldn't delay it any longer. You guys, why don't you come here obediently? Tux was on the sidelines showing off his might, with a smug look on his slender figure. He can be sure that Yifeng and the others in front of him will never be opponents of his mysterious helper. If they dare to resist, they will definitely not end well. Here we come. The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, and he glanced at Xingying Yangshan whose eyes were still tightly closed. He mobilized his Jinqi motionlessly, and opened the storage space of the dragon sword token. The remaining magic puppet pill was already held in Yifeng's hand. Clatter. Clatter. 1 step, 2 steps. Open. With a loud bang, Yifeng crushed the magic puppet pill in his hand, and a phantom exuding a powerful aura instantly appeared in front of him. My name is Long Yuan. The phantom appeared, and a loud roar spread to hundreds of miles around. Catch him. Yifeng didn't carefully observe what this Long Yuan phantom looked like, and pointed at Xingying Yangshan with one hand. Xingying Yangshan finally opened his eyes that had been closed tightly when Long Yuan phantom appeared. Wonderful. Xingying Yangshan was not afraid at all, and there was a look of wind and thunder in his opened eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Yifeng was shocked when he saw it. From the gaze of the other party, he could see the power of endless wind and thunder, gathered and violent in his eyes, as if it contained endless power. Are these eyes, which contain the power of wind and thunder, unique to Xingyin Yangshan, or is it the wandering swordsman Xingyin himself? Soon Yifeng knew the answer to this question. Be careful with his eyes, they are the eyes of Feng Lei, one eye for wind, one eye for thunder, the wind and thunder are condensed, possessing great power. Tianhong Rui is very familiar with Xingyin. After all, he is a wanted criminal of the royal family. If you are not familiar with it, if you encounter it, you will just finish the game. Even the Yang God he condensed is also called Feng Lei Yang God. If you have some understanding of the opponent, even if your strength is insufficient, there is still a way to make a targeted deployment and win the arrival of reinforcements. This is the plan of the upper echelon of the royal family. Therefore, Xingyin's wind and thunder eyes have long been understood by the royal family. But at this moment, Yifeng and the others were not the only ones who were surprised. When Xingyin Yangshan saw Longyuan Phantom and felt its profound cultivation, he was a little surprised at once, never expecting to encounter such an interesting thing in this place. Tucked behind Xingyin Yangshan was even more surprised. This Yifeng was too unexpected, right? To call such a powerful helper at random. Tux could feel that in front of the pitch-black phantom of Longyuan in the center, he was completely a small character, and the other party could kill him with just a single breath. This Yifeng is too mysterious, and besides, it probably has something to do with the remnants of the ancient gods. Tux was thinking in a daze, feeling a little uneasy. If Yifeng really has such a terrifying network, then is this Xingyin a bird? The remnant of the ancient gods, that is an invincible existence. As for the surprise of Tux and others, Yifeng didn't take it seriously. Lianjian, watch out for his eyes, go up. Yifeng stood still, and his spiritual thoughts spread out. Die. The eyes of Longyuan Shuiying are completely black, which is in stark contrast to the eyes of Xingyin Yangshan's wind and thunder. When Longyuan was alive, his eyes would not be black, but after being refined into a magic puppet pill and then summoned, it became like this. However, although the eyes are different, the fighting power of Longyuan Phantom is also unambiguous. Break! Longyuan Shuiying condensed a long sword in his hand, and displayed the Luaha Immortal Sex Shinzong Immortal technique, and three strange and different sword chi swept towards Xingyin Yangshan. Ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. Xingyin Yangshan laughed loudly, without fear, and took the initiative to meet the three strange and different sword chi. Swish! Scoff! A gust of wind and a thunderbolt emerged from the eyes of Xingyin Yangshan, instantly resisting two of the sword chi, causing a violent collision in midair. The collision of true chi, like the explosion of explosives, disperses the surrounding airflow towards the surroundings. Whether it was Yifeng, Lin Shiqing and others, or Tux and other Sar tribesmen, they were all shaken back by the violent clash of chi. The originally dense ancient jungle suddenly became bare during the battle between the two, and all the vegetation was blown away. The last sword chi came to Xingyin Yangshan in an instant. I'd like to see whose sword is better. Xingyin Yangshan faintly let out his spiritual thoughts and urged him with genuine energy. A dark golden long sword appeared in his hand like this, exuding a stern aura as soon as it appeared, which inspired Yifeng. It is a magic weapon of Taoist level. One must know that the original true chi sword condensed by Yifeng's dragon sword ancient ring had the same effect as a Dao weapon, but the current xuanhuan sword is just a standard Dao weapon level magic weapon. Only by using the dragon control technique, when Yuechan was by Yifeng's side, could he use the dragon soul to condense the dragon soul sword of the fairy level. Even so, the dragon soul sword only increased the power of swordsmanship to the level of an immortal weapon, and did not have other mysterious functions that an immortal weapon should have. What Xingyin Yangshan took out in front of him was a dark golden long sword of Taoist level. Splitting heaven and shocking Hong with two swords. Tianhong Rui sent out a divine thought from the side, reminding Yifeng, this is one of the magical swords of the Taoist level. It is obviously a secondary sword, so it will be in the hands of Xingyin Yangshan. As for the other main sword, the sword should be in the hands of Xingyin itself. What's so special about the heaven-splitting and frightening swords? Yi Feng hurriedly asked. The special thing is that it can better cooperate with the Eye of the Wind and Thunder, so that the power of the Eye of the Wind and Thunder can be doubled. Tianhong Rui sent a divine thought with a solemn expression. As soon as the divine sense fell, the Xingyin god held a dark golden Taoist long sword, and swung the sword on the last strange sword energy, easily defeating it. Immediately, Xingyin Yangshan stood proudly on the spot. Long Yuan's phantom floated in front of him, and his momentum was suddenly suppressed by him. Sure enough, he is indeed a terrifying guy with 800 years of cultivation. This wandering swordsman, Xingyin, has quite a lot of cards in his cards. Yi Feng thought about it, and immediately transmitted his spiritual thoughts to Long Yuan Shuiying's mind. Long Yuan, fight him with all your strength. Others, follow me. Yi Feng didn't hesitate, he pulled Lin Shiqing and Shu Shu, and at the same time he took the rest of the people with his true energy, and sent them to the ancient temple together. Just now Xingyin Yangshan erupted in an instant, and Yi Feng already roughly knew the level of his combat power, which was comparable to the current Long Yuan Phantom. What is not good for Long Yuan Shuiying is that the sky-splitting sword in Xingyin Yangshan's hand is actually a Taoist magic sword, while the sword in Long Yuan Shuiying's hand is completely condensed from true energy, allowing him to exercising swordsmanship. This kind of ordinary Jinqi sword has no power to increase the power of swordsmanship at all. Long Yuan Shuiying was at a disadvantage in an instant, not to mention that Xingyin Yangshan also possessed such a domineering existence as the Eye of Wind and Thunder. Want to run? Seeing Yi Feng turning around, Xingyin Yangshan immediately wanted to stop him, but Long Yuan Shuiying firmly blocked him. Die. Long Yuan Shuiying has no sanity, only the instinct of fighting and obeying Yi Feng's orders. Seeing that Xingyin Yangshan wanted to break through him to chase Yi Feng, he didn't hesitate, and waved out a few more sword qi. The space was blocked by these sword qi. Xingyin obviously also failed to comprehend the level of Xian-level space power. Facing Long Yuan Phantom blocking the space power below Huang level, he couldn't use teleport all at once to catch up with Yi Feng. It's you who are courting death. Xingyin Yangshan was furious, and the dark golden sky-cracking long sword in his hand suddenly condensed the power of wind and thunder in his eyes, and slashed towards Long Yuan Phantom with one sword. Open up the world. This sword, before it reached Long Yuan Shuiying, carved a deep ravine on the bare jungle floor, and then this ravine continued to extend towards the ancient temple. Although Long Yuan Shuiying was under a lot of pressure, he still made a backhanded sword, and the immortal art of Luoha Shenzong was not blocked. Bang! Yi Feng didn't think too much about the battle ahead. Now he wasn't sure if Long Yuan Shuiying could defeat Xingyin Yangshan, so he could only send everyone to a safe place first. There is even a more adventurous way. Yi Feng kept thinking in his heart. When he brought everyone into the ancient temple, he probably thought of a safer way. Although safe, it is still not 100% successful in practice. It's just that under the current circumstances, there is no safer way to deal with Yangshan, the wandering swordsman Xingyin. Xiao Ai, prepare to start the cross-boundary teleportation array with me. Sister Lin, after a while, you will teleport back to Peach Blossom Island first, and then notify everyone to enter the battle preparation state. While walking to the deep layer of the ancient temple, Yi Feng arranged it via sound transmission. What is the state of preparation? Lin Shiqing didn't quite understand what Yi Feng said. Let everyone evacuate from Peach Blossom Island, inform the monks of Yin Shaolin to let them come, and at the same time inform the Huagua government, and prepare for battle at any time. Yi Feng said in a deep voice. Now, Lin Shiqing seemed to understand what Yi Feng meant. Did Yi Feng want to lure the Punisher young god to the earth to kill him? The combined strength of the 4 monks in Yin Shaolin is no worse than Xingyin Yangshan, but the key is that the 4 old monks can't fly. Once Xingyin Yangshan flies up, what will they do? Just like before, Tianhing Shuiying directly injured an old monk among them, and then calmly ran to the United States to wreak havoc. And the 4 old monks couldn't stop it at all. The most important thing is, what should we do if the Xingyin Yangshan is allowed to escape from the Peach Blossom Island? I am afraid that the whole earth will be in crisis. Sister Lin, I think you may be wrong. Looking at Lin Shiqing's expression, Yifeng roughly understood what she was thinking, shook his head and explained, just let them get ready, and in addition, let the 4 seniors of Yin Shaolin come to the wilderness realm. The place of the battle was in Menghuang realm. Of course, Yifeng would not be so stupid as to lure the other party back to the earth. Not to mention other things, even if Xingyin Yangshan is easily defeated, the wandering swordsman Xingyin will also know the existence of the earth, and thus, the existence of the earth will spread, which is undoubtedly bad news for the current earth. It was just in case that the Chinese government was prepared to evacuate everyone from Peach Blossom Island. In case the battle on Menghuang realm fails, the first thing to do is to let the power on the earth destroy the cross-border teleportation array on Peach Blossom Island. Only in that way can the earth be safe. Lin Shiqing now fully understood what Yifeng meant, and nodded immediately, okay, let me do it. The 4 old monks of Yin Shaolin had already handed over their contact information to Yifeng before, and as far as the Huagua government was concerned, it was undoubtedly more appropriate for Lin Shiqing to come forward. In this matter, I believe no one can do better than Lin Shiqing. As for the evacuation of the people on Peach Blossom Island, Obi and the others can convey it to Yang Shuning and ask him to take command. The qualities of a vice admiral allow him to easily handle this task. After the basic arrangements were made, everyone came to the cross-boundary teleportation array at the lowest level of the ancient temple. Without any reason, Yifeng and Ai Xuanhuan started to mobilize their Jinqi at the same time, and the 2 joined forces to make the cross-boundary teleportation array start to glow with white light, gradually condensing into a beam of teleportation light. Since Ai Xuanhuan's cultivation base was slightly lower, the beam of teleportation light appeared relatively slowly. Long Yuan Phantom should be able to resist for a while, everyone take advantage of this time to act quickly. Yifeng said solemnly, and let everyone enter the range of the cross-boundary teleportation array one by one. I want to stay. Ai Xuanhuan did not step forward, but said firmly, after all, I am from this world, and I cannot leave the people of the tribe. We'll stay too. The 3 dragon blood warriors rescued by Yifeng from the thrall tribe roared passionately and generously. You go over. Ai Xuanhuan glared at the 3 of them, and immediately made the 3 of them dare not say anything, and obediently walked into the cross-boundary teleportation formation. When they were detained and tortured by the royal army led by Tianhong Rui, Tukes did not send anyone to rescue them, but Yifeng rescued them. This made the 3 of them lean more towards Yifeng's side, and they naturally obeyed Ai Xuanhuan very much. Okay, except Xiaoai and Auntie, everyone else should go back. Yifeng continued to make arrangements and said, Brother O, after you bring Rui back, you can let her fly you and Sister Lin to Yin Shaolin, and notify the 4 seniors to come over as quickly as possible. Understood. Obi nodded in response, and glanced at Tianhong Rui, who was tired beside him, feeling a little uneasy. Until now, he is still not sure whether Tianhong Rui is really devoted to him, or if he pretended to surrender, but now that the situation is urgent, there is no way for him to verify it. If there is nothing unusual in this emergency situation, then it is basically certain that Tianhong Rui really takes his reputation very seriously. Although no one else knew that Ob had touched where she shouldn't have touched, but she probably couldn't bear it in her heart. This kind of mentality is basically extinct in Huagua now, but for Ob, if he really gets the favor of such a beautiful woman, it will undoubtedly be a good thing. Soon, everyone's figures gradually disappeared from the transmission beam of light, leaving only Ai Xuan and Shu Shu standing beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng handed the dragon sword token to the 8 immortals, so that he who had just practiced and lacked cultivation could successfully pass through the cross-boundary teleportation formation, and then handed it over to Lin Shiqing, and brought it back to Yi Feng later. Take a break. Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief, and sat down cross-legged on the spot. Activating the cross-boundary teleportation array still consumes a lot of energy. If there is time to rest and recover, Yi Feng will certainly not use Fei Luo Shinshui casually. Ai Xuan and Shu Shu sat beside Yi Feng, one on the left and the other on the right. Immortal art, the art of refining stars and returning to heaven. With a wave of Shu Shu's hand, the power of refining stars in her body condensed and instantly enveloped Yi Feng and Ai Xuan. Although the two of them are not injured now, Shu Shu's star refining technique has a different effect from that of ordinary people. Earlier, after Shu Shu's lay-on-hands treatment, the power of immortal spells could be increased by 10%. Now that Yi Feng and Ai Xuan were treated by the star alchemy returning to heaven technique, they felt refreshed in a short period of time, and they could increase their power by several percent if they cast any fairy technique. Yi Feng couldn't feel exactly how much, but at least there was an increase of more than 30%. Godly skill. Such a Shu Shu, even in the world of cultivating immortals, is a genius that all sects are vying for. Counting down, there are quite a few talented people around Yi Feng. Long Wanner's immortal jade body, Zhang Xinyun's innate ghost body, etc. Mayday is not an existence that can dominate the world of cultivating immortals. Of course, Yi Feng's vision is no longer limited to the world of cultivating immortals. Let's go out and have a look first. After Yi Feng rested, he got up and said to the two women, Sister Lin and Signorine Shaolin should have 1 to 2 hours to come over, we must hold on during this time. Yi Feng led the two women towards the upper level of the ancient temple entrance. Soon, when they came near the entrance of the ancient temple, they could hear the fierce battle between Long Yuan Phantom and Xingyin Yangshan outside the ancient temple. You stay here and play by ear, I'll go out to see the situation. Yi Feng let Shu Shu and Ai Xuan hide in the ancient temple, and then walked outside the ancient temple alone. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the ancient temple, he found that the outside of the temple was already devastated. The dense and verdant ancient jungle disappeared and was replaced by a barren scene. Rocks are flying in the air, dirt and sand are flying all over the sky, Xingyin Yangshan and Long Yuan Phantom, the two figures are coming and going in the air, the true energy is flying horizontally, and the blade pierces the air. The people from the Tux and Sar tribes had long been watching from a distance, and the current level of battle on the field was completely beyond their ability to intervene. The surrounding area was desolate, full of potholes carved out by the explosion of sword blades. Yi Feng did not dodge, walked straight out of the ancient temple, and began to observe the fighting situation in the field. Evenly matched. The young god of Xingyin is obviously not in full bloom, and Long Yuan Shuiying itself has only been cultivated for 420 years, and he is still a puppet summoned after death, and his combat awareness is much worse than the other party. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful enemy when I first came to the wild world. Yi Feng is also planning to use Long Yuan Phantom to deal with the giant dragon, and complete the experience of inheriting the dragon sword. Now it seems that killing the giant dragon can only be done in another way. Wonderful. Look at the sword. Xingyin Yangshan laughed loudly, and his spiritual thoughts spread to the surroundings without hesitation, especially in Yi Feng's mind. Swish. 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 The sword light flickered, and the long sword in the hands of Xingyin Yangshan condensed out one after another sword light and swept towards Long Yuan Phantom. Yi Feng carefully observed the power of wind and thunder condensed by the other party, and suddenly thought, doesn't his young god of wrath thunder possess the power of wrath thunder? Yi Feng's thunder god of wrath was condensed from various treasures of heaven and earth that absorbed sky thunder. If he could take the Eye of Thunder and Thunder of God of Punishment shadow as his own, maybe it would have a good effect? Moreover, the heaven-splitting shocking Hong Long sword in the hands of Xingyin Yangshen is also a rare magic weapon of the Taoist level. This Xingyin Yangshen is like a baby all over, but it's not easy to kill him now. Yifeng thought in his heart, and quickly shook his head. The flexibility of the Yang God is completely incomparable to the cultivators themselves. Once the Xingyin Yang God senses danger, he can return to the main body as quickly as possible. Whether it is Long Yuan Shuiying or Yifeng, it is not easy to catch up with the other party by flying. Even if they can catch up, it will definitely be more difficult to deal with the body of the wandering swordsman Xingyin. It's just that if Master is with this guy right now. Yifeng thought of a very likely situation. He couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. He simply stopped thinking about it. Right now he must defeat Xingyin Yangshen, at least drive him away. He raised his head and saw Long Yuan Phantom flying in the air, and the long sword of true energy condensed in his hand was struggling to deal with the sword energy waved by Xingyin Yangshen. It seems that Long Yuan Shuiying is really not the opponent of the other party. It is almost at the limit to hold the other party until Yifeng sends everyone away. If it continues, I'm afraid Long Yuan Shuiying will soon be thwarted by Xingyin Yangshen. Need to act fast. Yifeng gritted his teeth, and saw that Xingyin Yangshen had faintly looked in his direction, knowing that the other party was about to use a killer move to kill Long Yuan Shuiying. However, Yifeng certainly wouldn't let the other party do what he wanted. Wonderful. Ha ha ha. Divine brilliant swordsmanship, all directions will be destroyed. Xingyin Yangshen laughed loudly, and danced the long sword in his hand. Even Yifeng, who was several miles away, could feel a burst of terrifying power condensing on the tip of the sword. It's time, Long Yuan Phantom, self-destruct. Yifeng made a decisive decision and immediately issued an order. The treasures given to Yifeng by myriad world demon eyes, the 2 magic puppet pills, will be consumed by Yifeng eventually. Just when Xingyin Yangshen was about to unleash his ultimate move, Yifeng made Long Yuan Phantom self-destruct, obviously intending to seriously injure the other party. Although it is just a phantom, the strength of Long Yuan Phantom is still genuine for 420 years. And the power of self-explosion is definitely enough to seriously injure Xingyin Yangshen. Long Yuan Shuiying received Yifeng's order, without any hesitation at all, began to condense the whole body's true energy in the dantian, and began to gather and compress through the core of the dan. After a moment, it began to expand rapidly, and this expansion was only aimed at the direction of Xingyin Yangshen, and exploded out. Boom! A loud noise resounded from outside the ancient temple, and Long Yuan Shuiying's 420-year-old cultivation level blew itself up. At this moment, a burst of intense light exploded from the field, making it impossible for everyone around to open their eyes. Xingyin Yangshen, who was just about to use his ultimate move, was also taken aback by the sudden self-explosion. The powerful swordsmanship that was about to be used immediately withdrew, and replaced it with a defensive swordsmanship. Xuanhuan swordsmanship, the world is useless. Xingyin Yangshen swung his long sword instead, condensing layers of streamlined snow-white sword energy barriers around himself, and was hit by Long Yuan Phantom's self-destructing power in an instant. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions spread to the surrounding distance, one after another. In the center of the explosion, one could see that the snow-white sword energy barrier remained calm and motionless during the violent explosion. Xuanhuan swordsmanship, what kind of swordsmanship is this? Standing at the gate of the ancient temple, Yifeng saw that the snow-white sword energy barrier remained motionless, and couldn't help but change his expression. Isn't this defensive sword technique too powerful? Now Xingyin Yangshen and Long Yuan Shuiying are not much different in cultivation, but a defensive sword technique can resist Long Yuan Shuiying's self-destruction, which shows the power of this defensive sword technique. The dragon sword art has not yet derived defensive swordsmanship, so Yifeng can't make any comparisons. He just knows that the defensive fairy art that can resist the self-explosion of a cultivator of the same level as himself is definitely a top-level one. However, now is not the time for Yifeng to be emotional. If Longyuan Phantom can't do anything to get the Xingyin Yangshan even if he blew himself up, then Yifeng has no other way to go. The only way is to try to destroy the cross-boundary teleportation array. Curse, Celestial Eclipse. At this moment, Ai Xiuan's voice came from the side, and her figure in a long black dress was like a fluttering butterfly, floating to the gate of the ancient temple. Immediately after she raised her little hand, a black beam of light moved towards the central punishment. The Shadowyang god shot over. Yifeng doesn't know much about Ai Xiuan's curse technique, because he himself is immune to any form of curse, because he owns the dragon sword inheritance. But there is no doubt that the various sacrificial and curse techniques in this wild tribe can still produce extraordinary effects in battle. Right now, when Longyuan Shuiying aimed at Xingyin Yangshan and blew himself up, but couldn't hurt Xingyin in the slightest, Ai Xiuan's curse, the eclipse, actually played a role. This curse technique can corrode the meridians and true qi in the body of the immortal cultivator, making it difficult to circulate, thus causing problems with the immortal technique performed. Although Ai Xiuan's cultivation base is not high, and it is incomparable compared with Xingyin Yangshan, but at this time, Xingyin Yangshan was concentrating on resisting the self-destruction of Longyuan Phantom, and for a while he let go of the curse spell power, let it penetrate into the body. Longyuan Shuiying's self-destruction, even if Xingyin Yangshan can resist it, he still needs to put all his thoughts into it. Otherwise, if there is a little mistake, it is easy for the self-destruction power to take advantage of the opportunity. Ai Xiuan's intervention made Xingyin Yangshan furious. With a wave of true energy in his body, he easily dispelled the power of the curse technique, but at the same time, flaws appeared in the xuanhuan sword technique and the useless sword technique of heaven and earth because of his distraction. The self-explosive power of Longyuan Phantom finally swept over Xingyin Yangshan like a gust of wind. Ah! Xingyin Yangshan yelled miserably, and then his whole figure was submerged in the self-destruct power of Longyuan Phantom. Xiao Ai, good job. Yifeng was overjoyed. He was caught by the self-explosion of Longyuan Phantom without any precautions. Even Xingyin Yangshan would at least end up with a serious injury. This situation made Tux and other Sar tribes, who were watching from a distance, stunned. The phantom that Yifeng summoned actually blew up their helpers? Boom! A distressed figure quickly fell from the sky onto the already chaotic ground, and the cloud of smoke from the explosion in the sky finally gradually dissipated. Longyuan Shuiying, just like this, blew himself up and completed his mission, and Xingyin Yangshan was also seriously injured in this blew up. Among them, there is also the credit of Ai Xiuan's curse technique. Even Yifeng himself would not be able to do this. Because, the energy of the curse technique is almost invisible, so that Xingyin Yangshan could not take precautions under negligence. If Yifeng swung a sword energy instead, the opponent might not even bother to move. Moreover, the power of the curse technique will also have an impact on Xingyin Yangshan, but it can be easily expelled by him. Wonderful. Cough cough, cough cough. Xingyin Yangshan's spiritual thoughts continued to spread in all directions. Immediately afterwards, his body gradually stood up, raised a handsome face, and stared at the entrance of the ancient temple where Yifeng was. You guys are dead. Xingyin Yangshan closed his eyes of wind and thunder, and stood still in place, as if he was feeling the aura in the surrounding world. Xiao Ai, enter the temple. Yifeng pushed Ai Xiuan towards the temple, then moved alone, blocking the entrance of the temple. This ancient temple not only shields the detection of divine consciousness, but also shields a certain level of space power. Yifeng can be sure that Xingyin God will definitely not be able to teleport into the temple all at once. So as long as he can guard the entrance of the entire temple, he can prevent the opponent from entering the temple and hurt Ai Xiuan and Shu Shu. Brother Yi. Ai Xuan saw that Xingyin Yang God was not dead. She couldn't help but panicked. After being pushed into the temple by Yifeng, she felt relieved for a while. But soon, she became worried about Yifeng. But she knew that Xingyin Yangshan had at least 400 years of cultivation, while Yifeng was only 105 years old. The gap between the two sides seems to be very different. The only good news is that Xingyin Yangshan has just been seriously injured by a self-explosion. But even so, it is almost impossible for Yifeng to resist Xingyin Yangshan. It's like a little rabbit fending off a wounded tiger. Hide inside, don't come out, Xiaoai, you go back to the teleportation formation. As long as Sister Lin and the others call the Im Shaolin seniors, let them come to help immediately. Yifeng calmed down, and immediately ordered via voice transmission, it's not too late, act immediately, just leave it to me. The reason for being so resolute is because he probably already knows what kind of injury the current Xingyin Yangshan has suffered. The Yang God itself is formed by the aura of heaven and earth, condensed with various strange energies, and can freely change into any shape. In the explosion of Long Yuan Phantom just now, most of Xingyin Yangshan's power was blown away at once, and it was not so easy to recover. Just like being injured by the fire cloud demon lord of the Yang God before, his own strength will also drop greatly, and the fighting power of the Yang God himself will be even more unbearable. The current Xingyin Yangshan's combat strength is estimated to be only at Yifeng's level, at most twice as strong as him. As for the double gap, in Yifeng's eyes, there is no doubt that there is a way to make up for it. What he relied on was Shu Shu, behind him, as well as his own god of wrath and thunder. Swish! Yifeng Yangshan condensed out of his body, gradually changed, and condensed into the appearance of Su Feiying wearing a jet black gauze dress. What? This is... Xingyin Yangshan sensed Yifeng Yangshan's changed appearance, couldn't help but opened his eyes of wind and thunder for a while, and looked at the angry thunder's Yangshan beside Yifeng with some surprise. The current furying Yangshan looks exactly like Su Feiying, even with the same indifferent expression on her face, wearing a sexy black veil dress, standing coldly beside Yifeng, staring at Xingyin Yangshan in front of her. Sure enough, this guy has seen Master. Yifeng saw the reaction of Xingyin Yangshan, and immediately knew that the other party was indeed involved with Su Feiying. Bro, what's your relationship with her? Xingyin Yangshan's complexion suddenly became a little gloomy. Obviously, seeing Yifeng transforming Yangshan into Su Feiying's appearance here, this wandering swordsman looked quite unhappy. You guess? The corners of Yifeng's mouth were slightly raised, and there was a bit of playfulness in his eyes. He also wanted to know where Su Feiying and Xingyin were now. Naturally, they made this move to test each other out. Now Xingyin's Yangshan is seriously injured, and his combat effectiveness must have dropped significantly. Yifeng is very confident in Su Feiying's ability. In this case, she will definitely not suffer any disadvantages. Brother, if you don't tell the truth, I'm afraid you can only die here today. Xingyin Yang God pretended to be relaxed and said, staring at Yifeng and the Yang God who looked like Su Feiying beside him. Yifeng carefully observed the other party's expression and eyes. Although the other party concealed it well, he still found a trace of anger and hatred. This made Yifeng know that Xingyin, a wandering swordsman, probably suffered from Su Feiying's hands. Obviously, although Xingyin Yangshan was seriously injured, he did not intend to retreat. Maybe he intended to retreat at first, but when he saw Yifeng's Yang God transformed into Su Feiying's appearance, he made up his mind that he would never leave just like that. He had to figure out what was the relationship between Yifeng and that beautiful woman. You want my life, just try it, I will resist. The corners of Yifeng's mouth were slightly raised, and he sent out his divine thoughts with some provocation. Boy, your life doesn't belong to you anymore. Xingyin Yangshan finally couldn't take it anymore after receiving Yifeng's spiritual thought that he deserved such a beating, and gave up trying to persuade Yifeng with words. Forget it, as long as you beat you all over the floor, let's see how arrogant you are. Xingyin Yangshan thought in his heart, closed his eyes again, and then activated his true energy. Swish! His figure suddenly disappeared from where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Yi Feng, very close. With such a fast speed, his comprehension of the power of space obviously surpassed that of Yi Feng, but he has not yet reached the level of mysterious space power, so he is destined to be unable to cross the world with his own power. So fast. Yi Feng had been on guard for a long time, but he was still taken aback by the opponent's speed. He was seriously injured and still has such a speed. This bastard swordsman Xingyin is too strong. This is just as Yangshan, if it is in its prime. Of course, this guy is not the strongest thing Yi Feng has ever seen. No matter from which point of view, the myriad realms demon eye he saved before is many times stronger than this Xingyin. Therefore, although Yi Feng was surprised by the opponent's speed, he was not stunned by it. Illusory sword technique. Yi Feng's figure suddenly disappeared from the quaint sword light, and then a sword energy appeared from the void, sweeping towards Xingyin Yangshan. Sword fighting. Wonderful. Xingyin Yangshan laughed again, his whole body twisted quickly, and he dodged the sword fighting technique all at once. There was a loud bang, and the sword fighting technique struck the stone wall at the entrance of the ancient temple. The ancient temple wall covered with moss and vines suddenly exposed gray stone walls under the sword fighting technique, but after the moss and vines were crushed, these stone walls remained motionless, showing the indestructibility of the ancient temple. In the depths of the temple, the wall leading to the cross-boundary teleportation array was smashed by Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't know the reason for this, it was probably due to some mechanism of the entire temple. Except for that wall, the entire ancient temple was extremely hard, and the power of ordinary immortal cultivators would definitely not be able to destroy it. I almost forgot that this is just a young god. Yi Feng chuckled, and reappeared at the entrance of the ancient temple, standing firmly to stop him. Now Xingyin Yangshan faced Yi Feng's sword-fighting skills, he chose to change his shape to quickly dodge. Instead of resisting like he did when he dealt with Longyuan Phantom before, it can be seen that Xingyin Yangshan is indeed seriously injured now. He didn't even dare to meet Yi Feng's sword. Of course, Yi Feng's sword is not weak, but compared to the original Xingyin Yangshan, his sword is just tickling, but now he needs to spend his mind to dodge. The Eye of the Wind and Thunder. Xingyin Yangshan dodged Yi Feng's sword-fighting technique and didn't stop for a moment. His eyes flashed with wind and thunder, and then a tornado and a bolt of lightning shot out from his eyes. Swish! Swish! The tornado and the lightning swept towards Yi Feng and the young god, who turned into Su Feiying respectively. Scoff! Yi Feng didn't have time to dodge, he was struck by the lightning all of a sudden, and his whole body fell into a state of complete paralysis. As for the angry Lei Yang, who turned into Su Feiying, the tornado he was facing was half a beat slower than the lightning, and when he saw this, he immediately backed away to dodge. The tornado rolled onto the stone wall of the ancient temple all of a sudden, and disappeared without a trace after shaking violently. You are already dead. Seeing Yi Feng being hit by lightning, Xingyin Yangshan burst into laughter. Now, can you tell me what your relationship with that woman is? Tell me the truth, and I will spare you. After being hit by the lightning from the Eye of Wind and Thunder, Yi Feng's whole body was paralyzed, and he fell to the ground unable to move. Facing Xingyin Yangshan, he had no resistance at all. The power of this wind and thunder is really fast. That bolt of lightning was almost faster than teleportation, and it was silent and without warning. Although the tornado was slightly slower than the lightning, it was also extremely fast. If Yi Feng hadn't been hit by the lightning first, making him alert, his angry thunder god would not have been able to avoid the tornado. The Eye of the Wind and Thunder is really not bad. Yi Feng was thinking in his heart, seeing Xingyin Yang god approaching, trying to catch him. At this moment, a familiar star refining power descended from the sky. Swish. Alchemy of stars and returning to heaven. Yifeng's injury from being hit by the lightning disappeared instantly, replaced by abundant energy, and the power of immortal art increased by at least 30%. Auntie, thank you very much. Yifeng knew that this was Shu Shu in the ancient temple performing the star refining technique, and this was exactly Yifeng's idea at the beginning. As long as he stops Xingyin Yangshan and prevents him from entering the ancient temple, Shu Shu will not be in danger. As for him, as long as he doesn't die, Shu Shu can quickly cast the star refining spell to bring him back from the death line. For this reason, Yifeng handed Luotian water to Shu Shu, so that she could continue to perform the star refining technique without worrying about running out of true energy. Swish. When Xingyin Yang God came not far in front of Yifeng, Yifeng's true energy was urged, and he teleported to the other side in an instant. It's not that easy to kill me. If you have the guts, keep hitting me? Yifeng's divine sense that he deserved to be beaten was passed on. Which turtle is hiding inside? I'll kill her first. Xingyin God noticed something strange in the ancient temple, and his face changed slightly. If there is an ambush in this temple, that's not so good. However, relying on his profound cultivation base, he still decided to forcibly break into the ancient temple and kill Yifeng's assistant who was hiding. He can be sure that the other party is very fragile, otherwise he wouldn't be hiding in the temple. If you want to enter the temple, you have to ask me if I agree. The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, sensing the intention of Xingyin Yangshan. He immediately mobilized his true energy, causing furious thundering Yangshan to appear at the entrance of the ancient temple. As soon as Su Feiying's angry thunder god appeared, Xingyin Yang God couldn't help being stunned again. Just at this time. Xuanhuan swordsmanship, all directions will be destroyed. This sentence did not come from the mouth of Xingyin Yangshan, but from Yifeng. Immediately afterwards, a burst of terrifying true energy condensed from the tip of Yifeng's sword, and after a moment, it rushed towards Xingyin Yangshan, rolling up the surrounding air. This sword definitely has the power to destroy 10 directions, even if it is faced with a siege of 10 people with the same cultivation level, it can easily break the siege. Xingyin Yangshan felt that Yifeng's sword had wiped out all directions, his face changed, and his footsteps also temporarily stopped. This kid, you can watch me perform at once, and you will be able to? This is Xuanhuan swordsmanship. How is this possible? Xingyin Yangshan could hardly believe it. Immediately. No, that's not right, the xuanhuan sword technique that this kid has displayed is still not complete, and there are a few flaws. Xingyin Yangshan soon noticed it, but he couldn't ignore the sword. Even he felt the threat from this sword. Puff. Because Xingyin Yangshan was stunned for a moment, Yifeng's sword wiped out all directions, and the violent storm that swept over had already approached his face, and he could even feel the sound of the opponent's Yangshan's energy being broken by the sword. Divine brilliant swordsmanship, heaven and earth are useless. Xingyin Yangshan swung his hand and used defensive swordsmanship, blocking Yifeng's sword bang bang, but his whole body was pushed back tens of meters, away from the entrance of the ancient temple again. The power is nothing more than that. Xingyin Yangshan laughed loudly. This xuanhuan swordsmanship is an advanced swordsmanship. How could you master it so quickly? Look at the 10 directions I cast, and 10 people will die with one sword strike. As soon as this divine thought was passed on, Xingyin Yangshan held the long sword that split the sky and frightened Hong in one hand, and concentrated his true energy. Brilliant swordsmanship, all directions will be destroyed. A sword light that was several times more violent than what Yifeng just displayed swept towards Yifeng's direction at a high speed. Xingyin Yangshan's sword is indeed much stronger than Yifeng's, but Yifeng just used it for the first time. Even if there are flaws, it is inevitable. I see. Yifeng saw Xingyin Yangshan's second execution of 10 direction annihilation, his eyes lit up immediately, and all the flaws he felt just now were melted together. If he casts 10 Directions Annihilation again, Yi Feng will definitely be able to reach the same level as Xingyin Yangshan. I don't know why, but after practicing dragon sword art, Yi Feng found that his ability to comprehend swordsmanship has risen several levels. The ability to read it twice like now, he never had in the past. Any sword technique seems to be child's play in front of dragon sword art? Yi Feng felt a little bit like this, but he was not sure if it was an illusion, so he could only put it to the back of his mind. He didn't hesitate in the slightest. Facing Xingyin Yangshan's brilliant swordsmanship, he swung the xuanhuan sword, dancing with Xinqi, and instantly condensed tyrannical Xinqi. Heaven and earth are useless. It was another xuanhuan swordsmanship move, which he had seen Xingyin Yangshan perform twice, so it was more handy than performing 10 Directions Annihilation. Layer upon layer of snow-white sword energy barriers began to surround Yi Feng, and then, the 10 Direction Annihilation sword energy suddenly bombarded these snow-white sword energy barriers. Bang! Yi Feng's cultivation was still relatively low, and the snow-white sword energy barrier was cut into pieces layer by layer. However, the power of this defensive sword technique was really not overwhelming. Just like this, it was able to withstand more than 80% of the power of xuanhuan sword technique, which was equivalent to the effect of Dragon's reverse scale has been activated. Of course, the move of heaven and earth is useless, cannot be rebounded, so it is still not comparable to the effect of the dragon scale armor. Slap. Yi Feng's footsteps sank, and he stood firm at the entrance of the ancient temple. Looking up, he found that Xingyin Yangshan was looking at him in surprise. There is no doubt that Yi Feng was able to comprehend the 2 moves of xuanhuan swordsmanship in a short period of time, which surprised the other party. How did you do it? Xingyin Yangshan's spiritual thoughts came over, and it could be seen that his face was a little gloomy. No matter who it is, when their sword skills are easily learned by others, they will definitely have the same expression as him. If Yi Feng finds out that he used sword fighting skills in front of others, but the other party copied them all of a sudden, he must be just as surprised. I don't know, maybe it's because of your talent, and your sword skills are too simple. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders, and his spiritual thoughts passed on. As long as Xingyin God is held back at the entrance of the ancient temple, and the 4 old monks from Yinshaolin arrive, Yi Feng will be in no danger. With Xingyin Yangshan currently seriously injured, it is impossible to single out an old monk, let alone 4 old monks. As for when the other party will come, it depends on Lin Shiqing's speed. For this, Yi Feng still trusts it. Compared with Lin Shiqing's handling of affairs, there has never been any omission. Hearing Yi Feng say that xuanhuan swordsmanship is too simple, Xingyin Yangshan almost vomited blood with anger. Think back then, how long did it take him to comprehend this set of xuanhuan swordsmanship? But when it comes to this strange black-clothed young man in front of him, it turns out that this set of sword skills is too simple. Could it be that this young man in black is the legendary genius of cultivating immortals? This is too unbalanced. In fact, the difficulty of cultivating the xuanhuan swordsmanship is no less difficult than the derived fairy art of the alchemy of the stars. Although it is simpler than the swordsmanship of the dragon sword art, it is not much simpler. The reason why Yi Feng was able to learn it like this was really because he had practiced the dragon sword art. After practicing the dragon sword art, he seemed to be able to comprehend all sword techniques quickly. In addition to Yi Feng's super talent, he had to watch it twice, and he understood these 2 moves of the xuanhuan sword art. Destroying all directions is not very practical for Yi Feng, but compared with fighting swordsmanship, it has the advantage of being able to attack in all directions, and it is better than fighting swordsmanship in the case of being beaten by a group. As for the defensive swordsmanship of heaven and earth useless, it is quite useful to Yi Feng. After all, he has not cultivated to that level yet, and the dragon sword art has not derived defensive swordsmanship yet. Knowing that the world is useless can be regarded as making up for some deficiencies in Yi Feng. Grandson, don't you want to know what is the relationship between me and this beauty? Just come. Come hit me. Yifeng was alive and kicking at the entrance of the ancient temple, and sent out his spiritual thoughts to Xingyianjiang God very much. Yang Lei Yang God who turned into Su Feiying quietly stood beside Yifeng like this, stirring the thoughts of Yang God Xingyin all the time. If he hadn't seen Su Feiying's appearance, Xingyin Yangshan would have retreated long ago, because of his injury. But now, he didn't back down. Too arrogant, too beating. Seeing Yifeng's arrogant appearance, Xingyin Yangshan was furious. What is the identity of the strange young man in black in front of him? Xingyin Yangshan kept guessing in his heart, without hesitation, raised his arm again, and revealed the long sword of cracking the sky. Swish! Once again, the sword technique 10-direction annihilation was displayed, and a fierce storm of true energy swept towards Yifeng. Boom! Even though Yifeng used the useless power of heaven and earth, he still couldn't resist. He was swept back by this burst of violent force, and slammed into the stone wall of the ancient temple heavily. However, a burst of sky-blue star refining power gathered in his body immediately, healing all the damage he suffered. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng got up very stubbornly, and once again stood at the entrance of the ancient temple, blocking the progress of Xingyin Yangshan. At this moment, Yifeng is really a man in charge. Regarding Yifeng's stubbornness, although Xingyin Yangshan was angry, there was nothing he could do. After all, he was seriously injured in the self-explosion of Longyuan Shuiying, and his strength is no longer what it used to be. Although he is still stronger than Yifeng, he cannot be defeated. And what annoyed him the most was that every time Yifeng was beaten half to death, in a blink of an eye there would be magic on Yifeng, and then he would be alive and kicking again. It really kills me too. Xingyin Yangshan continuously swung out sword qi, and after a short time there was not much shen qi left in his body. Facing Yifeng, who was constantly recovering from serious injuries, he had nothing to do. Miaozai, miaozai. Yifeng imitated the other party's tone, sighed twice, and stood leisurely at the entrance of the ancient temple. It looked like he was very content, but in fact his heart was bleeding. Because Xu Shu used the star refining technique to heal the damage caused by Xingyin Yangshan, at least half of the true energy in her body would be consumed. Now she has used the star refining technique more than 10 times in a row, and drank at least 5 drops of Luotian water. If these 5 drops of Luotian water were auctioned in the Immortal Cultivation realm, they would definitely be exchanged for a real Dao artifact, but now they are completely consumed in this place. Fortunately, the time has been delayed almost. Yifeng thought in his heart, according to Tianhong Rui's flying speed, after returning to Peach Blossom Island, fly to Yinshaolin, and then fly back to Peach Blossom Island to start the teleportation array, it will take at most 1 or 2 hours. Counting the time, it's time for them to come back. You are so tall. Xingyin Yangshan was no longer in the mood to chant his catchphrase, now staring at Yifeng and Su Feiying, who was sitting in the entrance of the ancient temple, not to mention feeling very puzzled. Although she knew that Su Feiying was transformed by Yifeng's young god, Xingyin also knew that there must be a connection between Yifeng and Su Feiying. As for Su Feiying, Xingyin definitely wants to get rid of it and hurry up. That kind of healing magic must consume a lot of true energy. Xingyin Yangshan's eyes were vicious, and of course he could see something strange. In this temple, there must be treasures that can quickly restore true energy. If he had such a treasure, he wouldn't have ended up in the current situation. Boy, how about we discuss it? Xingyin Yangshan sat down to rest, stared at Yifeng, and transmitted his divine thoughts. How to negotiate? Yifeng glanced sideways. I remember, it was you who wanted to deal with us all the time, I was just defending myself. Humph, if you tell me about your relationship with that woman, if it satisfies me, I'll let you go immediately. Xingyin Yangshan's spiritual thoughts came with threatening eyes. You also know that now I am only Yangshan here. If the main body comes, none of you will be able to escape. Then let the main body come, I'm afraid you won't succeed? Yifeng sneered, not losing any momentum, to the opponent. It seems that you don't know how terrifying the existence of 800 years of cultivation is. Xingyin Yangshan's spiritual thoughts came faintly. I am afraid that by then, you will not be able to die even if you want to die. Don't think I don't know. Now that your young god is injured, it's not bad if you can display 1/10 of your body's strength. 800 years, who are you fooling? Yifeng sneered again, unmoved. The two sides were at each other's throats, you come and go, but Yifeng never let the other party take advantage. Gradually, the other party became a little bored, probably because he had recovered enough energy. He stood up, swung the sky-splitting sword, and prepared to attack Yifeng again. But at this time, Yifeng was more confident than before. Because Lin Shiqing and Ai Xuanhuan finally brought the 4 old monks from Yin Shaolin to teleport over from the cross-boundary teleportation array. Sister Lin, for seniors, wait a moment, when that guy attacks me, if you show up again, it's best to trap him. Yifeng's spiritual thoughts passed to the people who had ambushed behind them. He remembered the Feng eyes of Xingyin Yangshan, as well as the sky-shattering long sword in his hand. If he could get it, the lost Lua Shenchui would not be in vain. In the dark corridor of the temple, Lin Shiqing and the 4 old monks of Yin Shaolin nodded together to express their understanding. Since the ancient temple shielded the consciousness, the Xingyianjiang god who was outside didn't even know that Yifeng had called for help. Very good, now the injury has recovered a small part, and the strength can be displayed to a greater extent. Xingyin Yangshan stood not far away handsomely, holding the sky-shattering sword, thinking in his heart, unexpectedly, I will use my trump card, and I will definitely kill that kid with one blow. He was full of confidence, holding the sky-splitting sword in his hand, and raised his head to look at Yifeng. Boy, I'll give you one last chance, tell me what's your relationship with that woman. Xingyin Yangshan was talking, when suddenly the sword in his hand flashed. Brilliant swordsmanship, terrifying gods and ghosts. A cold, dark and profound sword energy suddenly condensed from the tip of the sky-splitting and shocking Hung sword, and swept towards Yifeng's location. This sword tore apart the air along the way, creating it in a vacuum. Is this the strongest attack of xuanhuan swordsmanship? Yifeng's pupils contracted, and he felt the terrifying power of this sword. The addition to the power of swordsmanship unexpectedly reached half of that of fighting swordsmanship. This is already the most powerful swordsmanship that Yifeng has ever seen besides sword fighting skills. But now is not the time to study this. Seniors, do it. Yifeng immediately sent out his spiritual thoughts, and then he used the divine brilliant swordsmanship, Tiandi Wu Wu, and took the dragon sword token from Lin Shiqing, and took out the dragon scale armor from it. Dragon's reverse scale. Heaven and Earth Wuyo and Dragon's reverse scale were released at the same time, giving Yifeng the courage to brazenly face the opponent's strongest swordsmanship. But at this moment, the 4 old monks of Yin Shaolin had already prepared, each threw out a Buddhist bead, and surrounded Xingyin Yangshan at an extremely fast speed. Amidst the loud noise, Yifeng resisted the opponent's xuanhuan swordsmanship, and by virtue of the special function of the dragon's reversing scale, he immediately reflected most of the terrifying power of the gods and ghosts on Xingyin Yangshan himself. Ah! Xingyin Yangshan didn't expect Yifeng to have this move. He was caught off guard and was seriously injured again, and the injury was added to the injury. At this moment, he almost lost his fighting power, and Yangshan was almost about to dissipate. With such a scene, and seeing several strange Buddhist beads flying out of the ancient temple and surrounding him, the Xingyianjiang god no longer cared about him, and immediately flew towards him, wanting to escape from here. However, it was too late. The 4 Buddhist beads instantly exuded a strong and oppressive aura, and there was a certain relationship between them, and soon formed a mysterious formation, completely sealing off the power of space in the space. This move was used by the 3 old monks to deal with Yifeng, but at that time they were missing one of the 3, allowing Yifeng to escape. Now it is used again to trap the Xingyin Yangshan, and the severely injured Xingyin Yangshan at this time really cannot escape this closed space. These 4 beads conceal the human level and yellow level space power. That is to say, if the 4 beads are combined, unless they have the space power that can cross boundaries, there is absolutely no way to escape from it. After studying at the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and he saw the clues of the 4 Buddhist beads. These 4 Buddhist beads are undoubtedly the secret treasures of Buddhism. The power of mysterious space is not so easy to comprehend. At least, among the existences that Yi Feng has seen now, those who have comprehended the power of the mysterious space are all powerful ancient existences such as Myriad Realms, Demon Eyes and Dragon Sword. Ordinary people, no matter whether they are big men in the world of cultivating immortals or powerful people of the royal family, have no existence that can comprehend the power of mysterious space. For example, Xiaoyao, the suzerain of Luohe Shenzong, Xingying, a wandering swordsman, and Lu Feng, the goddess of the royal family, have no ability to cross the world. When thinking of the Luohe immortal sect, Yi Feng thought of Yuechan who disappeared during the cross-world teleportation, and wondered where Yuechan was now. Yi Feng shook his head. Now is not the time to think about this matter, he must deal with Xingyin Yangshan first. When the 4 Buddhist beads successfully constructed a closed space, the severely injured Xingyin Yangshan was trapped in it, with no possibility of escape. Yi Feng stood up, coughed twice, and actually coughed up blood. It can be seen that the sword of Xingyin Yangshan just now, the gods and ghosts were terrified. Indeed, it had extremely terrifying power. Fortunately, there is a double defense of swordsmanship world useless and dragon scale armor, otherwise Yi Feng would definitely die from this blow. Of course, if Lin Shiqing hadn't come back in time, and Yi Feng hadn't taken back the dragon scale armor and the dragon sword token, then he would definitely not resist the opponent's sword. Now, finally, the dust has settled. Xingyin Yangshan was not only trapped, but also suffered double serious injuries, no, triple serious injuries. At the very beginning, he must have been wounded by the imperial guards of the goddess general, then seriously injured by the self-detonation of Longyuan Phantom, and then most of the power of the ghost's terror was rebounded by Yi Fenglong's reverse scale. Miserable, extremely miserable. Not to mention running away, even Lin Shiqing can easily destroy the other party's Yang God. The shattering of the Yang God will have a great impact on a cultivator. Not only will he suffer heavy injuries, but it will also be more difficult to condense the Yang God again. It can be seen that the quality of Xingyin, the Yang God, is not low. If it is shattered like this, I believe that the other party wants to die. Now it's time for you to tell me, when did you see this woman? Yi Feng paced forward, came to Xingyin Yangshan, who was trapped by 4 Buddhist beads, and asked aloud. He asked, of course, about Su Feiying's news. Are you naive to think I'll tell you? Xingyin Yangshan smiled contemptuously, with a tragic expression in his smile. Obviously, he didn't expect that he just came here to find some chess pieces, but he ran into this kind of thing and put himself in the trap. If you don't speak out, then there is only a dead end. Yi Feng looked at Xingyin Yangshan with great interest. Wonderful, haha. Instead, Xingyin Yangshan laughed loudly. I fell into your hands today, I will remember you, but it is not so easy to make me Xingyin surrender. As soon as his spiritual thoughts fell, Yi Feng noticed the flow of true energy in the opponent's body, and his expression changed. No, the other party wants to blow himself up. Without even thinking about it, Yi Feng mobilized his true energy, pushed Lin Shiqing and others who had just walked out of the ancient temple into the ancient temple, and then jumped into the temple himself. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, which brought up a large amount of dust, forming a storm and rolling around. Quicksand flew and seeped in from the entrance of the ancient temple, causing everyone at the entrance to cough, but fortunately, the self-detonation of the other party's young god was not very powerful. After all, it had already been seriously injured. Moreover, there is a closed space protection formed by 4 Buddhist beads, so that no one hidden in the temple will be affected. About there. Yifeng didn't think too much, and immediately moved his feet, regardless of the wounds in his body that hadn't recovered, and quickly came outside the ancient temple. After Xingyin Yangshan blew himself up, the enclosed space formed by the 4 Buddhist beads gradually dissipated. After all, maintaining this state required too much energy, and the 4 old monks could not last. But at this time, as soon as Yifeng came out, he found that the heaven-splitting shocking Hong sword, a wind power, and a thunder power were flying away towards the distant sky to escape. Want to run? It's not that easy. With a thought in Yifeng's mind, he mobilized his true energy and flew into the air with the xuanhuan sword, following closely behind the wind and thunder power and Taoist-level long sword. Receive. Yifeng stretched forward with one hand, and grabbed the hilt of the dark golden long sword. This is a long sword of Taoist level. It is said that it is a pair. Of course Yifeng will not let it go easily, no matter what. It can offset the loss of Shushu drinking 5 drops of Luotian water just now. Lai Tianjinghong's long sword was restless and unwilling to be manipulated by Yifeng. After all, it still had the imprint of Xingying's own spiritual sense on it. The other party's cultivation base was too high. Yifeng couldn't erase the other party's spiritual imprint, so he couldn't control the dark golden long sword for the time being, so he could only shake his hand and throw the long sword into the storage space of the dragon sword token. Next is the most important thing. The Eye of the Wind and Thunder. Yifeng stared closely at the 2 magical forces flying in different directions in front of him, making up his mind not to let them escape. Superior. With a thought in Yifeng's mind, he mobilized the true energy of the dragon sword art, causing the wrathful Thunder Yang god to fly straight up and rush towards the power of thunder. Ow! The angry Thunder Yang god transformed into a fierce tiger. With a huge mouth, he swallowed the power of thunder, and then the whole body was shot with thunder, which looked extremely terrifying. The power of the wind, here I come. Yifeng circulated the core, managed to catch up with the extremely fast wind force, and then suddenly absorbed it into his body, into his dantian. Compared with the power of thunder, this wind power is undoubtedly much gentler, but Yifeng found that this single wind power seems to be completely inferior to the power displayed by Xingyin Yangshan before. Should they be combined? Yifeng guessed in his heart. Without any hesitation, he flashed to the side of the god of furying thunder, mobilized the wind force in his body, and poured it into the body of the god of furying thunder. The combination of wind and thunder power instantly produced a burst of great power, which erupted in the body of the angry thunder sun god. Variety. Yifeng didn't have time to think about it, and immediately made the thunder god of fury transform into a huge whale, and let the power of wind and thunder explode in his belly. Due to the increase in space, the power of the burst of wind and thunder power has decreased a lot, and it was easily eaten by the angry thunder sun god. Refining. Yifeng gave an order to let the thunder god of fury begin to refine the power of wind and thunder. If this mysterious power is refined, it should make the thunder god of fury stronger and possess some special means. Yifeng doesn't know the specific effect yet, but he is still looking forward to it. Fortunately, it flew out at the first time. If it was half a beat slower, I'm afraid it would have been run away by the heaven-shattering sword and the power of wind and thunder. Yifeng was a little lucky. Xingyin Yangshan blew himself up, obviously to preserve the power of the heaven-shattering sword and the wind and thunder, but Yifeng saw through this intention unexpectedly. The sky-cracking sword and the power of wind and thunder became Yifeng's spoils in this battle. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng returned to the entrance of the ancient temple. It was time to arrange the next thing with everyone. Not far away, Tux led a group of people from the Thrall tribe, who watched all this dumbfounded, and couldn't understand how their powerful helpers were easily forced to blow themselves up by Yifeng. Yifeng glanced at Tux and the others not far away, and passed on a faint spiritual thought, "Aren't you all coming here soon?" At this moment, Tux and the others naturally didn't dare to have any opinions, and rushed over quickly, and a group of people gathered around the entrance of the ancient temple. Everyone gathered at the gate of the ancient temple, seeing that Yifeng really forced the Punisher young god to blow himself up. Everyone felt quite incredible. After all, the gap in cultivation between the two sides is really huge. Xiao AI, they will leave it to you first. Yifeng called AI Xuanhuan over, and asked her to arrange for Tukes and other Sao tribe members. Yifeng doesn't really want to pay attention to these guys, but no matter what, the other party is from AI Xuan's tribe, so it's not good to leave them alone. Let AI Xuan do his own work. Humph. AI Xuan nodded, turned around and looked at Tukes and the others, and said bitterly, "You all know Brother Ye's supernatural powers, but you still confront him. Do you think you are impatient?" No, dare not. Tux was startled immediately, bowed his head and said in a hurry, "We are just protecting ourselves. If we don't go with that guy just now, he will kill us." Now Tux is very panicked. Firstly, he snatched away the position of AI Xuan's high priest. Secondly, he is against Yifeng. No matter which point, in his mind, it is enough for him to die 100 times now up. No matter from which point of view, Yifeng and AI Xuan have no reason to bypass him. Now he has only one chance. Great priest. For the sake of the past, please bypass my mistake this time, and Senior Yi, please say more. Tux knelt down towards AI Xuan. Now he is extremely regretful. Why would he think of going against Yifeng back then? Yifeng is obviously the person who can even summon the remnants of the ancient gods. How could he not be able to handle even a little mysterious person? Okay. AI Xuan looked at her former disciples like this, and felt a little bit sorry. After all, it was she who left the tribe, which led to the current situation. She glanced at Yifeng, and found that Yifeng's attention was not here at all, so she knew that Yifeng didn't want to care about this matter. Okay, now, cough. AI Xuan coughed, and said to Tux, "I forgive you, but whether Brother Yi forgives you or not depends on your performance. If you behave well, I will help you to say more good things. If you don't perform well, I'm afraid even I won't be able to save you." Great priest, this is the profound purification grass given to us by the mysterious person. Please accept it before we can use it. It's exactly 2 copies. You and Senior Yi can each have one. Tux immediately took out 2 translucent licorice plants from his bosom, which turned out to be 2 treasures of heaven and earth, Jingxian grass. AI Xuan's eyes lit up when she saw this. Jingxian grass, this is a natural treasure that only grows in the dragon's lair. Each plant can improve the cultivation base of the immortal cultivator for 5 years. I didn't expect Tux to have such a thing. But when I think about it, the Xingyin Yang god has owned the Yang god for at least 400 or 500 years, so it is not difficult to take out these 2 Jingxian grasses, and it is even easier and more enjoyable. It's really not a luxury to seduce Tux and the others. Well, that's not too bad. AI Xuan nodded in satisfaction, accepted the 2 plants of purifying profound grass, and hurriedly ran to Yifeng at the entrance of the temple. Brother Yi, these are 2 profound purification herbs, they should be useful to you, right? AI Xuan handed the purifying profound grass to Yifeng. Of course, Yifeng heard all the conversation between AI Xuan and Tux just now, and at this moment he was a little dumbfounded. This is given to you by your apprentice, what are you doing for me? Of course? AI Xuan blushed, stuffed the purifying profound grass into Yifeng's hands, covered her face and ran away. Yifeng was holding 2 plants of purifying mysterious grass. Feeling helpless, he accepted one of them, and handed the other to Shu. Auntie, you have worked hard just now. It must be very tiring to continuously perform star refining and returning to heaven, right? Shu was not hypocritical, she accepted this plant of purifying profound grass, feeling quite warm in her heart. Yifeng still gave her the purifying profound grass in the presence of so many people, which shows that he still attaches great importance to her. Fortunately, I'm used to it. Shu smiled lightly, didn't take this matter to heart. just took out the Luoshan water bottle and handed it back to Yifeng. If Luoshan wasn't there just now, she wouldn't have been able to heal Yifeng several times, and if that was the case, Yifeng would have collapsed under the repeated attacks of Xingyin Yangshan. For masters, thank you for your help. Yifeng then turned his head and greeted the 4 hidden Shaolin monks who were discussing something with each other. Ba, Lord Yi, there is no need to pay too much respect. The great Guanyin monk clasped his hands together and said kindly, I never thought that the evil star from the sky would be so tyrannical. If he really descended on the earth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, there is a benefactor, Yi here. Thank you, old monk. Master, why should you be polite? Yifeng smiled, the earth is my home, and everyone's safety depends on everyone. Since I am a person from the earth, I should think of ways to deal with this kind of thing. Unfortunately, the situation is not very stable now. I think it is necessary to restore all the phenomena of the earth. The illusion is transferred to the surrounding area of the temple. But in that way, the safety of Peach Blossom Island. Don't worry, Master Yi. The great Guanyin monk said seriously, the safety of Peach Blossom Island is jointly protected by the old monk and several people. Now there is no other way to stop the invasion of the disaster star. At the very least, the cursed star must be kept out of the earth. With Yifeng's move, he kept the battlefield in the wild world, and really maintained the peace and tranquility of the world. It is only natural that the great Guanyin monk should help him protect the safety of Peach Blossom Island. So I'm going to bother you, Master, without further ado, let's act immediately. Yifeng didn't think too much, and immediately went to the lower altar of the ancient temple with 4 monks, where the cross-boundary teleportation array was located. Lin Shiqing followed and blinked at Yifeng. Xiaoya, I just went back, sister, I even found time to borrow something from your mother. What? Yifeng was puzzled. Little idiot, haven't you seen that my sister's cultivation base has been raised to 40 years? Lin Shiqing cursed with a smile. It turned out to be the flame of eternal night. Only then did Yifeng understand. Just now he wondered why Lin Shiqing's cultivation increased after going back. It turned out that he had absorbed the spiritual energy of the eternal night flame. Soon everyone came to the cross-boundary teleportation array. Let's start, Sister Lin, take care of the others here. It's best to hide them all in the temple, so as not to be bumped into by the royal family or Xingyin. Yifeng gave Lin Shiqing some instructions, and then nodded to Ai Xuanhuan, who was traveling with him. The two began to inject true energy into the cross-boundary teleportation array, and the teleportation white light gradually appeared. The inner energy cannot activate the cross-boundary teleportation array, so if you want to return to the earth, of course you cannot rely on the 4 old monks of Yin Shaolin. Xiao Ai, just now you gave me the purifying profound grass, haven't you absorbed it yourself? Yifeng suddenly thought of a question, turned his head and asked Ai Xuanhuan. Originally, Yifeng thought that Ai Xuanhuan gave him all the Jingxian grass because he absorbed the Jingxian grass, but when he thought about it just now, he realized that it might not be the case. No. Ai Xuanhuan poured her true energy into the teleportation array, and said while shaking her head. Really? This silly girl, who got the purifying profound grass and gave it directly to Yifeng, didn't know how to absorb it for herself first. Then you should take this Jingxian grass back. Yifeng took out the pure profound grass from his bosom. No, Brother Yi, my master said that gifts given to others cannot be returned. Ai Xuanhuan waved her hands again and again. This should be the first gift I gave Brother Yi. The first one? Hasn't there been one before? Yifeng was surprised. The previous ones were all fair deals, and that's not a gift. Ai Xuanhuan giggled. Looking at this cute little girl with a delicate figure, Yifeng could only nod helplessly, and took back the pure profound grass. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures that grow in the dragon's lair, It seems that there are a lot of this net shan grass in the wild world, it just depends on whether you have the ability to get it. Yifeng thought in his heart. With the existence of Xingying's strength, it is easy to obtain Jingshuenko. Dragon? Xingying, who has been cultivated for 800 years, can be defeated with one move. As soon as Yifeng is strong enough, he has to go to the giant dragon's lair to get more Xianshan grass, so that his friends around him can have a plant. Soon, the cross-boundary teleportation array was activated, and Yifeng stepped into it together with 4 hidden Shaolin monks. Swish! In a flash, the 5 of them were teleported back to Peach Blossom Island on Earth. Yifeng's next step is of course to take away the 2 sets of 5 element stones, and then arrange them outside the ancient temples in the Menghuang realm. According to the current situation, there isn't only such a way. Not to mention anything else, Xingying Yangshan blew himself up here, and Xingying himself definitely knew what was going on here. Maybe when Xingying himself will come to this ancient temple. At that time, Xingying's main body with a cultivation base of 800 years, no matter whether he is injured or not, will not be as easy to deal with as his Yangshan. At this time, Xingying, the wandering swordsman, was very angry and flew towards the ancient temple. On this point, Yifeng's guess was not wrong. After the young god blew himself up, Xingying would of course fly over immediately to avenge his young god. The most important thing is that Yifeng snatched the wind and thunder eye of the young god and the heaven-splitting sword, which were finally condensed. The location of Xingying's body is tens of thousands of miles away from the ancient temple, but he walked in the air, and it didn't take long for him to come near the entrance of the ancient temple. It has been a few days since Xingying came to Menghuang realm, and of course he knows that there are similar ancient temples everywhere in this Menghuang realm. And in the entire boundless wild jungle, almost every place is guarded by ferocious beasts, with hundreds of years of cultivation. Of course, this is a piece of cake for Xingying, not worth mentioning. All he knew was that the scale of these ancient temples was far inferior to the one he discovered. Cross-boundary teleportation arrays can be seen everywhere in the wild world. This ancient jungle seems to be a transfer station built by a certain powerful force, with teleportation arrays leading to various other worlds. It is a pity that Xingying has been in the wild world for so long, and he has not seen any owner of the ancient temple. The emergence of. It seems that the forces that built these ancient temples have either died out, or they have all left this world. Many ancient temples, the cross-boundary teleportation arrays have been destroyed, and I don't know what happened. Xingying was flying in the air while thinking in his heart, and soon came not far from where his young god blew himself up. Arrive. Xingying was wearing Xing-yi, personable and unrestrained. When he came here, his eyes burst out. After cultivation, although he can't display the strength of his heyday due to the self-explosion of the young god, it is still easy to kill those little guys who just forced him to self-destruct. The most important thing is to snatch back the Eye of Wind and Thunder and the Sword of Thunder. However, when he came to the sky above the place where Yangshan blew himself up in his memory, he suddenly became confused. Where is there any ancient temple here? Damn it, it's clearly in this place. Xingying gritted her teeth, feeling something was wrong. He looked down, only to see that this area was completely covered with dense ancient jungles, not to mention the ancient temples. Even the traces of his previous battle with the young god were completely gone. What happened? Xingying kept walking in the sky above, and his spiritual consciousness spread around, but he didn't find any clues at all. Of course he didn't know that Yifeng had already transferred the 1000 phantasm illusion around Peach Blossom Island to outside this ancient temple when he flew over from the sky. Now, even a strong person at Xingying's level would definitely find it difficult to break through the illusion of 1000 images and find the location of this ancient temple leading to the earth. After all, the principle of Qianxiang illusion is extremely complicated, no less than the power of mysterious space. Among the immortal techniques of the Star Tomb sect, the most precious thing is of course the crossing of the nebula, but second only to the crossing of the nebula is the five-element phantom formation, especially the arrangement method of the double five-element phantom formation, which is unsurpassed in the world of cultivating immortals of. However, the five-element stone is really too precious. The 3 sets of 5-element stones that Su Feiying left for Yi Feng were treasures handed down from the entire Star Tomb sect through the ages, and they were extremely valuable treasures in the immortal cultivation world. There are still many in the world of cultivating immortals who can decipher the existence of the illusion of 1,000 images, and those are masters who specialize in illusion formations. But if 3 sets of 5-element stones form the illusion array, then no one in the entire world of cultivating immortals can break through it. However, the complexity of the illusion array formed by 3 sets of 5-element stones, even Yi Feng, may have to study for several years before he can arrange it smoothly. Come out. It is the 2 sets of 5-element stones, except for Yi Feng, very few people can comprehend them, at least not even Su Feiying. Xingyin couldn't find the ancient temple, and was flying around in the sky. In the temple, Yi Feng and the others raised their heads and looked at that guy's figure flying around. They all thought it was funny, but none of them dared to laugh out loud. So exciting! If the guy in the sky finds out, everyone present will probably die, and none of them will be able to escape. But the key problem is that the other party can't find any of them. Xiaoya, I've cast a star-chasing spell on him. If he leaves later, we can follow him from afar. Lin Shiqing stood beside Yi Feng and whispered something to him. The star-chasing technique is a tracking fairy technique derived from the star-refining immortal code, without anyone noticing it. The sect who practiced the star alchemy code, built a large number of ancient temples in the wild world, and mastered the power of the mysterious space, and built countless cross-boundary teleportation arrays. It can be seen that the level of the cultivation of immortality in the star-refining immortal code is definitely higher than any item in the realm of cultivating immortals and the realm of the royal family. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals and the world of royal families, very few people can master the power of mysterious space. Correspondingly, its derivative fairy art is naturally extremely mysterious. Star chasing is not the meaning of those little girls and boys on the earth chasing stars, but to attach the power of star refining to a target without anyone noticing it, and condense it into a star. Then, the immortal cultivator who practiced the star refining code can track the direction of the star mark and carry out long-distance tracking. This tracking method is much simpler and more reliable than any method Yi Feng knew before, and it is very simple to use. Just need to comprehend the second star map of the star-refining immortal code. The Xingyin body wandered above the ancient temple for a day and a night, but did not give up and leave. During this period, Xingyin came down to the vicinity of the ancient temple several times to check, but in his eyes, it was a desolate place, and even the divine sense could not see through the illusion of the 1,000 phantasm illusion. In desperation, Xingyin finally left after wandering here for a day. And at this time it was time for Yi Feng and the others to follow up. The others are all guarding the temple. Since Xingyin can't see through the illusion of 1,000 phenomena, it is absolutely safe in the ancient temple. Yi Feng gave an order, and wanted to take Lin Shiqing to pursue him alone. This is a good opportunity to find out where Su Feiying is. Since Su Feiying rescued Xingyin before, it is not certain that she is still with Xingyin now. Although this guess made Yi Feng feel very uncomfortable, it is very possible. Xiaoya, let me go with you. At the gate of the ancient temple, when they were about to leave, Shu Shu stood up and looked at Yi Feng. In case you are in any danger, I can help you. Regarding this, Lin Shiqing had no objection and turned her attention to Yi Feng. All right. Yi Feng thought about it and nodded. Going far behind Xingyin's main body, tracking the opponent at the longest distance in the star-chasing technique, the safety should still be guaranteed. With Lin Shiqing's cultivation base, the longest distance of star-chasing has reached 400 miles. In order to ensure that the opponent can be tracked, It is enough to keep a distance of 300 miles from Xingying. With a distance of 300 miles, even with Xingying's 800 years of cultivation, it is impossible to spot Yi Feng and the others. As for the dangers that may be encountered on the road, Yi Feng thought to himself that with his own mobility, he could still take the two girls to escape, and since Xingying was following Xingying, Xingying was at the front along the way, so he could have avoided the possible dangers earlier. Part of the danger has been resolved. When Xingying Fei left the ancient temple for more than 200 miles, Yi Feng finally took Lin Shiqing and Xu Shu with him, and Yu Jianfei started to follow. As soon as they left the Thousand Images illusion, whether it was Yi Feng, Lin Shiqing, or Xu Shu, they all had a feeling of being exposed to a dangerous situation. From this, it can be seen that the presence of the Thousand Images illusion does give people a lot of sense of security. Be careful, everyone, and be alert to your surroundings at all times. I will catch up as soon as possible. As Yi Feng spoke, he mobilized his Zhenqi, and the envoy passed on the dragon's sword, carrying the two girls and quickly followed the direction where Xingying's main body left. Take the sword all the way and ride the wind. Xingying's flying speed is undoubtedly much faster than Yi Feng's, but Yi Feng's illusion swordsmanship is not simple. In the footsteps of Xingying. The air in the Menghuang realm contained a richer aura of heaven and earth than that in the immortal cultivation realm, and it flew all the way, refreshing. But in the sky, there are not too many birds and so on, and there is no such thing as in the ancient forest, where there are fierce beasts occupying the mountain as king. Yi Feng doesn't know why. But come to think of it, maybe those overlords who resemble the remnants of ancient gods often appear in the sky, making it impossible for ordinary flying beasts to survive. Therefore, the sky was clear and cloudless, and Yi Feng's tracking went very smoothly this time. The whole day. Xingying's main body was in front, and Yi Feng and the other three were behind, tracking a distance of tens of thousands of miles. When Xingying finally stopped moving forward and started to descend, the sky had already darkened, and the night sky in the wilderness realm, accompanied by the howling of ferocious beasts everywhere, looked even more desolate and desolate. He landed. Lin Shiqing hugged Yi Feng's arm and reminded her softly. Since Yi Feng wanted to catch up with Xingying's footsteps, he had to alternately use teleportation and flying non-stop, so Lin Shiqing had to hold Yi Feng's arm tightly to ensure that he would not be thrown off. Of course Xu Shu was the same. Yi Feng took advantage of the two girls along the way, but unfortunately Yi Feng didn't have the heart to think about it, and the two girls didn't care too much about it. After all, in the hearts of the two women, Yi Feng was already one of their very close people, not to mention being taken advantage of by him not once or twice. Well, let's catch up, always be careful. Yi Feng nodded. Lu and the two women teleported to the front again. The destination is less than 100 miles away. Yi Feng's consciousness spread out, completely covering the surrounding area of 1 kilometer, and he could see the details of the surrounding scenes. In the ancient jungle below, there are still fierce beasts occupying the mountain as king. Of course, Yi Feng would not provoke these fierce beasts that have been cultivated for hundreds of years, but as they advanced, he quickly discovered the difference underneath. Here, it turned out to be a gathering place of ancient temples. The three of them quickly discovered this phenomenon, and couldn't help feeling incredible. Within 100 miles around the destination, ancient temples appeared one after another, scattered all over the place. These ancient temples are much smaller than the ones sent to Earth, and they all seem to be very dilapidated. Yi Feng's consciousness could easily penetrate the walls of these temples and detect the detailed scenes inside. The cross-boundary teleportation array inside has been destroyed, and it has been destroyed for a long time. Yi Feng felt awe-inspiring, and told Lin Shiqing and Xu Shu about this discovery. Xu Shu didn't think there was anything wrong, but Lin Shiqing suddenly thought of many things from this phenomenon. Xiaoya, you said that these teleportation arrays should all lead to other worlds one after another, right? Lin Shiqing frowned slightly and asked softly. It should be so, it can't be wrong. Yifeng nodded. There are so many ancient temples in this kind of place, and the cross-boundary teleportation array that has been destroyed for a long time, there is definitely something to be found in it. About the sects that built ancient temples, or about the world behind these cross-boundary teleportation arrays. Lin Shiqing's thinking was still very quick. As soon as Yifeng explained the situation of the dilapidated ancient temples below, she immediately thought of many possibilities. The most likely one is that people from the world behind these cross-boundary teleportation arrays have discovered the existence of this wild world. Lin Shiqing speculated, maybe they discovered that this wild world can lead to countless worlds, or maybe they found that this wild world is very dangerous, so they took the initiative to destroy the teleportation array leading to their own world. Just as Yifeng thought before. When it is really impossible to resist the people from the royal family, Yifeng will definitely let everyone destroy the cross-boundary teleportation array leading to the Earth, so as not to affect the peace of the Earth. Based on this guess, all the cross-boundary teleportation arrays in this place were destroyed, and it is very likely because of this reason. At least, these teleportation arrays cannot be destroyed by Xingying, because Xingying has only come to the wild world not long ago, and these cross-border teleportation arrays have been destroyed for an unknown number of years. Even some of the formation stones of the cross-boundary teleportation array have been weathered and corroded, showing a long history. Xingying came to this place. Is this place the base of Xingying? Yifeng was thinking in his heart, but he was also a little apprehensive. He was looking forward to it, but also a little scared. He was afraid that when he saw Su Feiying, something bad happened to her. With such an uneasy mood, Yifeng took Lin Shiqing and Xu Shu and flew towards the destination where Xingying landed. The closer you get to the destination, the more secrets are the ancient temples below. Yifeng roughly estimated that there are at least more than 100 ancient temples in this area. As a result, there are more than 100 cross-boundary teleportation arrays, but among so many teleportation arrays, none of the cross-boundary teleportation arrays is intact, and all of them are damaged without exception. Soon, Yifeng brought the two women closer to the place where Xingying landed, and soon saw an extremely wide ancient temple appearing in front of him. This ancient temple stood like this in the dense ancient jungle, and its volume was much larger than any temple it had seen before. At a glance, the entire field of vision is occupied by this ancient temple. It can even be said that the scope of this ancient temple has constituted a city. The whole body of the ancient temple is made of light blue stone, which looks like the color of a star. It is extremely bright and beautiful, and it is extremely conspicuous in the ancient jungle that is all green and lush. On the light blue stone wall of the temple, there are constellation maps engraved one after another, which are magical and mysterious, but they are not the training method of the Star Alchemy Immortal code. Maybe it is just for decoration, or it may have other special functions. Even if you look down from the sky, you can't see the end of this ancient temple at a glance. This temple should be the headquarters of the Dian sect that cultivates the stars and immortals in the wilderness world. Lin Shiqing stood beside Yifeng sideways, her fragrant body leaning against him, looking at the huge ancient temple in front of her. She seemed to feel the call of the ancient temple. I feel some power inside, attracting me into it. Then let's go in and take a look, but we must always be careful, among other things, that Xingying disappeared in this temple. Yifeng nodded, and said cautiously, it seems that Xingying also wants to know what secrets are in this temple. Since it is the headquarters of the Temple of the Star Alchemy Immortal Code sect, it should be called the Star Alchemy Temple. Yifeng thought in his heart, and looked around. The Star Refining Temple was surrounded by hundreds of ancient temples, but those temples were all destroyed. Only this temple was not only intact, but also the materials and everything else is different. It should be some kind of very strong material, and it is absolutely difficult for ordinary cultivators to destroy it. Yifeng felt the mysterious power circulating in the light blue stone wall, and knew that it was definitely not an ordinary material. If it was placed in the world of cultivating immortals, it would definitely be something of great value. It's a pity that with Yifeng's knowledge, he can't know what the material is, but this is not the point is what is in the temple. Yifeng brought the two women, and landed in front of the temple from the air, and found that there were hundreds of entrance gates in this temple, and he didn't know which gate Xingyin entered through. Where did he go? Yifeng turned his head and glanced at Lin Shiqing. Go to this door. Lin Shiqing pointed to one of the very ordinary gates, smiled, and said, Xiaoya, try to see if your spiritual sense can detect this temple? Yifeng tried what she said, but quickly shook his head helplessly. I can't. It seems that this is really the place where people who have practiced the star-refining immortal code should come. Lin Shiqing raised her head and looked at the star-refining temple. My consciousness derived from the power of star refining can penetrate into it, and the star-chasing technique has not failed, and I can clearly feel the position of that Xingyin in the temple. Lin Shiqing's words undoubtedly brought surprises to Yifeng. Sister Lin, since this is the case, can you detect any danger in it? Yifeng happily asked. If this is the case, then the next action may become very easy. Able. Lin Shiqing said affirmatively. Besides, I can feel any mechanism in it. It seems that for those who have practiced the star-refining immortal code, this temple is much closer than those ancient temples before. As she spoke, she walked forward and walked straight into one of the gates into the temple. Auntie, how about you? Do you feel the same as Sister Lin? Yifeng turned his head to the side and asked Shushu a question. Shushu nodded gently. She is not someone who likes to show off, since Lin Shiqing has already explained the situation here, she doesn't need to say anything more. Following Lin Shiqing's footsteps, the two entered the Star Alchemy Temple. The first thing they came to was a building complex made of light blue materials. Yifeng tried to find out his consciousness again, and found that the degree of shielding of the consciousness in the Star Alchemy Temple was much higher than that in the ancient temple. For him now, his consciousness is completely useless, completely shielded, and he can only rely on the naked eye to check the surrounding situation, and the building complex is intertwined with stone walls, even the naked eye can't see far. Fortunately, they brought Lin Shiqing and Shushu with them. With the two women present, they could find out the details within a range of hundreds of meters around them. Only the immortal cultivators who have practiced the star-refining immortal code can have their spiritual consciousness take effect in this temple. No, he found us. Suddenly, Lin Shiqing yelled out in a hurry. Xingyin was still scurrying around in front, but just now she ran directly towards where we are. What should I do now? Run here? Yifeng's expression turned serious. Let's go quickly, get out of here. His consciousness is definitely useless in the temple. If we play hide and seek, we have a great advantage. After a moment of panic, Lin Shiqing quickly calmed down and saw the current situation clearly. Although I don't know how Xingyin found out that they were following them, there is no doubt that in this temple, only those who have practiced the star-refining immortal code are local snakes. Because of their cultivation, the running speed of Lin Shiqing and Shushu was naturally not as fast as Yifeng. In the current situation, Yifeng had no choice but to run away with the two girls, and then let the two girls guide the way, in order to successfully avoid Xingyin's backtracking. Regarding Lin Shiqing's judgment, Yifeng certainly believed that if Xingyin was able to run directly towards them, he must have spotted them. Soon, Yifeng disappeared from the spot with the two girls, started circling in the building complex, and gradually ran towards the center of the Star Alchemy Temple. Now in this temple, Yifeng has three purposes. The first is to try to find Su Feiying, and the second is to let Lin Shiqing and Shushu find out if there are any treasures in this temple, such as to activate the teleportation array. The third is to explore the mysteries in the temple, and it is best to know the complete alchemy of the alchemy of immortality. The star-refining immortal code star map in the ancient temple is undoubtedly incomplete, but in this star-refining temple, you should be able to find more star maps. This is the basis for Lin Shiqing and the others to continue their cultivation. When Yifeng brought the two women into action, Xingying obviously couldn't keep up with the three of them. Since the divine sense had lost its effect in the temple, Xingying had to be cautious in any actions. Of course it couldn't compare to the rampage of the three. Lin Shiqing and Xu Shu could easily detect any traps, killing formations, or phantom formations, and let Yifeng avoid them. Although the three of them were not moving fast, they were still much faster than Xingying's pace, and they would not be caught up by them for the time being. Have you found Master? Soon, Yifeng asked again. No, apart from Xingying, there seems to be no one else in the temple. Lin Shiqing shook her head again. While avoiding Xingying, they had wandered all over the buildings here, but they didn't find anything. Then there's only one way to go. Yifeng gritted his teeth, raised his head, and looked forward. Ahead, there is this building complex, and they have come to the center of the entire temple. The light blue architectural style around them makes people feel weird. Even Yifeng feels chilly all over. To enter the center of the temple, you need to pass through a killing formation. Lin Shiqing looked forward, her eyebrows frowned slightly, apparently discovering the mystery at the entrance of the central hall. Is there a way to crack it? Yifeng asked decisively. I can try, but I can't guarantee it will work. Lin Shiqing said, the principle of this killing formation seems to be recorded in the third star map of the Star Refining Immortal Code, but unfortunately I don't know much about the third star map, and I don't understand much. Try as much as you can. Yifeng nodded and said. Although Su Feiying was unlikely to appear in the central hall ahead because of the killing formation, but since she came here, she had to give it a try to see what was in the Star Alchemy Temple. Lin Shiqing stepped forward, raised her hands, and the light blue star refining true energy rushed into the killing formation at the entrance of the central hall. After a while, beads of sweat oozed from Lin Shiqing's snow-white cheeks, obviously in a very hard state. Auntie, where is Xingying now? Seeing Lin Shiqing's actions, Yifeng was a little moved, but now was not the time to talk about it, so he turned his head and asked Xu Shu. Still following, I don't know what method he used. Xu Shu replied gently, frowning slightly, obviously worried. With Xingying's strength, if they really catch up with the three of them, then they will definitely have no way to resist, and it will be hard to say what will happen then. Perhaps Xingying also has some kind of tracking method, which can determine our tracks in this temple. Yifeng guessed, but he couldn't understand the specific situation. Soon, there was a sound of boulders moving ahead, which was obviously caused by Lin Shiqing. It's very difficult, but I have already grasped the general principle. As long as you give me time, I can crack this killing formation and let us enter the central star refining sacred pavilion. Lin Shiqing's nervous and excited words came back. Sacred Star Refining Pavilion? Yifeng was puzzled. Without looking back, Lin Shiqing nodded and responded, I feel it. This central hall is the Star Refining Sacred Pavilion. As long as you enter it, you can try to obtain the real inheritance of the Star Refining Immortal Code. No wonder she was so excited. It turned out that the center of the Star Refining Temple was actually the place where the Star Refining Immortal Code was truly inherited. This place is as important to Lin Shiqing as Dragon Sword's tomb is to Yifeng. There are 3 corridors left, Xingying will catch up with us. Xu Shu reminded from the side. It should work, Sister Lin, come on. Yifeng raised his head without flinching. Lin Shiqing's sexy figure in short-sleeved denim in front of her body exudes bursts of light blue starlight, and the true energy of star refinement condenses from her hands, and then rushes into the killing array at the entrance of the central hall, trying hard to get rid of it. It's cracked. This should be a test for visitors in the place where the Star Refining Immortal Code is passed down. If you can't even break through this killing formation, then there is no need to enter the Star Refining Sacred Pavilion. Unexpectedly, after following Xingying, before finding Su Feiying, she actually found the inheritance place of the Star Refining Immortal Code. Yifeng thought in his heart, sweating for Lin Shiqing. Turn another corner, and he's coming. Shu Shu stared at Xing Ying's route all the time, and kept reporting the other party's location. Sister Lin, if it doesn't work, shall we withdraw first? Yifeng hesitated for a moment, and asked Lin Shiqing aloud. Xiaoya, I didn't expect you to say the words of flinching. Lin Shiqing took the time to turn around and smiled softly. Don't worry, it will be fine soon, trust me, sister. Yifeng wondered, he was only worried about the safety of the two girls. If Xing Ying really caught up later, and Lin Shiqing hadn't broken through the killing formation, then Yifeng could only bite the bullet and resist for a while. But that is of course an extremely dangerous situation. Simply put, as long as everyone sees Xing Ying's body with their naked eyes, the three of them will be in danger. Coming. Shu Shu closed her beautiful eyes, and said nervously. Wonderful, you are really here. Xing Ying laughed loudly, and conveyed her spiritual thoughts with a little excitement, making Yifeng and Shu Shu's hearts shudder. Sure enough, he came after him. The two looked back, and saw Xing Ying's figure and Xing Yi floating towards him, with greedy and excited expressions on his face. After chasing for so long, he finally caught up. Late. At this moment, Lin Shiqing scolded and waved one hand, followed by a bang. The killing array in front was broken. Walk. Lin Shiqing held Yifeng with one hand and Shu Shu with the other, and entered the gate of the central hall in 2 or 3 steps. Break that killing formation? Xing Ying's complexion changed in the back, and then he was overjoyed, and ran up quickly, wanting to take this opportunity to cross the killing array together. It's a pity that he thought too beautifully. Since Lin Shiqing had a way to break through the killing formation, she naturally also had a way to reopen the killing formation. When Xing Ying quickly caught up and entered the range of the original guarding killing formation, Lin Shiqing, who was running ahead, smiled slyly and inspired her true energy. The killing formation that was originally closed was instantly reopened. Rao Xingying had 800 years of cultivation, and at the moment when the killing array was opened, he clearly felt a chill, which made him shudder. Not good, back. Xingying didn't dare to have any hesitation, and retreated towards the rear with the fastest reaction speed. In an instant, he withdrew from the range of the killing array, and at this moment, Xing Ying's originally unrestrained and elegant face was already covered with beads of sweat. If he hesitated at all just now, if he slowed down a bit, he would definitely be trapped in the killing array, and he would die without a place to die. Although he has 800 years of cultivation, he knows that there are weird temples everywhere. Among them, his cultivation base is not enough to look at. Damn it, they ran away. Xing Ying clenched her fists tightly, veins burst out on her forehead. She was very unwilling. At first, I wanted to find some substitute ghosts to explore the way into the temple, but I didn't expect to be destroyed by this kid. Now this kid ran ahead of me and entered the core of the temple. Xing Ying immediately hated Yifeng to the bone. It turned out that he wanted to take Tux and the others away just to find some scapegoats, let them search everywhere, and find out all the hidden killing arrays. He was able to come to the entrance of the core of the temple, which was the result of having attracted several groups of innocent people to test everywhere in the temple complex. For this reason, hundreds of people he brought had already died in the killing array, with no bones left. What should I do now? Xing Ying thought about it. Originally, he wanted to find out all the secrets of this temple in order to obtain some treasures, but now, Yifeng actually got into the core of the temple before him. It seems that it's time to find the people from the royal family and let them explore this temple together. Xing Ying quickly figured out a way, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking confident. With his ability, of course he can know where the royal family's large troops are, otherwise, he would not be able to escape the royal family's pursuit. It couldn't be easier to lure people from the royal family over now. And that sexy general girl, I won't let you go so easily. Xing stuck out her tongue and licked Tian's lips, and there was a hint of evil on her handsome face. So close. After following Lin Shiqing through the killing array and entering the real core of the temple, Yi Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking back, Xing Ying's figure has disappeared, replaced by a mysterious star map, which is the killing array that Lin Shiqing deciphered just now. It is self-evident that it is difficult to crack the killing array in such a short period of time. Sister Lin, I really belong to you. Yi Feng sighed. It's okay. After all, I have practiced the Star Immortal code for the longest time and have studied it the most. It is normal to be able to break through this simple killing formation now. Lin Shiqing smiled lightly, took Yi Feng's arm with one hand, looked around, and suddenly found a problem. Where's Shu Shu? Lin Shiqing looked left and right, but she didn't see Shu Shu, who was with her just now. Auntie? Of course, Yi Feng also quickly discovered this phenomenon, and quickly looked around, only to see that this is an extremely spacious starlight hall. Around this hall, mysterious star maps are depicted one after another, exuding radiant brilliance. The starlight seemed to last forever. And in the huge hall, apart from Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing, there was no one else left. Where did Shu Shu go? Obviously, he and the two of them just passed through the range of the killing formation and came to the core of this hall. Sister Lin, is your spiritual sense still useful? Yi Feng asked hastily. If Shu Shu really disappeared in this place, then Yi Feng would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Among other things, if Shu Shu disappeared and he just went back like this, he would have no face to face xuanhuan in the first place. It's useless, since I passed through the killing array just now, my consciousness has been completely blocked. Lin Shiqing shook her head. Even before, outside this central hall, I couldn't feel anything in this hall, but there was a voice telling me that this is the place where the Star Alchemy code is inherited. What's the sound? Yi Feng hurriedly asked. It's a woman's voice. It's nice to hear, but now, here it comes again. As Lin Shiqing was talking, she suddenly became overjoyed, because she finally heard that woman's voice again. Yi Feng didn't hear anything, but he probably understood something, so he didn't interrupt indiscriminately, but stood still in place, observing the surroundings while waiting for news from Lin Shiqing. Soon, Lin Shiqing's expression became a little weird and embarrassed, and she turned her head to look at Yi Feng. Sister Lin, what's the matter? Yi Feng didn't talk nonsense, but asked, calmly. You can't stay here for too long. Lin Shiqing frowned. Can't stay here for too long, what do you mean? Yi Feng was a little surprised. He looked around and saw that they were all mysterious star maps, which gave him a general understanding of the situation. Could it be that this place where the star refining code is passed down does not allow people who do not practice the star refining code to enter? Soon, this guess was confirmed from Lin Shiqing. You haven't practiced the star refining immortal code. If you stay here for more than 24 minutes, you will be wiped out by the guardian of the inheritance. Lin Shiqing's beautiful face was full of worry. What should I do? I can't stay here, and I can't go out. Inheritance guardian? Yi Feng was thoughtful. It is obviously not appropriate to leave here now. After all, with the threat of Xing Ying, no one knows whether that guy has left, not even Lin Shiqing. Once the other party is guarding the door, going out now, wouldn't it be a dead end? Even, the end will be more terrible than death. But if they stay here, they will be obliterated by the inheritance guardians, which is not what Yi Feng wants. What about my aunt? Any news? Yi Feng turned to ask. 24 minutes, it seems that there is still a certain amount of room for maneuver. Well, don't worry. Lin Shiqing nodded. She has been led to the inheritance stone room by the inheritance guardian, and is in the process of accepting the inheritance, so there is no danger. That's good. Yi Feng nodded. He was relieved, but when he thought of his own problem, he felt a little troubled. Why don't you send me out? It's better to face a criminal shadow than to face an absolutely invincible guardian of the inheritance. Yi Feng sighed. Facing Xing Ying, he could still escape by chance, but facing the guardian of the star-refining immortal code, who is still within the opponent's sphere of influence, Yi Feng can be sure that he has no chance of winning at all. No, what if Xing Ying is still outside? Lin Shiqing vetoed it outright, and then thought about it. A blush suddenly appeared on her face. Actually, the guardian of the inheritance said that if you want to stay here, there is another way. It depends on whether you are willing. Hearing Lin Shiqing said that there is another way to let him stay here, Yi Feng was a little puzzled, and seeing that Lin Shiqing's cheeks turned red, he was even more curious about what the way she said was. Sister Lin, what method are you talking about? Yi Feng asked, tentatively. Follow me. Lin Shiqing turned her face away, didn't look at Yi Feng again, just grabbed Yi Feng's arm with one hand, and pulled him towards the side of the hall. Although Yi Feng's cultivation base was higher than hers, he didn't dare to do anything wrong here and now, so he could only let her do what he wanted, and was soon led by her to a side hall next to the main hall. Although the two had been in close contact many times before, and even Yi Feng had crushed Lin Shiqing's plump body, but at this moment, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. Holding Lin Shiqing's tender jade hand, Yi Feng could clearly feel that beads of sweat oozed out of her smooth hand. It can be seen that Lin Shiqing must be very restless now. What is the method, she said. Yi Feng didn't ask any further questions for the time being, but was dragged to a side hall by Lin Shiqing. This side hall, like the main hall, is surrounded by mysterious star patterns, and the entire side hall space presents a deep and quiet sky blue color. Coupled with the fact that even the walls are made of light blue stones, the whole side hall looks mysterious and quiet. Lin Shiqing pulled Yi Feng all the way into a room in the side hall. The furnishings in the room are very simple, with wooden tables, wooden beds, and wooden chairs, but they are not ordinary wooden furniture, but made of blue wood. I don't know what kind of material these blue woods are, and they can withstand the erosion of such a long time. And when Yi Feng put one hand on the blue wood chair, he felt that the chair was emitting a little warmth, and it was also slightly soft, which made people feel very comfortable. Sister Lin, where is it? Yi Feng became more and more confused, only feeling that Lin Shiqing's grip was getting tighter and tighter. When he asked these words, Lin Shiqing, who was walking in front, immediately stopped. As if she had made up her mind, she turned around and presented her exquisite and beautiful face in front of Yi Feng. Before Yi Feng could react, he felt a pair of warm and moist lips pressed against his lips, and then the entire delicate body of the beautiful woman in front of him leaned towards him. I am your woman. Lin Shiqing murmured, holding Yi Feng tightly with both hands. This scene made Yi Feng stunned. Lin Shiqing, what's going on? Could it be that he was drugged? I haven't seen her like this before. Could it be that this is the way she said to make Yi Feng stay? He was very puzzled. It is undeniable that the best Yujia in his arms is very attractive now, even because he is hugging her soft and delicate body tightly. His little friend has already stood upright. However, he, Yi Feng, wouldn't have anything to do with Lin Shiqing in this situation. Compared with this, he is more willing to leave here and go to a battle of wits with Xing Ying. If Yi Feng's life needs a woman to sacrifice her body, is Yi Feng still a man? What's more, Yi Feng still feels that this matter is not reliable. Why he wants to stay here, so he can only have something to happen with Lin Shiqing. No, Sister Lin, you are not my woman. Yi Feng quickly wanted to try to push Lin Shiqing away, but found that the other party was like an octopus, tightly wrapped around his body, and that enchanting and sexy figure seemed to want to directly merge with him. Not before, but after 24 minutes, I must be. Lin Shiqing's crisp voice was full of incomparable resoluteness and incomparable temptation. As her words fell, her slender hands had gradually slipped down and touched the thing that had already raised its head. The two hug each other. Yi Feng couldn't see Lin Shiqing's eyes, and couldn't detect it with his spiritual sense, but he could feel that Lin Shiqing was telling the truth now. She is determined. Xiaoya, listen to me. Lin Shiqing approached Yi Feng's ear, blowing the fragrance softly and seductively. Just this time, I won't care too much. Why should you care? Sister Lin. Yi Feng listened to the other party's gentle and seductive words, and felt that he gradually had a tendency to lose control. As Lin Shiqing's soft and crisp hands continued to move up and down his body, it made his whole body seem to be on fire. No matter where the jade hand of the top-grade Yujia in her bosom touches, it can make Yi Feng's body heat up for a while. It won't be that simple. Yi Feng felt like a bright mirror in his heart. Lin Shiqing was definitely not like this now. In order to save his life, he had to dedicate himself to him. Either the scene in front of me is completely an illusion, or Lin Shiqing has other purposes. If it was the latter, Yi Feng believed that Lin Shiqing would not harm him. But if it is the former, then the situation he is in now is extremely dangerous. If everything that is happening now is an illusion, then God knows what the consequences will be when he really pushes the beautiful woman in front of him onto the bed. Therefore, Yi Feng needs to seek proof. It's a pity that there is not much time for him to seek evidence. He thought quickly, but felt that Lin Shiqing took his hand with one hand, pressed it on her plump breasts, and then took a step forward, pushing him down on the big blue wood bed like this. The soft, comfortable, and sexy beauty stood up and sat on his waist, looking at his whole body with seductive eyes. Yi Feng was almost confused, but his will would not be so easily loosened. Pushing Lin Shiqing away halfway, Yi Feng asked, Sister Lin, how many children does your grandfather have? Forehead. Lin Shiqing was stunned when she heard Yi Feng's question, then lightly raised her jade hand and covered her mouth with a smile. Xiaoya, are you doubting whether I'm real or not? Please answer my question. Yi Feng said seriously. 4. Lin Shiqing replied casually, telling the truth. Then how many children do your father and your uncle have? Yi Feng asked again. Even Yi Feng hadn't figured out this kind of question. If it was an illusion, then there would definitely be some problems in the other party's answer. But when Yi Feng asked, Lin Shiqing easily gave the correct answer again. Then she leaned down, and the snow-white deep gully under the shirt was displayed in front of Yi Feng, and her seductive lips came close to his ear. Don't ask, in fact, my inheritance has taken a fancy to you, I just want us to become in-laws. Are you relieved now? When Yi Feng heard her explanation, he felt relieved, but then he felt puzzled. He never thought that there would be such a thing between inheritance and inheritance. Although there are still many doubts, at this moment, Lin Shiqing has already taken the initiative, sitting on his waist with a sexy and delicate body, and the tight shirt and denim gradually faded away, revealing her smooth skin without a trace of blemish. Before he knew it, Yi Feng's hands were already on Lin Shiqing's snow-white and slender legs. Outside the Alchemy Star Temple. Amidst the loud laughter, Xingying's elegant figure was walking in the sky, approaching very quickly from a distance, and soon landed at one of the entrances of the Star Alchemy Temple. And behind him, followed by a large group of strong men who could walk against the sky, each of them was majestic, wearing similar armors, they seemed to be from the same force. The strong man of the royal family was actually attracted by Xingying. While talking and laughing, Xingying had easily escaped from the pursuit of everyone and entered the Star Alchemy Temple. The powerful members of the royal family followed closely behind, but they were just a little short of catching up with Xingying. At least 100 strong men, all of whom have cultivated for hundreds of years or more, filed into the Star Alchemy Temple. Wonderful! Wonderful! Xingying's loud laughter came back from the front, making everyone in the royal family chase faster, gnashing their teeth one by one, as if they had some deep hatred with Xingying. This guy dared to conspire against the goddess general in their army. It is an unforgivable crime. As long as you catch it, you will definitely smash it to ashes. A group of idiots, since you have been brought to this place, there are naturally ways to deal with you. Thinking of this in Xing Ying's heart, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a sinister and cunning expression. As early as when he set off to lure the royal army, Xing Ying had already figured out how to deal with this powerful force. Thinking of the ones chasing after him, among them a long-awaited goddess general, Xing Ying began to feel itchy. Although a strong man of his level will never lack beautiful women, his pursuit is naturally different from that of ordinary people. Xing Ying has lived up to now, what kind of beauty has not been obtained? But a woman like the goddess general will definitely not be easily conquered. The harder a woman is to get, the more attractive she is to Xing Ying, and that's the case with the unruly goddess general. Soon, many powerful members of the royal family were led into a trap by Xing Ying while they were chasing after Xing Ying. The place of inheritance of the star refining holy pavilion, the side hall. The light blue brilliance flowed, and on the edge of the blue wood bed, the clothes were messy, and a spring scene had gradually come to an end. Come on, change your clothes. Yifeng took out a snow-white dress from the dragon sword token, and handed it to Lin Shiqing, who was still lazily lying in bed. In this side hall, there was originally only a set of furniture made of blue wood, and naturally, there would be no sheets, quilts, and other things. These were all carried by Yifeng in the storage space of the dragon sword order, finally came in handy. Looking at Miss Lin, who was lying under the blanket, eyes slightly closed, eyelashes trembling slightly, and her innocent cheeks were slightly rosy, Yifeng felt a little awakened from a dream. This woman who had been entangled with him from a long time ago finally became his woman. But, this is clearly not the plot Yifeng hoped for. Now, how should Yifeng face xuanhuan and the others? Thinking about what he promised them not long ago, Yifeng was very troubled. Apart from xuanhuan and the others, even if facing Lin Shiqing alone now, Yifeng still doesn't know what to do. Are you troubled? Lin Shiqing's voice came from under the quilt, and then Xian took the dress from Yifeng's hand. Turn it over first. Yifeng only felt a snow-white figure get out from the quilt, and then he was pushed and turned around. Thinking of the bone-wrenching comfort of holding Lin Shiqing in his arms just now, he couldn't hold back, but he knew that there was no time for them to make out again now. Okay, just this once. Lin Shiqing put on that snow-white dress. She was slim and elegant. She put one hand on Yifeng's shoulder, pursed her lips and said with a light smile, "From now on, just pretend that this has never happened. How about that, we just..." Yifeng frowned slightly. He was not the kind of person who did something good and left with a pat on the butt. Why, is it memorable? Lin Shiqing licked her nose, and leaned over with great interest. This is the only time I said it. You want to be responsible for me, but I don't want you to be responsible. Yeah? Yifeng smiled softly, without looking back. He just stretched out his hand and hugged her soft and slender waist into his arms. Really just this time? Of course, you want a second time? Lin Shiqing raised her head and looked at him bitterly. She didn't fall into Yifeng's arms as soon as Yifeng pulled her like other little girls. Instead, she pulled Yifeng's hands away, got up and tidied her close carefully, lest other people would see anything later. Hello. Yifeng was a little puzzled. Is this Lin Shiqing really more appreciative than him? Is it true that women in the new era on Earth are different? Hey, what? Call me Sister Lin. Lin Shiqing straightened her whole body until she was sure that there was nothing wrong, then she raised her head again, only to see Yifeng staring at her face carefully. What are you looking at? She opened her hand and waved it in front of Yifeng's eyes. Look at you. Yifeng spread his hands and said helplessly, could it be that you are not even allowed to look at it? It's just not allowed. Lin Shiqing snorted lightly. You want to do something bad just by looking at it. Yifeng had no choice but to look away, but his mind still couldn't help echoing the sexy and enchanting appearance of Lin Shiqing under him not long ago. Okay, Xiaoya, it's time for us to go out. Soon, Lin Shiqing forced herself to regain her composure, and then said, "My aunt accepts the inheritance of the star refining immortal code, and it's time to come out." Yifeng nodded. Since Lin Shiqing didn't worry about this anymore, he didn't have to think about it too much. In the final analysis, Yifeng really had the idea that he fell in love with the other party and that the other party was his woman, but in Lin Shiqing's heart, maybe he didn't think so. Although the bed sheet he took out was stained a little red, but this only showed that it was indeed the first time in Lin Shiqing's life with him, and it didn't mean that Lin Shiqing would be his woman in the future. At this moment, Yifeng suddenly thought that someone had asked him before. Imagine, if Lin Shiqing married another man and had children in the future, how would he feel? He raised his head, glanced at the beautiful Baek who was about to leave the room, and suddenly felt that he couldn't accept that such a woman who had a physical relationship with him would lie in the arms of another man from now on. No way. Yifeng secretly made up his mind, no matter what, Lin Shiqing is already his woman. This point, no matter what Lin Shiqing thinks, will not change. It's just that now is obviously not the time to be entangled in this matter. Everything has to be completely resolved before the matter in front of you can calm down and think about it. Yifeng put away his things, and left the room side by side with Lin Shiqing. Before leaving, Yifeng turned his head and took a closer look at the room. The light blue stone wall exuded a deep light, and the chairs and wooden tables were also made of blue wood, which was unique and unusual. I believe Yifeng will remember this place. Soon, the two returned to the center of the star refining holy pavilion, where they first entered. "It's fine now, the power of inheritance is calling me, I have to go first." When she came to the hall, Lin Shiqing heard the female voice from before, and it was the power of inheritance that was conveying the news to her. "Go." Yifeng nodded, and continued to look at the surrounding environment. The inheritance of the star refining code would actually want to marry with the dragon sword legacy. This was undoubtedly beyond Yifeng's expectations, but what is going on? It is best to have a good communication with the power of the star refining code inheritance just work. It's a pity that until now, the other party didn't take the initiative to contact Yifeng. And with Yifeng's current cultivation base, it is of course impossible to actively find the opponent's trace. Simply, Yifeng wandered around in the hall to observe, and Lin Shiqing, a white light soon appeared on her body, and was teleported away in an instant. As for where she was sent, Yifeng didn't know, but there was definitely no danger. Yifeng didn't think too much about it. At the moment when Lin Shiqing was teleported away, a white light also flashed in another place in the hall, and then a familiar figure appeared. It was Xu who had just entered and disappeared. "Auntie? It's great that you're all right." Yifeng was overjoyed when he saw this. Xu finally came back. "Huh, Xiaoye?" Xu was a little surprised. She recovered from her dazed expression, and then looked around. "Where is you, Sister Lin? Aren't you with me?" Yifeng was a little embarrassed when he heard it, but when he thought about it, since Lin Shiqing didn't want to talk about the matter just now, there was no need for Yifeng to talk about it with others. She was also sent to obtain the inheritance. Yifeng explained briefly, and then walked up to Xu. "Auntie, how do you feel now? How about the inheritance of the star refining immortal code?" Speaking of this, Xu's mature and pretty face showed a look of joy. "Just now I passed several levels, and finally passed the other party's test, and got the inheritance of the star alchemy code." Immediately afterwards, Xu explained the situation just now to Yifeng. It turned out that Xu was dragged away by the power of inheritance as soon as Lin Shiqing dragged her into this hall, to go to the test of obtaining the inheritance of the alchemy of stars. There are a total of 3 tests, which are not much different from the form of dragon sword inheritance, but there is no such magical existence as the meditation space. Within an hour, Xu's cultivation had directly increased to 60 years. Not only had she mastered the 2nd star map, she had even begun to comprehend the 3rd star map. The third star map in the Alchemy of the Stars can allow the cultivator to cultivate to 200 years, which is almost equivalent to the level of the Golden Dragon Sword diagram in the Dragon Sword inheritance. After actually obtaining the inheritance of the Star Refining Immortal Code, Xu strength has taken a big step forward compared to before. Just the Star Refining and Returning to Heaven technique, she has comprehended the second level. Not only the effect is significantly enhanced, but also greatly reduced. True Qi consumption is at least several times more practical than before. As for the third star chart in the Alchemy of the Stars, there are many more practical fairy arts, which Xu is looking forward to, but it is a pity that she has not fully comprehended it for the time being, so she can only take it slowly. If it's just these changes, then it's nothing. Compared with Yifeng's Dragon Sword inheritance, it seems to be a little bit worse. However, the inheritance power of the Star Refining Immortal Code taught Xu a concept that even Yifeng had never heard of, the mandate of heaven. Everyone has a destiny. Xu explained to Yifeng, destiny is a kind of fate that everyone is born with. It will be of great help to the cultivators in the process of cultivation. For example, my destiny is a master, so it will be of great help to medical practitioners. With a deeper understanding of pharmacology, the effect of performing lay on hands will be better. Destiny? Yifeng was a little strange. This was the first time he had heard of this term. He had only heard of people with special physiques before. He never thought that everyone had such a thing as destiny. Then what is my destiny? Yifeng thought in his heart. Originally he didn't want to get the answer so quickly, but just as he was thinking this way, a mature female voice suddenly came into his ears. Young man, your destiny has been forcibly erased. This is a strange, mature female voice. Although there is no emotion in the words, it naturally reveals a deep and quiet voice, and at the same time, carries an incomparable majesty. This is the voice condensed by the power of inheritance left in this Star Refining Holy Pavilion. Just now Xu said that the one who guided her to carry out the inheritance test was not a real woman, but an image condensed by the inheritance power of the Star Refining Immortal Code. Upon hearing this voice, Yifeng guessed the other party's identity. However, the destiny was erased? Although Yifeng still doesn't know what the destiny is, but hearing the word erasing still makes Yifeng feel a little shuddering. Senior, what's going on? Yifeng asked silently in his heart. Destiny is a talent that every cultivator possesses. It's just that destiny is divided into trillions of kinds, and at the same time, the quality levels are uneven, with good and bad. The mature and majestic female voice continued, perhaps, the inheritance you belong to thinks your destiny is too bad, so it forcibly erased it. Can it still be like this? Yifeng had a weird expression, recalling the situation when he went to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. He didn't seem to find any relevant signs. However, whether it is the Dragon Sword or the souls of the dragons, each of them is an existence that Yifeng can't reach now. It is not difficult for the other party to quietly erase Yifeng's destiny without being noticed by Yifeng. On this point, you can go back to the place of inheritance and ask. The mature and majestic female voice said without any emotion in her tone, now, regarding inheritance, I think we still have a lot to say, don't we? When Yifeng heard this, he became serious in his heart, knowing that the other party started talking about the two great inheritances. The other party wants to cooperate? So what kind of cooperation method is this cooperation? Let's not think too much about it for the time being. What Yifeng wants to know more is where does the inheritance of the Star Refining Immortal Code come from? Now there are so many ancient temples in the Menghuang realm, who built them? How is the situation of the sect that created the Star Alchemy Immortal Code now? All of this is a mystery to Yifeng. And now, it's finally time to unravel the mystery. Yifeng suddenly raised his own question. Although Lin Shurqing's relationship exists now, if the other party is not even willing to explain the origin of the Star Refining Immortal Code to Yifeng, then there is no need to continue the cooperation between the so-called inheritances. But soon Yifeng knew that the other party really meant to cooperate with him, and soon explained the ins and outs of the Star Refining Immortal Code to Yifeng clearly. The Star Refining Immortal canon has a very long history. It is a very old sect, and it is a force that does not belong to the world of cultivating immortals. In the legends of the world of cultivating immortals, there used to be such a sect. They refined the power of the starry sky, and their immortal skills were unpredictable, and their origins were very mysterious. And the peak powerhouse of this sect can even refine an entire star, and then pour the power of the star onto the earth, causing extremely terrifying damage. Even Su Feiying had heard of this legend. That's why Su Feiying thought that the ancient temple might be left by that sect in the legend. The power of refining stars is indeed used to refine stars, but Lin Shiqing and the others who have only cultivated for decades can't refine stars. If you want to refine stars, you must at least reach a 1,000-year cultivation base and attain the Tao realm to be possible. At that time, the power of the refined stars will be used by the practitioners of the Star Refining Immortal Code, and the power of the immortal art will be increased by dozens or even hundreds of times, which is enough to make the sky collapse and the earth shatter. Of course, these are not things that Yifeng should consider now. He just heard these things from the female voice formed by the power of the inheritance of the Star Refining and Immortal Code, and felt that this inheritance is still relatively powerful. At least, in the legends of the world of cultivating immortals, the sect where the Star Refining Immortal Code is located is about the same level as the Dragon Sword inheritance, and Yifeng doesn't know much about it. Just looking at it now, the inheritance power of the Star Refining Immortal Code actually wants to make friends with Yifeng. It can be seen that the current Dragon Sword inheritance power is definitely stronger than the inheritance power of the Star Refining Immortal Code, and it is much stronger. I don't know, is the inheritance of the Dragon Sword already strong, or the inheritance of the Alchemy of the Stars has recently declined? Yifeng didn't ask, but continued to listen to the other party's story. The sect where the inheritance of the Alchemy of the Stars is located is called the Valley of the Stars, because it originated in a valley in a certain world, and the mysterious method of cultivating the immortals of the Alchemy of the Stars was inherited by the first owner of the Alchemy of the Stars. Down. As for how the first Valley Master got the Star Refining Book, even the power of inheritance in front of Yifeng at this time does not know. It doesn't make sense at all. Although in Yifeng's current feeling, the high-level cultivation methods don't seem to be too rare, but in fact, each high-level cultivation method has its own unique power. Just looking at the world of cultivating immortals, only a few sects have advanced cultivating minds, and you can see the rarity of advanced cultivating minds. Only a few gifted and intelligent core disciples are qualified to practice the high-level cultivation method handed down by the Luoha Xianzong. The purpose is nothing more than to facilitate the distribution of cultivation resources. The Alchemy of Stars is obviously a more powerful mental method than the general high-level cultivation methods. Because of this, after more than 1,000 years of development, the Alchemy Star Valley has already dominated the world where it is located. Immediately afterwards, the conquest of other worlds began. The ancient temples were called Star Refining Temples at that time, and there were traces of them in all major worlds. The disciples of Star Refining Valley reached at least tens of thousands of worlds. It's a pity that the people in Star Refining Valley miscalculated the strength of other worlds. Although the Alchemy Star Valley is very powerful, and the Alchemy Star Immortal Code is also close to the top of the cultivation mind, but shortly after they wanted to expand to the outside world and occupy more cultivation resources, they immediately encountered a hood. In a certain world, the cultivators were extremely powerful. The 3 strongest elders in Lianqing Valley at that time were easily obliterated by people as soon as they entered that world. Only one young elder was seriously injured and returned. Just when everyone in Star Refining Valley was shocked by this fact, the little elder who had escaped suddenly turned into a terrifying unknown existence that disappeared without a trace, and slaughtered all the disciples of Star Refining Valley who were near the ancient temple at that time. The little elder didn't escape back at all, but was possessed by someone and came here on purpose. After discovering that Star Refining Valley was so vulnerable, the existence of the opponent's world obviously started to fight back, fleeing from world to world, and finally the people who retreated from Star Refining Valley retreated to the Wilderness Realm. The current Menghuang Realm is the initial transit point of Star Refining Valley. From Menghuang Realm, you can go to different worlds. The original Menghuang Realm was an important hub for personnel transfer in Star Refining Valley. If Menghuang Realm fell, not to mention the disciples of Star Refining Valley outside, even the world where Star Refining Valley was located would be invaded by that unknown terrifying existence. Facing those unknown and terrifying existences, the senior executives of Lianqing Valley finally understood that in the countless worlds of heaven, earth and galaxy, there are countless strong people. Their attempt to dominate in vain is simply wishful thinking based on their current strength. Therefore, the fifth-generation Valley owner of Star Refining Valley made a decisive decision and ordered to destroy all the teleportation arrays leading to other worlds in Menghuang Realm, and all personnel of Star Refining Valley retreated to their own world. It's just that before destroying these teleportation arrays, the terrifying existence in that world built its own cross-boundary teleportation array and chased them to the wild world. In desperation, the higher-ups of Alchemy Star Valley immediately ordered to destroy several cross-boundary teleportation arrays in Menghuang Realm and Alchemy Star Valley world, completely destroying the passage between the two worlds. All the personnel in Star Refining Valley retreated, and those terrifying existences disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been to the wild world. As for what happened next, Yifeng didn't know about the inheritance power in front of him. Did those terrifying existences hunt down to the world of Star Refining Valley through their own methods, or retreated back to their own world, ending this battle? I don't know about the power of inheritance, and I can't tell Yifeng. The current Star Alchemy Temple was destroyed by those horrible existences at that time. Later, my consciousness was condensed and restored, which allowed the natives of this world to rebuild it and devote themselves to finding the inheritor of the Star Alchemy Immortal Code. The female voice with the power of inheritance finally spoke, telling the history of Star Refining Valley clearly. Terror exists, even the Star Refining Valley forces in its heyday are no match for it. Yifeng was deeply shocked. In this way, not to mention the immortal cultivation world and the earth, even the royal family realm, which is much stronger than the immortal cultivation world, will definitely suffer a disastrous defeat when facing those terrifying existences. You must know that in the Star Refining Valley in its heyday at that time, there were hundreds of people who could refine stars just because they had cultivated for thousands of years. Even so, they are not opponents of those terrifying existences at all. The history of Alchemy Star Valley has fully demonstrated that one cannot be blindly arrogant. In this world, there are countless strong people, and even many strong people, you don't even know they exist. After hearing what the other party said, Yifeng felt extremely emotional in his heart, for that kind of incomparably terrifying existence from an unknown world. Yifeng had no way of guessing how strong they were. How does it compare to Dragon's Sword? How does it compare with the remnants of the ancient gods? Yifeng is still too far away from those levels, and he doesn't know how to compare their strengths. Now he can only do his best to practice and prepare for possible dangers. It seems that even a person who has attained the Tao realm for 1,000 years cannot be at ease. Yifeng thought in his heart, cultivation is really endless. I just want to better protect everyone around me, but now it seems that even such a simple thing may not be so easy to achieve. Whether it is the Alchemy Star Valley or the existence of unknown horrors, they all have the ability to cross the world. Simply put, they have comprehended the power of the mysterious space. Facing such an existence, if they go to the earth, then the earth will have absolutely no resistance. Be stronger. If he didn't know what the power of inheritance said now, Yifeng wouldn't be under too much pressure. After all, on Earth, it couldn't be easier to protect other people with his current strength. But now that he knew this, even if it was only a slight possibility, he had to take precautions before it happened. If he lived in Enlu, then one day Yifeng would find that the opponent he was about to face was a completely unstoppable and unrivaled existence. Yifeng didn't want to try that heart-wrenching feeling of seeing the people around him in trouble, but helpless. Or rather, I don't want to try anymore. Master, I don't know where you are. Yifeng kept thinking about this question, and immediately asked about the power of inheritance. Sorry, my consciousness can only guard this core star refining holy pavilion, and I can't go outside, so I don't know what happened outside. Yifeng was disappointed by the answer of the power of inheritance, but this was also within his expectation, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, that Xingying is outside, and then he can think of a way to lure him into the star refining sacred pavilion, and then let the power of inheritance take action, and he will definitely be able to easily find out where Su Feiying is. I just hope that Xingying's grandson doesn't run away. Yifeng's eyes flashed brightly, and then he asked the power of inheritance, then Senior, what do you mean by wanting to cooperate with me? It's very simple, I want to know the current situation in Star Refining Valley. The goal of inheriting the power is indeed very simple, but this simple goal cannot be achieved with Yifeng's current cultivation base. The cross-boundary teleportation array from the wild world to the world of Star Refining Valley has been destroyed thousands of years ago. Unless Yifeng comprehends the power of mysterious space, it is impossible to cross the space and go to the world of Star Refining Valley. I have heard a little about the inheritance you belong to. When we faced an invasion, there was a dragon sword descendant who helped us to refine the Star Valley. When speaking of this, the female voice, which has always been emotionless, seemed to have a touch of admiration and respect. That sword cut off 3,000 kings and chieftains, and the sky was blue in an instant. If it wasn't for that sword, I'm afraid those terrifying existences may not necessarily want to retreat, and my consciousness may not be able to survive. It's a pity that the elders of Star Refining Valley were frightened and failed to communicate with that dragon sword descendant. What he said made Yifeng feel a little flustered, so the inheritance of dragon sword is so important. From this, we can see the gap between the inheritance of the Star Refining Immortal Code and the inheritance of the dragon sword. It turns out that the dragon sword inheritance is so much stronger than the Star Refining Valley inheritance. From the introduction just now, Yifeng vaguely knew that the number of terrifying existences was also very large, and the top level was dubbed King Chieftain, and so on. How cool is it to kill 3,000 chieftains with one sword? If I can also reach that level, I won't be afraid that I won't be able to protect the earth, but I don't know, who was that senior back then? Yifeng yearned for it quite a bit. Could it be that the heir to the dragon sword had cultivated for 10,000 years and became a sword immortal? As for this kind of thing, Yifeng can only think about it for the time being. After all, Yifeng has never seen those king chiefs who were beheaded, or the dragon sword heirs who beheaded king chiefs. Based on Yifeng's imagination now, it's hard to understand how strong those people are. After thinking for a moment, Yifeng nodded, and replied with the power of inheritance, I can help you with this matter, but now my cultivation level is still shallow, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it in a short time. After thousands of years of waiting, is there still such a short time? A faint female voice came from the power of inheritance, I can also understand your current situation. It may not be so easy to truly obtain the inheritance of Dragon's Sword, but I can help you. Oh? I would like to hear more about it. Yifeng was a little surprised, nodded, and asked back. The other party knew that the Dragon Sword inheritance still needed competition, which was indeed beyond Yifeng's expectations, but with the help of such an inheritance power, Yifeng's experience would definitely go much smoother. In the underground center of the Star Refining Sacred Pavilion, there is a cross-boundary teleportation array that has been repaired by me. If you need to use it, you can come to me. That teleportation array can lead to all the worlds that the Star Refining Valley has been to. It's just a one-way teleportation array. The power of inheritance made Yifeng happy all of a sudden. Cross-boundary teleportation array. Yifeng is still worrying. Dragon Sword inherited the first two experiences. Yifeng was able to run there by chance, but he can't guarantee that the future experiences will be such a coincidence. Although relying on the Dragon Sword token can directly transfer to the world required by the experience, but in that case, doesn't it mean that Yifeng can't even make any preparations? Next, but there are still 7 experiences. If you really want to finish it all at once, wouldn't Yifeng not be able to return to Earth for hundreds of years? This is not so good. What's more, if there is a cross-boundary teleportation array here, it means that you can go back to the Earth directly from here, which is more convenient and quicker. After all, the people in Lianqing Valley must have been to the Earth for thousands of years, otherwise there would be no such thing on the Earth. The cross-boundary teleportation array built by Star Refining Valley. Since this is the case, then the younger generation would be more respectful than obedient. Yifeng cupped his hands in thanks. I just don't know how many worlds Alchemy Star Valley has been to. There is no doubt that Yifeng needs to know the characteristics of these worlds, and then when he accepts the experience of the Dragon Soul, he should ask clearly, so that he can arrange the next action sequence. Thousands of worlds, all the data are in these jade slips, you can watch them at will. The voice of the power of inheritance came, and then a series of hundreds of jade slips appeared floating beside Yifeng out of thin air, all of which recorded the detailed information of the thousands of worlds Liang Xinggu had visited. Looking at these jade slips, Yifeng smiled wryly. It seems that he will be busy next time, at least the contents of these jade slips must be memorized thoroughly. Regarding the inheritance of the Star Refining Immortal Code, Yifeng did not go into details, so it is enough to leave this matter to Lin Shiqing. Other people who practice the Star Refining Code, if they have the opportunity in the future, they can also bring them to this temple, to try whether they can get the inheritance of the Star Refining Code. For the immortal cultivators who practice the Star Refining Code, whether they can get the inheritance here is very important, not to mention that there will be a direct improvement in their cultivation. It is even more important for the future cultivation and comprehension of the Star Refining Code. Because only by coming here and obtaining the inheritance of the Star Refining Code, can we personally experience the power gained from refining the stars, and have a deeper understanding of the Star Refining Code. To put it simply, after getting the inheritance of the Star Alchemy Code, it will be at least twice as easy to understand the star map and fairy art of the Star Refining Code in the future. In the Star Refining Holy Pavilion, Shu Shu was sitting beside Yifeng, constantly recalling the content of the inheritance that she had just obtained, and what the power of inheritance told her, how to more closely combine her own destiny with the Star Refining Immortal Canon. As for Yifeng, he was also sitting on the light blue stone floor, looking at the jade slips floating around him. These jade slips recorded thousands of different worlds that Star Refining Valley visited thousands of years ago, and the rich knowledge recorded in them made Yifeng amazed. Before, Yifeng never knew, nor imagined, that there are so many different worlds existing in parallel spaces. The Earth, the realm of cultivating immortals, the realm of the wild, the realm of the royal family, that he originally knew were just a drop in the ocean. Thousands of tens of thousands of years ago, the Earth was still in the ancient feudal era. You will know, even if you know, you will only think that they are gods. There is even a possibility that the ancient legends of immortals spread all over the Earth are just descriptions of the people in Star Refining Valley. Of course, this is just Yifeng's own guess. As for where those fairy tales come from, of course he doesn't know. Yifeng read the contents of each jade slip, and soon had a general understanding of the existence of the entire world. Among so many different worlds, there are only 1/10 of the worlds with practitioners. For example, there were no practitioners on the Earth at that time. Yifeng took a special look at the description of the Earth in these jade slips of Star Refining Valley. This is a place with beautiful mountains and rivers. There are abundant natural materials, earth treasures, and caves. It is suitable for 450 disciples to stay. The earth's treasures and cultivation resources at that time were suitable for the cultivation of 450 disciples in the Star Refining Valley at that time. Although this number may not seem to be many, in fact, among so many worlds, the earth is already very rich in cultivation resources. Obviously, Alchemy Star Valley immediately wanted to develop the earth, but it was a pity that at this time, it encountered a terrifying existence on the other side, which caused Alchemy Star Valley to suffer a big defeat, and thus gave up the Earth. The cross-boundary teleportation array connecting the Earth and the wilderness was not destroyed in time, and the battle between the two sides has been eliminated, and the Earth has returned to peace. Until not so long ago. Yi Feng and the others came to the Earth from the world of cultivating immortals through the cross-boundary teleportation array of Star Refining Valley, and found the world of xuanhuan, from which they learned about this period of history. The teleportation array sent from the world of cultivating immortals to the Earth is obviously a one-way teleportation array, so after coming, it is impossible to find the way back, but it is different now. Immortal Cultivation Realm, Earth, and Royal Family Realm are all worlds discovered by Star Refining Valley, so from the one-way teleportation array of Star Refining Sacred Pavilion, you can easily go to these worlds. All the worlds, because of Star Refining Valley's previous actions, gradually spread in all directions in front of Yi Feng. There are thousands of worlds recorded in Star Refining Valley. Yi Feng read the jade slips one by one, and with his super memory, he kept all the characteristics of each world in his heart. After accepting the next experience of Dragon Sword Inheritance, if necessary, you can come here as a transfer station. Of course, the prerequisite is to settle the matter of the royal family first, and find Su Feiying's trace, otherwise Yi Feng can't rest assured. After a long time, Yi Feng closed his eyes, allowing all the contents of the jade slips he had read just now to reverberate in his mind. All memorized. After reading the information of these worlds, Yi Feng felt that his worldview was refreshed all of a sudden, just like when Yi Wendian was teleported to Menghuang Realm. In each world, the Alchemy Star Valley has been named according to the local people, so it is relatively easy to distinguish between each other. Among these nearly 1,000 worlds, there are obvious differences between any two worlds. Some of these worlds are marked as very dangerous, such as wildlands, which can sometimes become very dangerous. According to the records in the jade slips, some incomparable ancient gods would appear in the Menghuang realm from time to time. Before this time, everyone in Star Refining Valley had to evacuate from the Menghuang realm. It is precisely because of this that this world full of dense ancient jungles is called the Menghuang realm. But Menghuang realm is far from being as simple as what Yi Feng saw. Although for the time being, the ferocious beasts that occupy the land nearby have only 300 or 400 years of cultivation, it seems that they are not to be feared, but this is just a good location for the construction of the temple in Starry Valley. In the distant direction outside the base area of Star Refining Valley, there are many wild and powerful existences. Even the elders of Star Valley who had attained the Tao realm for 1,000 years at that time did not dare to provoke them easily. When Yi Feng finished reading all the jade slips and was still thinking about the contents of the jade slips, Lin Shiqing, wearing a snow-white dress, walked back to the main hall and came to Yi Feng. "Xiaya, I'm back." Lin Shiqing opened her small cherry mouth lightly, and her voice was crisp and clear, pulling Yi Feng out of the state of thinking. "I almost remember it." Yi Feng smiled slightly and opened his eyes. "How is your situation? Is it okay to get the inheritance?" "No problem. Although the content of the experience is not the same as my aunt's, I still passed." Lin Shiqing smiled softly. "At the same time, I also know that my destiny is really not as good as my aunt's holy destiny, but it is still practical for me." "Oh?" Yi Feng was a little curious. Even Shu was attracted by the conversation between the two, opened his eyes, stood up, and came in front of the two. Love and fate. Lin Shiqing blinked at the two of them. You can be united with the man you love forever, never leave, and increase your cultivation speed. Congratulations, poetry. Hearing this, Shu smiled softly, raised her head to look at Lin Shiqing, but seeing Lin Shiqing winking at Yifeng, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. To be united forever with the man I love. Ahem. Yifeng coughed a few times in embarrassment, and echoed, it's not bad, it's quite practical. How much can it increase the speed of cultivation? After all, he had sex with Lin Shiqing just now, and the beloved man that Lin Shiqing said, in Yifeng's eyes, of course represented himself. After listening to Lin Shiqing's words, Shu felt a little baffled. Shiqing hadn't reported any sign of having a boyfriend before, so why did she suddenly say the words, beloved man? Emotional destiny can increase the cultivation speed of the husband and wife. The more compatible the two are, the faster the cultivation speed will be improved. If they really reach the point where they fly together and have a tacit understanding, it can even double the cultivation speed of both parties. Lin Shiqing narrowed her eyes. The most important thing is that all destiny, including my emotional destiny, cannot be controlled by humans at all. Speaking of this, Lin Shiqing deliberately paused, then raised her head to look at Yifeng, and whispered to her through a voice transmission, now the mandate of love has begun to take effect, can you feel it? Yifeng heard the words, felt it carefully, and nodded slightly. No wonder since Kai and Lin Shiqing had sex, he felt that the speed of widening his meridians had increased slightly. He thought it was because of the rich aura of heaven and earth in the Star Alchemy Pavilion, but he didn't expect it to be because of Lin Shiqing's destiny. It's just that Yifeng can feel that his cultivation speed has increased by only a tiny bit, not even a cent. According to what Lin Shiqing said, isn't it that he and Lin Shiqing are not compatible enough? No, it's not that they don't fit enough, it's that they don't fit at all. This undoubtedly made Yifeng feel frustrated. Okay, the inheritance has been settled here, and I have 60 years of cultivation now, so it's almost time to leave. After Lin Shiqing finished speaking, she reminded the two of them, Xiaoya, don't you still want to find your beautiful teacher? She bit the word beauty very hard, and she didn't know what she wanted to express. Yifeng ignored her tone, turned sideways and glanced at the entrance of the Star Refining Pavilion. Well, it's time to leave, we can lure Xingyin into the Star Refining Pavilion and get rid of him. Drop it, it's over. Well, let's go then. Lin Shiqing nodded in agreement. Although the power of inheritance has no emotion of its own, it has consciousness. Of course, it will stand by Yifeng and the others to help deal with Xingyin. Given that Xingyin has not yet attained the level of Dao cultivation for 1,000 years, it must be easy to deal with the power of the inheritance of the Star Refining and Immortal Code. The three of them quickly finished their rest, got ready to go, and returned to the corridor at the entrance of the Star Refining Holy Pavilion where the killing array was located. It is much easier for Lin Shiqing to break through this killing formation now, because like Shu, she has already begun to comprehend the third star map of the Alchemy of Stars, and the degree of comprehension is even deeper than Shu. Soon, the killing array was broken. The three raised their heads and looked outside, but they were taken aback. No one? Not only that, Lin Shiqing and Shu quickly spread their spiritual consciousness to the surroundings, and within a range of 600 meters, there was really no one. Where is the criminal shadow man? Yifeng frowned slightly, and asked secretly. Not nearby, but after getting the inheritance of the Star Refining Immortal Code, you can control the situation of the entire Star Refining Temple at any time. Let me see where that guy went. Lin Shiqing shook her head, then closed her eyes, and sank her consciousness into the light blue stone wall of the Star Alchemy Pavilion. Only with the approval of the power of inheritance can she sink her consciousness into these light blue stone walls, so as to understand the complex situation of the entire Star Alchemy Temple. Found it, he is. Lin Shiqing quickly found the target, but the current situation of Xingying made Lin Shiqing a little strange. Where is he? Yifeng heard something was wrong in her tone, and thought something unexpected happened, so he asked immediately. He was fighting with someone else. After Lin Shiqing finished speaking, she added another sentence, with a woman. Is it Xiaoye's master? Xu Shu's eyes lit up. If Lin Shiqing was investigating, she would not need to use her consciousness to investigate. It would be good to save a little effort. After all, inspecting the entire temple still consumes a lot of energy. No, they belong to the royal family. Lin Shiqing shook her head and dispelled the thoughts of the two of them. There is also a large group of masters of the royal family, who seem to be separated by the formation of the Star Alchemy Temple, or they will be captured by the opponent in minutes with Xingying alone. Living. Let's go and see what's going on. Yifeng thought about it for a while, and felt that this kind of opportunity of two tigers fighting each other should not be easily missed. It might be a good time for a big harvest. After all, the place where the other party is now is the temple built by Star Refining Valley. As long as they enter the core Star Refining Sacred Pavilion, the royal family alone can't do anything to them. Well, I found a concealment formation, follow me. As Lin Shiqing said, she suddenly turned her head and glanced at Xu Shu. Why don't you stay here first? I'm afraid that if something unexpected happens, I might not be able to take care of her. That's right, Auntie. Yifeng nodded when he heard the words, and smiled at Xu Shu. You stay first, we won't go out to fight with them anyway. Even if we fight, we will lure them to the Star Refining Holy Pavilion. You don't have to worry too much, we are safe. Seeing that the two of them were so determined, Xu Shu also nodded, and said softly, then be careful, I'll wait for you here. After making a decision, Yifeng and Lin Shiqing walked out of the Star Refining Pavilion, and according to what Lin Shiqing detected, they walked towards the place where Xingying was fighting fiercely with another woman. The concealment circle is just ahead. Lin Shiqing walked side by side with Yifeng, and pointed to the corner of a passage ahead. Standing in that concealed formation, you can see a clear scene within 1 kilometer around, just in time to observe Xingying and the others. Then let's go. Yifeng followed closely beside Lin Shiqing, smelling the fragrance that wafted over quietly. He couldn't help but recall everything that happened just now in the light blue room. Just now when Lin Shiqing asked Xu Shu to stay in the Star Refining Sacred Pavilion, Lin Shiqing probably wanted to be alone with Yifeng for a while, maybe because she wanted to communicate with Yifeng. Soon, the two came to a hidden formation that can be seen everywhere in the Star Refining Temple. Lin Shiqing used the power of Star Refining to activate it, and then the two of them stood in it, surrounded by a powerful force of Star Refining, hiding in it. In comparison, this concealment formation is equivalent to a small 1,000 phrases illusion, and it is more compact and exquisite. Although it can only accommodate a few people standing in it, the concealment effect is stronger, and the royal family will definitely not be able to find it. Standing in this hidden formation, the scene not far away immediately appeared before Yifeng's eyes. Sure enough, Xingying was fighting fiercely with a woman in armor. The woman was wearing a set of silver battle armor, with silver hair and a heroic appearance. She held a long spear of Taoist level in her hand, and swung it with heavy gun shadows, forcing Xingying to retreat again and again. Goddess General Lu Feng? Yifeng immediately judged the opponent's approximate identity from the opponent's cultivation base. Yifeng and Lin Shiqing carefully observed the battle situation between the two sides. Goddess General Lu Feng has a cultivation base of 700 years, but his real combat power is to defeat a royal general with a cultivation base of 900 years. As for Xingying, although she has 800 years of cultivation, she was seriously injured many times before, and Yangshan was forced to self-destruct behind. At this time, her strength is far worse than before, and she is not her opponent at all in front of Goddess General Lu Feng. In the narrow passage of the temple, when the two fought fiercely, their true energy flew everywhere. With Yifeng and Lin Shiqing's current cultivation base, even if it was affected to such a small extent, they would definitely not be able to resist it, and they would only end up lost in spirit. Fortunately, even with 700 or 800 years of cultivation, the power generated by their battles could not destroy the light blue stone walls of the Star Alchemy Temple, which shows how extraordinary these light blue stone walls are. The strength of the royal family is far behind that of the Star Refining Valley. A large group of people from the royal family chased after them, but they were all trapped by a sealing circle. Only Goddess General Lu Feng was not trapped. Lin Shiqing analyzed the current situation. Xiaoya, which side do you think we should stand on? The praying mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole follows behind. Although they don't know who is the mantis and who is the cicada between Xingying and Goddess General Lu Feng, Yifeng and Lin Shiqing are the absolute orioles. Xingying already has some understanding of this temple. If it takes a while, maybe he can break through the killing formation leading to the Star Refining Holy Pavilion. Yifeng thought about it, and slowly said, "We don't have much hatred and conflict with the royal family, but there is no possibility of cooperation with Xingying. Among other things, his young god was forced to explode by us, and he was also forced by us. Stolen the sky-splitting sword and the Eye of Feng. Then let's help the Goddess General?" Lin Shiqing was hidden in the formation, and her eyes clearly reflected the heroic appearance of the Goddess General Lu Feng. "No, wait and see." Yifeng shook his head, although he and the royal family didn't have much enmity, but they weren't friendly either. If the Goddess General and Xingying could both lose, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Yifeng and Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing nodded, expressing her obedience to Yifeng's decision. But after observing for a while, she leaned towards Yifeng, hugged his arm gently, and smiled. "Actually, the Goddess General is really good, but it's a pity that she wears armor on her face, so she can't see it." "What does it look like?" "You're actually thinking about this at this moment?" The corner of Yifeng's mouth twitched. Lin Shiqing's words really exceeded his expectations. "Oh, why can't you think about this?" Lin Shiqing scolded lightly, and squeezed Yifeng's arm. "Don't you want to know what she looks like?" "It's okay, not very interested." Yifeng shook his head. Because of Su Feiying, Yifeng didn't have a good impression of people from the royal family, let alone the other party's Goddess General. Even if you have that little interest, you can't show it in front of Lin Shiqing. After all, the relationship between the two just happened, and now Yifeng is commenting on other women. How can he face Lin Shiqing? If your mouth doesn't match your heart, a man is a hypocrite. Lin Shiqing curled her lips, and a pair of eyes as bright as stars showed a smile. "Xiaoya, tell me, who is better in my figure, my sister, or that Goddess General?" Asking this question made Yifeng even more embarrassed. "Why do you care so much about this?" Yifeng put his arms around her slender willow waist, and smiled lightly. "I don't know what her figure is, but I do know that our sister Lin's figure is really great." Come here, and you still call me Sister Lin?" Lin Shiqing showed dissatisfaction. "Hey, didn't you tell me not to care about our relationship?" Yifeng feigned surprise. "And I don't call you Sister Lin in front of others, what should I call you?" "Idiot, but it's just the two of us now." Lin Shiqing cursed with a smile. "That's not okay. I'm afraid I'm used to calling my wife. I'll call you my wife in front of others in the future. It won't be good if you don't do it." Yifeng spread his hands. "Fart, who told you to call me wife?" Lin Shiqing blushed, and pinched Yifeng's arm vigorously. "I remember, you and Xiaoyu were like that before, but you told Wanner and them generously? Why are you so troubled when it comes to me?" In fact, Lin Shiqing felt Yifeng's entanglement, so she proposed to ask Yifeng not to care about the relationship between the two. Although she has received modern education since she was a child and is still very influenced by international culture, it doesn't mean that she doesn't care about her first time. On the contrary, she still cared about it very much, otherwise she wouldn't have kept the first time until now. However, since Yifeng was asked to admit in public that the relationship between the two was a bit tangled, then Lin Shiqing would not force him. Anyway, she was the one who initiated the matter just now. Even if Yifeng was irresponsible, she couldn't blame Yifeng. Ahem, it's not that I'm entangled, it's just that if you and I tell them again like this, it's a bit suspicious of cutting first and then playing. Yifeng said with some embarrassment. Cut first and play later? Lin Shiqing put her arms around his arm, and she was a little interested. So, if you are looking for women outside, you must report to Wanner and the others? Hee, you are so cute. Yifeng wondered, why would she think this is cute? I think I probably understand, then leave this matter to me. Lin Shiqing quickly thought about Yifeng's situation, and said with a confident smile, when I confess to them, I'll see their reaction. At that time, whether you should call me wife or sister Lin, depends on them. Interesting. Undoubtedly, this was exactly the reality Yifeng was facing, so he had no choice but to put on a bitter face. The two laughed and chatted for a while, and soon the Xingying and the goddess general Lu Feng, who were fighting in the passageway, were victorious. At the beginning, Xingying was suppressed everywhere by goddess general Lu Feng, and at this moment, Xingying was about to be unable to resist the trend. Xingying and Lu Feng also had conversations from time to time, but it was a pity that neither Yifeng nor Lin Shiqing could understand the royal family's language. However, it can be heard that the voice of the goddess general Lu Feng is quite heroic, hearty, and generous, but there is a kind of playfulness in the tone. Undoubtedly, for the imminent defeat of Xingying here, Goddess General Lu Feng feels quite comfortable. It's a pity that things obviously don't develop as she expected. Since Xingying dared to attract the army of the powerful royal family to the star refining temple, he naturally had his own trump card. Trapping other people, but not Lu Feng, is also not accidental. Coming. Lin Shiqing stared at her breathlessly and reminded Yifeng, there is another sealing circle, not far from Lu Feng. It seems that Xingying wants to lure her there and trap her alone. Then it's time for us to act and destroy it. Yifeng chuckled, my wife, it's up to you. Another wife, Lin Shiqing couldn't help but give him a blank look. This kid seems a bit too shameless, right? Regarding the various formations in the star refining temple, after Lin Shiqing was recognized by the inheritance power of the star refining immortal code, she was able to freely control them. Originally, most of the various formations in the star alchemy temple were automatically triggered. As long as someone entered the range of the formation, it would trigger the formation to take effect, such as sealing the formation and so on. Only the protective magic circles such as the concealment magic circle can be activated by actively using the true energy of the star refining immortal code. Therefore, Xingying wanted to lure Lu Feng to another sealing circle, and Lin Shiqing could completely disable that magic circle from afar. As a result, Xingying's abacus was defeated in one fell swoop. This guy let Lu Feng fight him alone, I'm afraid there are other purposes. Yifeng squinted his eyes, observing Xingying's graceful and elegant figure, and most importantly looked at his eyes, and found that there was a bit of obsession in his eyes. From a rough guess, it is known that Xingying is still plotting against the goddess general Lu Feng, and the most likely reason is to want to possess her body. Yifeng didn't want to get involved in the internal strife in the opponent's royal family, but now is undoubtedly a great opportunity to get rid of Xingying with Lu Feng's hand. Of course he can't let it go. Then I'm ready. Lin Shiqing stood upright, her expression became solemn, she infiltrated the power of star refinement into the surrounding light blue stone walls, and transmitted it to the sealing circle that Lu Feng was about to enter. However, she didn't close the magic circle immediately, because it was not the time yet. Soon, Xingying fought and fled, leading the goddess general Lu Feng in silver armor to the side of the formation, and pretended to be wounded and embarrassed. Lu Feng did not doubt that he was with him, so he followed up step by step, and followed the route planned by Xing Ying, and accurately stepped into the sealing circle in the passage. Immediately, the sealing circle was launched. Swish! A series of light blue star beams descended from the sky, trapping Lu Feng alone in the sealing circle in an instant, forming a blue light curtain to flow. Ah! Lu Feng shouted loudly, and smashed out the silver spear in his hand like a yellow dragon, stabbing at the blue light curtain. Terrible energy collided and exploded, and ripples flowed on the blue light curtain, but the entire seal was extremely stable. Although Liu Feng's shot shook the seal, it could not break it. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! Xing Ying laughed loudly, and the figure who had been seriously injured just now became alive and kicking again, standing triumphantly outside the sealing circle where Lu Feng was trapped. Snort! Lu Feng snorted coldly, did not speak, and stood still in the sealing circle. Although she was trapped in the sealing circle like hundreds of her subordinates, Lu Feng was not in a panic, because she could clearly see that the sealing circle was not controlled by Xing Ying. If this formation is controlled by Xing Ying, then all the royal troops she brought, including herself, will definitely be lost in this wild world this time. However, it is of course impossible for Xing Ying to control such a mysterious and powerful sealing formation. At most, he is a little familiar with these formations, which can be used but not manipulated. In this case, Lu Feng doesn't need to panic, she can study slowly and get familiar with the various magic circles in this strange place just like Xing Ying. Across a layer of light blue light curtain, Xing Ying and Lu Feng stood opposite each other, and the two started to talk, but unfortunately Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing also couldn't understand what they were talking about. All I know is that Xing Ying has a smug face, and his tone is full of joy and threat, while Lu Feng is very calm and does not panic because he is in such a situation. As expected of the goddess general in the royal world, an existence worshipped by hundreds of millions of people. With a cultivation base of 700 years, if they appeared in front of Yi Feng under normal circumstances, Lu Feng would be able to kill Yi Feng with just one breath, which shows the huge gap in cultivation bases between the two sides. It's a pity that in the current situation, Yi Feng became the aureole behind Xing Ying and Lu Feng because of Lin Shiqing. When it's about the same time, you can unlock the sealing circle. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The time he and Lin Shiqing were waiting for was of course the time when Xing Ying was so proud that he lost all defenses. Soon, Xing Ying's tone began to calm down, as if he had begun to negotiate terms with Lu Feng. At this time, Xing Ying was also very vigilant. Of course, it was not suitable for Lin Shiqing to lift the sealing circle, but soon, the two parties seemed to disagree on a certain condition, which made both parties emotional. It's now. Yi Feng has been carefully observing the expressions of the two of them, and at this moment he decisively speaks out. Lin Shiqing didn't hesitate. When she heard Yi Feng's order, she directly mobilized the star refining true qi that had been integrated into the sealing circle, and prepared to release the sealing circle. Swish! Lin Shiqing was already very proficient at the magic circle in the star refining temple, and in just a moment, she successfully lifted the sealing magic circle, and saw that the light blue star curtain that fell quickly dissipated, and after a while, Lu Feng and Xing Ying faced each other standing, and there is no barrier in the middle. Xing Ying knew a lot about the various formations in the star refining temple, and even asked many dead ghosts to try them out, but she had never seen a sealing formation that dissipated automatically. The scene in front of him stunned him. As for Lu Feng, because he was trapped in the sealing formation, he was always on alert. When he saw it at this time, he immediately reacted. Marksmanship, Lu Fengpo. The silver spear danced, and the goddess general, in silver armor, launched an offensive without hesitation. A whirlwind was brought up by the tip of the spear, and it swept towards Xing Ying's face. Xing Ying was still in the upper hand when he was negotiating the conditions just now, and in his opinion, he was steadily exchanging the lives of other powerful members of the royal family for the body of General Lu Feng. But he didn't expect that in just an instant, the situation on the court changed drastically. Not to mention that he was stunned for a moment and couldn't react quickly. Even if he was prepared, facing Lu Feng's strongest move, he still couldn't resist it. Because his strength is not as good as Liu Feng's, and he was seriously injured. Yangshan blew himself up, and his own strength was only a half. Facing Lu Feng's shot, Xingyin had no choice but to retreat. Swish! Without hesitation, Xingyin moved her footsteps and quickly backed away, bringing out hundreds of thousands of afterimages along the way. But these afterimages were shattered under Liu Feng's Lu Fengpo move, and the terrifying power of Lu Fengpo fell in front of Xingyin in an instant. Puff! Xingyin's entire arm was pierced by the silver gun's shadow, fresh blood splashed out, and he fell to the ground in a real embarrassment. The victory and defeat have been divided. Goddess General Lu Feng stood proudly, and walked towards Xingyin with a gun. But at this moment, when she thought it was time for her to collect the fruits of victory, a curtain of light blue stars descended from the sky again, trapping Lu Feng within. Lu Feng's expression changed. She raised her head, and through the gap of the silver helmet, she saw a man and a woman in strange clothes coming out from the corner. Arriving in front of Xingyin, who was seriously injured and dying, he saw the man's hand raised and lowered his sword, and Xingyin's head was separated from his body immediately. It was actually taken advantage of by someone. A strong anger surged in Liu Feng's heart instantly. Lu Feng obviously didn't expect that when she was seriously wounding her mortal enemy Xingyin and was dying, someone would jump out from the side and take advantage of Xingyin's sword. Moreover, it seems that the sealing circle around here is helping the opponent. Just at this time, it appeared again to seal her up. Lu Feng felt as if he was being tricked. He used his toes to figure it out that it couldn't be such a coincidence. A man and a woman appeared in front of him. They could obviously control all kinds of magic circles in this weird temple. With the help of Liu Feng's power, Xingyin was seriously injured, and then appeared to take advantage of it. What a good way. Lu Feng could tell with the naked eye that the man and the woman were not of high cultivation, but even if the two had no cultivation, she would not be able to jump out of the sealing circle and attack them. The man and woman who jumped out were of course Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing. Lu Feng was naturally used as a spear by the two of them. The Eye of Wind and Thunder, I accept it. Yi Feng came in front of Xingyin's corpse, and felt the faint power of wind and thunder flowing from Xingyin's body. Absorbed into the body. With the power of wind and thunder that Xingyin Yangshan had obtained earlier, Yi Feng fused them all together. This power is really unruly. Yi Feng integrated the power of wind and thunder into his angry thunder sun god, and found that it was difficult for his sun god to tame this wind and thunder power, but as Xingyin's aura gradually disappeared with his death, this wind and thunder power unexpectedly also gradually subsided. This Eye of Wind and Thunder was not born by Xingyin, but a treasure he got by chance. Now when he died, the mark disappeared, and the Eye of Feng Lei finally belonged to Yi Feng, and this was really thanks to the help of Goddess General Lu Feng. Fusion. With Yi Feng's true energy, he made the Thunder God of Fury completely merge with the Eye of Wind and Thunder. Soon, the young god of wrathful thunder appeared from beside Yi Feng, gradually forming a figure exactly like Yi Feng, but different from Yi Feng. The eyes of the god of wrathful thunder now had the power of wind and thunder in his eyes. Power. The Eye of Wind and Thunder was finally completely fused by the Thunder God of Fury. After Furying Sun God fused with the Eye of Wind and Thunder, the power of wind and thunder contained in it became more powerful. Yi Feng could feel that he seemed to possess a very special ability. Casting teleportation, is it easier than before? Yi Feng probably had such a feeling, so he tried it immediately. Swish. Swish. Yi Feng teleported to the side, and teleported back again. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his true energy was not consumed at all. What was consumed was only the power of wind and thunder in the god of wrathful thunder. And the power of wind and thunder in the wrathful thunder sun god is very strong, and it is almost inexhaustible if it is only used for teleportation, unless it is teleported to a far place all at once. And Yifeng felt that the distance he could teleport was also increased several times because of the power of the wind and thunder. It's no wonder that Xingyin was able to escape from the hands of the royal army. The power of wind and thunder has such a unique ability. It's really a treasure. Yifeng's eyes were burning. From now on, his ability to escape and hunt is even better than before. Except for the eye of wind and thunder, there seems to be nothing else on him. At this time, Lin Shiqing inspected Xingying's body carefully, and said with a slight frown. Gone? Yifeng turned his head back, and was slightly taken aback. Don't you have 2 swords that split the sky? That's a long sword at the Dao level, why isn't it on him? Not really, and he doesn't have any storage on him. Lin Shiqing shook her head. She could feel that Xingying's corpse did not have any power of space, that is to say, he did not carry anything with storage space on him. It's really strange, a guy with a cultivation base of 800 years has no storage, and another sword that splits the sky. Yifeng frowned, thought carefully, and suddenly remembered that Xingying seemed to hate Su Feiying very much before. He also thought that it seemed that Su Feiying rescued the seriously injured Xingying from the royal army. Could it be that Su Feiying took his things away? The more Yifeng thought about this possibility, the more he felt relieved. At least, Xingying's body is already dead. No matter where Su Feiying is now, she will never face the threat from Xingying, who has cultivated for 800 years. This is good news for Yifeng, and it couldn't be better if Su Feiying didn't suffer from Xingying's hands. Of course, everything is still unclear. Yifeng has to ask Lu Feng for more details. As for how to ask Lu Feng, it couldn't be simpler. Of course it is to use the spirit communication technique. What's more, how to make Lu Feng speak truthfully is also very simple. Beside them were also trapped by the sealing circle, and there were hundreds of royal powerhouses, each of whom had 400 or 500 years of cultivation, which was even more terrifying than the group that Luoha Xianzong saw. Using these people as hostages, Yifeng did not believe that Lu Feng would not tell the truth. Moreover, with so many people around, Yifeng and Lin Shiqing can take their time, interrogate one by one, and guess the most likely situation from everyone's words. Now I ask you, have you ever seen a woman like this? Yifeng raised his head, and directly asked Lu Feng, who was trapped by the sealing circle, with his spiritual thoughts. Wearing silver armor and a silver helmet, Goddess General Lu Feng, when she first heard these words, ignored them, but soon saw the wrathful thunder god beside Yifeng transforming into the appearance of Su Feiying. She was the one who rescued Xingying back then. Who is she? And who are you? Liu Feng's tone changed suddenly, but he still seemed relatively calm, just a little excited, and he also asked 2 questions with his spiritual sense. My identity relationship with her seems to have nothing to do with you? Yifeng replied lightly, now you just answer my questions obediently. Please cooperate. You must know that not only you, but also the lives of those subordinates you brought are under our control. Snort. Lu Feng snorted softly, obviously very upset in his heart, unexpectedly being trapped in such a strange place today, and being coerced by a strangely dressed man in front of him for questioning. This is really the biggest shame she has encountered since becoming a general. However, the man and woman in front of him are not from the royal family, which makes Lu Feng feel a little relieved. Since they are from other worlds, it is normal to have some weird methods. If I'm telling the truth, why should I trust you and let me and my subordinates go? Lu Feng groaned, not wanting to have a bad relationship with someone whose origin is unknown. She still wants to resolve the issue peacefully, if possible. Yifeng saw that Lu Feng's attitude was still cooperative, so he didn't make things difficult for her. However, it is not so easy to convince the other party that Yifeng will let the other party go after he gets what he wants. He could only casually say, you don't need to trust us. The question is, besides working with us, do you have any other options now? There is none left. Lu Feng told the truth, raised his head slightly, revealing the corners of his lips under the silver helmet, which aroused people's imagination. It's good to know, and I don't have many questions. Seeing the other party's cooperation, Yi Feng also showed a smile. First, tell me everything you know about this woman. The most important thing is, where is she now? While passing on his divine thoughts, he looked at the angry thunder sun god beside him, who had transformed into Su Feiying. Lu Feng received the divine thoughts from Yi Feng, and took another look at Su Feiying's furying young god, and finally decided to tell her everything she knew. Anyway, Xingyin has already been executed, which is not a secret to the royal family. The whole story is that my royal family chased Xingyin and came to this world by mistake. The first thing I saw was this woman who rescued Xingyin, who was seriously injured. Based on the situation of Xingyin at that time, if someone hadn't rescued him, our royal family would definitely have caught him as soon as he came to this world. It's a pity that the wandering swordsman was rescued by this woman. Because we didn't know the situation in this world, our royal army stayed in place and didn't rush to pursue them. We didn't start a large-scale search until we got a general understanding of the situation in this world, but I still haven't been able to find traces of this woman and the wandering swordsman Xingyin. This world is really too big. About this woman, members of my royal family only saw it by chance during the search, but it was also far away. According to the reports of my subordinates, she was traveling alone in the sky at that time, but she encountered a flying plane. Colossal. This woman seems to have entered the colossal monster, and the colossal monster, according to my subordinates, exudes an extremely strong breath of a giant dragon. Maybe it is a dragon's lair. Soon, Lu Feng told Yi Feng everything she knew. When Yi Feng heard this, he immediately frowned. A colossal monster with the breath of a giant dragon? Could it be the thing that he came across by chance before? Back then, to prevent accidents, Yi Feng did not fly out of the ancient forest to observe the giant monster, but he did feel a breath of a giant dragon. Su Feiying, is it possible to go there? Of course, Yi Feng would not believe all the news that Lu Feng sent with his divine sense, but continued to ask, which of your subordinates discovered this at the time? It's the captain of my imperial guards. Now he is trapped in another sealing circle. You can ask him yourself. Liu Feng's calm and free spirit came. What's his name? Yi Feng asked. Jin Xinqing. Lu Feng's answer is very concise. Yi Feng nodded, then turned around and smiled at Lin Shiqing. Honey, you can stay here first, I'll go to the other side to have a look. You like taking advantage of me so much? Lin Shiqing stretched out her hand and patted his forehead with a smile. Go quickly. Yi Feng smiled, hee, hugged her and kissed her, and then moved his footsteps. His figure flashed to two corners. Right here, hundreds of members of the royal family were trapped in a large sealing circle. A blue light curtain descended from the sky, trapping hundreds of royal warriors in various costumes. Yi Feng took a quick glance, and found that most of them were wearing long-sleeved clothes like Tianhong Rui's before. Only a few of them could wear armor like Goddess General Lu Feng. However, it was not silver armor, but bronze armor. Yi Feng could feel that these armors were also high-grade magic weapons, and their defensibility was almost the same as that of the dragon scale armor that had not activated the dragon's reverse scale. It seems that only people of sufficient rank in the royal family are eligible to obtain the magic weapon of armor in the army. Who is Jin Xinqing? Stand up, I have a question for you. Besides, our goddess General Lu Feng is visiting me. If you want to see her again in the future, you'd better follow my orders. Yi Feng came to the periphery of the sealing circle where everyone was, and spread his spiritual thoughts throughout the entire sealing circle, so that everyone could hear his words. Hearing that Goddess General Lu Feng fell into Yi Feng's hands, the hundreds of masters of the royal family who had cultivated for 400 or 500 years immediately became excited. Are you on the same team as Xingyin? It's really unreasonable. What do you want us to do? It turned out that Xingyin had already set up an ambush here, alas. At the beginning when he persuaded the general, she refused to listen. This is really... All kinds of spiritual thoughts flooded into Yifeng's mind like waves, and Yifeng's attention quickly focused on the person who said the last sentence above. It was a middle-aged man wearing a bronze armor, with a bearded but mature and attractive appearance. He took off his helmet at this time, and he looked a little decadent in the crowd. I am Jin Xinqing, the captain of the general's guard. The unshaven middle-aged man stood up, glanced at Yifeng, and pushed aside the crowd, and came to the edge of the ceiling circle that was only separated from Yifeng by a blue light curtain. What do you want to ask? Jin Xinqing's eyes were brown, staring at Yifeng with burning eyes. Let me ask you, have you ever seen this woman? Yifeng did the same thing, transformed the thunder god of wrath into Su Feiying's appearance, and then asked the other party. Is her? Jin Xinqing's eyes lit up, and then he snorted coldly, what do you want to ask about her? Do you know where she is now? Yifeng asked directly. Do you really want to know the answer to this question? If so, please let us see the general first, so that our soldiers will feel at ease. Jin Xinqing stared at Yifeng and began to raise conditions. That's easy. As soon as Yifeng raised his hand, he sent a sound transmission to Lin Shiqing, asking her to make arrangements. Soon, the ceiling circle began to change, and the blue light curtain began to become distorted. After a while, the ceiling circle that trapped the goddess General Lu Feng actually moved through space and came in front of everyone. The graceful figure of the goddess general in silver armor suddenly appeared in front of many masters of the royal family, making them heave a sigh of relief. It seems that the general is fine, that's good. Although Lu Feng was face to face with all the soldiers, under Lin Shiqing's deliberate control, he couldn't send out any divine thoughts outside the ceiling circle, so of course he couldn't communicate with the soldiers. Believe it now? Answer my words truthfully. Yifeng took 2 steps and blocked Jin Xinqing, captain of the Imperial Guard, from looking at Goddess General Lu Feng. Soon, after communicating with many royal soldiers, Yifeng came to the conclusion that the other party did not lie. The guard captain of the goddess General Lu Feng, a middle-aged man with a beard named Jin Xinqing, had indeed seen concubine Su from a distance. Film. At that time, Su Feiying was alone and seemed to be avoiding someone's pursuit, but she was covered by a huge monster that fell from the sky not far away. Immediately afterwards, Jin Xinqing only felt a powerful breath of a dragon, and then Su Feiying's figure disappeared completely. The gigantic monster exuding the aura of a giant dragon formed a shadow that covered the sky, making Jin Xinqing, a strong man with a cultivation base of 600 to 700 or 800 years, completely awed by it. In Jin Xinqing's description, the colossal monster is constantly moving, and at the same time it is moving with the power of space, so that once other existences approach, they will be absorbed by it. Seen from a distance, the colossal monster looks like a continent floating in mid-air, with a radius of thousands of miles, and the edge cannot be seen at a glance. Floating continent. Yifeng kept it in his heart, and he didn't know what happened to Su Feiying now. On that vast continent floating in the air, would there be any powerful existence that would hurt Su Feiying? It's a pity that Xingying's life was not spared, and he couldn't find out how many years Su Feiying had cultivated when he saw Su Feiying. In such a short period of time, even if Su Feiying encounters many adventures in the wild world, her cultivation base will not exceed 200 years. If she encounters any danger, it will be difficult to fight alone. After figuring out Su Feiying's whereabouts, Yifeng turned around and gestured to Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing understood what he meant, so she mobilized her true energy and re-separated the goddess General Lu Feng from the ceiling circle where many royal soldiers were, so that they could not see each other. Block. Yifeng ignored the passionate royal soldiers, but returned to Lin Shiqing's side to confront Goddess General Lu Feng. Regarding Xing, Yi Feng still has a lot of things to ask. General, there is something I want to ask you for advice. Yi Feng looked at Lu Feng, who was wearing silver armor but couldn't see his face, and asked with his divine sense, "Do you know anything about the brilliant swordsmanship of Lu Lang swordsman Xing? Xuanhuan swordsmanship is the only swordsmanship he can handle." Lu Feng didn't hide this, but directly transmitted his divine thoughts, and replied, "This is recorded in the numbered musical notation he stole from the old swordsman when he secretly poisoned and killed an old swordsman when he was in the royal family." Old swordsman? There was a drop of cold sweat on Yifeng's forehead. That blustery swordsman Xing Ying's methods were not bad, he could think of such a way to improve himself. Paired with the xuanhuan sword art, there is also a set of xuanhuan sword art. Only when they cooperate with each other can they exert greater power. Lu Feng continued to explain, "Xuanhuan swordsmanship, there are only 3 moves in total, 10 directions are destroyed, heaven and earth are useless, and gods and ghosts are frightened, but in the hands of Xing Ying, it is not very powerful, which is different from the secrets and legends of the royal family." Far. Royal family secrets and legends? Yi Feng was quite interested in this, so he sent out his spiritual thoughts to ask. It is recorded in it that xuanhuan swordsmanship is the swordsmanship used by the gods, and the power of each move is just like its name. Lu Feng explained it simply. The power of the move is just like its name. Yi Feng imagined for a while, the 10 directions are destroyed, the world is useless, the gods and ghosts are frightened, the name of which move is very bluffing. Is it possible that it really has such power? If that's the case, this set of sword skills is still very strong, but it's a pity that Xing Ying is dead, and nothing useful has been found from him, so Yi Feng has no way of knowing the cultivation method of xuanhuan sword art. Even if he knew, it was impossible for Yi Feng to abandon the dragon sword Ju and practice the xuanhuan sword Ju. Although there is no obvious comparison, Yi Feng still feels that the dragon sword art is much stronger than the xuanhuan sword art. At least, the difficulty of comprehending the sword fighting art is much greater than the 3-stroke xuanhuan sword art. What about the Eye of Wind and Thunder? How did Xing Ying get it? When Yi Feng learned how the blustery swordsman Xing Ying obtained the divine brilliant sword art, he became interested in the source of all the treasures on this guy. It's his family's treasure, which has been passed down through the ages. It is famous even in the royal family and has a wide range of uses. It's a pity. The Lu Feng divine sense was transmitted here, and it was a little joking. It was stolen by this Xing Ying privately, even if he was expelled from the family, so what? The entire Xing family suffered heavy losses, but they couldn't catch Feng Lei's eyes, and this Xing Ying's shadow wandering around, that's why he got the title of Wandering Swordsman. I see. When Yi Feng heard this, he was secretly delighted, so the Eye of Wind and Thunder is still a very good thing? Lu Feng personally led the troops to hunt down Xing Ying. Probably a large part of it was to recover the pair of Eyes of Wind and Thunder, but it's a pity that Yi Feng is now cheap. Then, what about his pair of heaven-splitting swords? What's the origin of this pair of Dao artifacts? Yi Feng asked the last question again. Upon hearing this question, Lu Feng smiled disdainfully. This is the treasure of his fiancée's family. When he stole the Eye of Wind and Thunder and was expelled from the family, only his fiancée was still on his side. Even if he escaped going to wander, his fiancée followed unswervingly, and brought the pair of heaven-shattering and terrifying swords from home, and roamed the world with him. It's a pity that his fiancée disappeared in the end, and he doesn't know what accident happened. All I know is that the pair of sky-shattering swords finally came to Xing Ying, and he and Yangshan each took one. It's just strange. When Lu Feng divine sense was transmitted here, he looked a little puzzled, but he didn't say anything strange. Yi Feng didn't ask about this. Obviously, the other party was also wondering why Xing Ying didn't take out the sky-splitting sword when he fought her just now, otherwise he wouldn't have lost so badly. Now in Yi Feng's heart, he is full of admiration for that wandering swordsman Xing Ying. This is really a talent, top-notch. The most precious things on his body are the xuanhuan swordsmanship, the sky-shattering sword, and the eye of wind and thunder. Unexpectedly, the origin of these three things is so strange. The old swordsman who was poisoned to death stole the numbered musical notation, stole the eye of wind and thunder from his family, and was expelled from the family, and obtained the sky-shattering sword from his fiancée. Although I don't know what happened to him and his fiancée after they left home, but it will never be a good thing. So, thank you General for clarifying. Yi Feng cupped his fists to salute General Lu Feng, respectfully said, since Xingying is dead, what is the general's plan now? Do you want to return to the royal family? If so, this junior will let the general leave. Hearing this, the goddess General Lu Feng laughed all of a sudden. Although it is said that the original purpose of the royal army when they came to Menghuang realm was to capture Xingying and shock the emperor, but today, the purpose of the royal family is not so simple. After coming to Menghuang realm, all kinds of situations in Menghuang realm were passed back to the rich businessmen and dignitaries of the royal family like flowing water, which made them very interested in this other world that they accidentally discovered. In this world, there are too many interests. Among other things, just by killing those giant dragons with a cultivation base of 300 or 400 years, one can get a dragon pill, which can forcibly raise the cultivation base of an immortal cultivator for more than 10 years. This is invaluable in the royal world things, and there is a price, but no market. As long as you ship it back, you will definitely make a lot of money. Not to mention, in the wild world, there are many cross-boundary teleportation arrays leading to other worlds. This is the most precious treasure for the high-ranking royal family in this world. If you can discover enough worlds and control all of them in your hands, wouldn't there be endless resources for cultivation? The power of the royal family will surely grow unprecedentedly. Due to the lack of cultivation resources, the royal family has not had a new strong man who has attained the Dao realm for a long time, but if other worlds are found, use the resources of other worlds to focus on creating some talented practitioners, and strong men who have attained the Dao realm numbers are bound to grow. 1,000-year cultivation base is not so easy to obtain. To create one needs to consume not only mountains of natural materials and earth treasures, but also countless chances and coincidences, as well as the talents of the cultivators themselves. Goddess General Lu Feng is a strong man created by the royal family in recent years. He is extremely young, but he has 700 years of cultivation, and one day he will be promoted to a strong man with 1,000 years of cultivation. Under such background conditions, how could it be possible for Lu Feng to order so many soldiers of the royal family to leave the Menghuang realm? However, the current Lu Feng would not state his purpose so foolishly. Facing Yi Feng's question, Lu Feng laughed several times, and then sent a divine thought, that's natural, you let me and my soldiers go, the royal family, and you will be allies from now on, and we, with Punishment Shadow's body can go home. It's so wonderful. Yi Feng smiled, waved his hand, and asked Lin Shiqing to release all the members of the royal family out of the sealing circle. Lin Shiqing's expression was a little strange. Why did Yi Feng trust the other party like this? This is not like Yi Feng's style. However, Lin Shiqing still trusted Yi Feng very much. Even in the current situation that was obviously not right, she did not raise any objections, but mobilized her true energy and began to evacuate the sealing circle. The blue light curtain gradually fell apart, and the goddess General Lu Feng, wearing a silver armor, stood in front of Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing like this, without any barrier between them. It turns out that your cultivation is not high. Without the seal, Lu Feng divine sense detects it, and it can be seen that the corners of her mouth are slightly raised, and the silver gun in her hand seems to be tightened. Lin Shiqing was a little nervous subconsciously, but Yi Feng stretched out his hand to hold her, reassuring her a bit. Our cultivation base is not high, but in this place, we are still capable enough to deal with you. Now that you have regained your freedom, please go ahead. Yi Feng's expression didn't change, he looked at the female general in silver armor lightly. Goddess General Lu Feng stood still for a long time, and seemed to have taken a deep look at Yi Feng. After a long time, she finally clasped her fists like Yi Feng and saluted, "So, farewell." After she finished speaking, she didn't say much, she turned around and left, and soon saw many soldiers of the royal family running towards her. When seeing Lu Feng, many soldiers were obviously very excited, but after Lu Feng waved his hand, everyone calmed down. The goddess general is fine, which means that the man and woman in the distance are trustworthy. Of course, they are still in this weird temple now, and everything can only be said after they get out of the temple. Maybe the other party just let them go on purpose and play a game of cat and mouse. Lu Feng led many soldiers to evacuate. Before leaving, he only looked back at Yi Feng. Yi Feng remained calm and did not react. He just stood there and watched the other party leave. Soon, everyone in the royal family disappeared from Yi Feng's vision, but this didn't mean Yi Feng didn't know their movements. Lin Shiqing at the side was using the power of star refinement to detect each other's movements anytime and anywhere. "Why are you so relieved to release them, not afraid that they will attack us after they come out?" While monitoring the royal family, Lin Shiqing asked Yi Feng strangely. She found that Lu Feng led her soldiers straight towards the exit of the temple, without even stopping for a moment. Because she is not sure what is going on with this temple. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. "You can freely control the various magic circles in this temple. Even if she just attacked us, there are many ways to avoid it. If you were her, would you choose to attack us?" "That's not true, but what's your purpose in letting them go?" What Lin Shiqing couldn't figure out was this. Track. Yi Feng said 2 words succinctly. "Next, we must destroy the cross-boundary teleportation array from the royal world to the wild world to prevent them from coming to this world indiscriminately, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. It's indeed a way to find the passage between the royal realm and the desolate realm, but how do you know that she will take people back to the vicinity of the teleportation array?" Lin Shiqing couldn't figure it out after much deliberation. "Because she belongs to the royal family." Yi Feng said confidently. From the brief exchange just now, he already knew that the goddess general Lu Feng was a member of the royal family, so he naturally had to obey the orders of the royal family. Xingying's Eye of Wind and Thunder is something even the royal family considers precious. Now that Xingying is dead, but the Eye of Wind and Thunder has not been obtained, Lu Feng has only 2 choices. First, stay outside the temple, guard Yi Feng, and grab the Eye of Feng when Yi Feng goes out. Second, go back and report to the high-level royal family, let them make a decision, and perhaps send more troops to conduct a thorough search of this temple. After a simple analysis, Yi Feng believes that she will not easily choose the first action, because, who knows the scope of this temple? Is there a sealing circle around the temple? In case there was a sealing circle outside, they waited for Yi Feng to show up and wanted to attack, but ended up trapping themselves inside again. Therefore, the current Lu Feng will definitely return to the vicinity of the cross-boundary teleportation array in the royal world. In the Menghuang realm, Goddess General Lu Feng is already the highest status existence. If you want to apply for rescue, you must apply to the royal family realm. This is beyond doubt. Next, Yi Feng will once again stage the drama of thousands of miles of tracking, the same method as finding Xingying's hiding place, to find the cross-boundary teleportation array leading to the royal family world. As for Su Feiying, she couldn't find the floating continent for a while, so Yi Feng could only temporarily forget about it. After Lu Feng led many royal soldiers and left with Xingying's body, Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing walked back to the star-refining sacred pavilion. "Let me comprehend the Eye of Wind and Thunder that I took away first, my wife. Tell me their direction after they go far away, and I will take you to chase them." Yi Feng kept making small movements along the way, hugging Lin Shiqing's body in his arms. "My wife, you are big, let go quickly, if my aunt sees it, you will feel better." Lin Shiqing floated away and broke free from his pig's hand, smiling brightly. I'll wait until my sister goes back to discuss with Wanner and the others, and then I'll know whether I want to be your wife or not. Yi Feng spread his hands helplessly. He had nothing to do with the opponent's decision, and he himself didn't like being sneaky like this. Then wait for you to go back and tell them. Yi Fengji nodded, then raised his hand and summoned the thunder god of fury, allowing him to transform into his own appearance. Eyes of wind and thunder, show. Yi Feng's eyes turned into green and purple, representing green wind and purple thunder, respectively, containing two kinds of power. The power of wind and thunder, combined with Yi Feng's comprehension of the yellow-level space power, greatly increased Yi Feng's teleportation speed, and what was even more frightening was that his teleportation did not need to consume his own true energy at all. According to Yi Feng's estimation, the power contained in the Eye of Feng Lei is enough for him to teleport around the earth once, but it is divided into several times. As his cultivation base improves, the maximum distance of a teleportation will be farther, and the power consumption will be less. If it is replaced by a cultivator who has cultivated for 1,000 years and attained the Dao realm, he can even teleport directly to outer space and survive in a vacuum. Of course, at this level, Yi Feng is still far behind. Soon, the two returned to the Star Alchemy Pavilion and saw Shu Shu. This beautiful woman was worried about the two of them. When she saw the two of them coming back, she immediately greeted them. "How is it going?" Shu Shu asked immediately. "Everything is going well, Auntie. I'm afraid you have to stay here for a while. With the power of the star refining and immortal code inheritance, it is definitely safe for you to stay here." After Yi Feng finished speaking, he briefly explained to her what happened just now, and quickly made her understand what the two of them were about to do. "Then you should be careful. Listen to what you said. The people of the royal family, especially the goddess general Lu Feng, are much stronger than Xingying, so don't let her find out." Shu Shu said with some worry. "That's definitely not the case. The longest distance of star chasing is 300 kilometers. Yi Feng smiled easily. He had enough confidence in this, and now I can teleport hundreds of kilometers in one go with the magic sword technique. It's not difficult to hide my whereabouts." "That's good." Shu Shu didn't say much, because Yi Feng's behavior has never been influenced by others, not to mention her. Even if Long Wanner came, she couldn't dissuade her. Since Yi Feng decided to track down the goddess general, there must be a need to track down. In a big way, Yi Feng is to maintain the safety of the earth. In a small way, he doesn't want anyone around him to be hurt, and would rather pursue and take risks by himself. After all, after going to Earth from the cross-border teleportation array, Peach Blossom Island will be the first to bear the brunt, and on Peach Blossom Island, almost all of Yi Feng's relatives and friends are there. If the royal family invades, then everyone will be in danger. This kind of situation is absolutely not what Yi Feng wants to see. After just resting for a while, Lin Shiqing soon sent news that the 10 targets tracked by the star-chasing technique had new movements. In order to be conservative and to guess the intention of Goddess General Lu Feng, when they left, Yi Feng asked Lin Shiqing to imprint the star-chasing technique on all 10 of them. Of course, these 10 people included Lu Feng and her Imperial Guard commander Jin Xinqing, and the other 8 were randomly selected as targets of surveillance. With Lin Shiqing's cultivation level, at most 10 people can only be imprinted with the star-chasing technique, and no more can be tracked. The star-chasing technique is derived from the star-refining immortal code, and its quality is obviously higher than that of the immortal cultivation method practiced by the members of the royal family. Therefore, this star-chasing imprint, which cannot be detected by Xingying, cannot be detected by everyone in the royal family. Someone has stopped. Feeling the movement of those star-chasing marks, Lin Shiqing reported softly to Yi Feng, including the commander of the Imperial Guards, Jin Xinqing. He should bring a lot of people and prepare to intercept them on the way. Sure enough. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, that Lu Feng didn't want to leave directly like this, but sent some troops to stay in ambush on the way they left. Once Yi Feng and others chased them out, they would kill another carbine, which caught Yi Feng and others by surprise. If the Eye of Feng Lei can be snatched back just like this, then Lu Feng will of course give it a try. After all, she just felt that Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing's cultivation base is only 100 years old. In her eyes they are simply dolls. If they dare to leave that weird temple, then they will definitely be able to fight back. Of course, due to the weirdness of the temple, even if they counterattack, they must be very careful, otherwise they might capsize in the gutter, and it would be a tragedy. How about it, Xiaoya, is there anything you can do? Lin Shiqing tilted her head, looked at Yi Feng and asked. No, but I can rely on the Eye of Wind and Thunder, to try. Yi Feng's eyes were shining brightly. Only with the Eye of Wind and Thunder, he could teleport hundreds of kilometers without consuming true energy. Lu Feng and others from the royal family took hundreds of people to walk hundreds of kilometers in such a long time, and their speed is obviously not as fast as Yi Feng's. This is Yi Feng's advantage. Few people, flexible and fast. With these conditions, tracking is already very easy. The prerequisite is to discover and avoid all the traps and various alarm facilities set by the royal family members along the way. This is undoubtedly a very difficult thing for Yi Feng. After all, his cultivation base is not high. Let's go out and see the situation first. Yi Feng stood up and asked Lin Shiqing to leave the star refining pavilion with him. The current Yi Feng doesn't have any trump cards that he can use. If there is nothing he can do, he can only temporarily give up the idea of tracking down the royal family's teleportation array and leave it for later. Among the 10 people marked by Lin Shiqing's star-chasing technique, the closest ones are 300 kilometers away, and they are Jin Xinqing and another royal soldier. However, this does not mean that there are only 2 ambushes in that place, nor does it mean that there are no ambushes in a closer place. It is also possible that Lu Feng sent other people who were not imprinted by star chasing to ambush closer. Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing were careful all the way. As soon as they left the temple, they immediately hid themselves by the hidden magic circle not far from the entrance of the temple. The detection range of the temple includes 10 kilometers around the temple, and there is no one else in this range. Lin Shiqing quickly explained the situation to Yi Feng. Well, then we can move on. Yi Feng nodded, with one arm around Lin Shiqing's slender and soft willow waist, with a movement of his footsteps, imaginary swordsmanship. The Eye of Wind and Thunder integrated into the God of Wrath and Thunder was instantly activated. With almost no effort, Yi Feng broke through the space with Lin Shiqing, and teleported to 400 kilometers away. This place already meant danger to the 2 of them. So as soon as the 2 of them appeared, Yi Feng immediately pulled Lin Shiqing and fell towards the ground. From the location of these temples, the location of this star refining temple should be on the edge of the safe area of the wild world, and the range of the temple leading to the Earth teleportation array is biased towards the central area. Yi Feng soon had a certain understanding of the area of Menghuang realm. Outside the relatively safe area detected by the star refining valley, it is an extremely dangerous situation. Even those who have so many thousand years of cultivation in the star refining valley dare not go easily, which shows the danger. Lu Feng obviously didn't lead anyone to those dangerous areas, which shows that the people of the royal family already have a certain understanding of the wild world. Maybe, this is the information that can be obtained by sacrificing an unknown number of people. And one of the boundaries of this safe area is the location of the Star Alchemy Temple. If you fly a certain distance beyond the Star Alchemy Temple, you will reach an extremely dangerous area. Exactly why such a relatively safe area in the center is formed, this is beyond the understanding of Yi Feng now. Nobody around. Yi Feng checked the surroundings carefully. The sky was cloudless and the sun was shining brightly. Except for some ferocious beasts in the dense jungle below, there was no one. Be careful. If something goes wrong, I'll send you away directly. Don't worry about me. Yi Feng gave Lin Shiqing an order, and before she could say anything, he hugged her and flew in the direction where Lu Feng is now. During this teleportation, the two of them managed to avoid the place where Jin Xinqing was ambushing, but with the means of the royal family, it seemed that they hadn't discovered this. The difficulty of comprehending the fusion of the Eye of Wind and Thunder is no less than comprehending the sword-fighting technique. Perhaps Lu Feng never thought that I could fuse it so quickly and teleport it over. Yi Feng guessed all the possibilities, his eyes were full of caution. The two flew forward all the way. The flying speed alone was of course not as fast as Lu Feng and the others, but once the distance was far away, Yi Feng could catch up with a single teleportation. The distance between the two sides has always been about 200 kilometers. With such a long distance, even with Lu Feng's cultivation, it is impossible to detect Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing's pursuit with his spiritual sense. There are people staying in the front, and they should be preparing to ambush. Jin Xinqing and the others behind have also rushed here. Lin Shiqing always reported the movements of those members of the royal family, and followed suit. If it wasn't that he couldn't give the group of people the star-chasing mark, Yi Feng didn't need to be so cautious, he just swaggered away from them. It's a pity that Lin Shiqing's cultivation is still a little bit worse now. Fortunately, her cultivation level improved when she got the inheritance of the Alchemy of Stars, otherwise, the tracking distance of the star-chasing technique would not be able to reach such a long distance, and she would have lost the trace of the other party more than 300 kilometers away. Let's stop first. If there is any accident, teleport away immediately. Yi Feng stopped cautiously, and led Lin Shiqing to land under the dense jungle. He waited for the other party's personnel to be transferred and stabilized before deciding how to act. But the two had just landed under the jungle and immediately found a problem. Just in the sky on the other side of the tracking direction, an extremely huge shadow suddenly appeared, covering the sky and blocking out the sun, more shocking than the sky before the storm. That is? Yi Feng immediately became nervous. Could it be the huge monster that floated above his head before? In other words, is it the floating continent with the aura of a giant dragon that took Su Feiying away? It's a surprise that it appeared at this time. Yi Feng gritted his teeth. This time he didn't dodge, but stood up and flew to the ancient jungle. When he looked at it, he saw an extremely huge floating continent, floating over from the far horizon, covering the sky and the sun along the way, and the shadowy jungle that was not very light transmitting was completely covered in darkness. Down. A floating continent actually covers half of the sky, probably thousands of miles in radius. Sister Lin, you go back to the temple first, I want to go up and have a look first. Yi Feng fixed his eyes on the floating continent. Even though he was still hundreds of miles away, he already felt a strong breath of a giant dragon blowing towards his face. What? You want to go up there? No. As soon as Lin Shiqing heard about Yi Feng's plan, she immediately objected and pulled Yi Feng back. We have to go together, a place like that. You can't protect yourself if you go there, let alone find your master. Even if it's difficult, you have to give it a try, and the strong dragon breath above it may be the dragon's lair. Yi Feng guessed, and had his own plan. If I can kill a giant dragon with a relatively low cultivation level, I can easily teleport back to the Dragon Sword ancient tomb across the border, and it will be no problem to save my own life. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng urged his true energy and condensed a space channel. This is the space channel he opened up by relying on his Eye of Wind and Thunder and his comprehension of the yellow-level space power. No. Lin Shiqing wanted to say something, but was pushed into the space channel by Yi Feng. Swish. The space channel was closed. At this time, Lin Shiqing should have been teleported back to the Star Alchemy Temple, and Yi Feng was now alone. The location of the cross-boundary teleportation in the royal family can be found later, but Su Feiying, if she misses this opportunity, she will have to wait until the year of the monkey. Moreover, the longer the time dragged on, the more serious Su Feiying's situation would become. If something happened to Su Feiying, it would be irreversible. After sending Lin Shiqing away, Yi Feng landed directly into the dense jungle, and immediately felt that most of the strong dragon breath faded away. This ancient jungle can actually block the dragon's breath? Yi Feng didn't think too much, just felt it a little bit, and flew up again. Now he is sure that after he caught Tianhong Rui, the behemoth he saw was indeed the floating continent in front of him. I don't know what the hell is on it. With a cautious heart, Yi Feng flew towards the floating continent with Yu Jian. Immediately following him, Goddess General Lu Feng, who was hundreds of kilometers away, naturally also saw such a floating continent covering the sky and the sun, and squinted his eyes. You go back to the camp, I'll go over and find out the truth. Regardless of the dissuasion of his subordinates, Lu Feng flew to the floating continent by himself. When an emergency situation appeared, Yi Feng put down his pursuit of the royal general without any hesitation, and immediately turned around to go to the vast continent floating in midair. The vast continent is flying in the air, the speed is very fast, at least many times faster than Yi Feng's flying speed. If Yi Feng flies in the air to escape, there is absolutely no way to escape. To avoid this floating continent, the only way seems to be to hide in the ancient jungle below, or teleport away at an extremely fast speed. In the ancient jungle, no matter what kind of birds and beasts, when they felt the vast continent flying over, they all went to hide in the ancient jungle. Only Yi Feng flew with his sword alone, and flew towards the vast continent that was floating over quickly. But he didn't know that behind him, the goddess General Lu Feng of the royal family also rose from the sky and flew towards the floating continent. At the same time, Jin Xinqing, the captain of the guard who got the news, also flew towards the floating continent. Swish! Yi Feng had just approached the floating continent within 100 miles, and immediately felt a strong force of space covering him. This force of space was extremely familiar to Yi Feng, but he couldn't break free, because this is the power of mysterious space that can cross the world. Yi Feng only comprehended the power of the yellow level space, and he was powerless against the effect of the mysterious level space force. Just for a moment, he felt the world spinning for a while, and then the surrounding scene suddenly changed. At the beginning, Yi Feng was still flying in the air, the dense ancient jungle was below, and not far away was blocked by the floating continent. After going through the space transformation, Yi Feng came to a place full of yellow sand, like being in a desert, looking at a piece of yellow sand, forming a continuous road of sand dunes. In the sand dunes, wind and sand were everywhere, and the yellow sand covered the sky, almost completely covering Yi Feng's eyes. If it wasn't for his spiritual consciousness, his visibility would be less than 1 meter. Rise! Yi Feng let out a cry, his Xinqi condensed, forming a thin Xinqi shield around his body to block the wind and sand. He is only 105 years old now, and the detection range of his spiritual sense is only a little over 1 kilometer. It is obviously extremely dangerous in this unknown place. Therefore, he did not stay where he was, but quickly used what he learned from the detection of his spiritual sense. Seen, running towards a small sand dune on the side. In any case, let's find a cover first to prevent any irresistible danger. Soon, Yi Feng arrived at the side of the small sand dune, and hid behind it. Fortunately, the wind and sand behind the sand dune were not strong, so the visibility was a little higher. Hey, this is it? Yi Feng quickly became nervous, because his consciousness found a familiar thing in the sand dunes not far away. It was a long sword of dark golden Taoist level, and it was actually the heaven-cracking sword that Yi Feng had obtained. Another one of Hong Jian. No wonder Xingying didn't have the sky-splitting sword on her body. She didn't expect to come to this strange place. However, such a sword couldn't have been flown up by herself, right? Yi Feng quickly made a guess in his mind. Could it be that Su Feiying snatched the sky-splitting sword from Xingying's hand, and then was transported to this sand dune? He encountered some danger and lost it? Thinking of this, Yi Feng immediately restrained his breath. Illusory sword technique. The sword technique derived from dragon sword art is undoubtedly a very adaptable sword technique, which can be used in many situations, especially when it is necessary to hide oneself. When the current Yifeng was fully displaying the phantom sword technique, even an immortal cultivator with a cultivation base of 300 or 400 years might not be able to spot him, especially when he was hiding aside and motionless, even more so without making a sound. Unless the cultivation base is much higher than him, he will be discovered. The current Yifeng, although he has used the phantom sword technique, is still extremely cautious. After all, this yellow sand land is extremely strange, and no one knows what kind of terrifying enemies will be hidden in the sand dunes. It really is the heaven-splitting sword. Yifeng hid himself and took a closer look. The dark golden long sword was engraved with the same inscription as the heaven-splitting sword in his dragon sword order's storage space. Obviously the same was used when casting it. It can be seen that the two swords do belong to a set. But now, the dark golden long sword was buried in the wind and sand not far away. Judging by the dust and sand in the sky here, the long sword was buried tens of meters deep, perhaps it has been here for several days. Up. When he confirmed that the long sword was the heaven-cracking sword, Yifeng did not act rashly, but carefully observed the surrounding situation. No one seems to be following. Yifeng waited for a long time, until his whole body was almost covered by dust, then he could be sure that no one else followed him to this land of yellow sand. In other words, even if there are other people approaching the floating island, they should not be teleported to the same place as him. Hey, something is approaching. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, Yifeng quickly sensed with his divine sense that from a distance, some strange creatures were gliding in the direction of the wind and sand. It's actually a strange bird that can fly in such dense wind and sand. Yifeng's spiritual sense kept detecting the dense group of strange birds approaching, and he didn't act rashly. Even in a sandstorm with extremely low visibility, you can see the dark sky sweeping over from the horizon. As they got closer, besides the deafening sound of wind and sand, there were also the chirping of those strange birds, ja ja ja. Listening to these calls, it seemed that those strange birds were rather flustered. Before Yifeng could think about what was going on, suddenly a huge dragon's roar came from the direction of the strange birds. It's a giant dragon. No wonder these strange birds are so frightened. Yifeng became even more vigilant, using his whole body to hide his aura. The strange bird glided along the wind and sand from the sky, and soon, a water-blue double-winged dragon also chased in the direction of the wind and sand. In Yifeng's consciousness, this water-blue dragon opened its mouth and swallowed dozens of strange birds into its stomach. Those strange birds didn't even have the ability to resist, so they were bitten to pieces and swallowed. Roar. The water-blue giant dragon seemed to have swallowed enough of the strange bird, raised its head to the sky and roared, and then flew towards the sand on the ground and landed, as if it wanted to take a rest. Hey, it found the sky-splitting sword? Yifeng discovered that the water-blue giant dragon was only 200 years old and not very strong. As soon as it landed on the sand, it paved the sand vigorously, splitting the sky and startling Han Jian. This made Yifeng ready immediately. Hunting and killing the giant dragon seemed to be the only thing he could do in front of him. Yifeng not only needs to retrieve the heaven-splitting sword, but also completes the experience of inheriting the dragon's sword, and kills this kind of two-winged giant dragon, so that he can be sent back to the tomb of the dragon sword through the dragon sword command in case of danger and save his life. 200 years of cultivation, you can only fight for it. Yifeng closed his eyes tightly to prevent the wind and sand from flying into his eyes. At the same time, his consciousness was tightly focused on the water-blue giant dragon that was scraping the sand. Yifeng's cultivation base is 105 years. If you want to talk about the total amount of true energy, he is less than 1% of the opponent's water dragon. However, if the two sides really fight, Yifeng also has a trump card that the opponent cannot match, not to mention, the true energy of the dragon sword art can cause more serious damage to this kind of two-winged dragon. The first little fire dragon that Yi Feng encountered before was killed by his dragon-slaying sword energy. Now, the sword technique he cultivated is many times stronger than before, and the true energy in his body has become a complete dragon sword. Zhuzhenqi, it is not impossible to kill a two-winged dragon with a cultivation base of 200 years. However, Yi Feng certainly wouldn't be so bold as to charge straight from the front, that would be purely courting death. Since he was in the dark now, he had to make good use of this advantage. Illusory sword technique. Yi Feng's true energy quietly condensed, and he began to form a simple phantom formation around him. Because the two-winged water dragon couldn't find out, Yi Feng's movements were very slow, so he only had time to construct a very simple phantom formation. And although this phantom array is simple, it can still have some effect if it wants to cause trouble to the two-winged water dragon. After making preparations, Yi Feng quietly revealed his consciousness again, and found that the target of the two-winged water dragon was indeed the dark golden long sword buried in the sand. This little dragon is actually interested in this kind of magic weapon? Yi Feng felt a little strange. Let's see what the other party wanted to do, so he didn't act rashly. Soon, the water-blue giant dragon with its wings spread out for more than 10 meters dug up a large area of yellow sand, creating a deep bunker. Then, a water-blue dragon claw tightly held the dark golden sky-cracking sword buried tens of meters deep, and then the two-winged water dragon fluttered its wings, trying to leave the dugout bunker. It seems that this guy is really interested in this stuff. Yi Feng still didn't move, observing the opponent's actions. When the two-winged water dragon flew out of the bunker dugout by itself, it quickly discovered that something was wrong. It seemed that the surrounding scene had changed. The change it was aware of was because Yi Feng had set up that small phantom formation, but with its head, it didn't expect that someone was preparing to harm it. It also thinks that this is a natural change in the surrounding weather. After all, it is not surprising that some special circumstances appear in such a stormy sand sea. It shook its head, and one of its paws was tightly grasping the sky-splitting shocking sword. This 4-foot-long dark golden long sword was grasped by the water-blue dragon claws, as if holding a small toothpick, but the bursts of Taoist aura emanating from the dark golden long sword made people one simply cannot ignore its existence. Yi Feng is ready to make a move. Obviously, this two-winged water dragon wanted to leave after getting the sky-shattering sword, if Yi Feng didn't do anything again. He could only watch helplessly as the other party fled. What he deployed with the dragon sword Ju's true energy just now was just a phantom array, and it didn't have the effect of blocking the opponent. Yi Feng had to personally strike at the critical moment. Sword fighting. Yi Feng was holding the xuanhuan sword, which was also a Taoist weapon, and his figure appeared under the belly of the two-winged water dragon in an instant, and the light of the ancient sword flashed past. Puff! With a swing of the sword, a bloodstain was drawn on the hard belly of the two-winged water dragon. Unfortunately, the bloodstain was not deep, and it was like scratching an itch for this giant dragon. Roar! The two-winged water dragon felt that someone was touching it below, and suddenly became irritable. With one flap of its wings, 2 soaring water jets descended from the sky and rushed toward Yi Feng's direction. So fast! Yi Feng's heart trembled. He hurriedly mobilized his true energy, and when 2 jets of water hit him, his figure disappeared from the spot. The speed of the two-winged dragon, with 200 years of cultivation, is really too fast. If Yi Feng hadn't obtained the Eye of Wind and Thunder before, he might not be able to avoid this move at this time. Roar! The two-winged water dragon missed a hit, and became more irritable. It dropped the sky-splitting sword held in its claws, and threw it directly on the sand. Then it raised its huge dragon head, and looked at Yi Feng, who opened its water column. What is this? When the two-winged water dragon saw Yi Feng, it seemed very puzzled, as if it had never seen a human being before. Yi Feng didn't care if the other party was an idiot or an idiot, seeing the two-winged water dragon's movement stagnated, he immediately continued to condense his true energy. Sword fighting. His strongest sword can only draw a shallow bloodstain on the opponent's weakest stomach, which shows how big the difference in cultivation between the two sides is. Now he continued to use the sword fighting technique, in order of course to make the other party furious, and then use its strongest moves. Only in that way would Yi Feng have the possibility to use the dragon's reverse scale to kill this two-winged water dragon. Yi Feng didn't need to attack for too long. The two-winged water dragon was already full of anger at this little thing that repeatedly provoked its majesty, wishing to tear it into pieces and swallow it in its stomach. But it's a pity that after Yi Feng merged with the Eye of Wind and Thunder, his perception of the power of space has greatly increased, and his teleportation speed has also increased several times. Even a two-winged water dragon with a cultivation base of 200 years cannot catch up with Yi Feng's running pace. In rage, the two-winged water dragon was ready to use its trump card. This two-winged water dragon has been the absolute overlord of this continent since its birth, and no creature has ever dared to disrespect it. At this time, I suddenly saw a little guy provoked repeatedly. How could he bear it? In front of the two-winged water dragon, Yi Feng's size is really small, but small size does not mean weak strength. At least between Yi Feng and the two-winged water dragon, the comparison of strength cannot be measured by size. Wow, what a lot of water! When Yi Feng cut several bloodstains on the belly of the two-winged water dragon, as soon as its dragon claws were raised, its xinqi exploded, immediately arousing the water of the 9 heavens, which fell in all directions. At this moment, Yi Feng felt as if he was under a waterfall, about to receive the most powerful impact from the waterfall. Well done! Yi Feng did not retreat but advanced. He laughed loudly, finally mobilized his true energy, took out the dragon scale armor, and put it on his body. Dragon's reverse scale. Yi Feng didn't hesitate at all. He directly mobilized his xinqi, performed this time-tested trick, and then he didn't feel safe, and continued to mobilize the remaining xinqi in his body. Divine brilliant swordsmanship, heaven and earth are useless. This sharp defensive sword technique inherited from the royal family was directly used by Yi Feng, and layers of thin sword curtains appeared around his body, clinging to the dragon's reverse scale. When the dragon's reverse scale resists the opponent's fairy attack, the remaining power will bombard the useless move of heaven and earth. Both defense and offense, the dragon scale armor is by far the most practical magic weapon refined by Yi Feng. In the yellow sand all over the sky, the loud noise spread nearly 1,000 meters away, and a storm of sand swept away in an instant. Yi Feng only felt that a burst of terrifying power instantly defeated the dragon scale defense of the dragon scale armor, and then smashed the heaven and earth useless sword curtain that he condensed layer by layer, hitting him. Boom! After the loud noise, Yi Feng's figure flew upside down and fell heavily into the yellow sand all over the sky. He felt that his internal organs were shattered by this blow. If the attack of the two-winged dragon hadn't been scattered, he would have been seriously injured and died by this blow. Cracks began to appear on the dragon scale armor, which seemed to be broken, and the water-blue double-winged dragon was also injured by 80% of the power rebounded by the dragon's reverse scale, and let out a thundering dragon roar. Yellow sand flew all over the sky, and the storm intensified. The two-winged water dragon dropped the dark golden long sword in its claws, and stared at Yi Feng with its lantern-sized eyes. It can be seen that this two-winged water dragon has just been seriously injured by 80% of the power of his full-strength blow, and it is already a little unstable to stand. The key point is that when it attacked, it didn't consider its own defense at all, which caused it to be completely hit by the rebounding power and seriously injured. However, with its current situation, it is still confident that it can wipe out this little thing that dares to violate the majesty of its dragon. That's enough. Yi Feng slowly got up from the sand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head, eyes still closed. His consciousness is tightly locked on the two-winged water dragon in front of him, and at the same time, He is always paying attention to whether there are other things in other directions, so as not to be caught off guard and encounter other dangers and die. He quickly analyzed the situation and felt that if there was nothing else to assist the water dragon, he would be the ultimate victor. Then, let's begin. Yifeng calmed down and listened attentively to the whistling wind around him, and soon realized that the two-winged water dragon was about to spray something towards him. Flash! Without hesitation, Yifeng mobilized his true energy immediately, using the power of the yellow-level space he had comprehended, and teleported to the back of the two-winged water dragon in an instant. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, the two-winged water dragon spewed out a domineering jet of water from its mouth. Judging from its power, it was much stronger than the attack from the sky-filled waterfall just now, but the attack range was much smaller. This also made the opponent lose Yifeng's goal. Sword fighting. Yifeng didn't even think about it. After teleporting to avoid the opponent's attack, he knocked down a violent chi pill that can increase the power of true chi. Immediately afterwards, a sword slashed at the stomach of the two-winged water dragon, which already had a bloodstain. Puff! Due to Yifeng's increased strength, the two-winged water dragon was seriously injured. This sword actually directly pierced the opponent's stomach, and the hot blood of the two-winged water dragon gushed out, drenching Yifeng all over. This dragon's blood is much hotter than boiling water. If ordinary people get it, they will definitely die. Fortunately, Yifeng is a cultivator, and his body strength is far beyond ordinary people, so there is no serious problem. The two-winged water dragon seemed to have never suffered such severe pain, and now it wailed in pain, and its huge body began to roll painfully in the yellow sand. It's time to end. Yifeng muttered in his heart, raised the xuanhuan sword in his hand, and landed on the sand with a click, ready to completely kill this two-winged water dragon. As long as he killed this two-winged water dragon, Yifeng would be able to obtain a water dragon pill. At the same time, he had completed the experience of dragon sword inheritance. If he encountered danger later, he would have the capital to escape. It wasn't until this moment that Yifeng finally opened his eyes. He could vaguely see a huge water-blue dragon struggling in the yellow sand flying not far away. This guy doesn't seem to have much combat experience. Is it possible that he grew up eating the strange birds before all his life? Yifeng was a little disdainful towards this two-winged water dragon. If the opponent had more combat experience, he wouldn't have fallen to the current situation, and was seriously injured by a Yifeng whose strength was half his. Yifeng took 2 steps forward, raised the dragon sword in his hand, and was about to kill him with one blow. This sword will definitely kill the other party. You must know that the true energy of the dragon sword Ju and the material of the dragon sword can cause terrible damage to this kind of double-winged dragon. Yifeng, born to be the nemesis of this kind of giant dragon. However, just when he wanted to kill the two-winged water dragon with a sword-fighting technique, he found that his movement was a step slower. Puff! A spear fell from the sky, and then a beam of blue light split from Yifeng's eyes, piercing the two-winged water dragon in half. At this moment, the pitiful howl of the two-winged water dragon stopped suddenly, and it was stabbed to death by someone who came. Snapped. A figure landed in the yellow sand all over the sky, and stopped not far from the two-winged water dragon. It's the captain of the Imperial Guard. With a sweep of Yifeng's consciousness, he immediately became vigilant. The person who came was Jin Xinqing, the commander of the guard army of the goddess General Lu Feng. As for why the other party appeared here, Yifeng didn't think about it for now, because it was useless to think about it. The key now is that in his current state, he is absolutely unable to confront Jin Xinqing. After all, that guy is a terrifying existence with 600 or 700 years of cultivation. Not to mention that Yifeng is seriously injured now. Even if he is in his prime, he will not be the opponent at all. Hateful. Unexpectedly, after hard work, the two-winged water dragon was finally severely injured, and the dragon's head was snatched by others. At the critical moment, the two-winged water dragon was killed by Jin Xinqing, which was completely beyond Yifeng's expectations. If this is the case, is the dragon sword inheritance experience complete? Yifeng didn't dare to be careless, he could only count it as unfinished for the time being. If he wanted to go back to the Tomb of Dragon Sword, he had to hunt another giant dragon. Otherwise, if he goes back like this, and the other party says that he didn't kill the giant dragon, and loses the qualification to inherit the dragon sword, it won't be fun. Little friend, have you ever seen General Lu Feng? Jin Xinqing was wearing a bronze armor, and the cyan spear in his hand was stained with bright red dragon blood, like a bloodthirsty butcher. At this time, he had already put on the helmet, so he couldn't see the unshaven beard, but he looked mighty and extraordinary. Unfortunately, for Yifeng, the pressure of such an existence standing in front of him was really too great. I haven't seen it before. Why, your general is also here. Yifeng calmly analyzed the situation, then stood up, performed lay on hands on himself, and temporarily relieved the injuries to his internal organs. Ah, she is here, but unfortunately I can't find her. Jin Xinqing's voice was a little lazy, and he looked around. This place is full of dragon breath, I'm afraid it's a dragon's lair. General Lu Feng came here, I'm really worried about her. While talking, Jin Xinqing looked Yifeng up and down. Yifeng could feel that the other party's powerful spiritual consciousness swept over his body, as if he was carefully observing his cultivation. Since you're here to find your general, let's go our separate ways. Yifeng received the other party's spiritual thoughts, calmly transmitted the spiritual thoughts, and prepared to leave at the same time. He doesn't want the body of the two-winged water dragon anymore. The key now is to escape from Jin Xinqing's hands, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Slow down, little brother. To Yifeng's surprise, Jin Xinqing didn't seem to have much hostility towards him, but rather respected him. In that temple, you kept your promise and released all members of our royal family. I personally respect you very much. Yes, unfortunately, you are very important to our royal family, so I'm afraid we can't let you leave for the time being. Respect me? Yifeng received the other party's spiritual thoughts. He was a little puzzled. He didn't expect that he wanted to let them go and follow him, but he was respected by Jin Xinqing instead. It's incredible. That's right. Originally, you were free to control our life and death in the temple, but you didn't do so. Just because of this, I won't hurt you without the order of General Lu Feng. Jin Xinqing's spiritual thoughts continued to spread. However, you don't have to think about leaving before meeting General Lu Feng. I won't let you do what you want. This guy. Yifeng roughly understood what the other party meant, that is to temporarily control himself and not let him escape. As for how to deal with him, he still had to listen to Lu Feng's ideas. The current Yifeng has no chance of escaping from the other party, so he simply smiled and passed on his spiritual thoughts. That's it, let's wait until we find you General Lu Feng. Anyway, none of us can escape from this place. From the moment he came to this place, Yifeng felt that this piece of yellow sand was filled with the aura of giant dragons everywhere. Obviously, there were a lot of giant double-winged dragons living in this piece of yellow sand desert. And above the high altitude, it is surrounded by a layer of mysterious level space power. Without comprehending the existence of the mysterious level space power, it is absolutely impossible to leave this area. Even Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng couldn't leave this place. To leave this place, Yifeng only knew one way, and that was to send him back to the Dragon Sword's tomb with the Dragon Sword Order after he killed the giant dragon. However, before that, he had to find Su Feiying. It happened that Jin Xinqing was going to look for General Lu Feng. If he walked with him, he would also be able to ensure safety on the road. After all, this guy has a cultivation base of 600 or 700 years, and it is very easy to deal with some ordinary dragons. Seeing Yifeng nodding, Jin Xinqing smiled in satisfaction, and sent a divine thought. It's good that you understand. Now, let me dissect this giant dragon first. Anatomy? Yi Feng was wondering, but saw that Jin Xingqing was holding a blue long spear, and stabbed it into the body of the dead two-winged water dragon, and then it exploded with a sound, and a watery water dragon pill fell into Jin Xingqing's hand. This water dragon pill can directly increase a person's cultivation level by 9 years, which is not bad. While muttering, Jin Xingqing put the water dragon pill into a storage bag on his waist. After coming to Menghuang realm for so long, the people of the royal family must have killed many giant dragons. Of course, they already knew the function of dragon pills well. Not any material from a giant dragon can be refined into the dragon scale armor like Yi Feng did. The materials that Yi Feng used to refine the dragon scale armor before were obtained from a fully grown-up cultivator of hundreds of years. Obtained from the fire dragon. Even if it was the current Jin Xingqing, if he wanted to kill such a big guy, he would have to go through a hard fight. Not to mention, the defensive engraving on the dragon scale armor is just a technique handed down from the Star Tomb sect, and the royal family will naturally not. If you get enough dragon materials, you can refine dragon scale armor in batches. In that case, Wanner and the other's strength will be further enhanced. Yi Feng thought in his heart, but this is just a vague idea, and it will not take a while to realize this idea. At least, with his current strength, it is impossible to kill so many dragons. He checked the dragon scale armor he had put away, and found that cracks had appeared on it, apparently damaged in the battle just now. It seems that the dragon's reverse scale can no longer be triggered, but if you have enough materials to repair it, it should still be intact. Yi Feng glanced at the body of the two-winged dragon, but didn't take it seriously. Now he is just a captive of Jin Xingqing's subordinates. Of course, the other party will not be kind enough to help him dissect the materials of the dragon's body. If he wants to get the dragon scales and other materials of this two-winged water dragon, he will have to spend a day and a night. Time. Of course, Jin Xingqing would not give him the time. As for Jin Xingqing himself, he obviously didn't like the materials on the giant dragon that had been cultivated for 200 years. Let's go. Jin Xingqing's spiritual thoughts came, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand and waved not far away. He took the dark golden sky-splitting sword into his hand, and threw it into the storage bag on his waist. Yi Feng glanced at the storage bag on Jin Xingqing's waist, thinking that if he could snatch this bag, there would definitely be many good things in it. It's a pity that wanting to grab this storage bag is not something a person of his level should think about. Yi Feng got up and followed Jin Xingqing. As he said before, Jin Xingqing didn't do any harm to Yi Feng, but took him away from the body of the two-winged water dragon. Let's go in this direction. Jin Xingqing walked in front of Yi Feng, looking left and right in the yellow sand all over the sky, casually pointed in a direction, then waved his hand, and flew towards that direction with Yi Feng. Are you sure General Lu Feng is in this direction? Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts passed to him and asked. I'm not sure, but I don't know anyway. Why don't you just walk around, maybe you will find it. Jin Xingqing shrugged and said indifferently. Yi Feng was speechless for a while. This guy seems to be a little simple-minded, but if he really treats the other party as a fool, then he must be the one who suffers. Yi Feng thought about it carefully. If it was him, he would indeed have to pick a random direction and try his luck, and he might not be as open-minded as Jin Xingqing. In the storm of yellow sand all over the sky, the two flew in the air, heading in the same direction. Not long after, both of them felt that there seemed to be an extremely strong aura behind them, chasing them up. No, not a burst, but a large group. What is that? Yi Feng immediately became vigilant, thinking to himself, the opportunity has finally come. If he wants to escape Jin Xingqing's control, it seems that he can only escape while he is fighting with other things. Although it is dangerous to be alone in this kind of place, if he finds General Lu Feng first, then what is waiting for Yi Feng is absolutely nothing good end. Yi Feng concentrated on getting ready. No matter what is going to happen, Yifeng has reason to believe that it will be a good time for him to take action. After a while, a large group of auras chasing after them. Finally a large shadow appeared in Yifeng's line of sight. It was actually a large group of giant dragons flying in the sky. From the cracks in the wind and sand, one can vaguely see that the heads of these giant dragons are of various colors, obviously not belonging to the same attribute. However, no matter which giant dragon it is, its cultivation has reached more than 400 or 500 years, although there are even powerful existences comparable to Jin Xinqing. Even for Jin Xinqing, if he really faced the siege of these giant dragons, he might be in danger. Of course, Jin Xinqing's life and death had nothing to do with Yifeng. All Yifeng thinks now is to quickly find Su Feiying and leave this ghostly place. Although Yifeng has not seen any shadow of Su Feiying until now, but he has enough reasons to believe that Su Feiying is now trapped in this closed floating continent. And in this floating continent, there are soaring giant dragons everywhere, and even after killing one, it will attract so many groups, which is obviously dangerous. Even Jin Xinqing may not be able to survive in this kind of place, let alone Su Feiying, who has at most 200 years of cultivation. 200 years of cultivation is still a very optimistic estimate. Even if there are many opportunities in the Menghuang realm, it is still very difficult for Su Feiying to improve her cultivation for 100 years within this period of time, and it is almost impossible. What the hell? When he found a large group of terrifying dragons chasing after him, Jin Xinqing was also shocked, bowed his head and cursed something, then quickly raised his hand, wanting to fly faster with Yifeng. However, in terms of flying, even Jin Xinqing couldn't compare to those natural kings of the sky. The flying speed of the two-winged dragon was much faster than him. And Jin Xinqing didn't have the move to teleport people, so he was reluctant to leave Yifeng behind for a while, and seemed a bit in a dilemma. Captain Jin, with your cultivation, you definitely don't have to be afraid of those giant dragons. Hurry up and kill them all, then you can harvest hundreds of dragon pills at once. Yifeng brazenly fanned the flames. Hey! Little baby who doesn't understand anything, don't talk nonsense. If you want to deal with those dragons, you can do it yourself. Jin Xinqing obviously wouldn't be dazed by Yifeng's praise. He laughed and continued to flee desperately. This is what you said, then I will go. Yifeng laughed out loud, and with a slap in the face, he used the power of Huang-level space, and escaped Jin Xinqing's restraint with ease. At this moment, Jin Xinqing was concentrating on trying to escape from this place. How could he think that Yifeng would take this opportunity to break free? He immediately reacted, but found that Yifeng broke free from his shackles, and actually flew towards the chasing giant dragons flying towards the back. This kid is dying. Jin Xinqing was taken aback, thinking that Yifeng had some mental problems temporarily, so he wanted to rush forward to kill him. However, he didn't have time to doubt anything, because the distance between the giant dragons behind was less than 100 meters. Almost in an instant, Yifeng was submerged in the group of giant dragons, and it only took a moment for the group of giant dragons to catch up to Jin Xinqing. At this time, even if he wanted to catch Yifeng and reward Lu Feng for his meritorious deeds, he was in no mood at this moment. After all, he had to put his own life first no matter what. While continuing to fly forward, Jin Xinqing detected the group of giant dragons behind him with his spiritual sense, and found that the heads of these group of giant dragons had been cultivated for hundreds of years, and there were even existences no less than his own. If he was surrounded by so many dragons, even Jin Xinqing would have a hard time keeping his life alive. However, he was surprised to find that Yifeng quickly flew into the group of giant dragons towards the rear, and those giant dragons did not attack Yifeng. That kid actually started to walk through the giant dragon group, and quickly flew down and disappeared before Jin Xinqing's spiritual sense detection. That boy, could it be? Jin Xinqing was very surprised. From Yifeng's situation, he suddenly thought, didn't this group of giant dragons come for them? If this is the case, then it will be easy to handle. Jin Xinqing hesitated for a moment, but even stopped, ready to try to chase Yi Feng back. Since these dragons don't care about them, why should he run away? Grabbing Yi Feng directly to find Lu Feng is the most important thing. But what he didn't expect was that when he just turned his head, the group of chasing dragons began to stir up, one by one let out a thunderous roar, and all kinds of power poured towards Jin Xinqing. Originally, the distance between the two sides was already very close, but when Jin Xinqing stopped, the distance between the two sides was only tens of meters, and this was only the body length of a small two-winged dragon. In other words, the two sides had been connected together one after another. Under such circumstances, the group of giant dragons unleashed all kinds of power towards Jin Xinqing, making it impossible for Jin Xinqing to avoid it. It can be seen that the target of this group of giant dragons is Jin Xinqing, and all the giant dragons are staring at him angrily. Jin Xinqing's face changed drastically, and he immediately waved the cyan spear in his hand, forming a cyan defensive circle. That kid! Jin Xinqing cursed secretly in his heart. Why doesn't he understand what's going on now? Just now, the water-blue two-winged giant dragon was killed by him, Jin Xinqing, which attracted this group of giant dragons. The group of giant dragons in front of them simply came to avenge the two-winged water dragon. Damn it, that brat beat the giant dragon to serious injury, and these beasts turned a blind eye to it and just stared at me. Jin Xinqing started to complain. He knew that he would not make a move at that time, and let Yi Feng deal with the two-winged water dragon by himself. After both sides suffered losses, wouldn't it be much easier for him to show up and take Yi Feng away again? I blame myself for being handsome. It's cool to be handsome for a while, but it's not cool to attract giant dragons to chase after you. The powerful energies of the giant dragons and Jin Xinqing collided, making a shocking sound that spread across the sky, even causing the yellow sand flying all over the sky to explode, forming sandstorms that hit the sky and swept away towards the surroundings. At this time, Yi Feng had already landed on the desert ground, and he could probably feel the fierce battle between the giant dragon group and Jin Xinqing above. However, all of this has nothing to do with him. Fortunately, the guess is correct. At this moment, Yi Feng was in a cold sweat. He wasn't sure who the target of the group of giant dragons was, but he just felt that the eyes of the group of giant dragons seemed to be focused on Jin Xinqing. Therefore, a bold guess was made. The goal of the giant dragon group was to avenge the two-winged water dragon, and the one who killed the two-winged water dragon was Jin Xinqing, and had nothing to do with Yi Feng. Unexpectedly, this is actually the case. If there was a mistake just now, the current Yi Feng would have been buried among the giant dragons. Fortunately, everything went as he had guessed, and he escaped from Jin Xinqing's clutches successfully. Yi Feng did not leave here immediately. Anyway, with Jin Xinqing's strength, it is impossible to quickly break through the siege of the giant dragons and come down to hunt him down, so he can sit on the ground and watch the tigers fight with confidence. Of course, it might be a bit inaccurate to say that, because Yi Feng couldn't see the battle in the sky at all, and he couldn't feel how the two sides were fighting with his spiritual sense, so he could only guess based on the movement from the sky. In this desert, the wind and sand are really annoying, and the visibility is extremely low, and the detection range of Yi Feng's consciousness is more than 1,000 meters at most, and it can't reach the location of the giant dragons and Jin Xinqing above. Of course it can't be detected. There were bursts of violent explosions from above. Yi Feng knew that Jin Xinqing and the group of dragons were fighting very fiercely. The feeling of being restrained by that guy just now was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, I escaped witty, and I will check the situation here for now. Yi Feng hid behind a sand dune on the ground, quietly waiting for the battle above to end. Under the siege of so many giant dragons, the power of space was blocked. Jin Xinqing couldn't teleport even if he wanted to, and the speed of flying couldn't match the speed of those giant dragons. This is really a desperate situation. After a while, there was a loud bang from the ground not far away, as if something fell from the air. With an idea, Yi Feng quickly jumped out of the sand dune and ran towards the direction of the sound. Really? Yifeng saw a fiery red two-winged dragon descending from the sky, and died of serious injuries. The bright red blood of the dragon had already soaked a large area of sand around him, making him look extremely miserable. The dragon pill is mine. Without even thinking about it, Yifeng held the xuanhuan sword in his hand and stabbed the sword into the body of the dead two-winged fire dragon. According to the position of the dragon pill in his memory, he skillfully took out a fire dragon pill. It can be improved for 10 years, not bad. Yifeng quickly threw the fire dragon pill into the storage space of the dragon sword token, ready to bring it back for use by everyone on Earth. There may not be hundreds of dragons in the entire group of dragons, and Jin Xinqing is obviously unable to handle it, but even so, its strength is still terrifying and tyrannical. In such a situation of being besieged, he can still kill other giant dragons, which shows his domineering and mighty power. And this happened to be cheap for Yifeng. Perhaps it was because Jin Xinqing put too much pressure on the dragons, so they had no time to care about Yifeng. Yifeng dug a two-winged fire dragon pill, but no dragon came down to pay attention to him. This group of giant dragons should be tracking Jin Xinqing based on the aura of the dragon pill. When they finish Jin Xinqing, it will be my turn. I'm afraid I have to find a chance to sneak away. Yifeng thought about it, thinking of the two-winged water dragon he fought with just now. The opponent's combat awareness is obviously very bad, as if he has never experienced any battle. Are all the giant dragons here like this? In that case, Jin Xinqing might be able to hold on for a long time, even if he escapes successfully. Yifeng was not anxious. Anyway, he is not restrained by Jin Xinqing now. If he wants to leave, he can easily rely on the Eye of Wind and Thunder to teleport hundreds of miles away. Neither Jin Xinqing nor the giant dragons can chase him. Soon, another giant dragon fell in the distance. This time, it turned out to be a giant green dragon with more than 700 years of cultivation. Its wings were hundreds of meters long, but at this time, it was also shot in the heart by Jin Xinqing, smashing it with a single shot, and suddenly died. Jin Xian's honesty and tyranny can be seen. Yifeng didn't have time to sigh with emotion, and spent a lot of effort to finally take out the wood dragon pill from the two-winged green dragon's body. It can be promoted for 17 years. This wood dragon pill is the most effective long pill Yifeng has ever seen. Later, it can be absorbed by Xuanhuan and the others, so as to quickly improve their cultivation, so as to become Yifeng's help. A giant dragon fell from the sky with the wind and sand, and Yifeng was very busy below. Soon, the number of dragon pills stored in the dragon sword token increased from 1 to 2 to 8 to 10. That guy is really tough, he can last for so long among so many dragons. Yifeng didn't know the situation above, but hearing the fighting was still earth-shattering. He knew that Jin Xinqing was still alive. The goddess general Lu Feng must be stronger than Jin Xinqing. If he meets him, he will probably die. It seems that we must prepare early. Yifeng made up his mind. The next time he sees the goddess general in silver armor, he will definitely run away without saying a word, so as not to get himself into trouble. With the eyes of wind and thunder, the goddess general will not be able to catch up with Yifeng in a short time. In Yifeng's dragon sword token, he has stored more than 20 dragon pills of various colors, and the cultivation bases that can be improved range from 10 to 20 years. Among the giant dragons killed by Jin Xinqing, the strongest one has more than 800 years of cultivation, which is really sensational. This confirms Yifeng's guess. These giant dragons are only high in cultivation, but their fighting skills and consciousness are not strong, even very weak. Just like the two-winged water dragon with a cultivation base of 200 years before, when they fight, they are fighting randomly, so even Yifeng can't beat them. If you guess like this, could it be that these giant dragons have been living too comfortably in this place? Yifeng didn't think too much, and soon heard the sound of a heavy object falling into the sand not far away. Unlike the previous movement of the giant dragon falling to the ground, this sound was much quieter. Is it a person? Yifeng hurriedly ran over, but saw a sand pit appeared on the sandy ground in front of him. Unexpectedly a person fell from a high altitude, fell to the sandy ground and hit a crater. And beside the bunker, there are half of the cyan armguard and a cyan belt scattered in the yellow sand. Isn't that Jin Xinqing's storage belt? Yifeng's eyes lit up, and he thought about it. He didn't think about how Jin Xinqing fell down at all. He only knew that there was Jin Xinqing's storage belt in front of him, and he also knew that the remaining 70 or 80 dragons in the sky would soon chase him down. Then the choice Yifeng can make is obvious. With a wave of his hand without hesitation, he put the cyan belt in his hand, wrapped it around his waist casually, and then merged into the eyes of the thunder and thunder of the angry thunder sun god to move it instantly. Teleport. Yifeng chose a direction to activate the power of Huang-level space. Swish. The surrounding scene changed suddenly. When Yifeng opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to another place full of yellow sand. Although the surrounding environment was almost exactly the same as before, Yifeng knew that it was indeed 100 miles away. He carefully observed the surrounding scenes, and found that there was nothing but a piece of yellow sand, and finally he was relieved. He raised his hand and glanced at the blue belt in his hand. This is Jin Xinqing's storage belt, let me see what's in it. Yifeng looked forward to it. However, it is not so easy to open the storage belt. Yifeng hid behind a small sand dune, holding Jin Xinqing's storage belt, and first tried to penetrate his spiritual consciousness into it. Sure enough, this storage belt is protected by Jin Xinqing's consciousness, preventing others from getting into it. Yifeng frowned slightly. If he wanted to compare the strength of Jin Xinqing's spiritual consciousness, he would never be able to match it, but fortunately, now Jin Xinqing was seriously injured in the dragon group, and even the spiritual consciousness attached to the storage belt are much weaker. Yifeng tried a few times, and found that with his own cultivation, he really couldn't open the storage belt. Just when he was about to give up temporarily, the dragon sword order hanging on his waist suddenly emitted a burst of tyrannical power, which penetrated the entire storage belt at once, destroying all Jin Xinqing's spiritual consciousness attached to it. Dragon sword token still has this function? Yifeng was slightly pleasantly surprised, and couldn't wait to open Jin Xinqing's storage belt. Although he doesn't know what's in it, what Yifeng can be sure of is that there must be another sky-splitting sword in it. Now that the wandering swordsman Xingyin has died, the consciousness on the sky-splitting Hong sword has dissipated automatically. If the two swords are combined into one, the power they can display must be impressive. In comparison, Yifeng's Chuanlong sword is just a Taoist tool in form, and there is still a gap compared with the heaven-shaking sword. Especially now that Yifeng has mastered the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder, combined with the sky-shattering sword, it will definitely be able to exert even stronger power. As for Chuanlongjian, let it be soy sauce for now. Yifeng opened Jin Xinqing's storage belt, and the first thing he found was the dark golden long sword lying quietly in the most conspicuous position. Without hesitation, Yifeng took it out, and then took out the heaven-splitting and frightening sword stored in the dragon sword token. The two swords are placed side by side, and it can be seen that although the two swords are both dark gold, they are still different from each other. The one that Yifeng got first, the dark golden sword, was engraved with the engraving of wind power, but the one he got now has the engraving of thunder power on the body. The two swords are combined into one, which is just suitable for the Eye of Wind and Thunder. This Luling swordsman is really good, but if it weren't for the royal family's General Lu Feng, it would be impossible to kill that Xingyin. Yifeng thought to himself, and then began to check other things in the storage belt. With just one glance, Yifeng was attracted by what was inside. There were as many as dozens of dragon pills of various colors. No wonder that group of giant dragons hated Jin Xinqing so much just now. It turns out that he has so many dragon pills in his belt. While Yifeng was delighted, he became even more distressed. Now that these dragon pills are in his hands, I am afraid that the group of giant dragons will soon change their target to him. After a while, the group of giant dragons should not be able to catch up. Yifeng quickly glanced at the other items in Jin Xinqing's storage belt. This storage belt is as complicated as Yifeng's dragon sword token. It has all kinds of things, and there are a lot of food, drinking water, and so on. Yifeng threw out all these ordinary worthless things. Although those foods may be special products of the royal family, ordinary people can't enjoy them. However, at this time, I believe that no one will enjoy the special products of the royal family. After removing these useless items, the remaining items in Jin Xinqing's storage belt are probably useful items. The reason for saying it is approximate, because there are quite a few jade plaques, tokens, etc. engraved with special words. Yifeng guessed that these should be the status symbols of the captain of the Imperial Guards. Of course, Yifeng would have no effect at all if he brought this kind of stuff back, but if he still had to deal with people from the royal family, then maybe it would have an unexpected effect. He continued to check. Other than sundries and status symbols, the remaining things are heavenly and earthly treasures that are very useful to Yifeng, as well as some combat magic weapons. Among them, there are dozens of copies of xuanhuan grass and xuanhuan stone beads that can improve a person's cultivation level for 5 years. It seems that the people of the royal family have explored the habitats of many fierce beasts after they came to the wild world. Xuanhuan grass and xuanhuan stone beads both exist together, and both grow in the lairs of ferocious beasts. If it was Yifeng, he didn't have the ability to obtain so many xuanhuan grass and xuanhuan stone beads. It's a pity that both of these are already absorbed by Yifeng, so they are useless to him, so he had to take them back for others to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and improve his cultivation. Apart from xuanhuan grass and xuanhuan stone beads, there are also many natural materials and earth treasures that Yifeng has never seen before, stacked together in different categories, and each has some labels inserted. Yifeng didn't know the words on the label, but he could imagine that those treasures should be carried with him by Jin Xinqing, and he would reward his soldiers once they made meritorious service. As the imperial guards of the goddess general of the royal family, the officers and men have extraordinary vision, and each of them has cultivated for 400 or 500 years. The rewards for such a strong person will naturally not be the usual ordinary treasures of heaven and earth. There are 4 types in total, each of which can improve one's cultivation for 3 to 5 years, and there are many of them, and they are priceless. Without thinking about it, Yifeng directly absorbed one of the smooth and transparent stones, and raised his cultivation for 5 years, finally reaching 110 years. This is almost the upper limit of his current cultivation base. In addition to the smooth and transparent stone, the other 3 treasures are a dry grass root, a snow-white animal bone, and a light blue water drop in a bottle. These are all treasures of heaven and earth that Yifeng has never seen before. It seems that they can improve their cultivation for more than 5 years, especially the dry grass roots, which are extremely spiritual even when they are dry. 10 years of cultivation is simply unbelievable. Yifeng put away all these treasures of heaven, material, and earth, and only waited for the upper limit of his cultivation to increase after returning home, so he could absorb it immediately, and it would also greatly improve the cultivation of everyone around him. These 4 kinds of treasures of heaven, material, and earth together with dragon pill can completely improve one's cultivation level by more than 30 years. In the world of cultivating immortals, this is the treatment of core disciples of top sects. I didn't expect such a rich harvest this time. Let's see how many magic weapons are left. Yifeng was full of interest, and continued to check the remaining items in Jin Xinqing's storage belt. Although it is not very moral to take advantage of the chaos to rob the other party, but at this time, it is meaningless to consider the issue of morality. Soon, Yifeng took out several magic weapons from the storage belt, and studied their functions, respectively. In the end, it was discovered that there were 5 magic weapons in total, each of which was at least a treasure-level magic weapon, and one of them was a Taoist weapon, which was a round black stone bead, exuding a frightening and sinister aura. The 5 magic weapons have 5 different functions. What Yifeng paid the most attention to, of course, was the round black stone bead, which exuded a terrifying and sinister aura. At first glance it looked a bit like the magic pupil of the myriad worlds. However, Yifeng knew that the black stone bead in front of him was still not as good as the myriad realm's demon eye. It was just a bit similar in nature, and this black stone bead was just a dead thing, let alone be compared with the myriad world's demon eye. Yifeng held the black stone bead in his hand, and felt a bone-piercing cold seeping into his bone marrow. He tried to inject his true energy into the black stone bead, but found that the black stone bead was very repulsive to his true energy, and his true energy could not enter it at all. In this way, of course he would not be able to know the details of the black stone bead, so he could only let it go for the time being. It's just that the magic weapon of the Taoist level must have a great effect, and it may be able to play a role in the future. As for the other 4 magic weapons of the treasure level, each of them is a magic weapon of the same level as Xinghe Yanwu sword. There are attack magic weapons and defense magic weapons, and they can be distributed to everyone after returning. The point is, now Yifeng must find a way to go back. Before that, he has to find Su Feiying's whereabouts. It seems that these must be discarded. Yifeng glanced at the various dragon pills in the storage belt, with regret in his eyes. These are all top-quality natural treasures that can directly improve one's cultivation level, but it's a pity that if these dragon pills are kept on one's body, they will definitely attract the pursuit of dragons. Compared with Xiaoming, Yifeng can only temporarily discard these dragon pills, including the more than 20 dragon pills he picked up just now. He can only discard them together. As long as there is life left, these dragon pills are things that can be discarded, and one day they can be killed again. When the cultivation level is as good as that of Jin Xinqing, wouldn't it be as easy to kill these 2-winged dragons as cutting vegetables? Yifeng didn't stay in place for too long. After throwing away a total of hundreds of dragon pills, he walked back with his sword. To find Su Feiying's trace in this barren desert, the difficulty can be foreseen, but no matter how difficult it is, Yifeng has only one choice to face it. If you can't find Master's whereabouts, then find out the situation in this place first. Yifeng made a decision, and then teleported forward section by section. Every time he teleported, he only teleported to the end that his spiritual sense could detect, that is, he only teleported a distance of 1 kilometer. Because now he doesn't need to flee quickly, if he teleports to hundreds of kilometers away rashly, maybe he will break into danger, and then he will be playing big. In this way, bit by bit, although it will take some time, it is better than safety, and it can also thoroughly understand the landform of this place. Yifeng only teleported 4 or 5 times, and when he was 5 kilometers away, he felt a group of giant dragons soaring past, and the roars of dragons were deafening. His spiritual sense detected the group of dragons, and every giant dragon in the group had a higher level of cultivation than him, so he was naturally detected as well. But every dragon in this group of dragons didn't seem to take him seriously, perhaps because his cultivation base was too low, just like the strange bird that was swallowed by a giant dragon before. These 2-winged dragons don't seem to know the human species? It's like... Yifeng guessed in his heart, carefully staggered away from the group of 2-winged giant dragons, and then moved on. There are so many 2-winged dragons in this place, it is simply a dragon's lair, but this place seems to be isolated from the world, so the 2-winged dragons not only lack combat experience, but also have little knowledge. To put it simply, the giant dragons in this place are a bit brain-dead. However, even if those giant dragons were brain-damaged, Yifeng didn't dare to challenge them easily. After all, the opponent's strength was genuinely hundreds of years old. Yu Jian flew over the desert. Yifeng teleported forward section by section, and found that in this desert, apart from the giant dragons that often appear, there are other creatures, which seem to be the food of giant dragons. For example, the group of strange birds that flew over before, and some animals hidden in the desert, are rich in meat. These are mainly herbivorous, and they are often captured by giant dragons and swallowed by them. Of course Yi Feng would not stop those giant dragons from hunting for food, that was purely seeking death. Whenever Yi Feng sees this kind of situation, he can only avoid it from a distance, so as not to become the food that the giant dragon is staring at. Soon, Yi Feng teleported hundreds of times and came to a place hundreds of kilometers away. There was still a piece of yellow sand here, but it seemed that the wind and sand were not so violent and became milder. Yi Feng continued to teleport forward, and after dozens of times, he finally came to a place that looked like an oasis. To his surprise, this oasis-like place actually has human buildings one after another. Although these buildings are very crude sand buildings, it is undeniable that they are definitely buildings that can only be built by humans. Unexpectedly, there would be such an oasis in this place where giant dragons are rampant. Yi Feng was thinking in his heart, but he didn't carelessly. Instead, he moved forward carefully and slowly, gradually taking the entire oasis into his eyes. When the wind and sand arrived here, it had basically subsided, only a few came with the hot desert breeze, which made people feel warm all over. The entire oasis is about a few miles in radius, and outside the oasis is a vast forest, in which the trees are as thick as pythons, and each tree is hundreds of meters high, reaching straight into the sky. All the sand and earth buildings in the oasis seem to have been built hastily, but there are indeed people in the oasis. Yi Feng gradually approached the entrance of the oasis, and saw two tall men guarding the oasis in front of the not-so-high sand wall. Who is it? Yi Feng didn't know, but he could feel that those two were not very strong. Although they were also cultivators, they had only cultivated for 20 or 30 years. The two men were wearing very shabby clothes, like refugees. Due to their relatively low cultivation base, they haven't been able to find Yi Feng's whereabouts yet. Under the cover of the phantom sword technique, Yi Feng gradually approached the oasis, flew directly over the sand wall, and landed inside the oasis. Until now, the two men guarding the gate have not been able to find out that someone has quietly passed their guards and entered the oasis. A total of 87 people, not too strong. Yi Feng quickly got a clear picture of the situation in the oasis. There is no existence that is too strong, which means that there is no existence like Goddess General Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing who can single out hundreds of dragons, but among the 87 people in this oasis, there are still some people whose cultivation base is stronger than Yi Feng, reaching for about 200 years. Fortunately, the existence of 200 years of cultivation could not see through the concealment of Yi Feng's phantom sword technique. There is no trace of master. Yi Feng walked through the sandy buildings in the oasis, talking and listening to all kinds of information. He was a little disappointed, because he didn't find any traces of Su Feiying in this oasis. But soon his expression changed. Huh? Wait. He was hearing two men talking in a sandy building. Although Yi Feng didn't understand their language, he heard the pronunciation of the word Su Feiying many times. When Yi Feng heard the pronunciation of the three words Su Feiying repeated by the two people next to him, he immediately paid attention. Could it be that Su Feiying came to this oasis town? He quietly approached the two people outside the sandy building yard, and then performed the phantom sword technique. One of them teleported inside, and continued to observe invisibly. The two people who were talking were two men with 10 years of cultivation. They were dressed simply, but they were not as shabby as the two guards outside the oasis. When the two of them talked, they were a little sneaky. Obviously they also knew that their cultivation was not high enough, and what they said might be overheard. However, the two are obviously discussing something very important to them, so they must discuss things as soon as possible. **** 10 years of cultivation, strength is much weaker than mine. If nothing happens, you should be able to easily restrain the two of them. Yi Feng hid aside, and was not spotted by the two people who were talking. Although the pronunciation of xuanhuan has been heard many times from the two of them, since the two communicate with each other in words, it shows that they do not understand the art of spiritual communication. In this way, even if Yifeng subdued them, it would be more difficult to communicate with them. He might as well hide aside and not show up, see where they are going, and wait for the opportunity to follow. Yifeng didn't plan to stay in this oasis for a long time, because staying here is of no use at all. Soon, the two people in the room seemed to have finished talking about the key things, and then started talking casually, looking relaxed. From then on, Yifeng never heard the pronunciation of xuanhuan from the two of them. Preliminary guesses suggest that xuanhuan is the core figure in the communication between the two just now. Don't know what's going on. Yifeng was puzzled in his heart, but he still held his breath and continued to squat down. Sure enough, around evening, the two of them ate a few grass roots hastily. It seems that in this place, there is nothing else to eat. After eating the grass roots, the two men who had cultivated for 10 years probably weren't hungry anymore, so they got up and left separately. It's prudent enough to go separately, but it's a pity that they ran into me. The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, and the angry Thunder Yang god condensed out, and reformed into xuanhuan's appearance. This was to prevent Yang god from being entangled with him for a while if the person who was following him found out. If there is a fight, the fighting power of the wrathful Thunder Yang god is not much different from that of an immortal cultivator who has been cultivating for 10 years. At most, he has the eye of wind and thunder, and can quickly teleport and escape. As long as you don't encounter something like Xingyin, a wandering swordsman, who is arrogant and domineering outside, but is trapped by 4 hidden Shaolin eminent monks and cannot escape. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng and the new Liang god split up and followed the two men who left the oasis from 2 directions. After observation, Yifeng probably knew that this oasis is just a temporary base for human beings nearby, and the real gathering point of human beings is in the middle of the forest thousands of miles away from here. Temporary strongholds like this one are only used to accommodate some refugees, temporarily. In this place, cultivators, civilians, etc., from all over the place are often taken in, and they are imprisoned on this floating continent, unable to escape. And these cultivators and civilians can only live, grow old, get sick, and die here. If they want to leave this place, they can only comprehend the power of the mysterious space, but how difficult is this? You must know that even the existence of Jin Xinqing's level can't break through the barrier of mysterious space power, let alone these practitioners who have not been able to cultivate for 100 years. However, Yifeng had been listening to the communication between AI Xuan and the Dragon Blood warriors, but he discovered that the language that everyone in this oasis is communicating with now does not belong to AI Xuan and their series. Could it be that the people who were taken into this floating continent were not from the wild tribe? Or, could it be people from other places in the Menghuang realm? Outside the scope of the Star Refining Temple, there is a vast and dangerous area, and even the elders of the Star Refining Valley who have cultivated for 1,000 years dare not take risks easily. If it is a person who came from those places, it should not only have a few decades of cultivation. Yifeng shook his head and didn't think too much. It would be great if he could follow those two people to find xuanhuan, then it would be clear at a glance what is going on here. After leaving the oasis, the two men in simple clothes ran towards different directions in the forest at extremely fast speeds. In this forest, there are still some animals and beasts that come in to seek refuge. There are herbivores and carnivores. Without exception, they all enter the forest to avoid the groups of foraging giant dragons. Seeing humans, these animals and beasts did not show any hostility, but gave way gently. Obviously, for humans and animals in this floating continent, there is only one common enemy, and that is the giant dragon. Although the giant dragons here are not very smart, their cultivation base is too high, and there are a lot of them. There were dozens of dragons that were 700 or 800 years old when they were together with Jin Xinqing. It can be seen from this. Yi Feng and Thunder God, following the figures of the two men, gradually left the area around the oasis, and quickly went deep into the tall jungle. And after he left, a familiar figure soon came to the oasis. Jin Xinqing, who was wearing tattered silver armor, dragged his exhausted body, and finally arrived outside the oasis. Damn it, thanks to that kid who took my storage belt, those giant dragons didn't continue to trouble me, it's just. When Jin Xinqing thought of this, he felt happy but at the same time wept. The things in his storage belt are priceless, it's so cheap that kid. I don't know if that kid will ruin his life, because of those dragon pills. With such a mood, Jin Xinqing walked into the oasis. He was also quite surprised that there was an oasis with people in this place. Soon, the two gatekeepers outside the oasis spotted Jin Xinqing in tattered silver armor, and came up to him vigilantly. Yi Feng followed the two men and went deep into the extremely tall jungle. Soon, I found that the two men met in the depths of the jungle, and at the same time, there was a little excitement on their faces, and they didn't know what happened. It was midnight. On this floating continent, there is actually its own full moon hanging high. At this moment, everyone has gone hundreds of kilometers into the jungle. Although those two people have only been practicing for 10 years, but they can survive in this kind of place, and their running ability is naturally top-notch. What gradually appeared in front of Yi Feng was a forest town built in the jungle with various tall trees as the foundation. Yi Feng scanned the forest town with his spiritual sense, and soon he saw the whole forest town in his eyes, and then his face showed joy. Su Feiying was indeed here. When Yi Feng saw Su Feiying's figure with his spiritual sense, his joy was beyond words, but he still held his breath so as not to show his feet. At this time, Su Feiying was in a tree house in this forest town. Outside the tree house, there were two men wearing animal skin clothes standing guard, as if Su Feiying was under house arrest. Su Feiying was still in the black dress she had when they parted, or because of the proper protection in normal times, she was still spotless at this time. Her whole body was as clean as ice, and she looked like a fairy. She was sitting on a wooden chair in the tree house, her beautiful eyes were closed. It was obvious that she was cultivating. After using the phantom sword technique to hide his figure, it is difficult for others to detect Yi Feng's spiritual sense detection. Unless the difference in cultivation level is too large, otherwise it is absolutely impossible to find Yi Feng's whereabouts. The derived immortal technique of Dragon Sword Ju is extremely easy to use, which provides a strong guarantee for Yi Feng's actions. The two men who were guarding Su Feiying were both in their early 100 years of cultivation, but now Su Feiying, Yi Feng felt that she had 160 years of cultivation. However, Su Feiying was still under house arrest by this group of people, which made Yi Feng quite unhappy. Find a chance to rescue her. Yi Feng made up his mind and ignored the two men who were following him just now. After all, they had already reached their destination, so what they wanted to do was irrelevant. As long as I can get in touch with Su Feiying, I can easily understand the situation here, and there is no need to guess randomly. The current Yi Feng can't contact Su Feiying rashly. After all, if he contacts her, the shielding of the phantom sword technique will be temporarily invalid. Yi Feng doesn't know how many powerful people are hiding in this forest town. Anyway, even if it's just those cultivators who have cultivated for more than 10 years, if there are dozens of them swarming up, Yi Feng can only run away in embarrassment. Just sneak over and kill those two gatekeepers. Yi Feng quickly took back the Thunder God of Fury, and made a battle plan. Without further ado, act now. Illusory sword art, sword fighting art. Yi Feng used two sets of swordsmanship in unison, and his figure was hundreds of meters away in an instant. Outside the tree house where Su Feiying was under house arrest, the two dark golden sword chi of the two swords that split the sky and startled were directed at the two gatekeepers. Practitioners. Puff. The man only had time to let out a soft cry before his throat was pierced by Yi Feng's sword fighting technique and he fell to the ground dead. And the other person couldn't react, and fell directly under Yi Feng's sword fighting technique. Attacking with two swords at the same time is not as powerful as when Yi Feng used xuanhuan, but at this time, it is very suitable to quickly kill the two gatekeepers. There was no movement here, but there was no doubt that the place where Su Feiying was under house arrest was the place where practitioners in this forest town focused their attention. Just as Yi Feng dodged into the treehouse, the entire forest town had sounded the alarm. Someone broke in. At this time, Yi Feng had already entered the treehouse, where Su Feiying was. "How did you come?" Su Feiying naturally sensed the movement at the door. She was a little surprised, opened her eyes, and frowned slightly. Obviously, she never thought that someone would come to save her when she was in this situation, let alone that the person who came to save her would be her former disciple, Yi Feng. As for Yi Feng, Su Feiying did not see him for more than a year, but she also knew that Yi Feng already had her own new life on Earth, so she didn't want to disturb him too much. But at the moment, "Master, I'm here to rescue you." Without saying a word, Yi Feng integrated the wrathful Thunder Yang God into his body, and in a flash, he came to Su Feiying's side. "Go away, you can't come here." Su Feiying's expression changed. "Does Master not believe that I can take you out?" The corners of Yi Feng's mouth turned up slightly, and he swept out his spiritual sense towards the outside of the treehouse, and found that the people in the entire forest town were indeed mobilized, and even a few strong men who had cultivated for hundreds of years came to the treehouse. Outside the house, after checking the bodies of two guards, they were about to break in. Under normal circumstances, it is really impossible for Yi Feng to leave safely with Su Feiying. But it's different now. The current Yi Feng has integrated the Eye of Wind and Thunder. "Let's go." Yi Feng grabbed Su Feiying's snow-white slender arm, and activated the power of wind and thunder and the true energy of dragon sword art. Teleport. Yi Feng led Su Feiying, and before other people in the forest town broke into the treehouse, he opened a space passage. Then he took the beautiful master whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and stepped into it one step at a time. The surrounding scene suddenly changed. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't let down his vigilance. After all, it's not like he didn't have an accident while teleporting. Now he still doesn't know what's going on with Yuechan. Moreover, no place in this floating continent can be said to be safe. Soon, the teleportation ended, and the surrounding scene gradually recovered. The figures of Yi Feng and Su Feiying reappeared in a dense jungle. There was no sound in the surrounding area, except for the roar of a giant dragon from hundreds of meters above the sky from time to time, which was enough to make ordinary cultivators tremble with fear. The situation stabilized. Yi Feng was still holding the beautiful master's arm, and felt her heart beat a little faster. It was obvious that the teleportation just now was beyond her expectations. The magic of the Eye of Wind and Thunder lies in this. Although Su Feiying's current cultivation base is 160 years, and her total qi is several times higher than Yi Feng's, it is impossible to teleport such a long distance at once. With her current cultivation base, the immortal technique of Star 2 Mart can teleport at most dozens of kilometers at a time, but in her feeling, Yi Feng led her directly across hundreds of kilometers this time, which is really impressive. Incredible. "Master, it's safe for now." "What's going on?" Yi Feng was the first to speak out, interrupting Su Feiying's thinking. Su Feiying turned her face sideways, staring at Yi Feng non-stop, with a trace of relief on her flawless face. "Now you have finally grown up and can be your own. Although you only have a cultivation base of over 100 years, maybe as a teacher, I am no longer your opponent. Without a master, how can there be a disciple today?" Yi Feng said seriously. If it weren't for Su Feiying, he would still be in the world of cultivating immortals now, just an inconspicuous existence, and he would not even have the opportunity to worship in the sect of cultivating immortals. Su Feiying is his master and his guide. Yi Feng will never forget this in his life. And the master's strength is still there, don't underestimate yourself. Yi Feng added a sentence. With a cultivation base of 160 years, the total amount of true energy is still several times that of his. If there is a real fight, it is still difficult to say the outcome. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Su Feiying didn't express much emotion, because obviously, now is not the time to be emotional. She looked around and quickly asked Yi Feng, how much do you know about this place? Yi Feng's expression turned serious, and he began to talk about his understanding of the entire Menghuang realm. Due to time constraints, the two exchanged and discussed the Menghuang realm and the floating continent where they are now at the fastest speed, and both sides had a new understanding of the current situation. It turned out that Su Feiying came to the floating continent where the two of them are now, and it has been more than 2 months, and the degree of understanding of this place far exceeds that of Yi Feng. This floating continent is incomparably vast, even wider than the sky-covering giant seen in the jungle of the Menghuang realm. At least, Su Feiying does not know where the end of this floating continent is. Now Su Feiying has had preliminary contact with the people of this floating continent, and she roughly understands that this floating continent is mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part is the forest where the two are now. This is the main activity place for humans who come to this place, and it is also a relatively safe place. The second part is that when Yi Feng first came, the yellow sand desert where there are often groups of giant dragons flying past, which is very dangerous for any human being. The third part is after crossing the forest, there is a vast ocean, and there will also be all kinds of 2-winged dragons flying past. No matter whether it is the desert or the vast ocean, no one can cross to the opposite side, so no one knows what this floating continent is beyond the desert and the vast ocean. All the people who came to the floating continent were undoubtedly trapped by the power of space and could not escape. They could only live, die, or become food for giant dragons. However, there are still many people in this world who persistently want to find a way to leave. The people on this floating continent are not all from the Menghuang realm, but may come from different worlds, because this floating continent itself is surrounded by the power of mysterious space, and it is not easy to freely cross the world. What a problem. It was one of the human forces in the forest that caught Su Feiying just now, and it was a town composed of practitioners from other worlds. The forest town also governs a lot of sentry cities on the edge of the forest, similar to the dilapidated sand wall town that Yi Feng saw before. These are located on the edge of the forest, and they are always on guard. Su Feiying was arrested by them. Of course she committed what they thought was a crime. That is, with the dragon pill on his body, he went to one of the outpost cities. The consequences can be imagined. The dragons swarmed in. If Su Feiying hadn't discarded the collected dragon pills in time, they would have lost their lives. Even so, the sentinel city on the edge of the desert was also destroyed, and nearly 100 people died from the dragon pills. Mouth, to feed the dragon. Because of this, Su Feiying was arrested by them and was about to be sentenced for a crime, but the Star Tomb art she practiced caught the attention of the forest town chief. On the one hand, I want to obtain the immortal cultivation method of the Star Tomb Ju, use it for research, learn from others' strengths, and gain a deeper understanding of the power of space, in order to be able to leave this ghostly place. On the other hand, Su Feiying's beauty also made the leader of the forest town somewhat reluctant to execute her like this. In this way, Su Feiying was under house arrest in that forest town for a month. During this period, the chief of the forest town would come to chat with Su Feiying from time to time, to learn about each other's situation and enhance their relationship. The leader of the forest town, how many years has he cultivated? Yi Feng frowned slightly and asked. 320 years, it is already the strongest existence in the vicinity. Su Feiying replied, that man is not bad. He put all his thoughts on leaving this floating continent, and also tried to avoid direct conflicts between his subordinates and the giant dragon. The forest towns under his management have the highest damage rate in the vicinity. Minimal. It's not difficult to leave this floating continent. Yifeng frowned. It's just that I need to kill a giant dragon. Slay a dragon? Su Feiying's beautiful eyes flashed with doubts. What's the use of that? It's not difficult, but only those little dragons who are left alone can be killed by us. Well, as long as I kill the dragon, I can go back to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. Yifeng told about his experience. Although the Dragon Sword Order can only let him go back to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword and leave this rich floating continent, Yifeng still has a maid's pendant in his hand. As long as you give the maid's pendant to Su Feiying, after Yifeng returns to the Dragon Sword's tomb, Su Feiying can also be sent to the Dragon Sword's tomb. However, this must be clearly explained to Long Jian first. After all, Su Feiying did not practice Dragon Sword art, so it is still a bit troublesome to go to the Tomb of Dragon Sword. If it doesn't make sense with Dragon Sword, then Yifeng can only try his best to gain the opportunity to enter the meditation space, and try to comprehend the power of the mysterious space when time slows down. In any case, killing a giant dragon is the first thing Yifeng has to do. During my return to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, Master, you must protect yourself. If I can comprehend the power of Xian-level space, I will notify you and use the maid's pendant to transport me back to this continent. Yifeng said solemnly. I see. Su Feiying nodded as she listened, her arms crossed across her chest, and she looked like she was thinking. Obviously, Yifeng finally succeeded in getting the opportunity to practice the Dragon Sword inheritance, which surprised Su Feiying. However, at the same time as the surprise, it is also extremely emotional. When she had cultivated for 100 years in the past, Yifeng had only cultivated for 10 years. But now, she has only cultivated for 160 years, and Yifeng has cultivated for 110 years, and during that time, she also abolished the Star Tomb art and recultivated the Dragon Sword art. For Yifeng's abolishment of the Star Tomb art, Su Feiying certainly would not blame him. After all, facing the Dragon Sword inheritance, even she would definitely not stick to the Star Tomb art. If you can go back, I will practice Dragon Sword Ju with you. Su Feiying thought for a moment, closed her beautiful eyes, and said softly. What? When Yifeng heard this, he couldn't help being surprised. Master, if you practice Dragon Sword art, it's mine. Is that your maid? The corners of Su Feiying's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. It's okay, as long as we have the opportunity to improve our strength. What's the problem between you and me? Unexpectedly, Su Feiying could see it so openly. Originally, Su Feiying was Yifeng's master, but now, she is willing to become Yifeng's maid for the sake of strength. This is nothing more than strength. There is no doubt that after practicing Dragon Sword art, although her cultivation base will temporarily start from zero, in the long run, her strength will definitely improve much faster than now. Or is it to defeat that man? Yifeng thought of the shadow of a man. Yifeng didn't know that man very well, he only knew that it was the most critical factor that stimulated Su Feiying and made her work hard to improve her strength. However, Su Feiying, who has been cultivated for 160 years now, is obviously still no match for the other party. It is precisely because of this that Su Feiying puts all her attention on cultivation. Yifeng is not very familiar with Su Feiying and her master of the previous generation, etc., all kinds of experiences in the world of cultivating immortals. However, after staying with Su Feiying for so long, Yifeng probably knows some of the reasons why Su Feiying practiced so hard. That man, before Su Feiying saw Yifeng, had already appeared in front of Su Feiying and took her master's life. You must know that Su Feiying, like Yifeng, was picked up and raised by her master, so Su Feiying's feelings for her master are naturally very deep. As for the man who killed her master and showed mercy and left her alive, Su Feiying wanted to find him all her life, beat him upright, and avenged her master. Yi Feng is not very clear about the details, but as long as it is what Su Feiying wants, Yi Feng will definitely stand by her side and help her realize it. In that case, let's talk about it after I can go back. Yi Feng did not reject Su Feiying. After all, it was a good thing for him. Su Feiying's cultivation talent and fighting awareness are undoubtedly much higher than Long Wanner and the others, and can be compared to Yuechan. It's a pity that Su Feiying hasn't practiced the dragon sword art yet, and Yuechan also had a problem when teleporting across boundaries. Wanting to make the two girls reunite, both of them will become Yi Feng's help, but there are still many difficulties. Now let's go out and find the dragon. Yi Feng got up, looked into the distance of the forest and said, "But you must be more careful now, because there are two other powerful enemies who have also entered this floating continent." Strong enemy? Who is it? Su Feiying was stunned, not knowing who Yi Feng was talking about. It's from another world, a member of the royal family. A goddess general, Lu Feng, has cultivated for 700 years, and a captain of the imperial guard, Jin Xinqing, has cultivated for more than 600 years. Yi Feng said. 700 years, more than 600 years. Even Su Feiying couldn't help being shocked by this news. Such a high level of cultivation is at the top level in the world of cultivating immortals. If Su Feiying had 600 or 700 years of cultivation, she would have been able to defeat the man who killed her master long ago, and there is no need to wait until now. How did Yi Feng provoke such a powerful enemy? They didn't necessarily come to this world to target me, but it is undeniable that both of them are with us on this floating continent, but we don't know where they are now. Yi Feng said, and at the same time told the scene of the battle of wits and courage with Jin Xinqing. To be able to fight against the giant dragon group, Jin Xian's honesty is too terrifying. Su Feiying frowned. No matter who she is, she should be vigilant against such an invincible enemy. However, after being surrounded by giant dragons, even if he has more than 600 years of cultivation, he may not be able to. Can you leave alive? After all, the cultivation base of any adult dragon is 500 or 600 years old, and as you said, there are hundreds of dragons in total. No, according to what you said, Master, and my own guess, there are only two situations in which the giant dragons in this place will attack humans. Yi Feng shook his head and guessed. First, the giant dragons are hungry. If there are humans nearby, they will look for humans as food. Second, humans have provoked them, or they have dragon pills on them. This group of giant dragons has limited IQ. Judging from Su Feiying's experience, as long as they don't wear dragon pills, the giant dragons will not take the initiative to attack people. Jin Xinqing should be the same. Yi Feng took his belt away and discarded all the dragon pills. If he hadn't died at that time, he should have survived. The group of giant dragons probably gave up on him as their target. Since this is the case, we should be more careful. Let's act quickly, so as not to cause trouble for a long time. Su Feiying said seriously. She could foresee that when the two so-called royal powerhouses with 600 or 700 years of cultivation came to this floating continent, they would bring about huge changes to this continent. Yes, Master. Yi Feng nodded, but before setting off, you should first absorb these natural treasures. As he spoke, he took out several treasures from Jin Xinqing's storage belt. The smooth and transparent stones, the dead grass roots, the snow-white animal bones, and the light blue water droplets can each improve a person's cultivation for several years, and together they can make a person's cultivation soar for 30 years. And these treasures of heaven and earth, there are dozens of copies of each of them in the storage belt. Enough for Yi Feng to give a share to each of the close people around him. Su Feiying started cultivating immortals very early. Her meridians have been broadened to a fairly wide extent, and her upper limit of cultivation has already exceeded 200 years. At this time, with these never-before-seen treasures of heaven and earth, the cultivation base can skyrocket in an instant. Seeing Yifeng take out so many things, Su Feiying couldn't help being a little surprised. Is this what you said brought by the masters of the royal family? That's right, Jin Xingqing has these things in his storage belt. Yifeng smiled. I was able to open the storage belt because of the existence of the Dragon Sword token, otherwise with that guy's cultivation base, I would never want to erase the consciousness on his storage belt, instead I would be followed by him come up. Let's keep these for now. Su Feiying waved her hand. If I really switch to Dragon Sword art, it won't be too late to absorb it. As for now, even if I improve my cultivation for 30 years, it won't help the situation. Yifeng was right when he thought about it, so he nodded and put away all the treasures. Master, I still have Luotian water here, and you will take it together at that time. If the true energy is exhausted now, you can also take a drop of Luotian water to replenish the true energy. Yifeng continued to take out the bottle of Luotian water. Su Feiying was completely shocked now. She stared blankly at the small bottle of Luotian water in Yifeng's hand. She never thought that her apprentice even got such things. Luotian water, in the world of cultivating immortals, is a panacea that everyone wants to have. Not only can it replenish the Jinqi consumed by oneself in an instant, but it can also improve one's cultivation level for 5 years. It is really a necessary medicine for the development of the sect. This is Luotian water. Su Feiying froze for a moment, then stretched out her hand, took the small bottle, and probed it with her spiritual sense. Although she had never seen Luotian water before, but now she felt that this small bottle was indeed Luotian water, the rich heaven and earth aura and special comfortable breath, absolutely unmistakable. There is also the flame of eternal night. Now my mother is getting along well with my mother. Yifeng continued to speak, and once again shocked Su Feiying. The flame of eternal night, an existence of the same level as the 1,000 years of black ice, is a legend in the world of cultivating immortals. Yifeng never expected to get it. Now Yifeng seems to be full of treasures? If this news gets out, Yifeng will be chased and killed wherever he goes. There were no more words between the two, and plans and actions were quickly arranged. Now, the leader of that forest town must still be trying to track down Su Feiying's trail, but the speed of those people is obviously not as fast as Yifeng, who has the eye of wind and thunder. Yifeng took Su Feiying all the way back to the original direction, 2 flashes, and in an instant, he returned to the intersection of the dense jungle and the desert. The plan of the two is to find a young and weak dragon and kill it, then Yifeng will go back to the tomb of the dragon sword, and Su Feiying will temporarily find a safe place to hide here, waiting for news from Yifeng. Now that the two of them work together, it shouldn't be difficult to kill a 200-year-old giant 2-winged dragon. The hard part is how to find such a single, young 2-winged giant dragon. In this dangerous world, luck is obviously the most unpredictable thing, and it is also the thing that most determines people's future. If you are lucky, everything will be smooth sailing, and you can turn bad luck into good fortune, but if you are unlucky, everything will not go well, and you will even fall into a situation where there is no redemption. Obviously, when Yifeng and Su Feiying reunited, their luck became very good. Not long after they entered the desert, they saw a group of 2-winged giant dragons flying by from a distance, and one of the adult giant dragons left the team. Landed on the sand. That adult giant dragon was blue all over, and there seemed to be lightning flashes on the dragon scales. It was extremely mighty. Although it was aware of the existence of Yifeng and Su Feiying, it seemed to be dismissive of them. After the 2-winged brontosaurus landed on the sand, it spread its wings instantly, and shot out many camel-like herbivores in the sand. Immediately afterwards, he opened his huge mouth and directly swallowed those several animals into his stomach. This dragon was injured. Su Feiying's cultivation base was higher than Yifeng's, and her spiritual sense detection was more sensitive than Yifeng's, so she quickly discovered what Yifeng hadn't discovered. Yifeng was a little surprised. With such a big adult dragon, even if he was injured, the two of them wouldn't be their opponents, right? And it was seriously injured. The fatal part of its chest, if we can hit its wound, we may be able to kill it smoothly, before the other dragons turn back. Su Feiying was extremely calm, observing the situation of the two-winged thunder dragon in front, and analyzed. Yifeng turned his head to the side, glanced at his master's cold face, and knew that the analysis she made must be in line with the actual situation, otherwise with her current level of cultivation, she would not be able to survive for so long in the perilous floating continent. If master is sure, we can try together, Yifeng said in a deep voice. He didn't find where the wound of the brontosaurus was. After all, his cultivation base was still a bit low, and his perception was not sensitive enough, and the wind and sand were so violent in this place, it was difficult for all other perceptions to play a role except for the divine sense. Then get ready. Your swordsmanship is more powerful than my fairy art. I will transfer my true energy to you, and then you will do it. Su Feiying quickly told her plan. Yifeng nodded upon hearing this. Before that, Yifeng's dragon-slaying sword Qi and void sword dance were already much stronger than his fellow practitioner's star-grave Ju immortal art. Now that he has learned the sword-fighting technique, the power he can display is even more extraordinary, at least much stronger than the immortal techniques derived from the Star Tomb art. The most powerful part of the Star Tomb art is not its derived attacking fairy art, but the crossing of the nebula. Now, this mysterious fairy art came in handy again. Ahead, in the sea of sand, the two-winged thunder dragon spread its wings and stretched its waist. It didn't realize that it was in danger at all, and it didn't feel the killing intent from Yifeng and Su Feiying. In its eyes, other creatures only have two differences between food and non-food. If it had a choice, it would not feed on creatures like humans. Even, as long as they didn't offend these giant dragons, they didn't bother to do anything to humans. After all, most of the humans who came to this floating continent had practiced, and it would take some effort to kill them. The two-winged brontosaurus eyes were a little blurred. It seemed that it was a little full after eating a few animals, and it didn't want to make any more movements. It's a pity that its partners have already flown a long distance. If it doesn't catch up, it will probably fall behind soon. Compared with the exhaustion of rushing all the way, falling behind is an even more unacceptable thing for it. Not only in human society, there is such a truth as how easy people are to do things, but also in the dragon race, the so-called dragons are more easy to do things. These two-winged dragons still prefer to be in groups. The injured thunder dragon patted its wings, wanting to fly away, but at this moment, Su Feiying had already told Yifeng the location of thunder dragon's old injuries in detail, and then quickly mobilized her true energy. Immortal art, crossing the nebula. Yifeng stood aside with his sword in his hand, and quickly received the true energy passed by Su Feiying. In just an instant, he felt that he was as a strong man with more than 200 years of cultivation. When the fairy art was activated, the two-winged brontosaurus was keenly aware of it, but it still didn't seem to take it seriously. It sneezed and wanted to flap its wings and fly away to keep up with its large team. But at this moment, Yifeng made a move. The phantom sword technique was displayed without warning. Not only Su Feiying, but even the two-winged thunder dragon was not aware of it for a while. With the eye of wind and thunder, Yifeng's teleportation level is even more terrifying than that of the general 700 or 800 years of cultivation. It is silent, fast and far away. When the two-winged thunder dragon realized that the two weak humans actually took it as an attack target, Yifeng's dragon-passing sword had already reached its chest. Sword fighting. A quaint sword energy appeared under the chest of the two-winged brontosaurus as if piercing through the void, piercing into it like a shooting star. Puff. The two-winged thunder dragon couldn't react. It was stabbed by this sword, and the bright red dragon's blood instantly spilled, dyeing Yifeng's whole body red. Roar. The two-winged brontosaurus was stabbed by a sword, and immediately roared loudly. The whole huge body struggled, but found that its strength was rapidly losing, and the part of the chest pierced by the sword felt continuous pain. At this moment, it finally remembered that its chest had been injured when playing with other dragons before. Now the hateful sword of this human being stabs at its old wound. How despicable! The two-winged brontosaurus roared unwillingly, but the chest was its most vulnerable and important place. After being pierced by the xuanhuan sword, the two-winged brontosaurus's whole body strength was not as good as before, let alone killing the two humans in front of it. I can't even fly up and escape by myself. Its roar spread far away. Look at it like this, not only the giant dragons who just flew away will hear it, but even the humans in some sand-walled towns on the edge of the desert will hear it. As soon as Yifeng succeeded with the sword, he felt that the two-winged thunder dragon under the sword was a bit out of order. However, he didn't feel sorry for the other party, only felt sad for the other party's IQ. The giant dragons on the floating continent were too simple-minded. The two-winged thunder dragon in front of him has more than 600 years of cultivation. It stands to reason that even a seriously injured immortal cultivator, if he has 600 years of cultivation, Yifeng and Su Feiying alone will definitely be able to kill him. Impossible to kill each other. One more sword, and I'll send you back to the west. Yifeng's expression was cold, and he passed the dragon sword in his hand. The light of the ancient sword flickered, and cut the throat of the two-winged giant dragon at once. Without the protective body of Xinqi, even a giant dragon that has been cultivated for many years can't resist the unparalleled xuanhuan sword. Compared with the previous Longjian Gujia True Qi sword, xuanhuan is obviously many times sharper. Moreover, everything in the dragon sword inheritance seems to have a very powerful restraint effect on these giant dragons. The Eastern Shenlong seems to be a completely crushing existence for these two-winged dragons. Even these powerful two-winged dragons can only be the targets of the Eastern Shenlong for the inheritors to practice. The dragon's blood splashed down like a rain of blood, and the huge dragon's body crashed down on the sandy ground. It's a pity that the animals that had just been swallowed by it just a moment later at night would not have to die. Swish! Yifeng mobilized his true energy, and without any hesitation, put the entire huge dragon corpse into the storage space of the dragon sword token. In the tomb of the dragon sword, the blood god dragon said when he gave the training experience that if Yifeng was asked to bring back the entire dragon's corpse, he would certainly not disobey. It's just that this two-winged brontosaurus is really too huge. The storage space of the dragon sword token was almost filled with the corpse of this giant dragon. If it were the storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring in the past, it really couldn't fit such a huge dragon. Experience completed. Master, let's go. Yifeng packed up the dragon's corpse, ignored the bright red dragon's blood that was sprinkled on the desert, but flashed back to Su Feiying's side behind him, and grabbed her slender and cool arm. Su Feiying nodded quickly. She also knew that if this giant dragon died, it would definitely bring back the group of giant dragons that just flew past. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave then. Fortunately, Yifeng has the Eye of Wind and Thunder, so it is not too difficult to escape the pursuit of these giant dragons. After performing Nebula Crossing and transferring all the Xinqi in her body to Yifeng, Su Feiying's Xinqi was exhausted all over her body, but fortunately, she had Luotian water from Yifeng. She took a drop, instantly restored the whole body's true energy, then nodded to Yifeng. Illusory Sword Technique. Yifeng activated his true energy and the power of wind and thunder, and the surrounding space flashed, and in an instant, the two of them returned to a forest again. It is already hundreds of kilometers away from the place where the two of them slaughtered the dragon just now, so it is absolutely safe for the time being. Master, you are not contaminated with the breath of the dragon's fresh blood. The group of dragons should not be eyeing you, but you must always be careful and safe when you move in this place. Yifeng searched the surroundings carefully, seeing that there was no danger. He was relieved, and said concerned to Su Feiying. There is a dense forest around, except for some insects and plants, there are no other living things. If Yifeng leaves here, Su Feiying's safety should not be a problem. Don't worry, it's not like you don't know the means of being a teacher. Seeing that Yifeng was so decisive now, Su Feiying finally showed a gratified smile. Wasn't the reason why she accepted Yifeng as her disciple at the beginning so that Yifeng could stand by her side one day and help her? With Yifeng's talent, it will be a matter of time before his cultivation reaches the top of the pack, but Su Feiying didn't expect this day to come so early, and she also didn't expect it to be in this way. Other worlds outside the realm of cultivating immortals. Until now, Su Feiying felt that her decision to break into Huiyun Cave was too correct. Otherwise, she and Yifeng might have become members of Nanling Mo's family now. She is fine, after all, she will be Mo Jioga's daughter-in-law, and she will not be treated too unfairly, but Yifeng entered Nanling. The Mo family will never have a good life after that. Now, the Mo family in Nanling was naturally not taken seriously by Su Feiying. Even if she didn't switch to the dragon sword art, after a while, Su Feiying would be able to kill the Nanling Mo family by herself and trample the Nanling Mo family under her feet. Not to mention turning to practice Dragon Sword Ju, after becoming the maid of Dragon Sword Inheritance, Su Feiying believes that her strength will grow faster than now. Then I'll go first, Master, be careful. With the corpse of the giant dragon on his body, Yifeng must not stay with Su Feiying for too long, so he said cautiously. Go, I'll wait for you to come back. When the time comes, you can use this, the maid's pendant, right? Su Feiying took a look at the jade pendant engraved on the Eastern Dragon that Yifeng gave her just now, and was surprised by the power of space attached to the jade pendant. If you can comprehend the power of space worn by the maid, you should be able to break through the space limit of this floating continent, right? According to what Yifeng said, this maid wears the power of mysterious space, and the power sealed around the floating continent is exactly the power of mysterious space. If one comprehends the power of mysterious space, one can freely cross the world. No matter who it is, this is probably a great temptation. It's a pity that Su Feiying looked at the maid's pendant in her hand, but she didn't feel the power of the mysterious space at all. It seems that it is definitely not that simple to comprehend the power of the mysterious space. She can't even compare to the current Yifeng. Yifeng somehow comprehended the power of Earth-level space. As for Su Feiying, she only comprehended the power of the most elementary human-level space, and it was not as good as Yuachan and other Luaha immortal cultivators. You must know that the Luaha immortal sect belongs to the top sect level in the world of cultivating immortals, and it is definitely stronger than Su Feiying. But in the future, that may not be necessarily the case. Illusory sword technique. Yifeng mobilized his true energy and the power of wind and thunder, and teleported away to the distance alone, crossing towards the vast ocean beyond the forest that Su Feiying said. Every time he teleports, he can leap hundreds of kilometers away. In just a moment, Yifeng flew thousands of miles, and finally saw a boundless ocean, the Azure Ocean, accompanied by the brilliance of the mysterious space barrier in the sky, making everything seem strange and inexplicable. The power of the wind and thunder is almost exhausted. It is so far away. If the dragon group wants to catch up, it must take some effort. The corners of Yifeng's mouth curled up slightly, and he finally took out the dragon sword token, activating the cross-boundary teleportation function. A cross-boundary teleportation channel leading to the tomb of the dragon sword slowly appeared in front of Yifeng. When Yifeng was far away on the edge of the vast ocean, he was teleported away from this floating continent through the cross-boundary transmission channel, but at the junction of the desert and the forest, he ushered in a bloody scene. Due to the death of the injured two-winged brontosaurus, the blood of the dragon was spilled all over the ground, which made the following dragon group furious. On this floating continent, their two-winged dragons are the kings, they can eat whatever they want, and they can kill whatever they want. But now, there are giant dragons being killed by other creatures repeatedly, which undoubtedly makes this group of two-winged giant dragons feel very bad. Today is this two-winged brontosaurus, next time, it might be their turn. Recently, many powerful humans even came to this floating continent and killed many dragons. Although their IQs were not high, the information among the dragons spread quickly. A man in blue armor and a woman in silver armor, these two are the main wanted objects in the group of dragons. The death of this two-winged thunder dragon is probably a good thing done by this man and woman. The dragon's IQ is not high, but its revenge is very strong. The wrath of dragons, due to the arrival of Yi Feng, Jin Xingqing, Lu Feng and others, gradually began to spread on the entire floating island. Even when Yi Feng opened the cross-boundary space channel and left this floating continent, a powerful existence in the center of this floating continent finally felt something and woke up slightly. How long has it been since the space barrier condensed with the power of mysterious space has been touched? Unexpectedly, someone opened it now. The powerful existence in the center of the floating continent thought for a moment, and fell asleep again. As long as no major problems were caused on the floating continent, it would not be worthwhile for a creature to wake up and deal with it if it left this continent. It is not the first time for Yi Feng to cross the world. After the surrounding space circulated, Yi Feng got down on the ground again, and found that he had returned to the Hall of the Dragon Sword tomb, surrounded by simple dragon sword carvings. Everything looked so familiar. Finally back. I don't know how Yuechan is doing now. Thinking in Yifeng's mind, he quickly spread his consciousness to the surroundings, but he didn't find any figure related to Yuechan. Young man, what are you looking for? An ancient and long-standing voice came from the side, followed by a clang, and a simple and incomparable long sword appeared in the middle of the hall. It is the dragon sword. This simple long sword is the core of the inheritance of the dragon sword, and it is also the most important identity mark of the successor of the dragon sword. Only through real experience and becoming a successor of the dragon sword can one be qualified to hold this dragon sword. The current Yi Feng is still just a junior in front of Long Jian. My maid Yuechan, when she teleported away from here last time, there was an accident in the space channel. I don't know where she is now, and what's the situation? Yi Feng asked nervously, staring at the simple dragon sword hanging in the air. When Gupu Longjian heard Yi Feng's question, he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his sword around and a picture appeared in the hall out of thin air, like a movie playing in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng took a closer look, but saw that what was presented in this picture was a picturesque world. In a sea of flowers, a beautiful woman in a light blue light shirt was running in it, as if she was avoiding what? Isn't that beautiful woman in light blue light shirt Yuechan? It's just that the place she is in seems to be different from the normal world. Yi Feng can only see the sea of flowers around her at a glance. It doesn't look like a real one, but just like a painting. The whole world she was in seemed to be drawn with ink, which made Yi Feng extremely puzzled. Long Jian showed him this picture, probably to let him know where Yuechan is now, but even after seeing it, Yi Feng was still puzzled by Yuechan's current situation. This is a magic weapon from the Luoha Xianzong in the so-called world of cultivating immortals. The ancient and long-lasting voice of Gupu Longjian gradually came out, resolving Yi Feng's confusion. At this moment, your maid has been absorbed into this fairy weapon and cannot get out. If you want to save her, you need to save her. You can do it yourself. The fairy weapon of Luoha Xianzong. Yi Feng's heart trembled. So, when he was teleporting back to Earth, it was Xiaoyao, the suzerain of the Luoha immortal sect, who smashed the teleportation channel. Unexpectedly, now Luoha Xianzong has such means. Yuechan won't be in any danger there, right? Yi Feng said rather worriedly. His current strength undoubtedly cannot compete with Luoha Xianzong, but he must ensure Yuechan's safety. It was because of him, Yi Feng, that Yuechan was in this situation. He couldn't sit idly by. Hearing Yi Feng's worried question, Gupu Longjian said lightly, as if he smiled. According to calculations, there are still 90 days left, and her true energy cultivation will be completely destroyed by that fairy weapon. Disperse, from now on, there will be no maid like you in the world. What, do you want to go to save her? 90 days? Yifeng frowned slightly. It's natural to save her, but I'm afraid that my current cultivation base is not enough, and it will be difficult to succeed if I try my best. Time is running out. It seems that I have to find a way and try to outweed it. Dare to ask, Senior, what is the name of this immortal artifact of Luoha Xianzong, and where is it placed now? Seeing Yifeng nodding without hesitation, Gupu Longjian was not surprised. As a candidate successor of the Dragon Sword inheritance, if Yifeng dare not even take this risk, then the Dragon Sword can directly brush him off, making it absolutely impossible for him to become a Dragon Sword inheritance experiencer. But regarding the matter of rescuing Yue-chan, Longjian obviously made up his mind not to help. Otherwise, it had already rescued Yue-chan before Yifeng came back. Why wait until now? Obviously, Longjian wanted to use this intentionally to give Yifeng a test. I can't help you with specific actions, but you can ask Blood Dragon for any information you want to know. The ancient and timeless voice of the ancient dragon sword gradually came, while its figure gradually dissipated. This time you left the place of inheritance, and the results of slaying the dragon are not small. It is time to complete the experience of the Blood Dragon. Yes, Senior. Yifeng cupped his hands respectfully, but at this moment, the ancient dragon sword had quietly disappeared from the center of the hall. This phenomenon didn't make Yifeng feel strange. After all, it is normal for the existence of dragon sword to be elusive. He didn't think too much, and walked towards the tomb of the dragon sword. Now, he went to find the blood god dragon first, and said nothing about Su Feiying and Yue-chan. Soon, Yifeng passed through the hall where the Kuei-shui Shenlong was, and came to the hall where the blood soul dragon was. Senior, this junior has brought back the corpse of the dragon you asked to kill. Yifeng looked at the empty hall, said with cupped hands. Oh? A distant voice came quietly, and then a fiery red soul of the oriental dragon flew straight down and appeared in the hall. It was the blood dragon. Take out the dragon's body. The blood dragon said lightly. Yes. Yifeng nodded, then he mobilized his true energy, took out the body of the two-winged thunder dragon he hunted just now, and threw it into the blood dragon hall. The huge body of the two-winged brontosaurus instantly occupied the entire hall of the blood dragon. Yifeng stood on the back of the two-winged thunder dragon, stepping on the giant dragon, so that he was finally on the same level as the dragon soul of the blood dragon. Well, yes, it is indeed the corpse of a two-winged beast. With a glance, the blood dragon agreed with Yifeng's action, and finally expressed his attitude towards the two-winged dragon. Two-winged beast. This insulting title fully reflects the blood dragon's contempt and disdain for this kind of two-winged dragon, and even in the eyes of the blood dragon, this kind of two-winged dragon is not even a dragon. Calling them dragons has already insulted the name dragon. Then, Senior, is my experience complete? Yifeng heard what the other party said, so he asked a question. Not bad, not bad. You are the third candidate to complete this experience, and you are still the fastest. Blood Dragon's words were full of admiration for Yifeng. Besides, you have a lot of animal aura about you. It seems that you have arrived at a gathering place for animals? Hearing this, Yifeng's heart moved, secretly thinking that the soul of the bloody dragon is so hostile to the two-winged dragon. If he was told about the existence of that floating continent, would he take action against that floating continent? If so, Yifeng can take this opportunity to see the strength of the blood dragon. There is no doubt that the soul of the dragon condensed by the previous successor of the dragon sword is definitely a 1,000-year-old cultivation, an existence above the realm of Taoism, and even stronger than ordinary people in the realm of Taoism. If it was the blood dragon's attack, it would be inevitable to sweep the entire floating continent. That's right, this junior went to a place where such creatures gather, and there are hundreds of them at every turn. It's just that this junior is not strong enough, so I can only choose a weak one that has been injured to kill. Yi Feng said cleverly, with respect in his tone. Hundreds of them at every turn? Hearing Yi Feng's words, the blood dragon's tone suddenly became excited. This is a big discovery. I never thought that there is such a place in this world. Senior, can you tell this junior something about this kind of creature? Yi Feng tried to ask. Humph, this kind of beast is despicable in nature and is the great enemy of the dragon sword inheritance. However, it gradually disappeared after the battle of the ancient times, and there are not many of them until now. The blood dragon said briefly, tell me the location of that place. Let me calculate how long I haven't exercised. Yes, that is a floating island. Yi Feng agreed, and told the blood soul dragon what he knew about the situation in the floating continent, and then let out Su Feiying, Senior. Besides this, the master before this junior is trapped there right now. On a piece of floating continent. She wears the maid's adornment of one of my maids. Can I send her to the tomb of Dragon Sword? Huh? I'm afraid not. The blood dragon said lightly, the tomb of the Dragon Sword is not allowed to enter the tomb of the Dragon Sword. Besides, your previous master has nothing to do with my Dragon Sword inheritance. If you want to save her, it is your own business. The point is, my master has excellent cultivation talent, even better than my maid. Yi Feng thought for a moment, then continued, besides, she told me that she is willing to practice dragon sword art and become a dragon sword maid. Oh? Blood Soul Dragon was a little surprised. The maid before you was named Yuechan. She had a good cultivation talent and even reached the level of my master. Now, your master is also willing to become the maid of Dragon Sword? In this way. Yi Feng heard what the bloody dragon said, and knew that the master in his mouth was a certain maid of the previous Dragon Sword successor. The soul of the bloody dragon is just the dragon's soul condensed by a maid of the previous Dragon Sword successor. If Yi Feng became the heir of the Dragon Sword, after thousands of years, the dragon souls of Yuechan and other maidservants would also exist like blood dragons. The talents of Yuechan and Su Feiying are both superior, and they are both qualified enough to become Dragon Sword maids. That's fine. Blood Soul Dragon thought for a moment, then agreed with Yi Feng. However, this moment is not the best time to bring your master back. Senior, what do you mean? Yi Feng was puzzled. Since there are so many two-winged beasts gathered in the floating continent you mentioned, there must be a leader who has comprehended the power of mysterious space. Blood Soul Dragon said, perhaps the leader's strength is not bad, so in order to avoid making trouble, you should go back to that place first and attract the leader. When the leader appears, I will show up to help you, kill it. What do you think of this plan? Have a leader? After hearing what the other party said, Yi Feng also felt that it made sense. Although killing the leader of the two-winged giant dragon is of no use to Yi Feng, since it is what the blood dragon wants to do, if Yi Feng helps him complete it, it will also increase the other party's favorability towards him. At that time, if there is something, you can talk better. The junior thinks this plan is feasible. However, how can we attract the leader on the floating continent? Yi Feng nodded, then frowned and said, moreover, this plan must be completed within 90 days, otherwise, Yuechan won't be able to last that long in the Luaha Immortal Sect's immortal artifact. When Yi Feng said this, he undoubtedly wanted the help of the blood dragon, to see if there was any way to rescue Yuechan. Long Jian also said just now that you can ask the blood dragon about this aspect. Humph, don't worry about that. The blood soul dragon snorted softly, and dismissed it. That tattered fairy weapon, can it still trap the people who inherited our dragon sword? When the matter of the floating continent is resolved, I will tell you how to get the maid rescued him. Thank you, Senior. Yi Feng bowed his hands in thanks. No, you have made a lot of contributions to discovering the gathering place of the two-winged beasts this time. After the matter is completed, I have a treasured treasure for you. It is a treasure left by my master. The bloody dragon spoke in an old-fashioned way, and there was an incomparable temptation in his words. It seems that this guy really has undeniable hatred for the two-winged dragon. The quality of the magic weapon left by the owner of the blood dragon is naturally extraordinary. Yi Feng's heart was moved immediately, but right now his main goal is to rescue Su Feiying and Yue Chan. If something happens to these two girls, even if he can give him more treasures, then what's the use? Senior, what is the specific plan? Yi Feng asked aloud. You will act according to the words such and such, such and such. The blood dragon's voice was majestic, and he quickly explained what Yi Feng was going to do. Yi Feng thought about it for a while and found that this matter was not difficult, so he nodded. All right then, Junior, let's go. Go, this time I will take you there personally. The blood dragon nodded in satisfaction, the power of the whole body surged, and a powerful force of space condensed to form a space channel across the world. This space passage leads directly to the maid's pendant held by Su Feiying, and the blood dragon can only be located at that point. After all, where the floating continent is located is countless worlds and spaces away from the tomb of the dragon sword. Searching for it out of thin air is like finding a needle in a haystack. Even the blood dragon can't do it. Yi Feng didn't say much. He had already engraved in his heart the plan that the blood dragon said just now. The whole set of plans can be as long as a month or as short as a few days, and the leader of the floating continent can definitely be lured out. At that time, all the matters will be left to the blood dragon. No matter how strong the leader of the giant dragon in the floating continent is, Yi Feng believes that they will not be stronger than the blood dragon. You must know that even if the blood soul dragon cannot beat it, there are still 9 dragon soul companions behind it, and more importantly, there is also the existence of the dragon sword. Since it is hostile to the lineage of the two-winged dragons, then the lineage of the dragon sword inheritance must have enough power to fight against those giant dragons. Yi Feng held his head high and walked into the space passage that crossed the world. Swish! The surrounding environment changed suddenly, time and space flowed, and after a short while, Yi Feng once again broke through the Shan-level space barrier where the floating continent was located, and entered the position in the floating continent. This is completely different from the fact that he was sucked in by the space power of the floating continent. He directly broke through the space and entered this floating continent from other worlds. Therefore, just like when he left, the mysterious space barrier around the floating continent once again fluctuated. When Yi Feng returned to the floating continent, the strongest being in the center of the continent finally woke up again, focusing on Yi Feng who had just broken the space barrier and came to the floating continent. Well, this powerful existence was a little confused, seeing that the person who broke through the space turned out to be a human with a cultivation base of only 100 years, and couldn't help but feel strange. With only such a small amount of cultivation, can you break through the mysterious space barrier? No, this kid has not mastered the power of the mysterious space, but the things he carries on his body contain the power of a higher level of space than the power of the mysterious space. That is the Dragon Sword token, a powerful existence attached to the power of Earth-level space. The mysterious level space barrier is completely unable to resist the penetration of the power of the Earth-level space. That thing seems a little familiar. The powerful leader on the floating continent watched Yi Feng secretly, and found that the Dragon Sword token on his waist was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember what it was. Because of this, it did not dispatch immediately, but chose to wait and see what happened. Master. Yi Feng returned to the floating continent, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Su Feiying sitting on a hillside in the ancient forest, closing her eyes and recuperating. Su Feiying opened her beautiful eyes when she heard Yi Feng's figure. She was a little surprised. Why did you come back so soon? I found a way to rescue you, but before that, I have to find Jin Xinqing and General Lu Feng. Yi Feng smiled and blinked slightly at Su Feiying. His purpose is to lure out the leader of the floating continent. Of course, it is impossible to reveal this purpose in the conversation with Su Feiying, otherwise no one knows whether this conversation will be heard by the powerful existence on the floating continent. Therefore, Yi Feng could only find a reason, and stay here with Su Feiying for the time being. Su Feiying was gifted and intelligent, and when Yi Feng blinked, she knew that what he said was not true, but she couldn't understand what Yi Feng was thinking. Since there is a way to leave here now, why bother to stay here? You know, on the floating continent, not only giant dragons are their enemies, but even humans are their enemies. The leader of the forest town that Yi Feng killed the 2 guards before has considerable prestige in the human alliance on this floating continent. At this moment, the appearance of Yi Feng and Su Feiying might have spread throughout the human society on the floating continent. Regarding this, Yi Feng certainly didn't take it seriously, but Su Feiying was a little worried. Yi Feng didn't explain anything about the blood dragon to her, but walked up and grabbed Su Feiying's hand. "Master, let's go." Su Feiying didn't ask where Yi Feng was going to take her. She trusted Yi Feng enough. Being held by Yi Feng, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong. After all, when she was in the world of cultivating immortals, such things had happened many times. In Su Feiying's heart, Yi Feng is her disciple, and from now on, she will soon become Yi Feng's maid. No matter what, the relationship between her and Yi Feng is very close. There is no need to avoid anything like holding hands. Illusory sword technique. Yi Feng activated the dragon sword Ju's primitive qi, and using the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder, he brought Su Feiying to the border between the desert and the forest in an instant. Here, the human cities and towns built with sand and soil are facing the destruction of the 2-winged dragon group. Yi Feng and Su Feiying appeared near one of the sand towns, and at a glance, they saw that the entire sand town, which was only a few tens of acres, was surrounded by a group of hundreds of giant dragons. Obviously, the wrath of the dragons completely overwhelmed the humans on this continent. Here is the aura of General Jin Xinqing. If we follow this aura, we should be able to find traces of Jin Xinqing. Yi Feng looked at the sandy town not far away that was being besieged by hundreds of giant dragons, and said slowly. Concubine Suingfei was beside him. She didn't speak, she just thought in her heart. What is Yi Feng's purpose in finding Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng now? You know, from Yi Feng's previous description, Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng did not have a very harmonious relationship with him, and the cultivation of those 2 people was so terrifying that even Su Feiying could not match it. Under such circumstances, what is the use of finding those 2 people? Su Feiying didn't think much about it. As long as she knew Yi Feng's purpose, when she could help, she would naturally do her best to help. After all, if there is no Yi Feng, she does not know how long she would have to wait to leave this place. Not to mention, Yi Feng is the only apprentice in her life, and this apprentice makes her so satisfied that she cannot be more satisfied. Sure enough, I didn't misread him at the beginning. Su Feiying looked at Yi Feng's back, and her heart was filled with relief. As long as the matter here is settled, she can go back to the immortal cultivation realm and settle accounts with the Mo family in Nanling. Of course, before that, she must follow Yi Feng and practice the dragon sword art to a certain level. I don't know how much power Yi Feng formed on earth. Su Feiying thought in her heart. While following Yi Feng, she headed towards the sandy town that was besieged by angry dragons. The bloody smell of the 2-winged thunder dragon on Yi Feng's body had already been wiped away by the blood dragon in the tomb of the dragon sword. At this moment, no 2-winged dragon paid attention to him and Su Feiying. Now these angry dragons are looking for the female general in silver armor and the male general in blue armor all over the world. In their eyes, only those 2 human beings with deep cultivation could kill their powerful counterparts. In fact, this is exactly the case, but the injured 2-winged thunder dragon that Yi Feng killed was also blamed on Lu Feng or Jin Xinqing. I don't know how many dragons Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing killed to make these dragons so angry. Yifeng thought in his heart. If it was just the injured two-winged brontosaurus that he beheaded, it would be absolutely impossible to trigger such a large-scale group of two-winged dragons. As for Jin Xinqing, as far as Yifeng knew, he had killed only 20 or so two-winged giant dragons, so it shouldn't be enough to make up the level of these two-winged dragons. In other words, after Yifeng left, Jin Xinqing himself killed many dragons, or in other words, General Lu Feng, who disappeared after arriving in this floating continent, killed more dragons in another corner. I don't know how many Lu Feng killed. Yifeng was a little puzzled. This goddess general was really rough enough to cause such a riot of dragons as soon as he came to this world. Under such circumstances, it would be basically impossible for goddess general Lu Feng to leave this floating continent. It was foreseeable that once the angry dragons demolished the sandy town at the junction of the desert and the forest, and did not find Jin Xinqing or Lu Feng, these angry dragons would definitely march towards the forest. Once the forests are infested by these raging dragon swarms, there will be no safe hiding places for humans on this continent. Under such circumstances, it is simply impossible to try to comprehend the power of mysterious space and successfully escape from this floating continent. What's more, Yifeng now knows that there is an extremely powerful giant dragon leader on this floating continent, and he must be dealt with by the blood dragon. If you want to survive, you can only cooperate with me. The corners of Yifeng's mouth rose slightly. He was almost sure that after finding Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng, the negotiation between the two parties would be very pleasant. However, for Yifeng now, it is undoubtedly very difficult to find Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng. This is roughly estimated by Yifeng, the main time that needs to be spent here. After all, Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng, who have killed so many dragons and seen so many angry dragons, can't foolishly continue to slaughter the dragons. Without being able to leave this floating continent, no matter how many double-winged dragons they kill, it is useless. No matter how many dragon pills they have, they can only absorb it once. Master, let's rescue the surviving people in this small town first, and then ask them if they have seen the whereabouts of Jin Xinqing and General Lu Feng. Yifeng told Su Feiying his plan. Okay, you go, I'll wait for you outside. Su Feiying hid behind a small hill dozens of kilometers away from the sandy town, trying not to let the consciousness of those angry dragons sweep her. Yifeng nodded, inspired by the dragon sword art and the Eye of Wind and Thunder, and instantly came to the sandy town that was being besieged by angry dragons. After sweeping his consciousness, he found that there were only a few cultivators left in this small town, hiding in the simple sandy buildings, trying to avoid the slaughter of the angry dragon. However, each of these giant dragons in the group of angry dragons has hundreds of years of cultivation, and the strongest cultivation has even reached 800 years. With so many giant dragons, with a random sweep of their consciousness, they can see the situation below. It is almost impossible for these cultivators to escape the massacre of the angry dragons. Walk. Yifeng walked up to a girl in tattered clothes, grabbed her, and took her away from the dilapidated sandy building where she was hiding. Immediately afterwards, he swept through several buildings, gathered all the few surviving practitioners together, and before the angry dragons could react, he quickly mobilized his true energy and wind and thunder. Teleport. Yifeng led a total of 7 people, and left the besieged sand town in an instant, and met Su Feiying outside. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng rescued 7 people, but the 7 people hadn't reacted at all. They all looked at each other, obviously a little confused. Each of these 7 people has cultivated to a greater or lesser extent, not for more than 10 years, or for 20 or 30 years, anyway, their strength is not very strong. Yifeng also didn't expect them to know the spirit communication technique, so he had already thought of a way to question them. Let's get out of here first, otherwise it's too dangerous. Yifeng nodded to Su Feiying, and then activated the Eye of Wind and Thunder, leading the 7 people, together with Su Feiying, to advance more than 100 kilometers into the forest in an instant. Even if Yifeng has the Eye of Wind and Thunder, he still feels that the power in the Eye of Wind and Thunder is a bit insufficient at this moment. Continuously urging the Eye of Wind and Thunder to teleport long distance finally made Yifeng feel a little exhausted. And this is already much stronger than Yifeng before he got the Eye of Wind and Thunder. It wasn't until this time that Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he was around the sandy town, looking at the angry dragons all over the sky, the pressure was really unbearable for ordinary people. Just a giant dragon can crush Yifeng and Sufeng to pieces. But when they came to this forest, the 7 people who were rescued by Yifeng finally realized that they were rescued by their own kind, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. However, the instantaneous long-distance teleportation just now made them feel a little uncomfortable, dizzy, and vomited for a while before returning to normal. Immediately afterwards, the 7 of them stood together and came back to thank Yifeng and Sufeng 1,000 times. Looking at their expressions, they almost regarded Yifeng as a savior. Yifeng didn't want to have any communication with the 7 people. After all, these people's cultivation base is not high, and the probability of knowing the spirit communication technique is very small. He saw the 7 people bowing to him nonstop. Although he couldn't understand the other party's words, he knew that the other party was thanking him. He waved his hand, mobilized with genuine energy, transformed himself into the appearance of Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng in armor respectively, and then passed on his spiritual thoughts. Which of you has seen these 2 people? If you have, you can nod. Yifeng asked, but the communication between the 2 sides was limited to this. He could talk to the 7 people, but the 7 people couldn't convey what they thought to Yifeng. They could only answer some simple questions with some gestures. For example, now, seeing Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng transformed from Yifeng's angry Lei Yangshan, the 7 of them nodded in unison. It seems that Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng have already been in contact with these people. Yifeng thought in his heart, and asked again in such a simple way. Although the 7 people were surprised how Yifeng conveyed the meaning to them, since this young man was able to save them from the angry dragon group, it is normal to have such a magical method. Soon, Yifeng understood what he wanted to ask from the movements and gestures of the 7 people. Jin Xinqing, wearing a blue armor, once appeared in their sandy town. And Jin Xinqing's powerful existence was naturally known by everyone in their small town. In particular, Jin Xinqing only stayed in the sand town for a short time, and when he left, he found a few giant 2-winged dragons around, and killed them directly. This was witnessed by the people in the sandy town, and they all felt that Jin Xinqing was too powerful. But what they didn't expect was that after Jin Xinqing left, angry dragons came and surrounded them all, so many human residents in the town died instantly. As for Jin Xinqing's whereabouts, they only knew that he had gone to the forest. As for the rest, no one knew. Can you survive in this forest? Yifeng asked. All 7 nodded. Since they came to this floating continent, this forest is where they lived and lived. Although there are some poisonous insects, beasts, and the like that can be fatal, compared to the desert town, it is much better for survival. As long as they are free from the siege of angry dragons, they can still be self-sufficient in the forest. Seeing them nodding, Yifeng lost his scruples, and took Sufeng to teleport away, heading towards the depths of the forest. Jin Xinqing walked into the depths of the forest, and his breath became very weak. With Yifeng's strength, he couldn't track it at all. He could only search inside and try his luck first. As long as you find Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng, negotiate with them, and let them go out and kill the 2-winged dragons, I believe that the leader of this floating continent will be drawn out in a short time. This is the order of the Blood Soul Dragon to Yifeng. However, the Blood Soul Dragon's order was originally to let Yifeng kill enough double-winged dragons, but Yifeng's own strength is naturally difficult to do this. Of course he can only use the hands of the royal family. That night, Yifeng Fenglai's eyes were quite tired, so he and Sufeng found a tree hole in the forest, cleaned it up and rested for the night. The two of them often had this kind of experience when they were in the world of cultivating immortals. At this moment, they felt as if they had returned to the previous time. But now, Yifeng is no longer the brat who only had 10 years of cultivation. After dawn, continue your journey. There are many towns and tribes in the forest, but Yifeng felt that the angry dragons raging on the edge of the desert seemed to have a tendency to attack the forest. It can be predicted that the entire forest is about to fall into the flames of war, and human cultivators have no chance of winning in this war. Unless, the leader of the giant dragon of the entire floating continent is brought out, and the blood dragon appears, at that time, none of these giant dragons will be able to survive. Yifeng could feel the blood dragon's hatred for this kind of two-winged giant dragon with his knees. Passing through many forest towns along the way, Yifeng and Su Feiying hid in the dark and listened, hoping to hear some news. Around noon, the two passed through a relatively large forest town, and finally got news about Jin Xinqing from the conversation of two people of relatively high status. The leader of the forest town who had put Su Feiying under house arrest, before led people to join forces with other towns to block a woman in silver armor, and was about to sentence her nearby. This woman in silver armor carried too much bloody aura of giant dragons, and she had obviously killed an unimaginable number of giant dragons, and this was the root cause of the current fury of the dragon group. For the chief culprit who caused the turmoil of the entire human race on the floating continent, towns and cities demanded severe punishment. Among them, Sunhai Town, the town where Su Feiying was placed under house arrest, was the leader. After hearing the news, Yifeng felt a little strange. Are all the cultivators on this road strong enough to condemn Lu Feng? I'm afraid he was kicked out by the goddess general. While thinking this way, Yifeng took Su Feiying with him, and rushed towards the location of the incident according to the information he heard. Soon, they came to a vast forest glade. Yifeng and Su Feiying's cultivation bases are not considered high, but with the miraculous magic of phantom swordsmanship, even cultivators with 300 to 500 years of cultivation base will not be able to find their traces. After using the phantom sword technique to hide his figure, Yifeng and Su Feiying came to the area around the vast forest glade together. This clearing in the forest is already full of practitioners of various strengths at this moment. And in the middle of the forest clearing, a heroic female general wearing silver armor caught Yifeng and Su Feiying's eyes. It was the goddess general from the royal family, Lu Feng. At this time, Lu Feng, with his head half down, seemed to be thinking about something, but he didn't seem to pay attention to the people who surrounded her besieging her. Indeed, with her 700 years of peerless cultivation, the strongest human cultivator in this forest is only 300 years old, so why be afraid? The problem is that now, Lu Feng also has his own worries. How to leave this place, that is the question. She belongs to the royal family, and she broke into this floating continent just to find out, and also to track down Yifeng's whereabouts. But when he came in, he realized that he couldn't leave here. The space barrier around this floating continent is surprisingly strong. If you want to leave here, you must understand the power of space at a deeper level. And she, wanting to do this, is extremely difficult. Evil thief, you have disturbed the stability and peace of our forest towns, and you are the enemy of our forest towns. The leader of Sunhai Town, a burly middle-aged man, stood out of the crowd, pointed his long sword at the silver-armored female general in the center, and shouted righteously, "So, please leave this forest now." For the words of the leader of Sunhai Town, Lu Feng obviously dismissed them. She raised her head slightly, revealing the beautiful lips under the silver helmet, and seemed to glance at the hiding place of Yifeng and Su Feiying. Obviously, with her cultivation, she could still find Yifeng and Su Feiying, who were hidden. However, Lu Feng didn't directly expose the two of them. After all, there are still many flies around here to deal with. She didn't say a word, but raised the spear in her hand. No matter what she did, why did these ants with low cultivation base come here to point fingers at her? Moreover, this place is clearly dominated by two winged giant dragons. This group of people still had the face to ask her why they killed so many giant dragons, which made her want to laugh out loud. Even if she didn't kill so many dragons with Lu Feng, these people would have no place to hide sooner or later, because she had already seen that the desert outside was gradually expanding, and the forest floor was gradually being eaten away. In other words, the entire floating continent is in the process of desertification. As for the ocean on the other side, Lu Feng doesn't know what's going on, and hasn't made too many guesses. No matter what, she will never leave this forest now. This is the last place where there are no two-winged dragons. She wants to strive to comprehend the power of space at a higher level in this relatively safe place, and then leave this place. Even if the news could only be spread and the royal army came to this floating continent, there were so many giant dragons outside, they were just delivering food, and instead became a means for them to improve their cultivation. Stop talking nonsense, fight if you want. Liu Feng's cold spiritual thoughts entered the mind of the leader of Sunhai town. When the burly middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The silver armor female general in front of him had unfathomable cultivation, and none of them could tell how much cultivation the other party had. The most important thing is that this female general in silver armor has killed many dragons, and none of his subordinates can be so brave. However, no matter how strong this female general is, she is limited, otherwise she would not be forced into the forest by the dragon. The burly middle-aged man thought in his heart and decided to use crowd tactics to deal with this silver-armored female general. At the same time, another woman's appearance appeared in his mind. That was naturally Su Feiying. From the day he caught Su Feiying, he felt that this woman was already in his pocket, but he didn't expect that not long ago, someone forced her way in and rescued her. That kind of power of space, that kind of method, made the leader of Sunhai town seem to see the hope of leaving this floating continent. Come on, grab her. The leader of Sunhai town didn't think much, his majestic voice spread throughout the audience, making the practitioners in the surrounding forest towns tremble. Sunhai town is the most powerful human town in the vicinity. They must obey the words of the burly middle-aged man, otherwise the consequences will be worrisome. Although some people could die, they had already married wives and had children after they came to this floating continent. Even if they disregard themselves, they cannot disregard their wives and children. At this moment, they could only obey the orders of the middle-aged man. Rush! Many cultivators let out a deep roar in their hearts. This silver-armored female general in front of her, this unexpected guest, came here to kill so many dragons, but now she hides in the woods and let them bear the dragon's wrath. He deserves to be punished. One after another, cultivators with 100 or 200 years of cultivation rushed towards the goddess General Lu Feng in the center. What a mess! Lu Feng only glanced at these people, and his heart was full of contempt. The actions of these people are chaotic. Although each of them has a cultivation base of 100 or 200 years, if they are facing the royal family, just a low-level barracks composed of puppets with a cultivation base of 70 or 80 years can defeat the miscellaneous soldiers and crab generals in front of them. And as the goddess general of the royal family, her combat power is naturally far beyond the imagination of these practitioners in front of her. One shot. Puff. A stream of light condensed from the tip of the silver spear, across the entire forest clearing, and immediately after that, the cultivators on that straight line, whether they were rushing or preparing to rush, all vomited blood and fell to the ground. With just one shot, 40 or 50 people lost their combat effectiveness. However, Lu Feng's movements did not stop at all, and he swung his second shot like flowing clouds and flowing water. The silver streamer flashed again, and another 40 or 50 people fell to the ground. In an instant, all the practitioners surrounding Lu Feng fell to the ground. The gap between Lu Feng and them is too huge. To defeat Lu Feng, it is definitely not possible to use crowd tactics. The reason why she wanted to avoid the giant dragon was because among the giant dragon group, there were existences whose cultivation was comparable to hers, or even higher than hers. But the miscellaneous soldiers in front of her were vulnerable in her eyes. Not long after, all the other people on the field fell to the ground except for the burly middle-aged man and the leaders of some other forest towns. The burly middle-aged man's face was dripping with cold sweat. He never thought that the silver-armored female general in front of him would be so strong. It's like a big mountain standing majestically in front of him, but he is too weak, even if he tries everything he can't get over it. I don't want to kill people, you take your people, let's go. Lu Feng put away his silver gun, and his cold spiritual thoughts spread to the minds of everyone around him. After all, it was her arrival that caused the dragons to riot. It is understandable for these people to vent their anger on her because of the changes in their living environment. Therefore, she didn't kill anyone, but wounded everyone. Although she temporarily lost the ability to fight, she recovered after a few days of rest. The leaders of many forest towns looked at each other, sweating coldly, not knowing what to do. If you want to say let's go, I'm not quite reconciled. How do the people in the town think of them when they come here so aggressively, but go back in despair? But if they want to stay, they have nothing to do with the silver-armored female general in front of them. They let them go, and if they stay, if they offend the other party, they will not be able to leave even if they want to. Aren't you going to get out soon? Seeing that they didn't move, Lu Feng urged impatiently. At this moment, the town chiefs came to their senses, nodded hastily one by one, and hurriedly turned around and left. Of course, it is impossible for them to bring so many wounded at the scene back to the forest town. Now they have to go back and call for someone to come and treat the wounded. After the town leaders left respectively, Lu Feng refocused his sight on the hiding place of Yi Feng and Su Feiying. I think you can come out? The faint spiritual thoughts of Lu Feng came over. Yi Feng was not surprised that Lu Feng found his whereabouts. After all, the other party's cultivation level was much higher than that of him and Su Feiying. Therefore, when the town chiefs left separately, and Lu Feng glanced over, Yi Feng took Su Feiying together, directly dispelled the hidden means of the phantom sword technique, and appeared in front of Lu Feng. General Lu Feng, long time no see. Yi Feng greeted with a smile, and without losing his vigilance, his spiritual thoughts passed on. I wonder if the general wants to leave this floating continent now. What does it matter to you? Goddess General Lu Feng raised his chin, raised his small mouth, and a teasing divine thought came. If the general wants to leave here, as long as we cooperate, we can easily achieve this goal. Yi Feng smiled and threw an olive branch. This is not a place to talk, let's talk in another place. He glanced at the hundreds of town practitioners who were staggering around and knocked unconscious by the female General Lu Feng, and knew that the town leaders would come back soon to carry them away. Regarding the matter of seducing the leader of the floating continent, Yi Feng didn't want to make a fuss for everyone to know. Agree. Lu Feng nodded slightly, and glanced at Yi Feng and Su Feiying, who was beside him, as if he was rather surprised that this kid would always be accompanied by a beautiful woman. The current Lu Feng knew very little about Yi Feng. He only knew that this kid was very mysterious and possessed some unusual abilities. It is not a good choice to be an enemy of him. What happened in the Star Refining Temple made Lu Feng not dare to take action against Yi Feng easily. Although she now clearly knew that the pair of eyes of wind and thunder she wanted to get back had been integrated into the eyes of the god of wrath of thunder by Yi Feng, but she was not in a hurry to attack Yi Feng. Just wait until you figure out Yi Feng's background strength, then it won't be too late to snatch it. What's more, now, Lu Feng really has no way to leave this floating continent. Since Yi Feng said that there is a way, then if she helps her out, it is also a favor for herself. This floating continent is really too weird. Among those dragons alone, there are already some existences whose strength is comparable to hers, and even much stronger than hers. The most important thing is that they are large in number. No one knows whether there will be more powerful existences in other directions of this floating continent. If there is, then Lu Feng knows that his life is hanging on the sword. For the time being, let's hear what this mysterious boy named Yi Feng can do. Keeping a certain distance between Yi Feng and Lu Feng, they flew towards the depths of the forest for hundreds of miles in one breath. They didn't stop until they were sure that the surrounding area was deserted and desolate. Tell me, how do we cooperate if we cooperate? What do I need to do? Why do you leave this place? Lu Feng asked straightforwardly. Her spiritual thoughts reached the goal without any oblique actions, because she knew that the present time was very precious to her and to the royal family. It's very simple, we just keep slaughtering those two-winged dragons together. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. As for why, please forgive me for not being able to tell you for now, it depends on whether you believe me or not. Lu Feng received Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts, and couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Keep slaughtering the two-winged dragon? Could it be that as long as this is the case, they will be able to leave this floating continent? No, this kid must be plotting some kind of conspiracy. Lu Feng didn't speak, and stood still in place, as if he was thinking about something. Yi Feng was not in a hurry. He took Su Feiying's slender arm, and if Lu Feng wanted to make a move, he immediately used the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder, and took Su Feiying away far away. Even Lu Feng couldn't catch up with them for a while. In that case, I agree to the deal. After a while, Lu Feng nodded, the only corner of his mouth showing his armor was slightly raised. I hope we can have a happy cooperation. Haha, the general is really refreshing, Yi did not misread you. Yi Feng laughed. In that case, let me introduce myself first. My name is Yi Feng. My name is Lu Feng. The silver-armored female general's spiritual thoughts came over, but her eyes hidden under the helmet kept lingering on Su Feiying. She could easily feel that Su Feiying's cultivation was decades higher than Yi Feng's, but she couldn't figure out what method Yi Feng used to make such a beautiful and powerful woman. She was willing to follow him and listen to him. It can be seen that as long as this young man named Yi Feng says something, that beautiful woman will probably agree directly. What a nice fellow. Lu Feng looked at Su Feiying frivolously for a few times, then he didn't pay attention to her, but turned his head to look at Yi Feng. Brother Yi, since it was your plan, I will follow your command. Lu Feng's ignorance of Su Feiying was exactly what Yi Feng wanted. For such a powerful force as the royal family, Yi Feng was willing to face it alone, and he didn't want the people around him to be the object of his attention. What is gratifying is that all the thoughts of Goddess General Lu Feng should have been on Yi Feng. Since the general said so, the junior will not be polite. Yi Feng chuckled lightly. Although the general's cultivation base is profound, it may be quite difficult to kill those two-winged dragons alone, right? Good. Lu Feng didn't push it too hard, but told the truth, and the divine sense came. The dragons in groups of 3 or 5 are already invincible. As for now, those giant dragons gather together angrily, and want to go out to attack again. Killing them is asking for death. It's not necessarily a dead end. I now have the power of the Eye of the Wind and Thunder. Once I encounter danger, there is no problem in protecting you. Yi Feng smiled slightly, and in Lu Feng's eyes, this smile undoubtedly deserved a beating. This kid rushed to kill the wandering swordsman Xingying, snatched the Eye of Feng Lei away at a bargain, and was able to comprehend the power of the Eye of Feng Lei so easily. You must know that the Eye of Feng Lei originally belonged to the royal family where she was. Even if she understood the Eye of Feng Lei, she should be able to comprehend it. Unfortunately, Lu Feng has his own plan in mind. Anyway, there is no other way to leave this place now, so let's take a look at Yi Feng's plan first. However, you can't do it alone. Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts passed over, and he kept shaking his head. Before the operation officially starts, you must find your guard captain Jin Xinqing. Old Gold? Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. He's here too? Well, I met him before, and I was almost given by him. Ahem, aside from this, does the general not know that he has come to this floating continent? Yi Feng was a little surprised. After all, Jin Xingqing knew that Lu Feng came to this place, but Lu Feng didn't know? Regarding this question, Yi Feng roughly understood it without thinking too much. Back then in the desolate realm, Yi Feng must have been the first to fly to this floating continent, and then Lu Feng flew up, but he didn't see it. Jin Xingqing also flew up after her. Because of this, Jin Xingqing knew that Lu Feng was in this floating continent, but in turn, Lu Feng didn't know. Have you met him in this place? How is he? As soon as Jin Xingqing came to this floating continent, Lu Feng became quite nervous. After all, Jin Xingqing was the captain of the Imperial Guard who followed her all the way. Back then, when she was in the royal family, she was seriously injured and was almost plotted by wandering swordsman Xingyin. Fortunately, Jin Xingqing arrived in time and drove Xingyin away with serious injuries. After the injury was healed, Lu Feng led his army to Menghuang realm non-stop, intending to personally capture Xingyin and bring him to justice. Then find Lao Jin first. Lu Feng nodded and agreed with Yi Feng's decision. No matter what, if you find Jin Xingqing, you will have a helper who you can absolutely trust by Liu Feng's side, which will be of great benefit to future actions. As for Yi Feng, he was naturally happy to hear it. He doesn't know why Lu Feng believes what he said now, but he knows that now he has the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder. As long as he stays vigilant, no matter what calculation Lu Feng has in his mind, he has enough leeway to face it. Just let the two of them slaughter a sufficient number of Wirms. As for their refusal to kill? At that time, I'm afraid they won't be able to let them go. After the discussions and arrangements were made, Yi Feng and Lu Feng discussed how to find Jin Xingqing. General, you are both in the royal family, and you have been getting along with each other for a long time. You should know where Jin Xingqing will go under such circumstances? Yi Feng tentatively asked Lu Feng. There are a few possible places, let's go and have a look. Lu Feng thought for a while, then nodded. Survival in the wild is an important item that must be trained in the royal army, and regarding this point, as the captain of Liu Feng's Imperial Guards, Jin Xingqing has of course mastered it well. Moreover, in Yi Feng's impression of Jin Xingqing, he knew that this guy was probably a well-behaved and serious person. Now coming to this floating continent and encountering the current situation, there are obviously not many places to go. Based on what he saw and heard in the forest these days, Lu Feng pointed out several places where Jin Xingqing might be, and explained, Old Jin will definitely not stay in one place, so we will leave a mark every time we go. Tell him we're looking for him, how about that? That's a good idea. Yi Feng nodded, we can leave our aura behind, let him see it, follow the aura, to find our current location. Isn't that good? Lu Feng seemed to have a different opinion. In this way, wouldn't those angry dragons also be able to find our position with their breath? What are you afraid of? Let's kill all the dragons when they find them. Yi Feng laughed, the two-winged dragons in this place are very stupid. We can make traps and wait for them to throw themselves into the trap. Alright, let's do that. Lu Feng nodded, and the two sides reached an agreement on this issue. She took a deep look at Yi Feng, but didn't ask Yi Feng if there was any way for them to leave this floating continent. Even if after slaughtering enough giant dragons, he could escape from the surrounding Xian-level space barrier, how could Yi Feng guarantee that the members of their royal family would not attack him? Yi Feng has his own considerations, of course Lu Feng will not be used by Yi Feng so recklessly. The secret method of the royal family, the order of the gods. In the dark, Lu Feng performed a supreme secret method passed down from the royal family, and transmitted all the situations and a series of pictures on his side back to the royal family world, which is far away from countless time and space. The royal world, the palace of the emperor. The royal family rules the entire world, and the palace of the emperor is the center of the royal family's political power. In this place, countless practitioners with profound cultivation bases gather in the royal family. A cultivator with a cultivation base of 1 or 200 years has a very low status in the emperor's palace, and he dare not even say a word when walking on the street. Only after reaching 300 years of cultivation is it possible to have some status in the emperor's palace. Now, in a luxurious and magnificent hall in the center of the emperor's palace, there is a group of top cultivators in the world gathering together to discuss something. A middle-aged man in a golden armor was sitting in a position of dignity in the center, looking majestically at the many soldiers who were discussing around him, and slowly raised his hand. It's almost decided. From the scene of General Liu Feng's casting of the royal family's secret technique and the transmission of the divine order, we can know that there is another world rich in resources on the other side of the temple. The middle-aged man in the golden armor said slowly, with an irresistible majesty in his voice, "Now, have you decided which 2 generals to choose to go to that world and explore everything that is unknown? By the way, doing Goddess General a favor, I think the family of all the ministers should be very happy to do so. My lord, we have already decided to send General Qianshan and General Fei to that wild world." Many royal soldiers below spoke in unison, and then General Qianshan and General Fei, who had been arranged, stood out of the crowd. Those were 2 well-cultivated generals who also wore silver armor. Even if they were not as powerful as the goddess general, they were not far behind. In the royal family, the color of the armor represented the rank of the soldiers. The gold is the highest, the master. Silver is next, for the general, and the bronze armor is for the second-class general, including the captains of the general's guards, who are also wearing green armor. These armors are all high-level magic weapons refined by the royal family's secret method, and their defense effect is very powerful. In addition, the soldiers of other royal families all wear long-sleeved clothing. For example, Tianhong Rui, who was abducted by Obi, can only wear long-sleeved clothing. There are dozens of layers. That middle-aged man in golden armor is now the head of the royal family. His cultivation has reached more than 1,000 years, and he has attained the realm of Tao. General Qianshan and General Fei stood out wearing silver armors, and each knelt down on one knee towards the master of the golden armor. Qianshan, Fei, takes orders, and is willing to go to the wild world to assist General Goddess and kill all giants. Dragon, take back the Eye of Wind and Thunder. Go, bring your personal guards. Master Jin Jiao waved his hand, but didn't take this matter to heart. Once necessary, he will go out in person and lead many soldiers of the royal family to conquer that wild world. Of course, Yi Feng and Su Feiying didn't know about Lu Feng's little tricks. But even if Yi Feng knew about it, he wouldn't take this matter too seriously, no matter who the royal family sent over, even if it was someone who had attained the Tao realm, Yi Feng would not be afraid at all. Because the strength of the blood dragon is obviously beyond the existence of ordinary strong people in the Tao realm. Yi Feng, Lu Feng and Su Feiying walked through the dense forest together, and found many good hiding places scattered in the forest. For example, caves, calls, valleys, etc. These are the places where royal soldiers often hide during training, and the most important thing is to be close to the water source. Every hundreds of kilometers in the dense jungle, there will be such a place that is good for hiding. Every time he arrives at such a place, Lu Feng will carve a symbol representing the royal family in a relatively hidden place. It might be difficult for other people to find these hidden places, but for Jin Xinqing, who has received professional training, there is definitely no problem. In addition, Lu Feng also left behind the unique tracking aura of the royal family. If Jin Xinqing came here and followed this tracking aura, he would be able to find traces of Lu Feng, Su Feiying, and others. The area of this dense jungle is very large. Yi Feng roughly estimated that it has at least thousands of kilometers in radius, that is to say, it is about the size of the entire Hua kingdom on the earth. Yi Feng and others don't know where Jin Xinqing is now, so they can only try their luck. Fortunately, with Liu Feng's cultivation base and the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder that Yi Feng has comprehended, It doesn't take much time to travel across such a large place. During this period, Yifeng did not avoid Lu Feng, but took out the two swords that split the sky and startled Hong carelessly, and gave them to Su Feiying. Although the two swords that split the sky and startled Hong can exert greater power if they are combined with the Eye of Wind and Thunder and xuanhuan swordsmanship, but Yifeng seldom uses xuanhuan swordsmanship, so it doesn't matter if it is given to Su Feiying. What's more, with Su Feiying's talent, it is not difficult to comprehend xuanhuan swordsmanship. Sure enough, as Yifeng expected, under Yifeng's guidance, within a few days, Su Feiying comprehended the three major sword moves of xuanhuan swordsmanship: all directions are destroyed, heaven and earth are useless, and gods and ghosts are frightened. If these three sword moves are performed with the two swords that split the sky and startled the dragon, their power is much stronger than the derived fairy art of concubine Su's movie star Tumart. For Su Feiying, this was already a qualitative leap in her strength. If it was said that she was not necessarily Yifeng's opponent with her cultivation base and the immortal technique she mastered before, then now with her 160-year cultivation base, as well as the divine brilliant swordsmanship and the two swords that split the sky and startled the dragon, then he can definitely single out Yifeng and defeat him. The two of them were leisurely and carefree along the way, but Lu Feng, who followed them, was full of resentment in his heart. This pair of heaven-shattering swords of the Taoist level was originally a magic weapon from their royal family, but now they are being played and given away by Yifeng in his hands. It is really hateful. If there is no accident, this pair of magic weapons at the level of Taoism should be brought back to the royal family by her goddess general. Fortunately, Lu Feng received the news of the royal family's secret art and the divine decree, and knew that two more generals from the royal family set off for the wild world. If there is any accident, then the head of the royal family will go out in person. You must know that he is a terrifying figure, with 1,000 years of cultivation and a Taoist realm, and he controls the entire royal family. No matter what kind of plan this young man surnamed Yi has, it will definitely fall into the hands of the royal family. After Lu Feng got the news of the reinforcements, he felt more relaxed, but he was still worried about the safety of Jin Xinqing, the commander of the Imperial Guards, but he was very active in marking everywhere, leaving a royal atmosphere. Now this floating continent is full of angry dragons looking for their enemies. If Jin Xinqing falls into one of them, it will be very dangerous. Lu Feng didn't hope that what he found would be Jin Xinqing's body. Reuniting with Jin Xinqing as soon as possible is what she has to do now. And during the time with Yifeng and Su Feiying, Lu Feng never took off her silver helmet, because her cultivation base was too high and she was very defensive. Yifeng's spiritual sense couldn't detect what she looked like. But guessing, this should be a pretty beauty, at least just looking at the exposed lips, people can still draw this conclusion. As time passed day by day, Yifeng's upper limit of cultivation was rapidly increasing in this forest with abundant aura. Because he had practiced the Dragon Sword Ju, which is a higher-level cultivation method than the advanced cultivation method, plus the effect of the wrathful Thunder Yang God, his upper limit of cultivation has finally increased for another 5 years during this period of time. Under Lu Feng's angry gaze, Yifeng took out the light blue water droplet in Jin Xinqing's storage belt, took a drop directly, and raised his cultivation base to 115 years. Where are you from? Lu Feng's gaze focused on Yifeng through the silver armor, like a volcano about to erupt. Heavenly water. Yifeng used the precious Skytsong water used in the royal army to reward soldiers for meritorious service. Where did this kid come from? Among the soldiers of the royal family who went out this time, there are only 2 people who are eligible to reward Tian Songshui, that is, Lu Feng herself and her Imperial Guard captain Jin Xinqing. Lu Feng can be sure that the Tian Songshui in her storage belt is still there, so the small bottle in Yifeng's hand must be from Jin Xinqing. Could it be that this kid has already dealt with Jin Xinqing secretly? When I first came here, I met Captain Jin. At that time, he was being chased by a group of dragons. I took his storage belt away out of mercy. Yifeng explained, if it wasn't for me, I'm afraid Captain Jean would have been torn to pieces by the angry dragons, so those dragons would have followed me, and Captain Jean should have survived. Yeah? There was a coldness in Liufeng's divine sense. If she knew that Jean Xinqing had encountered any accident because of Yifeng, then she would never forgive this kid in front of her. However, in what Yifeng said, there are obviously some truths and some falsehoods. If Jean Xinqing has encountered an accident, there is no need for Yifeng to let her leave the mark of the royal family everywhere in the forest. After thinking for a few seconds, Lu Feng stared at Yifeng for a long time before finally nodding his head. I'll just trust you for now, let's continue. After finishing speaking, he buried his head and flew into a riverside valley that was convenient for hiding in front of him. She didn't realize that Yifeng showed a smile behind her. He blatantly took out Tian Songshui, and then taunted Jean Xinqing with words. The purpose was to stimulate Lu Feng in front of him. As he expected, Lu Feng didn't react too aggressively, which made Yifeng come to a conclusion about his temptation. Lu Feng must have some back trick, so he didn't choose to attack him at this time. If Lu Feng didn't have a second move, then in the current situation where she doesn't understand Yifeng's full plan, once she knows that Yifeng has Jean Xinqing's storage belt on him, then she will definitely have various guesses in her heart. And these speculations are nothing more than whether Yifeng killed Jean Xinqing? Now let Lu Feng leave the royal mark everywhere. Is it some kind of trap? No matter which aspect is considered, Lu Feng has no reason not to attack Yifeng. Now that Lu Feng doesn't do anything, it means that Lu Feng must have a better time to do it, and that time is the opportunity she has been waiting for. Could it be that the goddess general called for reinforcements? Yifeng guessed in his heart, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly after a while. This guess should be a relatively high possibility, but just as Yifeng thought before, no matter what reinforcements Lu Feng calls, they will definitely not be the opponent of the blood dragon. What's more, Yifeng still remembers the golden giant leg summoned by the dragon's soul in the ancient ring of dragon sword when he first came to Menghuang realm and encountered an adult fire dragon. It can be seen that the owner of the golden giant leg definitely has some kind of close relationship with the inheritance of dragon sword. Even if the blood dragon is not the opponent, if the golden giant leg is called at that time, the royal army on the Lu Feng side is definitely not the opponent, and it will collapse at the first touch. The royal army represented by Lu Feng is at least within the range of Yifeng's predictable cultivation. But the bloody dragon and that golden leg couldn't measure their cultivation at all. A comparison between the two sides will make a judgment. At this moment, Yifeng thought of the myriad realms demon eye that he hadn't seen for a long time. It was also in existence on the same level as the blood soul dragon, and he didn't know what was going on with that guy now. Anyway, Yifeng probably won't have any chance to meet the myriad realms demon eye again in a short time. He shook his head without thinking, and followed Lu Feng. Su Feiying clung to Yifeng's side and didn't say much. She was talented and intelligent. From Yifeng's perspective, she naturally saw Yifeng's probing purpose just now. I don't know, is there any way Yifeng can get them to leave here? Su Feiying thought to herself. Now even she couldn't figure out how Yifeng could break through the mysterious space barrier on the outer layer of this floating continent. Is it useful to slaughter those angry dragons more? In short, she followed Yifeng first to see the situation. Anyway, with her current level of cultivation, there was nothing she could do. On the other hand, Yifeng, with the dragon sword inheritance standing behind him, might really be able to do something about it. The 10th day since Yifeng and Su Feiying found Lu Feng. The three of them were sleeping in the forest, and there was no sound around them. Suddenly, Lu Feng, who was wearing silver armor and a silver helmet, stood up suddenly. There is news about Lao Jin. Lu Feng's spiritual thoughts came over, with some joy in it. Obviously, Jean Xinqing's news made her relax a lot, and her previous suspicions about Yifeng also eased a little. Since she felt the news of Jin Xinqing and knew that among the many marks left before, one mark was finally discovered by Jin Xinqing, which meant that Jin Xinqing was still alive. Although Lu Feng was still skeptical about why Yifeng had Jin Xinqing's storage belt, but obviously, Yifeng's previous remarks were not all false. Any news about Captain Jin? Yifeng also stood up and heaved a sigh of relief. After searching for so long, he was really afraid that the guy would be destroyed by the angry dragons. In that case, Lu Feng alone might not be able to kill enough dragons. Since there is news, it's time to meet up. Yifeng smiled slightly. Besides, I guarantee that you can leave this floating continent, don't worry. As for the matters after leaving here, we can talk about it later. Lu Feng received his divine thoughts, smiled lightly, didn't say much, but was motivated by true energy, flew up all of a sudden, and pointed in Jin Xinqing's direction. Lao Jin is in that direction, 350 miles away, let's go there together. Lu Feng raised his chin at Yifeng. Then let's go. Yifeng nodded, grabbed Su Feiying's arm and flew to Liu Feng's side, then grabbed Liu Feng's slender wrist covered with silver armor, and activated the dragon sword true energy and the power of the wind and thunder eye in his body. The power of wind and thunder, leap over. The power of the eye of wind and thunder burst out, and the figures of the three disappeared from their original places at once. When they reappeared, the surrounding scene suddenly changed, and they had come to a valley that was marked a few days ago. Now, the captain of Liu Feng's Imperial Guard found the royal seal that Lu Feng made before in this valley. It's over there, let's go. Even Yifeng's spiritual sense sensed Jin Xinqing's aura not far away, and immediately pointed to the valley, and ran in with Su Feiying. Lu Feng was naturally not to be outdone, his speed was faster than Yifeng's. Lao Jin's breath is a little weak, what's going on? Liu Feng's spiritual consciousness is stronger than Yifeng's, and after feeling this, he started to feel a little worried. Soon she came to the back of the valley, and when she saw a middle-aged man wearing a blue armor near the royal seal, it was Jin Xinqing. He is still alive. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and ran forward in 2 or 3 steps. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng and Su Feiying followed behind, and heard the conversation between Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, but it was a pity that neither of them could understand the language of the royal family. Of course, Yifeng could guess, casually, that these two people probably reunited here at last, and they were feeling some emotions. Neither Yifeng nor Su Feiying disturbed their communication, they stood quietly at the side. After a while, they found that Jin Xinqing had thrown away the tattered bronze helmet, and walked over laughing. Haha, brother Yi, I really saw you again. Thank you for what happened last time. With sincerity on his unshaven face, Jin Xinqing scratched the back of his head with one hand, and seemed a little embarrassed. If you hadn't taken away my storage belt, I would have been swallowed alive by those vicious dragons. Go to the stomach. But now, the storage belt should be returned to the original owner, right? Yifeng squinted his eyes when he heard that. He never thought that this guy had done so much on the surface, and even ran over to thank him. However, Yifeng certainly wouldn't just return the thing so easily. One must know that the storage belt contains all useful things for Yifeng. Fortunately, he has already transferred everything in the storage belt to his own dragon sword token storage space. Seeing Jin Xinqing smile at this moment, Yifeng took out the empty storage belt without hesitation, threw it to Jin Xinqing, and said with a sincere smile, "Very well, I have wanted to return this thing to you for a long time. You can take it." Snapped. Jin Xinqing reached out to catch the empty storage belt, and his face turned blue and purple in an instant. In Jin Xinqing's storage belt, there are 4 very precious natural treasures, each of which is very valuable. In addition, there are many things that represent his identity, military exploits, and honors, all of which are regarded as treasures by him. It is not so easy to become the commander of the goddess General Liu Feng's Imperial Guard. At the beginning, Jin Xinqing fought all the way from a large number of competitors, and then he fought his way to become the commander of Liufeng's Imperial Guard. And the proof of honor of this identity is also stored in his storage belt. But now, his storage belt was returned by Yifeng, and it was actually empty. You must know that many of these things belong to the royal family in the final analysis, and the loss of those natural and earthly treasures alone is enough for him to eat a pot when he returns. Now. Jin Xinqing's face turned blue and purple, and the veins on his arms burst out. He really wanted to tear Yifeng's body into pieces and take back what belonged to him and the royal family. However, Lu Feng held him down and shook his head slowly. Yifeng, I think our plan can start. Lao Jin is not injured and has enough strength to fight those two-winged beasts. Lu Feng raised his head to look at Yifeng, and his spiritual thoughts came over. Well, let's start planning now, everyone follow me. Yifeng looked at the angry Jin Xinqing, shrugged his shoulders, didn't take it seriously, but estimated the remaining power in his eyes of wind and thunder. The distance of thousands of kilometers can still be teleported. It seems that today we can find a place where there are not so many dragons, and start to carry out the dragon slaying plan. During this period, Yifeng's most important task is to protect the safety of himself and Su Feiying. As for the matter of slaying the dragon, leave it to Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing to do it. Anyway, Yifeng's purpose was to take Su Feiying out of this place, and Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing were included as well. Since helping them lead this floating continent, it is also appropriate to do something to kill the giant dragon. Motivated by Yifeng's eyes of wind and thunder, he brought Su Feiying, Lu Feng, and Jin Xinqing with one hand, across a long distance in an instant, from the middle of the dense forest to the edge of the desert and the forest. What appeared in front of the four of them was another sandy town that was being besieged by angry dragons. At this moment, this sandy town had already changed beyond recognition. There were no survivors in it, and the buildings collapsed. And those angry dragons, after defeating the sandy town, were resting on the ground one by one. It was obvious that they had spent a lot of effort just destroying such a small town. Taking a rough look, there are a total of hundreds of giant double-winged dragons nearby, but they are scattered and fragmented, and this is suitable for the actions of Yifeng and others. General, Captain Jin, I will leave these two-winged beasts to you. If there is any danger, I will take you out of here immediately. Yifeng smiled slightly, and his spiritual thoughts spread out. You are so deceitful, why do you want us to help you kill these giant dragons? Jin Xinqing was very upset. Ever since he was slapped by Yifeng when he caught Yifeng, he didn't have a good impression of Yifeng. Now, Yifeng wanted to use him and General Goddess as his spearman, which made him intolerable. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Lu Feng patted Jin Xinqing on the shoulder, and looked towards the place where the two-winged dragons gathered in front of him. Now all we have to do is kill these beasts. Listening to Lu Feng's words, Jin Xinqing couldn't help but froze, wondering what happened to the general today, to be so obedient to listen to that little kid. However, Jin Xinqing naturally knew the character of the goddess General Lu Feng, who he wanted to protect with all his might. Now Lu Feng asked him to do what he had to do, otherwise the general's plan would definitely be destroyed. Yes, General. Jin Xinqing suddenly became serious, stood up with a strong body, and also looked at the group of giant dragons not far away. At the edge of this desert, the wind and sand are no longer so violent, and the visibility has improved a lot, at least it is farther than the detection distance of everyone's spiritual sense. This also allowed Yifeng to appear about 10 kilometers away from the two-winged giant dragon group, and was not exposed to the range of the dragon group's consciousness. Otherwise, I believe that the group of two-winged dragons will definitely swarm like mad dogs when they sense the traces of Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng, and the situation will be bad. But now, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing still hold the initiative. Soon, the two found the best target to attack through the exchange of spiritual thoughts. It was a giant two-winged dragon with the highest cultivation level among the dragon group, with a fiery red body, and it was lying on the sand and taking a nap at this time. With a cultivation base of 910 years, the strength of that fiery red double-winged dragon is exactly what Lu Feng estimated to be able to deal with it. Since this is the case, I want to take that guy into surgery. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing have cooperated countless times in battles. At this time, as soon as they made a plan, they immediately started to act. Swish! The figures of the two flashed, and then they appeared in front of the fiery red double-winged dragon. Liu Feng's silver spear and Jin Xinqing's blue spear split into two directions at the same time, stabbing at the vital point of the two-winged fire dragon. The two-winged fire dragon reacted almost immediately. When it noticed the fluctuation in the space around it, it opened its eyes vigilantly. However, although this two-winged fire dragon has a high level of cultivation and has some combat experience, compared with Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, it is still far behind. The two-winged giant dragon on this floating continent is almost like a flower in a greenhouse, and the fellow practitioners are almost vulnerable to a single blow. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing's offensive was like a thunderbolt. Before the two-winged fire dragon reacted and did not take any measures, it had already fallen like a storm. Puff! Puff! The spears of the two pierced a bloody hole in the neck of the two-winged dragon, and the two men's cultivation levels were judged, and the damage caused by the wind to the two-winged fire dragon was far higher than that of Jin Xinqing. The attack of the two caused the two-winged fire dragon to let out a mournful roar, and flapped its wings, creating a violent tornado, which sent Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing flying away. But the two obviously won't let each other go so easily. When other giant dragons nearby heard the roar of the two-winged fire dragon and were ready to take action, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing's attack had already come again. Teleport! Shoot! The tip of the spears of the two men precisely hit the wound just made, and finally penetrated into the vital point, completely cutting off the vitality of the two-winged fire dragon. Bang! After the loud noise, the two-winged fire dragon with a cultivation base of 910 years fell to the ground and lost its vitality. The two-winged fire dragon with a cultivation level of 910 years fell to the ground, and its body was like a hill, smashing the entire sandy town to pieces, smashing countless buildings. The body of this two-winged giant dragon is 1/10 the size of the entire sandy town. This shows how hopeless it will be when hundreds of giant dragons hover over the sandy town. After killing the two-winged fire dragon, the resting two-winged dragons around reacted one by one, roaring and flew towards Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng in the center. If it was Yi Feng and Su Feiying, they would have to flee immediately under such circumstances. But if it was Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, it would be different. Jin Xinqing is only one person, and he can kill 7 in and 7 out of the giant dragon group, beheading more than 20 dragons, and now with the help of Lu Feng, he is like a fish in water, like a tiger with wings added. The combination of the two is not as simple as 1 + 1. Yi Feng and Su Feiying stood in the distance, watching the battle above the sandy town. They looked very comfortable, and at the same time, they could observe the immortal skills practiced by the lieutenants of the royal army. The marksmanship used by Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing is naturally a kind of fairy art. Yi Feng looked at it for a while, and he could see that the two people's marksmanship were in the same way, fierce and brutal, with the sole purpose of killing the enemy. It's just that Liu Feng's level of marksmanship is still higher than Jin Xinqing's, and the power it exerts is even comparable to Yi Feng's sword fighting skills. No wonder this goddess general was able to defeat the royal general with 900 years of cultivation, with 700 years of cultivation. This matter was said by Tianhong Rui, whom Obi abducted before. At that time, Yi Feng didn't know what the concept was, but now it seems that the wind is indeed very strong. Under the joint efforts of Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, the besieged giant dragons began to suffer fatal injuries one by one, and fell into the desert. Each of these two-winged giant dragons has a cultivation base of 400 to 500 years, 600 to 700 years, and they are almost vulnerable to the joint efforts of Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. And since the two are in charge of one position each, there is no need to worry about being attacked from the front or back, and there is no need to worry about the rear when they start their hands. It didn't take long before a small half of the entire group of angry dragons were killed by the gun shadows of the two, and more than 30 giant dragons fell into the desert. The bright red dragon's blood seeped into the desert, dyeing the entire sand layer blood red. Such a scene made the rest of the two-winged dragons obviously a little scared. Although they are united, they will naturally feel fearful when facing an enemy that is difficult to fight. Not long after, the remaining two-winged dragons began to flee. And this was expected by Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. Such a situation is more conducive for them to kill these two-winged giant dragons, and they can even kill one of them with a single shot as long as they catch up casually and throw out their marksmanship. With Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing doing their part, Yi Feng and Su Feiying were of course too lazy to intervene. If this continues, I believe that within a few times, the giant dragon leader of this floating continent will be drawn out. Yi Feng thought in his heart that as soon as the leader of the giant dragon appeared, the blood dragon would come immediately and wipe out all the two-winged beasts on this floating continent. It didn't take long for this group of two-winged dragons to be killed by Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, and they scattered like birds and beasts. It can be foreseen that soon the dragons from other places will hear the news here, and then they will all come here. In order to kill these two-winged beasts as quickly as possible, Yi Feng decided to let Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing move towards them. One of the directions went up. The two teamed up and it was easy to deal with the leader of the group of dragons. Once the leader died and the group of dragons had no leader, it would be much easier to deal with the remaining dragons. With the strength of Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, it is easy to slaughter the giant dragon on this floating continent. As long as there is no existence of 1,000 years of cultivation, it is difficult to resist the joint attack of the two. After the two joined forces, even Long Hai's tactics were completely useless against them. As Yi Feng led the three of them towards the depths of the desert, during this period of time, the news of Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing's appearance had spread among the angry dragons. The two-winged dragons in the entire desert are all angry. Unexpectedly, at such a time, these two tiny human beings would dare to appear in such a careless manner, killing their own kind. This is simply not taking them seriously. For the honor of the dragon, for the sake of the dead compatriots, they must kill these two tiny humans. All the angry two-winged dragons began to gather in the direction of the desert, and those desert towns on the edge of the desert finally regained their calm temporarily. The leaders of those towns, including those in the forest, breathed a sigh of relief for the time being, but it was followed by deeper worries. After the group of giant dragons killed the troublemakers, would they spread their remaining anger on other humans? If this is the case, then the remaining humans will suffer, and they will be completely harmed by those few dragon-slaying guys. In the eyes of most other people, the dragon slayers are not heroes at all, but just a bunch of idiots. A floating continent that covered the sky and covered the earth gradually came to a stop above the ancient forest in the Menghuang realm. Probably as the giant dragons died one by one, the giant dragon leader of this floating continent wanted to intervene, so the floating progress of this floating continent also temporarily stopped. Below this floating continent, there was a large group of soldiers of the royal family staying. Among them, two generals in silver armor stood in front of the crowd, looking up at this boundless floating continent. Even the sunlight was covered by this floating continent, and the entire wild jungle was plunged into darkness. General Lu Feng, did you enter this floating continent? The leader, General Qian Shan, looked up, took off the silver helmet and clamped it around his waist. His thick eyebrows were all knit together. Such a huge floating continent, even in the eyes of the royal general who has experienced many battles, is a strange and terrifying machine. After all, this is an unknown existence. Human beings always have a deep-seated fear of the unknown. Looks like we have to go in and take a look. Qianshan, if you're afraid, you can stay and lead the drill and welcome me and General Lu Feng back in triumph. The flying wing general beside him was a little thin, but his expression was firm and playful. These two generals are both generals of the same level as Lu Feng in the royal family, so they naturally have a competitive relationship with each other, and this kind of verbal rivalry is not uncommon. Even if you're so scared that you want to run away to your hometown to farm, I, Qianshan, won't frown. The thick-browed General Qianshan snorted coldly, and immediately mobilized his true energy, and flew towards the floating continent. When the two royal reinforcements flew towards the floating continent, the dragons on the floating continent were enraged and flew all over the desert, looking for the traces of Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. These two insignificant human beings are going to kill their own kind everywhere, they are so arrogant to the extreme. But now, there is no need for these angry two-winged dragons to search everywhere, because Yi Feng flew towards the desert with Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, and did not deliberately avoid those angry dragons at all. Even, when seeing some scattered double-winged dragons flying by, without saying a word, they rushed up to kill them. With the strength of Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, it is completely easy and enjoyable to deal with these two-winged dragons whose cultivation base is less than 1,000 years old. The most important thing is that these two-winged dragons have really poor fighting awareness. And the reason why Lu Feng dared to kill the giant dragon so recklessly, and put all the dragon pills she got into the storage belt, was because the rescuers she invited with the royal secret method and divine order were about to arrive. What reassures her the most is that the royal lord already knows the situation here, and if something unexpected happens, then a Tao realm existence that has reached 1,000 years of cultivation will come to this world immediately. No matter what danger she encountered, there would always be the entire royal family behind Lu Feng as a backing, so she didn't need to worry. For the overall strength of the royal family, Lu Feng is of course very confident. This powerful force that has ruled the royal family for thousands of years, it is impossible for this powerful force to encounter accidents as soon as it comes to the outside world. Moreover, judging from the cultivation of these giant dragons in front of them, it is impossible for the strongest existence on this floating continent to be so strong. One after another, the two-winged dragons died under the gunpoints of Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. Yi Feng and Su Feiying leisurely followed behind, watching Lu Feng put one dragon pill into the storage belt ahead, couldn't help feeling a little jealous. These are all top-quality natural materials and earthly treasures that can instantly boost a cultivator's cultivation level for more than 10 years, and are not limited by the upper limit of cultivation level. It's a pity that Yi Feng relied on their strength to use them as spearmen, and there is no reason to snatch these dragon pills at this time. When Senior Blood Soul Dragon comes over, all the two-winged dragons on this floating continent will suffer. At that time I will not be in a hurry to collect dragon pills. Yi Feng thought in his heart. He didn't pay too much attention to Long Dan's matter, he just kept an eye on everything around him. Once there is any abnormality, it may be that the leader of this floating continent has awakened, and special attention needs to be paid at that time. Yi Feng can be sure that if the leader of the floating continent appears in front of him, neither he nor Su Feiying, nor Lu Feng, Jin Xinqing and others with a cultivation base of 700 years, cannot be their opponents. After all, that leader must have comprehended the existence of the power of mysterious space. The four killed the two-winged giant dragon all the way, and soon went deep into the desert for hundreds of kilometers. Along the way, the bright dragon blood almost converged into a river, and the corpses of the two-winged giant dragons fell in the desert one after another, and were submerged by the wind and sand soon after. And such a situation quickly spread among the two-winged dragons, and some angry two-winged dragons around them regained some sanity. If they rush over without a plan like this, it seems that there is only a dead end, and the strongest of their dragons seems to be no match for the two little humans. In this way, it seems that they really can't deal with those two humans just by their own words. In other words, there is only one option for them now, and that is to hold those two humans back and wait. wait, the appearance of the ancestor dragon. The two ancestor dragons came to live on this floating continent a long time ago, and they personally set up a closed mysterious space barrier, and began to multiply. I don't know how long ago, the two ancestor dragons rarely appeared in front of them, and their younger descendants also lived arrogantly and domineeringly on the floating continent, and never encountered any real danger. Until today. After seeing the strength of those two little human beings, these two-winged giant dragons realized that there are existences stronger than them in this world. It's easy for them, the sons and grandsons of the dragon. So, they are finally afraid. After beheading no less than 200 double-winged giant dragons, Yi Feng found that there were very few giant dragons in the direction they were moving forward. Even if a group of two-winged dragons occasionally appeared, they immediately fled in other directions and did not fight Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. After discovering this phenomenon, Yi Feng probably knew that the leader of this floating continent was about to wake up and appear. And in fact it is. With such a big thing happening outside, a powerful existence sleeping in the middle of this floating continent finally opened his eyes, spread his powerful spiritual consciousness, and instantly covered hundreds of miles around. After thousands of years of cultivation, after attaining the Tao realm, the detection range of the spiritual consciousness of the cultivator will be greatly improved, and it will be extremely easy to see scenes within hundreds of miles at once. Unexpectedly, someone despises the majesty of my dragon clan so much, it is unforgivable. That powerful existence that had been sleeping for a long time suddenly burst into fury. These human beings in front of him are really lawless, and they have spread wild things on his territory. It is an unforgivable crime to kill so many of his sons and grandsons. This powerful existence is immediately ready to personally go out and deal with all the human beings who are killing and making trouble on his territory. At this time, Yi Feng and Su Feiying were feeling a little nervous. Because Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, who were with them, suddenly found a royal general who was also wearing silver armor in front of him. It turned out that the rescuers invited by Lu Feng arrived. The first to meet Lu Feng was the thick-browed General Qianshan, holding a silver long knife, mighty and uncommon. It seemed that after arriving on this continent, he kept teleporting in search of him, and finally found Liufeng's in this place. Trace. Ha ha ha, Goddess General, I finally found you, are you safe? General Qianshan laughed and greeted him, his eyes swept over Yi Feng and Su Feiying, who were flying behind Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, and a fierce look appeared in his expression. Regarding Liufeng's situation, General Qianshan naturally got some information from before, knowing that this pair of men and women who have been cultivated for more than 100 years are enemies and not friends with their royal family. However, what the current situation is, we still have to listen to Lu Feng. Therefore, General Qianshan set his sights on Lu Feng. In his opinion, with the few of them around, the pair of men and women who have only cultivated for more than 100 years will definitely not be able to escape. When General Qianshan, with thick eyebrows, appeared in front of him, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. This guy, looking at his clothes, should be a great general whose status in the royal family is similar to that of the goddess general, that is to say, his strength must be stronger than Jin Xinqing. As for who is stronger and who is weaker with Lu Feng, Yi Feng doesn't know. Even if the strong man in front of him is not as good as Lu Feng, he should not be much worse. Sure enough, the goddess general used some kind of magical method to inform the people on the royal side of the matter here, otherwise, how could such a strong reinforcement appear here? Yi Feng squinted his eyes, thinking in his heart, but didn't pay much attention to it. He can be sure that at this moment, Lu Feng still doesn't dare to turn against him. After all, just having such a 700 to 800-year-old Qianshan general can't trap him in an instant. The power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder, even the existence of Lu Feng at this level, can't control it. If Yi Feng wants to run, it's easy. Lu Feng talked to General Qianshan who came to help him, but Yi Feng couldn't understand what it meant, and saw that General Yinjia, with thick eyebrows, looked at him strangely. It seems that this guy should also know that he has comprehended the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder. However, so what? Yi Feng was not afraid of the opponent at all, unless the opponent had set up a trap in advance. His Eye of Wind and Thunder could easily lead him away. Turning his face, now, would not do any good to convect the wind. I believe the goddess general should understand this. Soon, Yi Feng knew that his guess was correct. Lu Feng was indeed a smart person. With a wave of her hand, her divine thoughts came back to Yi Feng. Brother Yi, this is another great general of my royal family, and he couldn't leave because he strayed into this continent. Now he can help us slaughter these people together. Two-winged dragon. Well, then take this general with you. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and nodded, but did not expose the opponent. Anyway, now his goal has almost been achieved. All he needs to do next is to wait for the leader of this floating continent to appear, and at the same time ensure the safety of himself and Su Feiying during this period of time. What's more, he doesn't need to be with Lu Feng and others now. Anyway, he has killed quite a few dragons. Judging from the strange scene around him, the leader of this floating continent should appear soon. Of course, Yi Feng stayed here just to see what kind of trick this Lu Feng had, so that she would obey his words so obediently to slaughter these two-winged giant dragons. People keep going. This time, General Qian Shan and the others were prepared when they came, so it was relatively easier to find the companions who appeared randomly after entering the floating continent. Following General Qian Shan into this floating continent, in addition to General Flying Wing, there are also many soldiers of the Imperial Guard, each of whom has a cultivation base of more than 500 years. Including 2 generals, 10 people in total. Due to preparations in advance, these 10 people joined Lu Feng and others, one after another. In front of Yi Feng, the power of the royal family became stronger and stronger, so strong that it could almost threaten his existence. If more people from the royal family came, Yi Feng knew that he might not even have the chance to use the Eye of Wind and Thunder, and he would be trapped by them. Finally, when another flying wing general wearing silver armor appeared, using the unique method of the royal family to join Lu Feng, Yi Feng made a decisive decision and activated the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder. Master, let's go. The Dragon Sword Ju is driven by true energy, and combined with the Eye of Wind and Thunder, the Phantom Sword technique is displayed. The moment General Fei Yi appeared, Yi Feng decided to leave extremely vigilantly, took Su Feiying with him, and wanted to teleport away from this group of royal people. However, Lu Feng had already prepared for this. Track. Lu Feng gave the order decisively, and all the royal soldiers around took action at once. Except for the 3 generals, the other soldiers of the royal family, including Jin Xinqing, were all wearing blue armor, and these were already high-level members of the royal army. At this time, he acted without delay, although there was no way to prevent Yi Feng from escaping, but Lu Feng had cast the tracking magic on Yi Feng long ago. At this moment, it is easy to track Yi Feng's location. And Yi Feng, after teleporting away with Su Feiying, came to the sky over the desert 300 miles away in an instant. The sandstorm here is still the same, the visibility is extremely low, and even the range that can be detected by the divine sense has been reduced to a certain extent. Yi Feng could feel that the aura of the 2-winged dragons in the surrounding air seemed to be more intense. Could it be that this place is the lair of those 2-winged dragons? Yi Feng didn't think too much. He just broke into a cold sweat because of the situation just now. If he reacted a little slower, he might be caught by the royal family. Fortunately, the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder did not disappoint him. I don't think they will let you go so easily, so be prepared. Concubine Suing Fei frowned slightly, reminding her. Yes, you must be well prepared, master. If there are special circumstances, I will take you away from here at any time. Yi Feng pondered, thinking in his heart, it shouldn't be long. It's time for the leader of this floating continent to appear. Just as he was thinking this way, bursts of spatial power suddenly appeared around him, followed by one after another royal soldiers, unexpectedly appearing in front of his eyes. What? People from the royal family came so fast. Yi Feng was taken aback. In such a situation, there was no doubt that Lu Feng had done something to him to track his location. Moreover, this time the reinforcements from the royal family also brought a magic weapon that could instantly teleport long distances, allowing their entire army to quickly catch up with Yi Feng's teleportation speed. Master, let's go. Yi Feng immediately made a sound, grabbed Su Feiying's arm, urged the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder and the true energy of the Dragon Sword art, and wanted to teleport away again. But this time, he failed to do so. Jin Xingqing laughed loudly. Boy named Yi, you are now in the pocket of our royal family. A group of people from the royal family immediately surrounded Yi Feng, staring at him like a tiger. Everyone has more than 500 years of cultivation. The crowd created unparalleled pressure on Yi Feng and Su Feiying. But without warning, just a moment later, these pressures disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was an extremely powerful breath of a giant dragon, which enveloped the audience in an instant. Boom! After a loud noise, the desert under the crowd exploded instantly, and then an extremely huge two-winged dragon spread its wings and flew up from under the desert. Out! Yi Feng showed joy on his face. The two-winged dragon that was bigger than a hill came out of the desert below, and the breath on its body was suffocating. No one present could catch its move. There is no doubt that this two-winged giant dragon is the leader of this floating continent. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment when Yi Feng was trapped, he suddenly appeared.